The firmament was torn asunder, not in a metaphorical sense, but in the most literal interpretation. An ominous fissure, stretching 30,000 miles, hung ominously in the heavens, perpetually dripping a viscous, inky substance as the dark droplets fell upon the charred ground. They birthed thorny brambles adorned with eye-like patterns, from which emerged grotesque, misshapen creatures. It was in this nightmarish realm that Qin Lai awoke. His sense of smell was the first to revive. The overpowering stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, a savage amalgamation of the acrid scent of ruptured entrails and a foul, sulphurous odor. He coughed violently as he opened his eyes and was greeted by a mound of corpses, shredded remains of human warriors, the carcasses of massive, lizard-like beasts, all ensconced in congealed, blackened blood. Ugh. He attempted to prop himself up, but his right hand plunged into a hollow eye socket. The instincts of a modern special forces soldier propelled him upright in an instant. Yet this body was horrifically frail, and the mere act of rising caused his vision to darken. Memories surged like a tidal wave. He was supposed to be on a border mission, sacrificing himself to shield his comrades. So why was he in this hell? Strange fragments of memory began to collide. The Tianxian continent, a new recruit in the Demon Suppression Army's 3rd Battalion of the Great Yin Dynasty, conscripted just 3 days prior, now ambushed by the vanguard of the demon horde. Oh, a chilling wolf howl interrupted his thoughts. Not far away, 3 demon wolves, the size of calves, were tearing into a human corpse. Clad in bone spikes, their drool corroded the ground, and their blood-red eyes suddenly turned in unison towards Qin Lai. The instinct to survive overpowered any confusion. Qin Lai rolled behind a corpse mound, his fingers exploring the cold ground until they finally grasped a broken battle knife. The hilt bore the inscription Demon Suppression Type 7, its blade marred with nicks, yet sufficiently sharp. The demon wolves encircled him in a triangular formation, the sickening sounds of tearing flesh grating on his nerves. Qin Lai held his breath, calculating the distance. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps. Stop playing dead, rookie. A thunderous roar erupted from the flank. A blood-soaked, one-armed veteran charged forth like a war chariot, his steel prosthetic shattering the skull of the leading demon wolf. Grab a weapon. If you want to live, fight your way out with me. More surviving soldiers crawled from the heap of corpses, scarcely numbering 50, each bearing wounds. Qin Lai gripped the broken knife tightly, as the memories of modern combat techniques began to meld with the battlefield instincts of this body. As the second demon wolf lunged, he sidestepped, avoiding its claws, and with an upward slash, he severed its throat. A translucent prompt reading Evolution Point 10 flashed before his eyes. Interesting, the one-armed veteran glanced at him in surprise, tossing him a leather wine pouch. Drink this blood wine for courage. We need to break back to the Demon Suppression Pass within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The liquid burned like fire down his throat, yet miraculously birthed a new strength. Qin Lai had no time to ponder the bizarre prompt, as the ground began to tremble violently. On the horizon, a tide of the demon army was advancing. Towering skeletal war chariots, 10 meters high, rolled over mounds of corpses, with pale skulls embedded in their rooftops, burning with ghostly blue flames. At the forefront, a demon centurion let out an ear-splitting roar, his 3-meter-tall, grotesque form encased in bone armor, swallowing all light in his wake. Detecting large-scale war energy, temporary skill available for exchange. Blood boil technique. Cost, 50 evolution points. Warning, Demon Centurion, 9th layer of blood. Condensation is approaching. Qin Lai's pupils constricted sharply. Though he did not fully comprehend the meaning of these prompts, years of experience as a special forces soldier honed his instincts. Exchange. A searing torrent surged through his limbs, and crimson, web-like patterns emerged upon his skin. The broken knife emitted a humming sound, glowing with a red light as he shot towards the pack of demon wolves like an arrow, his blade flashing as wolf heads flew from their bodies. Evolution Point 33. Has the kid lost his mind? The one-armed veteran yelled in anger, yet saw Qin Lai weaving through the wolves like a specter, every movement precise and lethal. The demon centurion moved. Bone claws tore through the air, the pressure causing soldiers to struggle for breath. The one-armed veteran roared as he activated the runes on his steel arm, the remaining soldiers channeling their lifeblood to form a battle array. Demon Suppression 7th Battalion, Arrow Formation. The golden battle formation collided with the bone claws, sending shockwaves that hurled corpses into the air. The soldiers coughed up blood, half kneeling on the ground, the formation flickering uncertainly. Now's our chance. Qin Lai slid forward through the blood, the power of the blood boil technique coiling into a spiral at the tip of his blade, merging the concept of a fatal strike window from modern tactics with martial arts ultimate kill, the blade's light piercing through the energy intervals, sizzle. The dark energy backfired explosively, and the centurion howled in pain, retracting his charred bone claws. Qinlai was knocked back by the shockwave, the sound of his ribs cracking audible, yet he rolled with the force to dissipate the impact, severely injuring a 9th layer blood condensation target, evolution point 500. Accumulated evolution points reached 600, Bloodline Shop unlocked, his consciousness plunged into a mysterious interface. Countless bloodline options whirled madly before finally halting on a shimmering dark gold selection, fragment of the indestructible divine radiance body, 600 points. In that moment of fusion, he beheld a colossal golden figure, unyielding amidst the shattering stars, saw a magnificent silhouette slicing through the river of time with a mere fingertip. In the outside world, mere moments had passed. The demon centurion was crushing the one-armed veteran's steel arm, his other claw reaching for the heart. Qinlai's body was adorned with intricate golden patterns, his fractured ribs realigning on their own, and his fist, enveloped in barely visible ripples of space, struck out. Boom! Like a war hammer striking an ancient drum. The centurion stared in disbelief at the fist that pierced through his body. Qinlai's eyes flared with golden light as he transformed his fist into a claw, forcibly yanking out the still beating, pitch-black heart. Transcendent kill of a 9th layer blood condensation target. Evolution, point 1000. Indestructible divine radiance body fusion, degree 1, the remaining demon wolves retreated in terror. The blood-soaked soldiers gazed in astonishment at the figure with flowing black hair, beneath which lay the corpse of the centurion, his palms still dripping with the demon hearts. Blood, in the distance. The horn of the demon suppression pass sounded, the bronze gates slowly creaking open. The one-armed veteran collapsed to the ground, sparks flying from his shattered steel arm. Damn it, which hidden old monster are you a disciple of? Qinlai stared at the new prompt that had appeared before him. Detecting heir of the divine radiance body. Ultimate mission activated. Become a saint in body. Master the heavens. First phase objective. Break through to the rock-solid realm within 100 days. The wind and snow intensified. Yet in this moment, Qinlai felt a fire igniting within him. The biting cold wind lashed against his face, carrying with it the unique, putridly sweet odor of decay. Qinlai silently followed the remnants of his battalion, his palms still tinged with the visceral sensation of crushing that cursed heart. Ahead loomed the demon-suppressing pass, resembling a colossal steel beast sprawled upon the earth, its towering walls surpassing 100 feet, intricately etched with unfathomably deep runes, currently pulsating with a somber, blood-red glow. "What are you staring at?" barked the one-armed veteran. Luo Baichuan, panting heavily as blood mixed with oil dripped from the severed joint of his steel arm. "This is the blood-draining formation, consuming the essence of our fallen brothers every moment. Do you think this crumbling wall can withstand the soul-devouring wails of those demonic fiends?" The surviving 30-odd soldiers lowered their heads even further at his words. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the crunching sound of their boots on the frozen earth. Countless crossbows atop the walls adjusted their angles as they moved, the cold steel bolts glinting ominously in the sanguine light. A bronze-side door creaked open, revealing a gap barely wide enough for 3 to pass. A grim-faced black-armored lieutenant stood there, clipboard in hand, his gaze sweeping over the bloodied figures before him. 7th Battalion Vanguard, register the names of the survivors. Surrender the magic cores and the injured to the medical tents. When it was Qinlai's turn, the lieutenant's gaze lingered for a moment on his nearly unscathed standard armor. Name? Achievements? Qinlai. 11 magic wolves, 1 demonic centurion. He replied calmly. The tip of the lieutenant's pen halted abruptly as he raised his head, the first flicker of emotion appearing in his eyes. Behind him, muffled gasps and cries of astonishment erupted from the other soldiers. Luo Baichuan grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and shouted, "Lieutenant Zhao, this rookie was personally trained by me. The heart of that centurion is still in my possession." The lieutenant scrutinized Qinlai deeply for a moment before swiftly noting, "Achievements to be verified for merit. Qinlai, report to the sharp soldiers' camp." A ripple of commotion surged through the ranks. Even Luo Baichuan appeared momentarily stunned. From fragments of memories, Qinlai recalled that the demon-suppressing army was divided into 3 tiers: auxiliary soldiers, battle soldiers, and sharp soldiers. The sharp soldiers' camp was a sanctuary for seasoned veterans and talented newcomers, offering vastly different treatment, albeit with a staggering casualty rate. Side quest triggered. Name of the sharp soldier. Requirement: gain recognition within the sharp soldiers' camp in 3 days. Reward: 300 evolution points. One random basic martial skill. He was led through a labyrinth of corridors by a taciturn soldier. The interior of the pass was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, resembling a city forged of steel. The barracks on either side echoed with the sounds of pained groans, the clash of weapons and training, and a low, resonant hum of energy. The sharp soldiers' camp was situated in a secluded area near the inner wall, the air thick with a potent blend of blood and herbal scents. The guiding soldier pushed open a dark iron door, and a cacophony of noise rushed forth. Dozens of men clad in leather training armor were engaged in brutal combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding akin to hammers striking hide. Some shattered granite blocks with their bare hands, while others were enveloped in faint currents of energy. Further away, a few meditated in midair, exhaling visible white mist from their mouths and noses. Newcomer? A cold voice came from the side. Qinlai turned to see a burly man with intersecting scars across his face leaning against a weapons rack, his muscular arms adorned with dark red, sinister tattoos. Qinlai, reporting as ordered. The scarred-faced man scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze resembling that of one appraising livestock. I am Lei Xiao, a lieutenant of the Sharp Warriors camp. Regardless of the connections that granted you entry here. Suddenly, he launched a punch towards Qinlai's face. The wind from the blow tearing through the air with a thunderous crack. Qinlai's pupils constricted. His instincts honed by the indestructible divine radiance compelled him to slightly tilt his head, the edge of the fist grazing past his ear. Yet, he did not retaliate, instead remaining steadfast in place. Lei Xiao's fist halted beside his ear, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, which swiftly morphed into a deeper indifference. Not bad. But the Sharp Warriors camp has no need for useless individuals. Your quarters are in Block 7. Report for roll call at the second hour tomorrow. If you are even a moment late, you'll be sent to the auxiliary camp to feed the horses. Tossing him a metal plate inscribed with Block 7 and a thin booklet, Lei Xiao turned to leave. The cover of the booklet bore the 3 characters military tactics. The barracks were cramped and cold, with only a thin layer of straw on the stone bed. Qinlai sat cross-legged and opened the military tactics. It was not a profound technique, but rather the foundational body-refining method of the Great Yin Demon Suppression Army, emphasizing the principle of nurturing combat through combat, utilizing simulated fighting movements and breathing techniques to stimulate one's vitality, divided into 9 tiers corresponding to the 9 levels of the mortal realm. However, in his view, faint golden script automatically appeared beside the blank spaces on the pages, indicating, detected mid-grade mortal body refining technique military tactics, can consume 10 evolution points to optimize the pathway. Efficiency increased by 17. Can consume 100 evolution points to deduce the subsequent levels. Complete to the rock-solid realm edition, top-grade mortal. Can consume 500 evolution points to fuse with talent. Derive a passive battle formation killing intent, small-scale vitality resonance, without a moment's hesitation. Qinlai expended the evolution points. The text of military tactics in his hands twisted and reformed in his vision, becoming more intricate and profound, with additional refined techniques for the circulation of vitality and 9 killing moves flooding his mind, even including methods for absorbing battlefield malevolence to expedite his cultivation. He immediately began to circulate his vital energy according to the optimized route. The fragment of the indestructible divine radiance within him trembled slightly, effortlessly commanding the surging vitality like a ruler overseeing his subjects. Around him, strands of invisible dark red malevolence were drawn in, merging into his limbs and bones. His bones emitted a faint hum, and his muscle fibers tightened and relaxed like steel wires. After merely cycling through one round, he felt his strength increase by a full 10%. Military tactics elevated to the 2nd tier, strength 3, constitution 2, at that moment. The iron door of the barracks was violently kicked open. 3 towering figures from the Sharp Warriors blocked the entrance, the leader being an arrogant young man. His gaze fell upon the military tactics booklet on Qinlai's lap, and he scoffed. A waste from Block 7 thinks he can practice? Kid, newcomers need to learn the rules. Hand over your blood essence quota. We are in a good mood today and might reluctantly offer you a few pointers. Qinlai slowly closed the booklet, raised his head, his eyes betraying no emotion. A system prompt quietly appeared. Encountered malicious provocation, recommended action. Defeat the leader to establish authority. Reward, 50 evolution points. 100 reputation in the Sharp Warriors camp. He stood up, and the optimized military tactics began to accelerate the flow of his vital energy. Chapter 3. Establishing authority in Block 7, the resounding crash of the iron door echoing throughout the cramped barracks. The shadows cast by the 3 warriors at the entrance nearly extinguished all light, filling the air with a suffocating blend of sweat and the metallic scent of rusted blood. The leader, a young man with crossed arms and chin slightly raised, looked down his nose at Qin Lai. Are you deaf? According to the rules of the Bingzi camp, newcomers must offer their blood essence to me, Gao Ming, for the first 3 days. His two companions snapped their fingers in agreement, producing a sharp crackling sound. Qin Lai's gaze swept over the trio. The system interface automatically displayed their identifiers. Gao Ming, 5th level of Mortal Realm, Cultivation Technique, Mighty Bull Strength, Zhang Chu. 4th level of Mortal Realm, Old Injury on Left Shoulder, Wang Song. 4th level of Mortal Realm, Unstable Base. The optimized vitality flowing within him, augmented by the indestructible divine radiance, provided him with extraordinary perception. He could even hear the sluggish noise of Gao Ming's blood and energy coursing through his body. Blood essence. Qin Lai spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. Fragments of the original owner's memory surfaced, revealing that blood essence was a fundamental cultivation resource made from the blood of demon beasts mixed with medicinal herbs, essential for accelerating the accumulation of vitality. With each warrior entitled to only 1 per day. Stop playing dumb. Gao Ming impatiently stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Hurry up, or I'll personally help you loosen your muscles. Combat Simulation Module activated. Target Gao Ming. Weakness analysis in progress. Suggested attack route. Feint at the base. Lure him forward. Strike at the lower edge of the 3rd rib on the right side. Mighty Bull Strength Activation Node. Qin Lai moved. He wasted no words. Nor did he adopt a formal stance. Instead, he sprang forth like a tightly coiled spring suddenly released. The optimized footwork of Bing Fa Ju allowed him to crouch low and glide across the ground like a wraith. Gao Ming, clearly taken aback by this seemingly frail recruit daring to strike first, grinned and swung a massive fist downwards with the force of a mighty bull. Yet, Qin Lai's true target was never him. With the precision of a striking serpent, his left palm darted out like a dagger, landing squarely on Zhang Chu's old shoulder injury. Zhang Chu gasped in shock, his body suddenly numb on one side. Almost simultaneously, pivoting on his right foot, Qin Lai evaded Gao Ming's powerful punch while his left foot lashed out like a whip, striking the knee pit of Wang Song's supporting leg. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed clearly. Wang Song howled in agony as he collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the trio's encirclement had been shattered, 2 of their members incapacitated. Gao Ming roared, his eyes bloodshot, muscles bulging as he unleashed the full extent of Mighty Bull strength. His fists clenched into hammers, crashing down towards Qin Lai's head with the force of a mountain. This strike, fueled by rage, created a vicious gust of wind. Warriors inside and outside the barracks, drawn by the commotion, gasped in astonishment. With this blow, the newcomer would either die or be severely injured. Yet, Qin Lai seemed to have anticipated this very moment. Utilizing the momentum of his spin, he advanced rather than retreating, daringly slipping into Gao Ming's center. His right hand's index and middle fingers came together, channeling the sharp energy of the optimized Bing Fa Ju as it pierced forth like a red-hot iron stake, accurately targeting the system-marked activation node beneath Gao Ming's right rib. Thud! It was as though a swollen sac had been punctured, collapsing under pressure. Gao Ming's violent aura crumbled in an instant, his flushed face turning pale as the gathered force rebounded upon himself. He stifled a groan, his massive frame freezing in place, a trickle of blood foam escaping the corner of his mouth. Qin Lai's fingers did not withdraw. Instead, he exerted more force, pressing against the fatal point. His voice remaining flat. Do you still require the blood pill? Gao Ming's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The opponent's strength was evidently inferior to his, yet he had instantaneously pinpointed the fatal flaw in his technique. The area beneath his finger felt completely stagnant, accompanied by excruciating pain akin to the aftermath of a martial technique gone awry. Why you? He struggled to utter 2 words, but dared not move an inch. The entire Bing character camp fell into a profound silence. All the onlooking warriors retracted their mocking expressions, their gazes turning serious. This young man was no mere hothead. He was a formidable adversary with a ruthless disposition and sharp insight. Defeated a 5-fold Mortal Realm opponent x1, 4-fold x2. Evolution points, 120. Reputation in the warrior camp, 100. Acquired the awe state in Bing character camp. Qin Lai slowly withdrew his finger. Gao Ming stumbled back 2 steps. Supported by the barely rising Zhang Chu, his eyes filled with terror as they turned to Qin Lai. Wang Song continued to wail on the ground, clutching his severed leg. Leave. Qin Lai uttered a single word. Gao Ming and his companions felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, awkwardly assisting one another in their retreat, not daring to utter a single harsh word. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, yet many lingering glances filled with curiosity, apprehension, and even veiled malice continued to sweep over the Bing character barracks. Qin Lai closed the door, shutting out the outside world. He settled back onto the stone bed, his palms now holding 3 blood-red pills, each the size of a longan, exuding a rich, metallic scent, his spoils taken from the 3 adversaries. He did not consume them immediately. Instead, he summoned the system interface. Following the brief yet perilous encounter and the optimization of the Bing Fa Ju technique, he gained a clearer understanding of his current state and the rules governing this world. The law of the jungle prevailed. Strength reigned supreme. Within the military camp, it was no different. Name, Qin Lai, Realm, Mortal Realm Threefold, 3rd layer of Bing Fa Ju. Physique, Indestructible Divine Radiance Body, 1. Evolution Points, 670. Skills, Boiling Blood Technique, Temporary. Optimized version of Bing Fa Ju, Exceptional Mortal Level. His gaze lingered on the number of evolution points before shifting to the system shop. Should he continue to accumulate points to exchange for stronger bloodlines or skills? Or should he immediately enhance the layers of Bing Fa Ju to confront the current crisis? Just then, a somewhat respectful voice emerged from outside the barracks. Is Brother Qin Lai here? The lieutenant summons you. Chapter 4. The Trial of Thunder and the Bloodstone of Malevolence. Standing outside was a slightly anxious young warrior, his eyes darting, unwilling to meet Qin Lai's gaze. Clearly, the brief conflict within the barracks had rippled through the Bing character camp like ink dropped into still water, spreading rapidly throughout the small pond. Qin Lai rose, casually tucking the 3 blood pills into his robe, and pushed open the iron door. The young warrior hastily lowered his head and led the way, his pace brisk. As they re-entered the main area of the warrior camp, the gazes cast upon them had undergone a complete transformation. Previously indifferent, disdainful, or entertained, they now mixed with scrutiny, apprehension, and curiosity. Although Gao Meng and his companions were not the pinnacle of the Bing character camp, they had previously relied on their strength to bully many. Qin Lai's thunderous counteraction made these seasoned veterans reconsider his worth. Lieutenant Lei Xiao was not in the training ground, but in a secluded weapons storeroom. Within this chamber, an array of standardized weaponry is displayed, their dull blades and axes marred by stubborn stains of dark brown blood. Lei Xiao meticulously wipes a uniquely designed short halberd with a cloth smeared in grease, the blade shimmering in a dark golden hue adorned with intricate cloud patterns. Upon hearing footsteps, he does not lift his gaze. Close the door. The iron door shuts, cutting off the external clamor. The only sound remaining in the storeroom is the faint rustle of cloth against metal. Gao Meng and his companions are finished. Lei Xiao's voice is devoid of emotion, as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential matter. A backlash from a martial technique means no combat for 3 months. An old shoulder injury has flared up, rendering archery a challenge. Another has a broken leg, perfectly suited to rolling out of the sharp soldier camp. He pauses, lifting his eyelids, his eyes, marked by intersecting scars, sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on Qin Lai. Now tell me, how did you achieve this? The air tenses instantaneously. Qin Lai senses an invisible pressure descend upon him, far more refined and menacing than Gao Meng's mere brutishness. This Lei Xiao is undoubtedly a master beyond the blood condensation realm. Analysis target, Lei Xiao? Suspected to be above the 5th level of blood condensation, martial technique unknown, infused with thunder and fire attributes. Threat level, high. Recommended response strategy, partial honesty. Emphasize perception and skill, conceal system and divine body. After a brief silence, Qin Lai speaks. When senior brother Gao Meng's bull strength was in operation, there was a stagnation sound 3 inches below his right rib. Senior brother Zhang Chu's old shoulder injury remains unhealed, causing a fluctuation in his vitality during exertion. Senior brother Wang Song's lower body is unsteady, his center of gravity shifted by half an inch. Lei Xiao's hand momentarily halts in its task, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Such keen perception is hardly something a mere 3rd-level novice could possess. He can even detect the subtle flaws in Gao Meng's technique. Have you studied medicine? Or practiced ocular techniques? Just some family knowledge of discerning vitality. I hope it amuses you, Commandant. Qin Lai remains unyielding. The original identity is pristine, leaving no trace for investigation. Lei Xiao scrutinizes him for a while before suddenly tossing the short halberd towards him. Catch it, put forth your full strength, and cleave it down. The halberd feels heavy in his grasp, the cold shaft transmitting a peculiar resonance. Qin Lai takes a deep breath, activating the optimized version of weapon tactics, his arm muscles slightly bulging as he executes the most fundamental of strikes, mountain-splitting slash, with a vigorous swing towards the open space ahead. Whoosh! The halberd slices through the air with a muffled howl, the dark golden cloud patterns on the blade glowing faintly, drawing upon the surrounding sparse energy of heaven and earth, amplifying the force of this strike beyond his usual limits. A flash of brilliance glints in Lei Xiao's eyes as he raises his hand to grasp the air. An invisible force halts the blade mid-strike, rendering Qin Lai's attack ineffective and unable to advance an inch. A third-level novice. Yet his vitality's refinement rivals that of a fifth-level practitioner, seamless in execution, even awakening the latent spirit of the fragmentary cloud halberd. Lei Xiao retracts his hand. His tone inscrutable. It seems the weapon tactics you acquired is rather extraordinary. A chill runs down Qin Lai's spine. Indeed, the perception of a blood condensation expert is astute, capable of detecting the anomalies in his optimized technique. Yet, his expression remains unchanged, calmly replying, "Perhaps it is a realization gleaned from the brink of life and death." Lei Xiao remained non-committal as he turned and retrieved a palm-sized iron box from the depths of the weapon rack, tossing it to Qin Lai. In the Bingzi camp, we do not retain useless people. Rewards and punishments are distinctly allocated. You have quelled the malfeasance, and for that, you shall be rewarded. Inside the box, there were 10 inferior evil energy crystals and a qualification to cultivate for 1 hour in the blood slaughter cave. Evil energy crystals? Qin Lai inquired as he accepted the iron box, feeling its icy touch. The original owner's memories contained no knowledge of such items. These artifacts, condensed from the battlefield's malevolent aura, were tenfold more potent and perilous than blood pills. For those below the 5th level of the mortal realm, misusing them meant courting death. Lei Xiao's tone was indifferent. As for the blood slaughter cave, you will discover its nature upon your arrival. Whether you can utilize them or dare to do so rests upon your own capabilities. Acquired items. Inferior evil energy crystals X10. Acquired qualification. Blood slaughter cave cultivation, 1 hour. Task updated. Name of the sharp warrior, 23. Leave. Lei Xiao waved his hand and resumed polishing the weapons, no longer casting a glance in Qin Lai's direction. Gripping the iron box tightly, Qin Lai turned to depart. He understood that this was both a reward and a new trial. Lei Xiao was probing his limits and hidden strengths. Upon returning to the barracks of Camp Bingzi 7, he immediately opened the iron box. 10 irregular black-red crystals lay quietly upon the soft cloth, their surfaces seemingly flowing with viscous dark blood, emanating a chilling and unsettling energy wave. Merely approaching them caused a slight agitation in his internal energy. He attempted to grasp one. The moment his fingertip made contact, a violent and chaotic energy brimming with a murderous intent surged forth, attempting to invade his body. Detected high concentration of mixed evil energy. Indestructible divine radiance body activating autonomously. 1. Commencing filtration and purification. Absorption conversion. Evolution point per minute, per crystal. Warning, continuous absorption will exacerbate the risk of mental erosion from evil energy. The divine radiance body can mitigate part of this. Qin Lai's eyes brightened. Evolution points. This was the key to rapid system advancement. Without hesitation, he clutched one of the evil energy crystals tightly, fully activating the optimized version of the weapon suppression technique, while channeling the power of the divine radiance body. Buzz. The tumultuous energy within the crystal surged into his meridians like a released flood, but thanks to the exquisite filtering of the divine radiance body's superior principles, the majority of chaos and negative thoughts were washed away, leaving only the most refined energy and a peculiar substance that enhanced his physique. Absorbed inferior evil energy crystal. Evolution point 1. Minor increase in energy intensity. Minor increase in physique. The crystal in his hand visibly dimmed at a remarkable pace, eventually transforming into powder that slipped through his fingers. Without a moment's pause, Qin Lai swiftly seized the second and third crystals. By the time he reduced the 10th crystal to ashes, the energy within him surged like a mighty river, roaring as his skin glimmered with a metallic sheen. Evolution points. 10. Weapon suppression technique elevated to the 4th tier. Realm breakthrough. Mortal realm 4th level. Strength, 5. Physique, 5. Agility, 3. Indestructible divine radiance body fusion level increased to 11. A sense of power, far more formidable than before, enveloped him. His fingers clenched tightly. The air was compressed, producing a faint explosive sound. However, the continuous absorption of 10 evil energy crystals was not without its toll. Even with the filtration of the divine radiance body, a stubborn desire for slaughter still lingered deep within his consciousness, stimulating his nerves and causing a faint crimson glow to flicker in his eyes, igniting a yearning to unleash his combat instincts. He gazed toward the outside, pondering what dangers the more perilous Blood Fiend Abyss would unveil. Chapter 5. The Blood Fiend Abyss and the Immortal Bone. The entrance to the Blood Fiend Abyss lay deep beneath the Demon Suppression Pass. The soldier guiding Qin Lai halted before a colossal bronze door embedded in the mountainside, his eyes betraying an unmistakable mix of reverence and fear. He hastily pressed a bone talisman inscribed with the character forbidding into a recess beside the door before swiftly retreating. With a low hum, the bronze door slowly creaked open, unleashing a palpable wave of terrifying malevolence, a cacophony of the wails of countless souls and the roars of battle spirits, crashing forth like a colossal hammer. A sharp pain akin to needles pierced Qin Lai's skin, and his ears were filled with the phantoms of clashing blades and the anguished cries of the dying. Inside lay a rough corridor descending into darkness. Its walls were no longer stone but a bizarre dark red substance, resembling a grotesque mass formed from countless coagulated blood clots. Vague outlines of twisted bones and shattered armor could be discerned within. A viscous, dark red miasma swirled around him, reducing visibility to less than 5 paces. Entering extreme danger zone, blood fiend abyss, periphery. Warning. High concentration of malevolence is continuously eroding, losing 1 vitality point per minute. Mental impact intensity, high, possible hallucinations, madness. Activation of the immortal divine radiance body enhanced. Self-absorption efficiency at 300. Evolution point acquisition rate increased to every 5 minutes. The frigid system notifications clashed with the searing malevolence flooding his senses. Qin Lai inhaled deeply. For an ordinary practitioner of the mortal realm, the malevolence would drive them to madness or even cause their bodies to explode. Yet for him, it was akin to a fine wine laced with shards of glass, both painful and empowering. He stepped forward, and the bronze doors silently closed behind him. With each step, he felt as though he were treading upon decaying flesh, the sticky sensation clinging to his soles. The miasma rushed into his pores, attempting to tear apart his meridians and corrupt his soul. However, the immortal divine radiance body within him trembled slightly, emitting a faint golden glow, acting as the most efficient furnace to forcibly crush, purify, and absorb the raging energy flooding in. His vitality surged under high pressure, propelled by the optimized version of the battle tactics at an unprecedented efficiency. His bones groaned under the unbearable weight, yet under the power of the divine radiance body, they were forcibly refined to become denser. He advanced deeper into the abyss where the malevolence thickened. After merely 30 steps, distorted phantoms began to emerge on the dark red barriers on either side. Headless knights charging forth, trolls howling at the sky, and human warriors self-destructing in bloodshed, all remnants of despair from this ancient battlefield. Vitality 1, Evolution Point 5, Vitality 1, Evolution Point 5, the system notifications pulsed at a steady rhythm. The loss and replenishment formed a precarious balance. Yet the erosion of his mind by the malevolence continued to accumulate. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified, as the ferocity of his murderous desire relentlessly battered against his rationality. He forced himself to recall the concentration techniques from modern military training, his consciousness sinking like a rock into the sea of awareness, observing the onslaught of negative emotions with cold detachment. At last, the passageway came to an end. Before him lay an immense subterranean cavern, where the malevolent aura was nearly as viscous as plasma. In the center, a dark red blood pool, 3 zhang square, churned with bubbling energy. Each burst sent forth a chilling wave of power. Beside the pool sat a figure, clad in tattered black armor, marked by deep claw marks and signs of corrosion. Enveloped in a nearly tangible malevolence, the person's features remained obscured, save for a mane of iron-gray hair that flowed without wind. The aura emanating from him was far more profound and terrifying than the roar of thunder. As if sensing Qin Lai's arrival, the aura around the figure quivered slightly, and a cold gaze swept over him. Qin Lai felt a prickling terror, as though he were being scrutinized by some primordial beast. The system's alerts flashed frantically. Warning: encountering a high-energy life form. Realm unaccessible. Threat level extremely high. Immediate evacuation advised. Yet, the figure merely cast a glance and then returned to his meditative state, as if Qin Lai were nothing more than an insignificant insect that had wandered too close. Suppressing his trepidation, Qin Lai dared not approach the blood pool. Instead, he sought a relatively flat area 30 paces away and sat cross-legged. The density of malevolence here was over 100 times that of the outside world. He exerted all his effort into his cultivation, the faint glow of his divine radiance body flickering on the surface, voraciously absorbing the surrounding sanguine energy like a greedy leviathan. Evolution point, 10 minutes. Significant enhancement in blood vitality. Mastery of the war decree rapidly increasing. The intense agony intertwined with the exhilarating sensation of rapid growth nearly led him to succumb to the experience. His bones resonated with a humming sound, continually reshaping, their density increasing at a frantic pace, with delicate golden patterns beginning to emerge on the surface. Time slipped by, perhaps half an hour, perhaps longer. Boom. A barrier within him shattered violently. His flowing vitality surged dramatically, the transformative power flooding his limbs and bones. Realm breakthrough. Mortal body 5th stage. War decree elevated to the 5th tier. Strength 8. Constitution 10. Agility 5. Integration of the Undying Divine Radiance body increased to 15. Talent awakened. Undying bone. Beginner bone strength 50. Recovery speed 100 at the very moment of his breakthrough. The gravitational pull surrounding him intensified, drawing energy from the distant blood pool. The armored figure beside the pool abruptly opened his eyes wide. 2 beams of blood-red light pierced through the malevolent mist. A resounding crack. The cold voice, though not loud, reverberated like thunder within Qin Lai's very soul. An irresistible pressure descended, intent on grinding him to dust. Crack. The bones he had just tempered emitted a nauseating sound of fracture. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. On the precipice of life and death, the 15 points of his Undying Divine Radiance body activated autonomously to an unprecedented degree. A faint golden radiance emanated from within, albeit weak. It bore an essence of supreme immortality, steadfastly resisting the terrifying pressure. The armored figure emitted a soft sound of surprise, the pressure lessening slightly, seemingly astonished by this faint yet fundamentally potent force. Just then, the bone talisman in Qin Lai's possession suddenly grew warm and shattered. The hour of cultivation has concluded. A formidable force of spatial repulsion surged forth, causing Qin Lai's figure to blur momentarily before he was violently ejected from the Blood Fiend cave, crashing heavily beneath the cold bronze portico. He coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of congealed blood, his entire body aching as if it were falling apart, yet his eyes blazed with an exhilarating fire. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the rewards exceeded his wildest expectations. Not far away, the guiding soldier gazed at the disheveled yet evidently invigorated Qin Lai, as if he had encountered a ghost. Before Qin Lai could catch his breath, a messenger rushed over, urgency lacing his voice. Qin Lai, to the training ground immediately. An urgent military order. All elite soldiers assemble. The demonic spawn is advancing again. Side quest. Name of the elite soldier, 33. Completed. Rewards issued. 300 evolution points. Random common level martial skill wave crashing distributed. New task. Battlefield survival. Survive and eliminate at least 50 demonic soldiers. Chapter 6. Flames of war and tempered blades. The icy bronze portico still exuded the lingering scent of the Blood Fiend cave. Yet the messenger's urgent shouts abruptly yanked Qin Lai back to reality. The camp's piercing alarm bells rang out in succession, akin to the dying wails of a great beast, tearing through the perpetual blood mist that hung over the demon suppression pass. There was no time to catch his breath or examine the newly acquired wave crashing. Qin Lai seized the standard-issue combat knife, now with a slight serrated edge, and surged towards the vast central training ground amidst the throngs of soldiers. On the training ground, a sea of soldiers was rapidly assembling. Auxiliary troops pushed heavily laden crossbow carts filled with arrows and rolling logs, while the centurions of the infantry bellowed hoarsely to form ranks. The air was thick with the scent of rust, sweat, and a palpable sense of impending battle. In the elite soldiers area, the atmosphere was even more somber and lethal. Nearly 100 elite soldiers were clad in armor and poised for action, standing in disciplined rows. Lieutenant Lei Xiao stood resolutely at the front, adorned in a full set of dark, rune-inscribed armor. The dark golden short spear, Shattered Cloud, held at an angle in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. His gaze swept over Qin Lai, who had just returned to the ranks and was still somewhat unsteady. Yet he offered no further words, his voice coldly resonating throughout the assembly. The blood of the demonic spawn has summoned the colossal beasts. The third beacon tower of the wall is in peril. Our task is to seal the breach and drive those scum back. Behead any of 3rd rank or higher, and earn 5 blood crystal stones. Those who falter in fear shall be executed. Understood. All elite soldiers thumped their chests with their fists, the clash of armor echoing like a thunderous roar. Without further pre-battle exhortation, this vanguard unit surged forth like arrows released from a bow, silently and swiftly ascending the wall. Qin Lai melded into the ranks, feeling the almost tangible aura of killing intent emanating from the seasoned veterans beside him, far colder and more piercing than the intangible malevolence within the Blood Fiend cave. As he stepped onto the wall's battlements, a deafening roar crashed upon them like a tsunami. Below lay the boundless horde of demonic soldiers, various twisted and grotesque creatures surging against the towering walls. Massive trebuchets hurled flaming barrels of pitch and plague-ridden corpses, crashing against the protective barrier of the city walls and sending rippling shockwaves throughout. Yet what truly sent chills down one's spine were the 3 monstrous beasts in the distance, resembling moving mountains of flesh. They tower nearly as high as the city walls, their surfaces enveloped in a formidable, rock-like carapace. Their heads are immense, adorned with bony, oscillating horns that tremble the very earth with each step they take. These are the bloodthirsty behemoths of the thunder roar. One of them is relentlessly battering against the third section of the city walls, where the protective barrier has dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind, and the walls are marred with spiderweb-like fissures. Crossbows, aim for the beast's eyes. A commander shouts hoarsely. Boom. Another violent impact. A section of the parapet collapses with a thunderous roar, debris mingling with the bodies of the defending soldiers as they plummet, instantly torn apart and devoured by the monsters lurking below. Elite warriors. Follow me. Thunder roar bellows, leading the charge, transforming into a streak of black lightning, leaping directly into the gaping breach. The shattered cloud halberd sweeps forth, its thunderous glimmer instantly shredding a dozen invading demon wolves into fragments. More elite warriors roar as they leap down, anchoring themselves like immovable boulders at the breach, clashing violently with the surging tide of monsters. Qinlai follows closely behind. The sensation of weightlessness as he descends is swiftly replaced by the onslaught of a foul, bloody stench. He crashes onto a ground carpeted with corpses and thick blood, instinctively sweeping his warblade. With a sickening thud, a simian-like demon, just forcing its way through the breach, is cleaved in two at the waist. Warm. Putrid blood splatters across him. Kill low-level demon ape. Evolution points 15. The instinct to fight obliterates all thought. The optimized military tactics surges into action, the power of the fifth heaven enhancing the already formidable iron blade in his hand. The modern battlefield survival skills of a special forces soldier meld seamlessly with the lethal combat techniques of this world, allowing him to evade fatal attacks in the nick of time and counter with the utmost efficiency. Slash, chop, thrust, stab. Each strike inevitably draws blood. He becomes a precise and efficient killing machine, maneuvering the chaotic battlefield's edges, targeting the isolated or injured monsters. Kill toxic jackal. Evolution points 12. Kill minor demon. Evolution points 8. The notifications for evolution points flood the screen, but Qinlai soon realizes the pace is far too slow. The pressure at the breach intensifies as more powerful mid-tier demon races begin to emerge. His gaze sharpens, and he takes a deep breath. The energy within his chest erupts along the path of layered waves. This was the martial skill just rewarded by the system, emphasizing the instantaneous release of multiple forces, each wave surpassing the last. Die. The warblade, infused with a peculiar vibrating resonance, strikes forth. The first wave cleaves through the demon's bone armor. The second wave rends its innards, and the third wave detonates. Boom. The upper half of the monster explodes into a mist of blood. Kill armored demon soldier. Evolution points 25. Layered waves proficiency 1. The power is astonishing, yet the toll on his energy is equally immense. Just then, an eerie sense of impending danger surges from his flank. A shadow demon leopard, lurking beneath a pile of corpses, suddenly leaps forth. Its claws aim directly at Qinlai's back. The speed eclipses any demon he has encountered before. Warning. Shadow demon leopard, 8th layer of mortal realm. Ambush. There is no escape. Qinlai's pupils constrict. In this life and death moment, the indomitable divine radiance body instinctively reacts. In an instant, the vitality and blood surged and coalesced in his back, where the faint golden lines beneath his skin flickered imperceptibly. With a sharp sound, claws tore through armor, inflicting 3 horrifying wounds deep enough to expose bone, yet failing to rend him as anticipated. It was as if they had latched onto an incredibly resilient metal. As agony coursed through him, Qinlai propelled himself forward, striking back with a blade aimed at the soft underbelly of the demon leopard. The waves of energy erupted anew. The demon leopard let out a piercing wail, its entrails spilling forth, yet its ferocity remained unabated as it lunged forward. A fierce glint flashed in Qinlai's eyes. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the beast's sharp teeth to pierce his left shoulder, while his right hand wielded the battle knife with the precision of a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, plunging it into the creature's eye socket with devastating force. Cross-border kill of the shadow demon leopard, 8th layer of mortal realm. Evolution points 200. Injured state. Pierced left shoulder, torn back. He staggered backward, coughing up blood. But the indomitable power of his immortal body began to autonomously mend the wounds, a tingling sensation accompanying the excruciating pain. The evolution points were ample. Without hesitation, he delved into the system. Upgrade battle command technique. Consumption of 500 evolution points. Battle command technique elevated to the 6th layer. A torrent of vitality erupted forth, washing over the wounds, and his strength surged anew. The wounds closed at a visible pace, clotting and scabbing. He suddenly raised his head. gazing at the bloodthirsty behemoth still relentlessly battering against the wall, and beneath its massive form, the black silhouette of Lei Xiao, surrounded by countless demon entities. Its spear tip still gleaming, yet gradually being constricted. Chapter 7. Shattered Cloud Spear. Demon generals eye the overwhelming vitality unleashed by breaking into the sixth layer of battle command technique erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly obliterating the obstructions at the wound. The gaping flesh writhing as the blood scab rapidly formed, and a power far mightier than before surged through his limbs. Qin Lai tore off the shattered fragments of armor from his left shoulder, revealing the tender, pink flesh beneath. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, fixated on the black silhouette submerged in the tide of demons. Lei Xiao stood resolute, wielding the shattered cloud spear that danced like a dark golden tempest. Each strike accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder and the anguished cries of demonic creatures. Yet nearly half of his elite guards had fallen, and more mid-tier demons wielding bone-bladed scythes, corrosive giant lizards spewing venom, and demons unleashing mental assaults from above were surging through the breaches, encircling him heavily. Further away, the colossal bloodthirsty behemoth lifted its head like a battering ram, its thick bone armor glimmering with an eerie light, clearly preparing for another devastating charge. Its target was the crumbling section of wall where Lei Xiao stood. It must be stopped, or at the very least, he must alleviate Lei Xiao's burden. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he bent down, prying a weapon from the grasp of a fallen elite soldier, a dark, heavy crossbow inscribed with armor-piercing runes. Nearby lay 3 massive bolts comparable to spears. He took a deep breath, pouring the unreserved vitality of the optimized 6th layer of battle command technique into his arms. His muscles swelling like a dragon. In a remarkable feat, he replaced the winch with his own strength, forcefully drawing back the heavy crossbow that required a crank to load, setting one of the giant bolts in place. The runes of the armor-piercing arrows illuminated one by one, emitting a ravenous hum. Simultaneously, his consciousness plunged into the system interface, and evolution points surged forth like a torrential flood. Exchange. Fundamental archery mastery. Exchange. Armor-piercing arrow technique. Exceptional quality. Enhance visual dynamic tracking. Strengthen arm stability. Evolution points 100. Evolution points 300. Evolution points 50. A wealth of shooting techniques, methods of exertion, and predictive experiences flooded his mind, and his eyes instantly cleared. The massive form of the blood-slaughter beast in the distance appeared to him as if it had been dissected into countless subtle trajectories of movement. He steadily raised the heavy crossbow, made slight adjustments to the arrow, and finally locked onto a point on the inner side of the left foreleg's knee joint, where the bone armor had cracked and split from repeated impacts. Now, bang! The bowstring erupted with a thunderous sound. The giant arrow transformed into a streak of obsidian light, tearing through the air with astonishing precision, disregarding the low-flying magic bats that flitted by, and with unparalleled accuracy. It pierced into the crack. Crack! The sickening sound of bone splintering echoed. The giant arrow embedded itself partially within. Roar! The bloodslaughter beast let out a deafening roar of agony. Its immense body staggered violently. The impending collision interrupted. Its front knee buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. This sudden turn of events instantly captured countless gazes on the battlefield. Both the demon and human races looked in disbelief toward the direction from which the giant arrow had come, at the young figure standing amidst a sea of corpses, wielding a heavy crossbow. The encirclement of the Thunderhowl was momentarily thrown into chaos. Good lad, Thunderhowl roared, seizing this fleeting opportunity. Brilliant lightning erupted around him, his vitality surging as if ablaze. Shattering cloud thunderstrike. The dark gold short dagger in his hand flew forth, transforming into a raging thunder dragon that tore through the battlefield, vaporizing demons in its wake. Ultimately, it crashed down upon the head of the blood-slaughter beast, which had been slowed by its injuries. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept across the battlefield. Half of the giant's head was obliterated, with putrid brain matter and shattered bones pouring down like a torrential downpour. Its massive body fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, crushing countless lesser demons caught off guard. Assisted in slaying the blood-slaughter beast, peak blood condensation. Evolution points 1000. Gained temporary title of Battlefield Sniper, slight increase in ranged attack accuracy. However, before the humans could rejoice, an even colder, more terrifying pressure suddenly surged from deep within the demon army. A shadow darted across the battlefield like a phantom, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible, instantly appearing above the breach. It was a demon commander clad in dark purple scaled armor, with a pale and eerie visage, wielding no weapon, merely raising a hand coldly and pointing at Thunderhowl, who had just unleashed his power and was in a momentary state of exhaustion. A thin, almost invisible black thread pierced through the void. Thunderhowl's pupils constricted sharply, and he exerted all his strength to sidestep. The black thread still grazed past his ribs. Hiss! The runic armor was cleaved as if made of paper, and Thunderhowl emitted a muffled groan as a wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared beneath his ribs. The flesh surrounding the injury rapidly withered and necrotized, akin to the dying struggles of an ant. The cold voice of the demon general was devoid of any emotion. He slowly turned his head, his deep, abyss-like purple eyes traversing hundreds of steps, locking onto Qin Lai, who had just discarded his heavy crossbow and gripped his battle blade tightly. In that instant, under the gaze of those eyes, Qin Lai felt as if his very soul were about to freeze. His blood seemed to congeal, and even the operation of his immortal divine radiance body became obscure. Warning! Warning! Encountering a demon general, strength far surpassing blood condensation realm. Demon eye lock. Mental shock is imminent. Recommendation: immediate evasion. Survival probability below 0.1. The shadow of death loomed like a colossal mountain. Qin Lai found himself unable to move a single finger, just as he stood on the precipice of despair. A voice, ancient yet profoundly resonant, thundered like a bolt from the heavens from the highest tower of the city wall. You, Ghost Eye, face me. A brilliant golden spear ray, radiant as the blazing sun, tore through the sky, aimed directly at the demon general. The righteous aura it contained instantly dispelled the oppressive chill that enveloped the battlefield. The demon general, Ghost Eye, let out a cold snort and was compelled to divert his gaze, striking back at the golden spear ray. Boom! The shockwave from the clash of these two titans surged forth like a tsunami, sending the demon creatures and soldiers on the ground flying. Qin Lai collapsed to one knee, gasping for air, cold sweat instantly soaking through his heavy attire. In that fleeting moment, he truly tasted the flavor of death. However, before he could rejoice in his narrow escape, he abruptly realized that the object in his embrace, the shattered bone talisman obtained from the Blood Fiend cavern, was now radiating heat. Upon the fragment, an exceedingly faint yet purer and deeper dark aura, originating from the same source as the demon general, resonated peculiarly with the faint golden radiance of his immortal divine radiance body. Chapter 8. Rift. The cataclysmic collision between the golden spear ray and the dark demonic energy continued to unfold high in the sky, with the dissipated energy torrents raining down upon the battlefield like a torrential storm, each strike creating deep craters upon the ground. Qin Lai forcefully suppressed the turbulent blood and energy within him stirred by the demon general Ghost Eye's glance, yet his gaze remained fixated on that golden spear ray, which had rescued him from the jaws of certain death, a weapon of overwhelming majesty and might. As the spear was unleashed like a dragon, its righteous essence swept away the evil, making it the perfect armament for confronting such expansive battlefields and formidable demonic beasts. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He needed such heavy weaponry. Although his battle blade and crossbow were sharp, they could not fully harness the burgeoning power of his immortal divine radiance body, nor could they carve a path through the throngs of enemies. His eyes suddenly swept toward the recently fallen blood butcher beast. Beside the beast's carcass lay the bodies of several elite warriors who had perished when it toppled the barricade. Among these corpses, one was skewered with a black heavy halberd, nearly the height of a human. This halberd was not a standard issue. Its shaft resembled neither metal nor wood, adorned with a matte dark pattern, and felt cold and heavy in hand. The crescent-shaped glaive, broad and weighty, gleamed with a chilling brightness along its edge, while the tip, resembling a piercing shard designed to breach armor, exuded an aura of grim bloodshed from countless battles. It was evidently a cherished possession of its former owner, far from being an ordinary weapon. Without hesitation, Qin Lai lunged forward, grasping the glaive's shaft. The moment he took hold, an overwhelming weight far exceeding that of an ordinary battle blade surged through him, easily weighing several hundred pounds. Were it not for his breakthrough to the 6th level of the weapon destruction technique and the initial refinement of his indomitable divine body, lifting it would have been a daunting task. Discovery of an unknown heavy glaive, exceptional quality, containing faint murderous aura and indomitable will. Weak resonance detected with the indomitable divine body. Would you like to expend 200 evolution points for preliminary binding and information probing? Binding. Qin Lai silently commanded. Instantly, evolution points were deducted, and a flow of information surged into his mind. Crack abyss, forged from the core cold iron and the will of fallen warriors, weighing 380 pounds. Characteristics: armor-piercing, soul-devouring, faint, resilience. It possesses growth potential. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth in his palm, establishing a subtle connection with the glaive. The weight remained, yet it was no longer unwieldy. Roar! Not far away, Three armored demons, toppled by the shockwaves of Thunder Roar and Ghost Eye, rose to their feet. Their crimson gazes instantly locking onto Qin Lai, who brandished the new weapon, and they charged forward with a fierce roar. Armed with bone shields resembling door panels, they advanced like miniature war chariots. Just in time, a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he gripped the crack abyss tightly. The optimized version of the weapon destruction technique surged through him, infusing the glaive's body, causing the dark golden patterns to shimmer faintly. He no longer evaded but stepped forward to meet them. The heavy glaive emitted a deep, ominous arc, executing a straightforward yet devastating sweep. Boom! The foremost demon, in terror, raised its bone shield, yet the force from the glaive exceeded all expectations. The shield shattered like paper, and the glaive continued unabated, striking the demon's torso with a resounding crash. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed as the demon was cleaved in two, its innards and foul blood splattering forth. Kill the armored demon. Evolution points 25. The attacks from the other two demons were upon him from both sides. Bone blades tore through the air. Qin Lai remained unfazed. He drew back the glaive, using the thick base of the blade to deflect a leftward slash, sparks flying. Simultaneously, pivoting on his right foot, his body rotated, and the heavy shaft, like an iron whip, struck fiercely at the kneecap of the demon on his right. Crack! The demon's lower leg twisted at an unnatural angle, screaming as it collapsed. Qin Lai continued his momentum, the glaive tracing a perfect arc with centrifugal force. The crescent blade, akin to the scythe of death, effortlessly severed the kneeling demon's neck, as well as the breastplate of the demon on the left that had just retracted its bone blade, attempting another assault. Kill the armored demon. Evolution points 25. Kill the armored demon. Evolution points 25. In the blink of an eye, all three demons, comparable in strength to those at the 6th or 7th level of the mortal realm, lay vanquished. Qin Lai stood, leaning on his glaive, breathing heavily. The vitality consumed by wielding such a heavy weapon far surpassed that of a regular blade, yet the destruction and efficiency of slaughter it offered were incomparable. The sensation of overwhelming strength effortlessly toppling foes resonated profoundly with his continuously fortifying physique. He lowered his gaze towards the abyssal spear, its dark shaft stained with demonic blood. The intricate patterns seemingly coming to life as they subtly writhed, gradually absorbing the blood, causing the spear's blade to gleam even brighter. Abyssal Devourer characteristic activated. Faint feedback to host. Vitality restored by 5. Weapon mastery technique proficiency enhanced. A superb weapon. Qin Lai felt a surge of spirit, his eyes fixating on the chaotic melee at the breach. There, the valiant soldiers, demoralized by the grievous wounds inflicted by Thunder Roar, were struggling to hold their ground, while more demons sought to widen the gap. Drawing a deep breath, he reversed his grip on the abyssal spear and surged forward with resolute strides. The heavy blade scraped against the ground, carving deep furrows, sparks flying. Stop him! A scythe-wielding demon, seemingly the leader, screeched, directing 7 or 8 fiends to encircle him. Unfazed, Qin Lai accelerated. In the instant of impending contact, he unleashed his arms with ferocity, every muscle taut, raising the spear in a brutal upward arc. Now, the wave-stacking force technique infused into the spear technique. The first force hurled away 2 charging demon wolves. The second force repelled a bone blade slashing from the side, while the third force surged into the spear's tip, piercing like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, straight into the chest of the scythe-wielding demon leader. The creature, horrified, attempted to block with its scythe, but the spear's armor-piercing attribute manifested with striking clarity at that moment. The spear tip effortlessly knocked aside the scythe, plunging into its thoracic cavity, followed by a violent twist. Boom! The upper half of the demon exploded. Slain scythe-wielding demon leader, 9th layer of mortal realm. Evolution points 80. Qin Lai's momentum did not falter, the spear whirling around him, conjuring a black vortex of death amidst the demonic tide. Slash, chop, sweep, thrust, smash. There were no intricate moves, merely raw power and speed, combined with the terrifying destructive force of the abyssal spear, as severed limbs and shattered bones flew in every direction. Facing almost no resistance, he stood like a black boulder, firmly anchored at the forefront of the breach, single-handedly stemming the furious assault of the demon horde with just one spear. The pressure on the valiant soldiers behind him lessened significantly, their gazes fixed in awe and reverence upon the young figure wielding the spear. In the sky, the demon general, Yutong, entangled with the strongmen of the demon suppression pass, seemed to notice the peculiar scene below once more, his cold gaze sweeping across again. However, this time, the indomitable divine radiance body within Qin Lai activated autonomously, and the abyssal spear emitted a deep hum, dissipating much of the intangible mental pressure. He abruptly lifted his head. The abyssal spear pointed skyward. Despite the vast disparity in power, his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. A faint ripple of curiosity crossed Yutong's eyes, intrigued by the tenacity of this ant, but soon his attention was drawn back to the fierce onslaught of his adversary. At that moment, the fragment of the bone talisman in Qin Lai's possession began to radiate intense heat once more. This time, however, it directed him not towards the high-altitude Yutong, but towards the depths of the corpse of the blood-butcher giant that had been slain by Thunder Roar. Chapter 9. Resonance within the giant's corpse. The scorching sensation emanating from the fractured bone talisman intensified, akin to a searing iron pressed against his chest, steadfastly guiding him towards the colossal corpse of the blood-butcher giant that lay like a mountain toppled before him. High above, the fierce battle between the formidable guardians of the Demon Suppression Pass and the demon commander, Yutong, had escalated to a fever pitch. The chaotic energy currents surged violently, leaving no room for distraction. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai dragged the Lin Zhongji with one hand, while wiping the splattered demon blood from his face with the other, charging towards the colossal beast's carcass like a lithe cheetah. Low-tier demons that attempted to impede his progress were effortlessly cleaved apart by the weighty blade of his halberd, unable to delay him in the slightest. As he drew closer, the terrifying essence of the beast in life became palpable. Even in death, the massive corpse exuded a menacing pressure that sent chills down his spine. Dark red, viscous blood flowed like a stream from its wounds, corroding the ground and releasing a pungent sulfuric stench. Guided by the bone talisman, he approached the shattered half of the beast's skull, obliterated by a thunderous strike. There lay a gaping wound, cavernous and vast, where shattered bones, brain matter, and congealed clots formed a hellish tableau. Without a moment's pause, Qin Lai plunged inside. The internal space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, though the dim light cast an eerie shadow. The air was saturated with a nauseatingly sweet and metallic scent, thick with concentrated demonic energy. Beneath his feet, he felt a grotesque, flesh-like passage that seemed to writhe slightly. The bone talisman in his grasp radiated an intense heat, almost burning his skin, as dark purple light seeped through its cracks. Following the sensation, he ventured deeper with cautious steps. At last, in the innermost recesses of the beast's cranial cavity, near what seemed to be a core, he beheld the source of the strange light. It was a fist-sized, irregularly shaped black crystal, partially embedded in the pulsating dark red flesh, adorned with intricate and bizarre purple patterns that emanated a wave of dark energy, purer and more profound than that of the demon commander, Yutong. This crystal resonated powerfully with the fragment of the bone talisman he held. High-purity, unknown demonic energy crystal discovered. Level: contains extremely pure dark and soul energy. Warning: energy attributes conflict with the immortal divine radiance body. Anomaly: the immortal divine radiance body exhibits a desire to devour. The system's warnings and anomalies appeared simultaneously. To his astonishment, the 15 fragments of the immortal divine radiance body within Qin Lai began to operate autonomously, emitting a faint golden glow, not in rejection, but rather conveying an exceptionally rare, insatiable hunger directed towards the black crystal. Just as he reached out to touch the crystal, a shrill and distorted shriek echoed from behind him. Despicable human thief! How dare you covet the heart of darkness? A diminutive, gaunt figure clad in tattered robes, wielding a bone staff, had materialized at the entrance. Its eyes burned with a green flame of greed and fury. As it waved the staff, several jet-black shadow arrows, accompanied by a piercing wail, hurtled towards Qin Lai's back. This sorcerer had evidently been lurking near the beast's remains, intent on either stealing or guarding the crystal. Qin Lai had no time to turn back. In a moment of crisis, he forcefully drove the Lin Zhongji into the ground behind him, using the broad blade as a shield to cover most of his body, while simultaneously twisting to evade. Most shadow arrows were deflected by the heavy spear, dispersing into a corrosive black mist. However, one grazed his shoulder, tearing away a small patch of flesh, instantly inducing a sensation of numbness and decay at the wound. Corrupted by shadows, health reduced to 50, movement speed decreased by 10, Qin Lai emitted a muffled groan, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. Ignoring his injury, he seized the momentum from the sidestep, his left hand darting out like lightning to forcibly extract the black crystal embedded in his flesh. The crystal was chillingly cold to the touch, and the overwhelming dark energy within attempted to surge into his arm, yet was firmly repelled by the golden light of his indomitable divine body, the two forces clashing violently in his palm, producing a sizzling sound. Seeking death, the demonic sorcerer shrieked even louder upon witnessing this, his skeletal staff striking the ground, and a complex purple magic circle illuminated beneath him, gathering a more potent wave of dark energy. Would Qinlai grant him such an opportunity? As he pried loose the crystal, he forcefully kicked the end of the spear's shaft. Buzz! The spear leaped under the force, and Qinlai pivoted, gripping the spear with both hands. Channeling all his strength along with the vitality from the 6th layer of the battle tactics into it, the spear emitted an excited hum, the dark patterns on the blade glowing with blood-red light. Break! He roared, not aiming the spear at the sorcerer, but rather, with the might of a mountain splitting and stone shattering, he brought it crashing down upon the ground between them, where the skull of the giant beast lay soaked in blood and riddled with cracks. Boom! The already severely damaged skull of the beast could not withstand such a ferocious blow, collapsing violently. Large fragments of bone and putrid flesh cascaded down like an avalanche, instantly burying the sorcerer who was casting his spell. A chilling scream abruptly ceased. Killed demonic sorcerer, blood condensation realm, level 1. Evolution points 150. Qinlai was propelled backward by the recoil, pressing the violently writhing black crystal firmly against his chest, forcefully suppressing it with the power of his indomitable divine body. He skillfully evaded the main area of collapse, swiftly darting out through another crack in the beast's skull. Returning to the chaotic battlefield, the thunderous shouts of battle surged back into his ears. Without pausing, he hastily retreated towards the human defense line. The black crystal in his embrace continued to tremble violently, the clash with his indomitable divine body rendering half of his body numb with pain. Simultaneously, system notifications flooded his screen, continuously suppressing high concentration of alien energy. Indomitable divine body integration slowly increasing. Current 1617. Slight enhancement in physique. Slight enhancement in strength. Analyzed unknown energy structure. Obtained skill fragment. Shadow resistance. Beginner. This crystal was both a venomous poison and a potent remedy. Just as he was about to rush back to the human line at the breach, the battle above seemed to have reached a brief conclusion. A golden figure staggered backward, while the demon general, with eerie eyes, let out an angry howl, appearing somewhat injured. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield once more, ultimately resting deeply on the direction of Qinlai, or rather, on the black crystal he was forcefully suppressing. Then, with a flicker, the eerie figure transformed into a shadowy stream of light, retreating deep into the ranks of the demon army. As the commander retreated, the relentless onslaught of the demonic forces began to wane like the receding tide. The haunting horn signifying the repulsion of the enemy echoed above the demon suppression pass. Qinlai mingled among the retreating elite warriors, clutching the formidable Rift Abyss halberd in one hand and a searing crystal in the other. He understood that while this battle had reached a temporary conclusion, the tumult stirred by this enigmatic crystal was likely just commencing. Chapter 10. Military achievements and undercurrents. The desolate sound of the retreat horn lingered in the air above the demon suppression pass, reminiscent of a weary beast's labored breaths. The demonic army withdrew into the distant shadows of the mountains tainted by dark energy, leaving behind a landscape strewn with the shattered remnants of corpses and broken weaponry. Thick, congealed blood soaked the charred earth, forming nauseating patches of dark red mire, while the air hung heavy with an overwhelming stench of blood and despair. The human defenders began to silently scour the battlefield, gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades and delivering the final blows to the still-breathing demons. Each face bore the weight of survival, a blend of numbness from the aftermath and profound exhaustion. Dragging the Rift Abyss halberd, Qinlai made his way back to the base of the walls, the blade smeared with coagulated, dark purple demon blood, leaving a stark trail upon the ground littered with remains. The dark heart crystal nestled in his arms was tightly wrapped in tattered cloak strips, forcibly suppressing its energy fluctuations. Yet its cold, formidable power continued to seep through the fabric, creating a tug-of-war within him, clashing with the immortal divine radiance physique, inflicting waves of tearing pain alongside subtle enhancements. Continuing to absorb unknown high-dimensional energy, immortal divine radiance integration level, 19. Constitution 01, Strength 01. Shadow resistance proficiency increased. The intertwining of the system notifications and bodily agony rendered his complexion somewhat pale, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, surveying his surroundings. Many surviving elite warriors instinctively parted to make way for him, their complex expressions fixating on him, particularly on his evidently extraordinary halberd, a mixture of awe, curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of greed evident in their eyes. His recent display of valor, wielding the halberd at the breach and bravely confronting the tide of demons, possibly injuring the blood butcher behemoth, had left an indelible impression on many. Qinlai, a voice called out. Lo Baichuan pushed through the crowd, dragging a completely wrecked, sparking steel arm, his face alight with excitement. Damn it, you really are something. I knew you were no ordinary fellow. That beast was truly you. His words were abruptly cut off as a stern-faced military officer clad in black armor approached. Flanked by 2 military police, their gaze locking onto Qin Lai. Elite Warrior Camp, Squad C7, Qin Lai? The officer's voice was devoid of inflection, holding a ledger and a crystalline recording device. Based on battlefield observations and verification, during this defensive engagement, you collaborated with Lieutenant Lei Xiao to injure the Blood Butcher behemoth, and single-handedly dispatched 7 armored demons at the breach, along with a Scythe demon leader and several lesser demons. Is this correct? Yes, Qin Lai replied calmly. The officer nodded, swiftly jotting down notes, then produced a heavy bag and a new iron medal, handing them to Qin Lai. You are awarded first-class military merit. 30 low-grade malevolent energy crystals are bestowed upon you. Given your performance, you are promoted to acting squad leader of Elite Warrior Camp, Squad C. Following the severe injury and retirement of the original squad leader, Gao Meng. This is your new identity badge and the allocation for the team leader. Immediately, a wave of suppressed gasps and exclamations filled the air. First-class military merit. 30 pieces of malevolent crystal. Moreover, he was directly promoted to team leader. Although temporary, the speed of this advancement was truly astonishing. Luo Baichuan's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear, more delighted than if he had been promoted himself. Qin Lai accepted the crystals and the iron badge, which felt icy to the touch. The new iron badge no longer bore the simple inscription of Bing Qi, but instead was engraved with Bing Zhong, accompanied by a small wolf's head emblem on its reverse side. The provisions for the team leader included independent quarters, a double allocation of blood elixirs, and a chance to select a top-tier mundane skill technique on the first floor of the Martial Pavilion. Someone would guide you there shortly. The military officer concluded, casting a meaningful glance in his direction, implying the need for caution. With that, he turned and departed. Qin Lai understood the significance of that glance. Ascending to such a high position would inevitably invite envy, especially for a newcomer like him. He stowed away the crystals and badge, turning to Luo Baichuan. What about Lieutenant Lei? Luo Baichuan's smile faded, his voice lowered. The situation is dire. The demonic general's finger wind harbors an eerie, deathly energy, and the military physician is at a loss. He has been sent to the inner alchemy hall for urgent treatment. It is uncertain if he will survive. Qin Lai nodded in silence. Although Lei Xiao was stern, he was just in his rewards and punishments, and had saved him once in a critical moment. Guided by a subordinate, Qin Lai arrived at the independent quarters designated for the team leader. The room was several times larger than the previous barracks, furnished with simple tables and chairs, a solid wooden bed, and even a small quiet chamber. He dismissed the subordinate and closed the door, promptly retrieving the shrouded dark heart. The moment he unwrapped it, a dark purple light spread once more, clashing violently with the golden radiance of his divine radiance body. Warning: energy conflict intensifies. Suggestion: immediately seek a secure location for in-depth processing. Frowning, Qin Lai forcibly rewrapped and suppressed it. This object could not be absorbed for the time being. Keeping it nearby was akin to possessing a ticking time bomb. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on a slab of bluestone in the corner of the room. Using the rift-splitting heavy halberd, he pried open the stone slab and buried the dark heart deep within the earth below, channeling a wisp of his divine radiance body's aura to cover it, barely isolating its energy fluctuations. Having completed this, he exhaled in relief and began to assess his recent gains. 30 pieces of malevolent crystal undoubtedly constituted a small fortune. He picked one up, attempting to absorb it. Absorbing inferior malevolent crystal, evolution 0.1, minor enhancement in vitality strength. However, the effect seemed considerably diminished compared to before, evidently due to the unyielding divine radiance body being spoiled by the dark heart and the successive breakthroughs. It seemed he required a higher quality energy source. Qin Lai murmured to himself. He stored the crystals away, his gaze resting upon the token that represented the opportunity to enter the Martial Pavilion. Skill techniques were precisely what he urgently needed. The optimized version of the military assault technique had approached the limits of the mundane level. He required more powerful techniques to guide his increasingly potent strength, especially to unleash the true might of the rift-splitting heavy halberd. He resolved to take a brief moment to recuperate before heading directly to the Martial Pavilion. As he closed his eyes to cultivate his techniques, he remained oblivious to the 2 furtive gazes peering through a particularly narrow crack outside the barracks, observing his recent act of burying the crystal. One gaze was suffused with greed, while the other was as frigid as a venomous serpent. The undercurrents within the military camp had never ceased, even with the lull in warfare. Chapter 11. selection of techniques at the martial pavilion and the collapse of the mountain. The tranquility of the independent Barak did not linger for long. After a brief period of meditation to quell the tumultuous blood energy stirred by the heart of darkness and the relentless battles, Qinlai grasped the martial pavilion token and stepped out. The martial pavilion was not the grand structure one might envision, but rather a formidable black tower embedded within the mountains, its entrance heavily fortified. The tower's surface was adorned with enigmatic runes, pulsating with a faint aura of energy, exuding an ancient and profound essence. There were no guards at the entrance, only two elderly men, resembling stone sculptures, sitting in silence, their eyelids drooping as if they had long succumbed to slumber. Yet, when Qinlai presented the token and approached, one of the old men did not lift his eyelids, but pointed with a gnarled finger into the air. The token in Qinlai's hand warmed slightly, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the black tower door. With a deep, resonant sound, the heavy door slid open silently, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person. An abyss of darkness lay within, from which a cold, dry air wafted forth. Common level area, 1 hour. The old man's voice rasped like sandpaper against stone. Qinlai stepped inside, and the door closed quietly behind him. The interior was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Luminescent pearls embedded in the walls emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the scene before him. It was a vast circular hall, with a lofty dome overhead, where countless pale orbs of light floated like stars in the sky, rising and falling languidly. Within each orb resided either a jade slip or a tome bound in beast hide, and faint inscriptions floated beneath, denoting the names, ranks, and summaries of the techniques. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Common Grade, Upper Tier. The sword moves with agility, swift as flowing clouds. Thick Earth Technique, Common Grade, Middle Tier. Focused on defense, with a long-lasting energy flow. Burning Bloodblade, Common Grade, Supreme Tier. Exhibits great explosive power, requiring the consumption of vitality. Thousands upon thousands of light orbs formed an expansive ocean of common-level techniques. Qinlai calmed his mind, allowing his consciousness to stir. The indomitable divine radiance within him trembled slightly, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible sensation that guided his gaze across the myriad of light orbs. The system interface silently activated, assisting in scanning and analyzing the plethora of information that passed by. Detected common-level technique. Breaking Army Spear Technique, Supreme. Compatibility 65. Detected common-level technique. Heavy Profound Body, Upper Tier. Compatibility 71. Detected common-level technique. Swift Wind Shadow Step, Supreme. Compatibility 58. The compatibility ratings were not low, yet none presented a striking choice. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, the faint sensation from the indomitable divine radiance abruptly pointed to a secluded corner of the hall. There floated an exceedingly dim, even somewhat damaged gray orb of light, nearly concealed by the brilliance of the other luminescent orbs. The inscription below was also indistinct. Excerpts. Grade unknown. Focusing on explosive power, it is difficult to cultivate. Suspected to be a fragment of a body refinement technique. Detected unknown body refinement technique fragment. Original grade suspected to surpass the ordinary. Compatibility with the immortal divine radiance body, 89. Warning, the technique is severely incomplete. Forcibly cultivating may cause a backlash of vital energy. High risk, high compatibility. Qinlai's gaze sharpened as he unhesitatingly reached toward the gray orb of light. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the orb, another hand suddenly extended from the side, also reaching for the gray orb. Its speed even surpassed his by a fraction. Qinlai reacted swiftly, his wrist sinking as he transformed his grasp into a slap, arriving first to gently strike the pulse point on the opponent's wrist. The person let out a soft exclamation, their palm retracting as if shocked by electricity. Qinlai then discerned that the one contesting with him was a young man clad in a brocade robe, his complexion slightly pale. His attire was not standard military garb, but rather resembled that of a scion from a noble family, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed arrogance and astonishment. Clearly unprepared for someone to so easily deflect his hand. Who might you be? I had my eye on this fragment first. The brocade-robed young man spoke with a cool tone, his gaze sweeping over Qinlai's ordinary armor, tinged with barely perceptible disdain. In the martial pavilion, one chooses techniques based on fate. Qinlai replied calmly, his fingers firmly making contact with the gray orb. The orb transformed into a streak of light, merging into the token in his hand, and the information about the technique surged into his mind. Crushing Mountain, fragment the ultimate force, shaking mountains and hills. Emphasizing essence over form, condensing power into a single point, shattering stone and earth. Only the first 3 layers remain. A heavy, domineering, and relentless sense of intent surged into his consciousness. This was an exceedingly rare technique, specifically designed for absolute power and heavy weaponry, rather than merely a method of circulating vital energy. The brocade-robed young man's expression darkened instantly, a flash of fierce light flickering in his eyes. Good. Very good. A mere border soldier dares to seize what I, Lin Fan, have set my sights on. I will remember you. He snorted coldly, no longer entangled in the matter, sweeping his sleeve as he turned and swiftly vanished into the cluster of light orbs. Triggered latent enmity. Lin Fan, background unknown. Qin Lai paid little mind to this minor episode. Within the military camp, he feared no such threats. He meticulously contemplated the profound meanings of the crushing mountain fragment, and the more he pondered, the more he felt its remarkable compatibility with the immortal divine radiance body and the rift breaker heavy halberd. Though incomplete, its value far surpassed that of ordinary extraordinary techniques. As an hour approached, he decided not to linger and turned to exit the martial pavilion. Outside the tower, the two elders remained as still as stone statues. However, at the very moment he stepped through the tower door, another elder, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His murky gaze lingering on him for a fleeting moment, particularly on the lingering aura of the crushing mountain technique on his token, before gradually closing them again, as if he had never awakened. Upon returning to his solitary quarters, Qin Lai immediately began to attempt to cultivate crushing mountain. As the technique operated, the vital energy did not flow along ordinary pathways but rather compressed and refined in an exceedingly violent manner, ultimately converging upon his arms and weapon, striving for an instantaneous and unparalleled explosion. With each attempt, the meridians throbbed with a pain akin to tearing, yet for Qin Lai, endowed with the indomitable divine radiance body, such injuries were swiftly mended, even accelerating his mastery of the profound essence of the technique. He grasped the rift abyss heavy halberd and, adhering to the exertion techniques of crushing mountains, began to swing it slowly. The halberd grew increasingly weighty, and as its blade sliced through the air, it emitted not a whistle, but a deep, resonant hum that sent shivers down the spine, as if it could truly shatter mountains with a single strike. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Qin Lai opened it to find an unfamiliar messenger, who, with a respectful demeanor, presented a sealed parchment made of beast hide. Captain Qin, he stated, this is an urgent dispatch from the Deputy Commander's office. Please review it. Qin Lai accepted the dispatch and unfurled it, his brow furrowing slightly. The contents did not instruct him to proceed to a battlefield, but rather commanded him to lead the C team to the Blackstone Gorge, located 120 miles within the pass, in 3 days' time, to rendezvous with an incoming transport convoy and escort it back to the Demon Suppression Pass. The assignment appeared mundane at first glance, yet in addition to the seal of the Deputy Commander's office, a subtle wolf head insignia matched precisely with the mark on the back of his Captain's badge. This was no ordinary order. Task triggered. Escort at Blackstone Gorge. Task level. Dangerous. Suggestion. Enhance strength. Remain vigilant. Chapter 12. Shadows of Blackstone Gorge. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qin Lai seldom ventured outside, immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of crushing mountains and solidifying his realm. 30 low-grade malevolent energy crystals were expended, steadily increasing his evolution points. And the second level of crushing mountains materialized effortlessly, while his control over the rift abyss heavy halberd grew increasingly adept. The deep, resonant echo of the halberd slicing through the air often resonated from his solitary quarters, drawing the curious glances of passing soldiers. During this time, he officially took command of the C team of the Sharp Soldiers Battalion. The former captain, Gao Meng, along with his faction, had been eliminated, and the remaining 20 or so Sharp soldiers were primarily seasoned veterans who had clawed their way out of blood-soaked battlegrounds. They outwardly maintained obedience to Qin Lai, a newly appointed captain of formidable strength and ruthlessness. The vice-captain, a taciturn veteran bearing old burned scars, was named Zhao Tai. His cultivation stood at the 8th level of the mortal realm, and he executed Qin Lai's orders meticulously, though enthusiasm was lacking. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sky was shrouded in gray, with leaden clouds hanging low. Qin Lai donned a pristine set of captain's light armor, shouldering the rift abyss heavy halberd as he led the C team through the side gate of the Demon Suppression Pass punctually. Beyond the pass, the desolation of the wilderness bore the unmistakable scars of demonic corruption. Withered trees twisted into grotesque shapes, the ground exhibited a foreboding shade of purplish black, and a faint stench of decay lingered in the air. The squad marched in silence, scouts deployed ahead, their formation disciplined, reflecting the caliber of seasoned soldiers. Vice-Captain Zhao Tai approached Qin Lai, his voice low and grave. Captain, the terrain of Blackstone Gorge is intricate, with many lurking demonic creatures. and it is also a favorite haunt of certain hyenas. Hyenas? Qin Lai's gaze sharpened. A pack of scavengers feasting on the fringes of battle. Zhao Tai's tone was laced with unabashed disdain. Among them were some disheartened soldiers and fugitives, preying on isolated teams, engaging in underhanded dealings during the chaos of battle, and possibly entangled in dubious affiliations with the demon clan. They resembled hyenas, drawn to the scent of blood. Qin Lai nodded, committing the information to memory. The wolf-headed insignia and the perilous evaluation on the dispatch order instilled a sense of caution within him regarding this mission. After a day of urgent travel, they encountered several scattered rogue creatures, which the squad swiftly dispatched with overwhelming force, causing no trouble whatsoever. Qin Lai did not even have the opportunity to unsheath his weapon, as the Li Yuan heavy spear remained slung across his back. As dusk approached, a colossal black fissure emerged on the horizon, as if the earth had been cleaved by a gigantic axe. That was the Blackstone Gorge. As they drew near the gorge, the air thickened with a palpable demonic energy. The towering black rock walls on either side were devoid of any vegetation, casting an oppressive shadow. According to their agreement, the transport team should have been awaiting them at the abandoned post near the gorge's entrance. However, as Qin Lai led his squad toward the crumbling remnants of the station, they were met with an eerie stillness rather than the anticipated flow of carts and personnel. "Stand guard." Qin Lai raised his hand, and the squad immediately dispersed, forming a defensive formation. His sharp gaze swept over the ruins of the station. There were no signs of battle, no bloodstains, nor any recent tracks left by carts. It was as if the transport team had never arrived. "Zhao Tai, take 2 men to scout the surroundings and proceed with caution." "Understood." Zhao Tai promptly melded into the shadows with his companions. Qin Lai then ventured alone into the heart of the ruins, crouching down to sift through the thick layer of dust with his fingers. Beneath the dust, he discerned some vague footprints that seemed deliberately concealed, the size not belonging to ordinary laborers or transport soldiers. His brow furrowed, and he delved into the system. Scan for residual energy in this area. Initiating environmental scan. Detecting faint residual spatial transmission fluctuations. Detecting traces of hallucinogenic substances. Detecting multiple hidden life signs. Above the gorge's rock walls, 300 meters to the left, 250 meters to the right. It was a trap. Qin Lai's pupils constricted in alarm. There was no transport team. This was an ambush targeting him. Almost simultaneously with the system's notifications, a flurry of poisoned crossbow bolts rained down from the rocky heights of the gorge, enveloping the entire ruins like a tempest. The assault was not solely aimed at him, but rather encompassed the entire B team. "Enemy attack. Raise shields." Qin Lai bellowed, his reaction astonishingly swift. The Li Yuan heavy spear was instantly in hand, whirling into action to form a dark barrier, deflecting the incoming bolts with a cacophony of clashing metal. The squad's seasoned warriors showcased their veteran prowess, quickly taking cover behind the remnants of the station and their personal shields. However, 2 individuals, slightly slower in their reactions, were struck by the bolts in the thigh and arm, their wounds instantly turning black and festering, eliciting muffled cries of agony. "It's the breaking Yuan crossbow. Military standard. These bastards." Zhao Tai's furious shout resonated from the flank as he and the scouts engaged the lurking enemies, the clang of metal and cries of pain erupting in an instant. As the first volley of crossbow bolts descended, dozens of figures leapt down from the rocky cliffs on either side, clad in a kaleidoscope of attire. Some even donned tattered leather armor of the demon-slaying troops. Their movements were fierce and coordinated, their eyes brimming with the ferocity of desperate outlaws, charging forth. Among them, 3 individuals exhibited speeds that far surpassed their companions, their vitality surging, unmistakably skilled warriors at the 8th and 9th levels of mortal realm. One wielded a colossal sword, another swung a chain hammer, and the third, ghost-like in agility, brandished twin daggers, advancing directly towards Qin Lai. "Hyenas." "No." Qin Lai deflected the last few crossbow bolts, his heavy spear angled towards the ground, his gaze as cold as ice. The onslaught of these assailants bore the unmistakable hallmark of a military formation, far from being an ordinary rabble, particularly the dagger-wielding assailant, whose footwork struck a familiar chord within Qin Lai. There was no time for contemplation. Forming a battle line, to the death, Qin Lai roared, advancing instead of retreating, as the heavy spear, infused with the violent power of crushing mountain, swept forth with unadorned ferocity, charging directly at the 3 formidable foes. The spear collided with the giant sword and chain hammer with a thunderous crash. The deafening clang of metal echoed, shockwaves rippling through the air. The faces of the sword wielder and chain hammer user changed dramatically, as they felt an irresistible force surge towards them, their grips fracturing, weapons nearly slipping from their hands. Staggering backward, Only the dagger-wielding assassin, like an elusive eel, narrowly evaded the spear's blade, twisting their body as the twin daggers struck like venomous serpents, aiming for the vulnerable flanks of Qin Lai. Swift, precise, ruthless. With his spear retracted too late, Qin Lai remained unfazed. His left leg striking backward with the force of steel, accurately targeting the assailant's abdomen, compelling them to defend, while his right hand swung the heavy spear towards another foe attempting to rush in. Thud! One hyena was sent flying by the spear shaft, ribs shattered. The dagger-wielding assassin was also forced to retreat, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in their eyes. Qin Lai steadied his stance, the heavy spear poised, his icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The veterans of his formation had already engaged in battle against foes numbering several times their own, relying on superior equipment and tactical coordination to maintain their ground, though casualties continued to mount. His gaze ultimately returned to those three masters, particularly the dagger-wielding assassin. Who sent you? His voice was low yet laced with a chilling intent. Lin Fan. Or that wolf. The assassin's expression shifted slightly, though no answer was given. It confirmed part of Qin Lai's suspicions. Kill him. Double the bounty. The giant sword-wielder bellowed as he charged again, the chain hammer user flanking from the other side. A cold smirk curled upon Qin Lai's lips. You wish to claim the bounty? You might find you have no life left to spend it. He initiated a charge. The heavy spear rising once more, a faint dark light beginning to coalesce atop the blade, crushing mountain at its second tier, power surging like a tidal wave. In the depths of the canyon's shadows, it seemed as though more figures writhed silently. Chapter 13, Crushing Mountain Strikes Hyenas. The heavy spear sliced through the air, unleashing a thunderous roar. The power of Crushing Mountain at its second tier erupted in full force. The dark light converged upon the spearhead, as if it could absorb all surrounding illumination. The giant sword wielder, the first to face this onslaught, finally revealed a look of horror, howling as he raised the massive sword to shield himself, channeling every ounce of his vitality into the blade, desperately attempting to withstand this earth-shattering blow. Boom! The heavy halberd crashed down upon the broad blade with a resounding thud. The excruciating sound of twisting metal reverberated through the air. The ordinary-grade greatsword bent into a terrifying arc. The wielder's sleeves burst apart, and his arm bones groaned under the unbearable strain, sending him flying backwards as if struck by a battering ram, feet leaving the ground and blood spraying from his mouth. Crashing heavily into a distant crumbling wall, his fate uncertain. Almost simultaneously, the chain-wielding assailant, brandishing a spiked heavy mace, swung it down towards Qin Lai's neck with lethal precision. The angle was cunning, the timing ruthless. Yet, Qin Lai seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. He harnessed the force of the halberd's momentum. Spinning like a top, the weighty shaft of the halberd, akin to a black dragon, wielded terrifying power as it struck with pinpoint accuracy against the iron chain of the mace. Crack! The steel-forged chain snapped under the impact. The unshackled mace head flew off course like a wild stallion, smashing into the skull of a charging hyena-foot soldier, rendering him lifeless. With his weapon shattered, the chain wielder was left exposed, his face draining of color in an instant. Death! Qin Lai's spinning motion continued unabated, the halberd carving a deadly arc through the air, its crescent blade gleaming with a cold light, effortlessly slicing through the chain wielder's throat. Splurt! Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The chain wielder clutched at his neck, eyes wide with disbelief and terror, collapsing to the ground in a gasping fit. In the blink of an eye, two of the three formidable foes had been vanquished. At that moment, the shadowy figure of a dual-dagger assassin finally closed in behind Qin Lai, aiming for his heart and kidney with swift, merciless strikes. The speed was breathtaking, taking full advantage of Qin Lai's momentary exhaustion. However, Qin Lai's combat instincts surpassed all expectations. Without looking back, he thrust his right hand forward, gripping the tail of the halberd, while releasing his left hand from the shaft, elbowing backwards with the force of a hammer. He was willing to endure a dagger in exchange for the opportunity to counterattack. Swoosh! The dagger pierced Qin Lai's shoulder but was halted by the faint golden indestructible bone within, penetrating only half an inch before it could go deeper. Meanwhile, Qin Lai's unadorned elbow strike landed solidly between the assassin's chest and abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, the assassin's eyes bulged, while mixed with blood spewing forth. His body jolting, movements abruptly freezing in rigidity. I've got you. Qin Lai's icy voice echoed like a death knell. He discarded the halberd, twisting to seize the assassin's wrist with his right hand, fingers curling like iron hooks. Crack! The jarring sound of bone shattering filled the air. The assassin's wrist was crushed under the force, the dagger clattering to the ground. Qin Lai's other hand tightened around the assassin's throat, hurling him violently to the ground. Simultaneously, He drove his knee into the assassin's lower back. No. The assassin's desperate wail resonated, his eyes finally engulfed by an abyss of terror. Boom. Dust erupted from the ground. The sound of the assassin's spine fracturing sent shivers down the spine, his body collapsing like a rag doll, utterly devoid of the will to resist. All of this transpired in mere breaths. The surrounding hyenas, rushing in like a horde, had scarcely approached when they witnessed the demise of one leader, the incapacitation of another, and the grievous injury of a third. Instantly, terror seized their hearts, and their offensive momentum faltered. The valiant remaining soldiers of Team B, witnessing this turn of events, felt their spirits soar, unleashing a ferocious counterattack that sent the leaderless hyenas retreating in disarray. Zhao Tai fought with the ferocity of a mad tiger, his battle blade cleaving through foes with relentless precision, swiftly slaying two adversaries. Without a glance at the unfolding battle, Qin Lai knelt upon the chest of the incapacitated assassin, his fingers tightening around the assassin's throat, his icy gaze piercing into the depths of the assassin's pained and fearful eyes. One last time, who sent you? His voice, though not raised, carried a chilling intensity that could freeze one's very soul. Speak no nonsense, you know what I wish to hear. The assassin's face contorted in agony and suffocation, his eyes betraying a desperate struggle. Qin Lai eased his grip just enough to allow a breath. It was the Wolf Guard assassin. The words escaped in a hoarse whisper. Young Master Lin offered a substantial sum for your life and the items you took from the martial pavilion. Wolf Guard, Lin Fan. It was indeed he, the young man in embroidered robes who had contended with him over the fragments of collapse of the mountain in the martial pavilion. What is the Wolf Guard? Whose man is Lin Fan? Qin Lai pressed further, his fingers tightening once more. The assassin's eyes reflected the last flicker of resistance and dread, a profound fear of the forces lurking behind him. Just as he was about to speak, a dark, glintless bolt whizzed through the air, akin to a venomous serpent. Emerging silently from the distant shadows of the gorge, its trajectory aimed straight for the assassin's temple. This was clearly an attempt to silence him. Qin Lai reacted with astonishing speed, his grip on the assassin's throat tightening as he attempted to pull him away. Yet, he was a heartbeat too late. With a sickening thud, the bolt struck true, penetrating the assassin's temple and exiting the other side. The assassin's body convulsed violently, the light in his eyes fading as he succumbed to death. Damn it! Qin Lai snapped his gaze skyward, his eyes sharp as blades, directed towards the origin of the projectile. In that shadowy expanse, a blurred figure flickered, retreating with astonishing speed into the depths of the gorge. Qin Lai refrained from pursuing heedlessly. The assailant had lain in wait, striking once before vanishing, clearly a professional killer with contingencies in place. He slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. The combat was nearing its conclusion, with the hyenas, bereft of their leaders, either slain or fleeing in disarray into the depths of the gorge. Zhao Tai was leading the effort to eliminate the remnants. Team B had also paid a heavy toll, 5 fallen, 7 wounded, each bearing the marks of battle. Qin Lai approached the shattered wall where the wielder of the colossal sword had collided, only to discover the man's ribcage shattered, life extinguished. In silence, he wiped the blood from the heavy weapon, his gaze coldly fixed towards the direction of the demon sealing pass. Lin Fan and the Wolf Guard. This enmity had been firmly established. Mission: escort through Blackstone Gorge altered, current status: ambushed. Mission failed. New mission: investigate the Wolf Guard and Lin Fan. Reward: unknown. Chapter 14. The return journey holds no kindness. The stench of blood lingered in the cold winds of Blackstone Gorge, mingling with the inherent decay of the cursed earth, creating a nauseating miasma. The remaining warriors of Team B silently combed the battlefield, carefully gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, delivering mercy blows to the still-breathing hyenas, and scavenging for any potentially useful spoils. Each movement was imbued with exhaustion and numbness. The relief of surviving the ordeal was swiftly overshadowed by the grief of lost companions and the gloom of failure. Deputy Zhao Tai, dragging an arm bloodied by a chain hammer, approached Qin Lai, his face grim as he reported, "Captain, the tally is complete. We lost 5 men, 3 are severely injured, and nearly everyone bears light wounds. We recovered 47 hyena corpses, but the number that escaped is uncertain. There is no evidence pointing to the identity of the Wolf Guards. The weapons and equipment are merely the common detritus of the battlefield." He paused, lowering his voice further. The crossbow bolt used by that assassin was forged from soul-extinguishing iron, a material typically found only in armories or among certain powerful factions. Qin Lai's expression remained impassive as he wiped the coagulated dark purple blood from the blade of his Rift Abyss heavy halberd. The wound on his shoulder had already ceased bleeding and was scabbing over, the formidable recovery power of his immortal divine body quietly at work. "Understood," he said calmly. collecting the nameplates and belongings of the fallen brothers. Tend to the severely injured briefly. We must evacuate immediately. Evacuate. Zhao Tai was taken aback. What about the transport team? Or pursuing? There is no transport team, Qin Lai interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the unsettling shadows deep within the canyon. From the beginning, this has been a trap. Remaining here will not bring reinforcements, only more hyenas or unforeseen dangers. Zhao Tai's pupils constricted as realization dawned. His face darkened further as he nodded emphatically. Understood. I will make arrangements at once. The team quickly assembled, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The injured were supported, and the bodies of the deceased were carried on makeshift stretchers. Qin Lai led the way, his rift abyss heavy halberd slung at his side, his vigilant eyes scanning for any lurking threats. Although the sensation of being watched by distant assassins had dissipated, the warning signs in his heart had not fully abated. The atmosphere on the return journey was even more stagnant than on the way there. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of heavy footsteps, the muffled groans of the wounded, and the creaking of the stretchers echoing across the desolate expanse. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting them as stumbling phantoms. Nightfall in the demon domain wasteland arrived with alarming swiftness, the temperature plummeting as the cold wind whipped like a blade. During the journey, a system notification quietly chimed. Mission escort of Blackstone Canyon failed. Combat performance assessment. Killed 2 at the 9th layer of Mortal Realm, 1 at the 8th layer. And 19 low-tier hyenas. Evolution points 685. Loyalty of Team B survivors slightly increased. Relationship with Wolfguard faction. Hostile. The evolution points surpassed 1,000 once again. Yet Qin Lai felt no joy in this moment. He gazed at the diminished team, morale low, and clearly recognized that in this demon suppression pass, while open attacks are easy to evade, the hidden threats are perilous. Individual valor is indeed significant, but without one's own power and intelligence, one will inevitably fall into passivity. That Lin Fan, and the wolf guards behind him, must be investigated swiftly. As the immense black silhouette of the demon suppression gate reappeared on the horizon, a collective sigh of relief was felt among the crowd, swiftly followed by a resurgence of anxiety. The mission had failed, lives had been lost, and accolades were certainly not in store for them. The side gate of the fortress creaked open, and the sentinels on duty, upon witnessing their disheveled state, exchanged glances of astonishment and sympathy. A contingent of military officers awaited them inside, led by the stern military judge. Qin Lai, the captain of the C Squadron of the Sharpshooter Regiment, stepped forward to report on the mission's circumstances. The judge's voice remained flat and devoid of emotion as his gaze swept over the bodies on the stretcher. Qin Lai approached and succinctly recounted their ambush, deliberately omitting any conjecture regarding the wolf guards and Lin Fan. He emphasized the adversary's use of military crossbow bolts, their coordinated efforts, and formidable strength, suggesting a premeditated trap. The military judge listened in silence, taking notes without further inquiries, and then stated matter-of-factly, mission failure, loss of personnel. According to regulations, 3 months' salary will be deducted. The captain will bear primary responsibility and receive a demerit. He added that compensation for the casualties would be provided per protocol. Is there any dissent? No, Qin Lai replied calmly. This punishment was anticipated, neither painful nor severe, resembling more of a mere formality. The judge closed his ledger and, seemingly casually, inquired, "Can you confirm the identity of the ambushers?" Qin Lai's gaze sharpened as he met the judge's eyes. The enemy was swift in silencing witnesses. We were unable to capture any alive. However, they were well trained. Unlike ordinary hyenas, the judge locked eyes with him for a fleeting second before nodding. Understood. Take the injured to the medical tent. The rest may disperse and rest. With that, he turned and departed with the officers. There was no in-depth investigation, no probing for details. This abnormal, yet typical treatment only solidified Qin Lai's conviction that the judge, along with the higher authorities, was likely aware of certain matters but had chosen to handle them with calculated indifference for reasons unknown. Zhao Tai approached, speaking in hushed tones, "Captain, first see to the injured and the arrangements for our brothers." Qin Lai interrupted, "We will discuss the rest later." Upon returning to his solitary quarters and closing the door behind him, he severed ties with the external clamor and undercurrents. Leaning the splintering abyss-heavy halberd against the wall, he retrieved the fragmentary jade slip of crashing peaks from the war pavilion, yet did not commence his cultivation immediately. Instead, he moved to the corner of the room and pried open the slate of blue stone. There, the buried heart of darkness crystal lay quietly, emanating a dim purple glow, still resonating strongly with his undying divine radiance body. Stability of heart of darkness energy confirmed. Absorption can be attempted, risk extremely high. It is recommended to enhance the integration of the undying divine radiance body to level 3 or above before proceeding. 3 still required more energy. He glanced at his replenished evolution points and the unused blood pills. Just as he contemplated his next steps in cultivation, a gentle knock echoed through the door. "Who is it?" A somewhat timid voice responded from outside. "Captain Sheen, it is I, a servant from the logistics camp. Someone asked me to deliver a letter to you." A glint of sharpness flashed in Sheen Lai's eyes as he opened the door. Standing outside was a youth clad in tattered servant clothing, his face pale with trepidation. Tightly clutching an unsigned rough piece of parchment, his fingers trembling slightly from nerves. "Who sent you?" Sheen Lai's gaze swept across the empty corridor, his voice steady yet imbued with an intangible pressure. A stranger had entrusted him with 2 copper coins, insisting that he deliver a message to the leader of Team B. The youth, timid and hesitant, handed over the note, his eyes averted. He truly knew nothing, he swore. Sheen Lai accepted the letter, its texture coarse and devoid of any distinguishing marks. He waved dismissively, and the boy, as if granted a reprieve, quickly dashed away with his head bowed. Upon closing the door, Sheen Lai refrained from opening the letter immediately. He meticulously examined the seal, ensuring no poison was smeared upon it nor any magical trap set, before cautiously prying it open with his fingernail. Inside lay a thin sheet of yellowed paper, upon which a deliberately distorted script conveyed a brief message. "The wolf seeks the shadows. The forest desires the collapsing mountain. Beware of Uncle Shadow." The handwriting was hasty, the ink varying in depth, clearly indicative of the writer's urgency or anxiety. Sheen Lai's pupils constricted slightly. The wolf undoubtedly referred to the wolf guards. Did shadows allude to the dark heart crystal he possessed? Were the wolf guards in pursuit of this object? How could they possibly know? Forest naturally referred to Lin Fan, confirming that the target was indeed the fragments of collapsing mountain. And who, pray tell, was this enigmatic Uncle Shadow? Was he the leader of the wolf guards, or perhaps a powerful ally behind Lin Fan? A name that invoked such terror in the messenger that he could not write normally. This anonymous letter served as a key, inserted into the lock of obscurity, turning slightly to reveal a passage even darker and more profound. Who was the messenger? Friend or foe? A benevolent warning or a cunning ruse, leading him into yet another trap? He brought the note closer to his nose, detecting a faint scent, a blend of herbs and blood. This aroma seemed familiar. The leech doctor's tent. The old leech doctor who had treated his wounds bore this unique scent from years of contact with herbs and injuries. Could it be him? Sheen Lai's gaze flickered as he carefully stowed the letter away. Regardless of the messenger's intentions, the information held immense value. It confirmed the significance of the dark heart far exceeded his expectations and pinpointed his 2 most immediate adversaries, Lin Fan and the wolf guards behind him, along with the mysterious Uncle Shadow. It seemed that remaining low-key was no longer an option. Muttering to himself, Sheen Lai's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with a chilling resolve for battle. Since the opponent had made their move, he would naturally respond in kind, and with doubled intensity. The pressing matter was to enhance his strength. Only absolute power could shatter all conspiracies. He cast his gaze once more towards the corner where the dark heart lay concealed, yet swiftly suppressed the urge to absorb it immediately. The system prompted a requirement of at least 3 fusion with the divine radiance body. He still had a significant distance to cover. Evolution points. He required a vast amount of evolution points to swiftly advance both military strategy and collapsing mountain. And he also needed to exchange for items or skills that could assist in absorbing the dark heart. He assessed his current resources, 1,160 evolution points, several blood elixirs, and that unexamined reward from a task, the mortal-level martial technique layered waves. He immersed himself in the system's marketplace. The luminous interface shifted, countless options flashing before him. He directly filtered for items related to the absorption of high-dimensional energy, purification, and the safeguarding of one's spirit. Clear Heart Guardian Talisman. Single use consumes 300 evolution points. Significantly enhances mental resistance for a limited duration, protecting against external encroachments. Intermediate Energy Guidance Technique. Consumes 500 evolution points. Increases energy absorption efficiency by 15. Slightly reduces backlash risk. Soul Calming Stone. Low level consumes 800 evolution points. Weakly suppresses abnormal fluctuations at the soul level. These are all commendable choices. Yet they seem insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the dark heart. He continued to scroll down. Suddenly, an option located further down the list, its glow somewhat dim, caught his attention. Fragmentary Star Shattering Bone Method. Spirit level. Low grade, originating from the concept of stellar body tempering. This technique employs violent external shocks to refine bones, significantly enhancing bone strength and energy capacity. The training process is excruciating and requires a substantial amount of energy, 600 evolution points. a spirit-level technique, though it is but a fragment and the training method borders on self-torture. Its capacity to enhance energy tolerance aligns perfectly with his current need to withstand the impact of the Dark Heart. Exchange. Without much hesitation, 600 evolution points were swiftly deducted. A torrent of profound and obscure information surged into his mind, accompanied by vivid imaginations of shattered stars, striking his being with their fragmented power. The inherent dominance and pain within this technique caused Qin Lai to slightly pale. This method was practically tailor-made for his indomitable divine radiance physique. For ordinary individuals, a few attempts would likely fracture their bones, but with his indestructible bone attributes and astonishing recovery ability, he was ideally suited to endure such a frenzied tempering. He promptly took out all the remaining blood pills, consuming them as if they were mere beans, and grasped several pieces of malevolent crystal stones tightly. The surging energy instantaneously dispersed throughout his body. Now is the moment, he shouted fiercely, guiding this energy according to the principles of the fragmentary star shattering bone method. Not with gentle absorption, but in a violent manner, forcefully impacting all his bones. Buzz! It felt as though countless minuscule stars exploded within him. An indescribable agony instantly enveloped every nerve. His bones emitted a resonant hum, dense and thunderous like rain on banana leaves, the faint golden patterns on their surface suddenly brightening, wildly absorbing the unleashed energy, becoming increasingly resilient and compact in the cycle of shattering and reshaping. Sweat instantly drenched his robe, he gritted his teeth, his gums even oozing blood, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The torment persisted for about the duration of a stick of incense before gradually receding. Qin Lai exhaled a long breath tinged with the metallic taste of blood, feeling as though his bones had been tempered 1,000 times, heavy yet brimming with power. Initial mastery of fragmentary star, shattering bone method, indestructible bone attribute enhancement, bone strength 80, recovery speed 150, energy carrying capacity increased by 20, indomitable divine radiance body fusion degree, 23. He had taken a significant step closer to his target of 3. Rising to his feet, his bones produced a series of crisp cracking sounds. Clenching his fists, he felt an explosive power within, far surpassing his previous strength. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more outside his door, halting at its threshold. This time, the footsteps were steady and familiar. Is Team Leader Qin here? Came the voice of Vice Team Leader Zhao Tai. Qin Lai opened the door to find Zhao Tai standing outside. Although his injuries had been tended to, his expression remained grave, yet there was a newfound determination glimmering in his eyes. In his hand, he held a slender dossier. Captain, this is information I transcribed from an old comrade at the logistics department, Zhao Tai said, lowering his voice. It contains some scattered intelligence regarding the Wolf Guard and that gentleman, Lin Fan. It may not be much, but it could prove useful. Qin Lai accepted the dossier and cast a deep glance at Zhao Tai. This taciturn veteran was expressing his approval and choice in his own way. Come in and elaborate. Chapter 16. The peril of night patrol. The oil lamp in the barracks cast the shadows of the 2 men upon the wall, flickering slightly with the movement of the flame. The dossier Zhao Tai provided was indeed thin, filled with fragmented information that resembled pieces of a puzzle, gradually outlining the contours concealed within the shadows of the Demon Sealing Pass. Lin Fan is not affiliated with the Demon Sealing Army, Zhao Tai whispered, as if fearing to disturb the night outside. He arrived with the Lin merchant convoy 3 months ago, led by his uncle, Lin Yuan, a man whose smile resembles that of Mithria Buddha, yet whose actions are as venomous as a serpent. The Lin family primarily engages in the trade of exotic goods from the demon realm. Exotic goods from the demon realm? Qin Lai's gaze sharpened. Engaging in trade with the demon realm entails significant risks, yet the profits can be immense, often skirting the gray edges of imperial law, and it is not inconceivable that there could be covert dealings with the demon race. Indeed, Zhao Tai nodded. They deal in ores, medicinal herbs, and even slaves. Though the Lin merchant convoy is not extensive, they consistently bring back valuable items from the depths of the demon realm, suggesting a deep-rooted background. Since Lin Fan's arrival, he has occupied a nominal position at the Sharp Soldiers' camp, rarely engaging in battle, yet living extravagantly and making numerous connections. The dossier on the Wolf Guard does not explicitly record this, but there have been persistent rumors that the Lin family secretly maintains a cadre of shadowy assassins to handle unsavory tasks, operating with ruthless efficiency. The leader is said to be known as Uncle Shadow. Uncle Shadow. This title resonated with the anonymous letter. What about the strength of the Wolf Guard? Qin Lai inquired further. Unclear, they are shrouded in mystery. However, it is rumored that they have dealt with several mercenary groups attempting to betray the Lin family and seize their goods. Those mercenary groups have vanished without a trace, leaving no survivors behind. A flicker of apprehension crossed Zhao Tai's eyes. "Captain, have you perhaps stirred up significant trouble?" Qin Lai did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Where is the Lin merchant convoy stationed?" "They are located at the Four Directions post in the Western District, having secured an independent courtyard." Zhao Tai seemed to anticipate Qin Lai's intentions and hurriedly added, "Captain, the Four Directions post is heavily fortified, and it does not fall under the jurisdiction of our sharp soldiers' camp. It is the domain of the logistics and military police." "Understood." Qin Lai tucked the dossier away, resolving to keep this information to himself. "Got it." Zhao Tai nodded emphatically, hesitating for a moment before adding, "Captain, the remaining brothers of Team C have all faced life-and-death situations and have long harbored discontent towards Gao Ming and his associates. You avenged our comrades in Blackstone Canyon today. Everyone remembers it. Henceforth, if you have any commands, as long as they do not contravene military regulations, the brothers will follow without question." This was an unmistakable pledge of loyalty. Qin Lai regarded him and nodded slightly. "Go rest now, until your injuries heal completely. Reduce your training regimen by half." After bidding farewell to Zhao Tai, Qin Lai sat alone beneath the flickering oil lamp, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the table. The intricate web of interests involving Lin Fan, the Lin family merchant team, the Wolf Guards, and Shadow Uncle began to crystallize within the confines of the Demon Suppression Pass. Their targets were the crumbling peak and the Heart of Darkness, and they appeared to have sensed the Heart's presence in his possession. With the enemy concealed in shadows while he remained exposed, passive defense was far from an optimal strategy. He required intelligence, and more importantly, power. Delving into the system, he discovered he had 560 evolution points remaining. He perused the marketplace once more, his gaze ultimately settling on an option he had previously overlooked, the breath concealment technique, superior grade. This technique allows one to suppress their own vital energy and energy fluctuations, diminishing their presence and slightly evading spiritual detection, 200 evolution points. The art of covert infiltration was precisely what he needed. Exchange, the techniques for breath concealment and simulated environments flooded into his mind. He attempted to activate it, and indeed, the surging waves of his vital energy gradually subsided, allowing him to blend into the shadows, his presence significantly diminished. Subsequently, he retrieved all the remaining malevolent energy crystals, grasping several in each hand, and fully activated the battle technique and the star-crushing bone-forging method. Crack, crack. The energy within the crystals was frantically extracted, transforming into pure sustenance that nourished his flesh and bones. The indestructible divine radiance body resembled a ravenous furnace, greedily consuming all available energy. Absorbed malevolent energy crystals, gained 30 evolution points, battle technique upgraded to the pinnacle of the 6th level, star-crushing bone-forging method proficiency increased, indestructible divine radiance body integration. 28. As the last of the crystals crumbled to dust, he found himself merely a step away from his goal of level 3. However, his evolution points had been expended. Rising to his feet, he felt a burgeoning power within him, coupled with the restless yearning of his indestructible divine radiance body for superior energy. This night, he needed to venture out, not for immediate vengeance, but to scout, to discern the true nature of his adversaries. Dressing in his night attire, he left the Lianzhong Jeep, cracked abyss-heavy spear, behind in his quarters, too conspicuous, taking only a poisoned dagger and a few small tools. Activating the breath concealment technique, he glided out of the barracks like a wraith, merging seamlessly with the inky darkness of the night. The night at the Demon Suppression Pass was anything but silent. The changing of the guard, patrolling sentinels, and the shadowy transactions taking place in obscure corners created a unique symphony of the night. Utilizing his exceptional stealth skills and the breath concealment technique, Qin Lai adeptly evaded numerous patrols, making his way towards the Four Corners post in the Western District. Rather than a mere relay station, the Four Corners post resembled a small, integrated market and residential area, its lights relatively bright and its populace diverse. The Lin family had secured the Jueqi courtyard at the rear, nestled close to the pass walls, providing a relatively secluded and tranquil environment. Like a gecko, Qin Lai stealthily ascended the roof of a nearby warehouse, lowering his body as his keen gaze pierced through the night, meticulously observing the heavily guarded courtyard. At the entrance stood two formidable guards, their sheathed blades far from standard weapons. The courtyard wall was low, yet it appeared to be laced with nearly invisible threads, likely a form of alarm array. Occasionally, figures moved within, their stride steady and their vital energy robust. Indeed, the defenses were formidable. He remained patient, akin to a lurking leopard. Approximately half an hour later, the side gate of the courtyard swung open. A steward accompanied by two guards emerged, seemingly intent on attending to some urgent matter. An opportunity. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and he was about to seek a chance to draw closer and eavesdrop on their conversation. Suddenly, a chilling sensation prickled at the nape of his neck. An imperceptible, yet bone-chilling murderous intent locked onto him from behind. The breath concealment technique had not entirely concealed his presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side. Whoosh! A dark projectile zipped past his ear, silently piercing the tiles where he had just been crouched, leaving a small, charred hole in its wake. A master! Qin Lai's heart plummeted as he landed and immediately sprang back up, gripping his dagger in a reverse hold, warily eyeing the shadow on the opposite rooftop from whence the murderous intent emanated. A figure, nearly blending into the darkness, slowly rose, seemingly wielding a uniquely crafted crossbow. It was the assassin from Blackstone Canyon. He had been lurking nearby, waiting. Without uttering a word, the assassin raised his crossbow once more. The speed intensified, and the murderous aura thickened. Qin Lai's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively summoned the power of the collapse of mountains technique. The tiles beneath him shattered as he propelled himself sideways like an arrow loosed from a bow. He had to immediately escape the range of the crossbow's targeting. However, just as he moved, another powerful aura surged from the alley below. A fierce blade of light ascended, cutting off his descent. He was caught in a pincer attack. A true deadly trap. Chapter 17. In the face of despair, the radiance of the divine emerges. The murderous intent struck like icy daggers from both directions. The rooftop crossbow aimed for his throat, while the blade from the alley sealed his retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lai found himself ensnared in the most perilous predicament he had encountered since entering this realm. The breath concealment technique was instantly dispelled, and the suppressed vitality within him erupted like a volcano. The unreserved power of the sixth layer of the weapon destruction technique surged into his legs, halting his fall. With a powerful push against the wall, bricks exploded, and he rocketed back towards the crossbowman on the rooftop like a bullet, to attack instead of defend. This was his only chance. The rooftop assassin clearly did not anticipate Qin Lai's audacity, charging forward instead of retreating in the face of the crossbow's aim. Yet, he reacted swiftly, pulling the trigger, and a second soul-snuffing iron bolt shot forth silently, aimed directly at Qin Lai's heart. At such a close range, evasion seemed impossible. Qin Lai's pupils dilated in terror. At the brink of life and death, he let out a low roar, unleashing the previously dormant star-shattering bone-forging technique with unprecedented intensity. Every bone in his body groaned under the strain as his vital energy compressed violently in his chest. The indestructible bone characteristic was pushed to its limit. Clang! A piercing clash of metal echoed through the air. The soul-snuffing bolt struck Qin Lai squarely in the chest, yet it felt as though it had collided with tempered steel. The arrowhead tore through his clothing and even pierced his skin, but it was abruptly halted by the suddenly immensely dense and resilient sternum, unable to penetrate further. For the first time, shock appeared in the assassin's eyes. Seizing the moment from the impact, Qin Lai's speed increased further. His left hand shot out like lightning, perfectly seizing the crossbowman's wrist before he could retract it, twisting it violently. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed clearly. The crossbow bolt fell from the archer's grip. Simultaneously, Qin Lai, wielding a venomous dagger in his right hand, propelled it forward with all his might, aiming directly at his opponent's eye socket like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The archer, a formidable character, remained unflustered in the face of danger. Swiftly turning his head aside, the dagger grazed his cheek, carving a deep gash that exposed bone. With his other hand, he thrust his fingers like blades, aiming for Qin Lai's vulnerable underarm. Below, the knife-wielding assailant had also leaped onto the rooftop, his blade glinting like a silken ribbon, slashing towards the nape of Qin Lai's neck. Surrounded by foes, peril loomed ominously. Yet, Qin Lai seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He seized the archer's wrist with his left hand and yanked it forward, using it as a shield against the descending blade. Simultaneously, his body twisted like an eel, narrowly evading the deadly thrust aimed at his underarm. The knife wielder, clearly unprepared for Qin Lai's ruthless decisiveness, found the momentum of his strike faltering, unable to retract in time. With a sickening thud, the blade plunged deep into the archer's shoulder blade, nearly severing his arm. A chilling scream escaped the archer's lips. Seizing the moment, Qin Lai decisively released the archer, and his body surged backward like a falling stone, crashing heavily into the knife wielder. The force of his attack erupted with explosive precision. Boom! The knife wielder felt as if he had been struck by a savage beast. His ribs cracked painfully, and he spewed forth blood, staggering backward. Qin Lai, seizing the advantage, showed no mercy, reversing his grip on the dagger and thrusting it towards the man's heart like a relentless parasite. The knife wielder, seasoned in battle, gritted his teeth against the agony, and attempted to block with his blade. Clang! The dagger met the sword with a shower of sparks. At that moment, the gravely injured archer, eyes filled with madness and resentment, grasped the fallen crossbow bolt with his uninjured left hand and recklessly lunged forward, attempting to seize Qin Lai from behind. In an instant, Qin Lai found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, now closer and more dangerous. Seeking death. A ferocious glint ignited in Qin Lai's eyes. The suppressed power of the undying divine body no longer required concealment. Buzz. A faint golden light, imbued with immortality and supremacy, emanated from within him. Though exceedingly subtle, it caused the approaching archer and knife wielder to momentarily freeze, as if confronted by some existential force. Now is the moment. Pivoting on his left foot, Qin Lai's body spun like a whirlwind, his right leg striking out like a steel whip, accurately kicking the crossbow bolt aimed at him back into the archer's own abdomen. Crack! The bolt was driven back into the archer's belly. Simultaneously, the force of his dagger, powered by his rotation, surged forth, bypassing the knife wielder's block, and sank into his throat like a venomous snake. Thud! Thud! The two sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The archer, in disbelief, looked down at the bolt embedded in his abdomen, while the knife wielder clutched his bloodied throat, gasping as he collapsed. The rooftop sank into a profound silence, leaving only the sound of Qin Lai's slightly labored breathing. The faint golden glow gradually receded into his being. Desperate counterattack. Unleashing potential. Integration of the indomitable divine radiance body. 295. Starlight bone forging technique has advanced to the minor completion realm. Bone strength. 100. Recovery speed. 200. Energy capacity increased to 3.5. Just one final step. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai swiftly searched the two corpses. Aside from weapons and a few poisonous hidden darts, he discovered a cold, dark iron token concealed within the crossbowman's inner lining. The token bore a menacing wolf's head on one side, while the reverse displayed a small character for Shadow. Wolf Guard. Under the command of Uncle Shadow. He pocketed the token without hesitation and kicked both corpses off the rooftop, sending them plummeting into the dark alley below. Then, like a night owl, he glided down from the rooftop, disappearing into the intricate shadows of the narrow streets, not returning to the sharp soldier camp, but instead racing towards the long-abandoned old training grounds beneath the towering wall. The integration was just a breath away. He could not afford to wait for the heart of darkness. The commotion would soon attract the patrols. He needed a place of absolute silence and solitude to achieve his breakthrough. The old training grounds were strewn with rubble, broken weapon racks lay toppled on the ground, and the surroundings were desolate and empty. Qin Lai quickly unearthed the heart of darkness crystal hidden here. As he unwrapped the cloth, the immense and pure dark energy erupted once more, triggering a violent response from the divine radiance within him. Now was the moment. He gripped the crystal tightly with both hands and sat cross-legged, activating both the Starlight Bone forging technique and the weapon suppression art to their utmost limits. Merge for me, he roared, channeling the turbulent energy of the heart of darkness, which surged into his body like a raging flood. This time, he held nothing back, nor did he attempt to filter it. Instead, he utilized the reinforced bones from the Starlight Bone forging technique as a dam and the indomitable divine radiance body as a furnace, forcibly accommodating, crushing, and merging this supreme energy from the depths of the demon realm. Boom! An indescribable agony instantly engulfed his soul. The surface of his body was a chaotic intertwining of pale golden divine patterns and dark purple demonic runes, clashing and devouring each other. His skin continuously tore and healed, while his bones erupted with thunderous cracks. Warning: energy conflict exceeds critical threshold. Integration of the indomitable divine radiance body. 298-2993. At the moment the integration surpassed 3, a qualitative change occurred. It was as if a shackle within Qin Lai had been shattered. The long-dormant fragment of bloodline originating from the supreme existence finally awakened a glimpse of true power. A hum resonated through the air, a golden radiance, far purer, more magnificent. Imbued with the essence of immortality, soared from his body. Though fleeting, it instantly suppressed, devoured, and transformed the purple-black energy of the heart of darkness. Indomitable Divine Radiance Body Fusion Degree. 35. Talent Awakening. Divine Radiance Body, primary, significantly enhances all attribute resistances, greatly accelerates physical recovery, and allows for the weak conversion of exotic energies. Strength 20, Constitution 30, Agility 15. Successfully absorbed a portion of the energy from the dark heart. Gaining a special energy, dark power, primary. Mental strength significantly enhanced. Unlocked a new system module. Deep scan, can consume evolution points for a more detailed analysis of items and environments. Qin Lai slowly opened his eyes, and deep within their depths, a flicker of pale gold intertwined with a hint of ethereal purple, quickly vanishing thereafter. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy surging within him, a testament to the transformation he had undergone, along with the dark power that responded to his every command. He looked at his hand. The crystal of the dark heart had diminished in size, its color now somewhat dimmed. Chapter 18. Asking the path with a halberd in the early morning, the thin mist had yet to be completely dispelled by the sun, carrying with it the unique chill and dampness of the demonic realm. Qin Lai rose from the remnants of the old training grounds, the bones in his body producing a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of exploding beans. The fatigue from a night of cultivation and breakthrough dissipated under the surge of overwhelming vitality. He felt the power coursing within him. The fusion degree of the indomitable divine radiance body at 35 marked a qualitative leap. The faint golden patterns beneath his skin became more pronounced, and his internal organs were imbued with astonishing vitality, particularly his bones, whose density and strength reached an incredible level, as if they could easily crush refined iron with a mere grip. The nascent dark power lay coiled in a corner of his dantian like a docile pet, distinctly separate from the divine radiance power, yet possessing an inexplicable balance. He flexed his fist, the air crackling slightly between his fingers. His gaze swept across the system interface. The newly added deep scan function required evolution points, but his current 0 points rendered it impossible to test. It was time to return. He no longer concealed his movements, instead striding directly towards the direction of the sharp soldier camp like a javelin. The battles atop the rooftop last night and the explosive energy at the old training grounds had surely attracted the attention of many. Continuing to feign low profile would be futile and might even suggest insecurity. It was better to be forthright and observe the reactions from all sides. Indeed, as soon as he stepped into the sharp soldier camp area, the atmosphere was palpably different. The soldiers he encountered along the way, whether sharp soldiers or ordinary warriors, regarded him with a complex mixture of reverence, curiosity, apprehension, and fear. The commotion from last night in the Western District had evidently spread through various versions of rumors. Upon returning to the stationed area of Team C, Zhao Tai was already leading a group of sharp soldiers in training, though many appeared somewhat distracted. Upon seeing Qin Lai's return, Zhao Tai immediately approached, his expression grave as he whispered, "Captain, you have finally returned." "Last night, I know," Qin Lai interrupted. "What is it?" Zhao Tai took a deep breath. "In the early hours, the military police came by, inquiring about your whereabouts. They said there was a violent altercation near the Four Corners post in the Western District, resulting in 2 deaths, and they wanted to hear your account. I managed to deflect them by saying you were out for early training." Moreover, his voice was lowered further. "The wolf cubs are excessively quiet today, yet their gazes betray something amiss." Before he could finish his thought, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the camp. A young man, adorned in luxurious brocade robes and with a sullen expression, strode in, flanked by a group of formidable attendants. None other than Lin Fan. He appeared to have spent the night without rest, his eyes rimmed with red, and the arrogance that once characterized his gaze had been supplanted by an overwhelming sense of resentment and suspicion, fixated intently on Qin Lai. The elite members of the Bingzi team immediately ceased their training, instinctively gripping their weapons and forming a protective formation around Qin Lai. Having endured the harrowing battles in the Blackstone Gorge and the rumors of the previous night, this ragtag band had begun to coalesce into a formidable unit. Lin Fan halted 10 paces from Qin Lai, his gaze sweeping over the vigilant Bingzi team, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Captain Qin, what a grand display of power you possess." Qin Lai's expression remained stoic as he calmly regarded him. "Young Master Lin, what brings you to this military stronghold?" "A military stronghold?" Lin Fan scoffed. "2 of my men were killed. Surely, I deserve an explanation." "Your men perished. What concern is that of mine?" Qin Lai's tone remained even. "Unless, of course, your subordinates met their end within my camp. If so, I shall summon the military judge to investigate. If not, young Master Lin may have come to the wrong place." Lin Fan's eyes twitched violently. He had not anticipated Qin Lai's unwavering and impenetrable stance. He indeed possessed no evidence, for the 2 corpses had long been disposed of by Qin Lai. Even if they were discovered, their cause of death could only be attributed to an unidentified conflict. His visit today was more about probing and exerting pressure. Sharp-tongued, Lin Fan gritted his teeth. "Qin Lai, let me tell you. Some things are not meant to be taken just because you have the life to seize them." His words faltered abruptly as Qin Lai moved. Without warning, without a word, Qin Lai merely took a single step forward. Boom. A weighty, sharp, terrifying aura erupted around him, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. its crimson eyes wide open. The power of his blood and vitality, tempered through the crushing mountain and enhanced by the indestructible divine radiance, mixed with the chilling darkness, formed a palpable pressure that barreled toward Lin Fan and his entourage like a tsunami. Lin Fan was the first to bear the brunt of this force. His face draining of color, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, his threatening words caught in his throat as he stumbled back 2 steps. Terror etched in his eyes. His attendants, sensing the peril, unleashed their own vitality in a desperate attempt to resist, yet their faces flushed, as if mired in quicksand. Their movements sluggish. Before him, Qinlai had grown exponentially stronger compared to a few days prior at the martial pavilion. How could this be possible? Young Master Lin. Qinlai's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying a chilling indifference. This is the Demon Suppression Pass, a place where blades speak. If you desire something, draw your knife and carve your path. Resorting to clandestine schemes will only render you contemptible, as will the Lin family that stands behind you. You. Lin Fan trembled with rage, a mix of shame and indignation coursing through him, yet under the oppressive weight of an overwhelming aura. He could not utter a single coherent word. Beside him, the leader of his entourage, a man who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mortal realm, stepped forward decisively, attempting to shield some of the pressure and growled, "Young master, be cautious." Qinlai shifted his gaze towards the leader, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though the deep scan feature was unavailable, he sensed that this individual was stronger than the 3 experts from the Blackstone Gorge, likely having 1 foot already in the blood condensation realm. Yet, unperturbed, he advanced another step. The aura surged once more. Though the split abyss heavy halberd was not in his grasp, he exuded the presence of a bloodied, unsheathed weapon. The leader's forehead throbbed with veins. Forced to retreat half a step, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The entire camp of the Bingzi team fell into a profound silence. All the fierce warriors holding their breath, witnessing this scene with hearts racing, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of anxiety for Qinlai. Lin Fan's complexion shifted from pale to green, then to purple, before he stomped his foot in frustration, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. Qinlai, we shall see. With that, he could no longer bear to linger, hastily turning away with his disheveled followers, retreating in a state of utter defeat. Only after Lin Fan and his entourage disappeared from sight did the terrifying aura surrounding Qinlai dissipate, as if it had never existed. He turned to face the still stunned members of the Bingzi team. What are you all dawdling for? Continue your training. Yes. The group, as if awakening from a dream, responded thunderously, their voices laced with unprecedented excitement and reverence. Zhao Tai regarded Qinlai with a gaze filled with complexity, which ultimately transformed into profound admiration. As Qinlai returned to his quarters and closed the door, his expression briefly paled, but soon returned to normalcy. Forcing forth his aura to intimidate the crowd had taken a toll on him. However, the results were unmistakable. Following this incident, he and Lin Fan, along with the wolf guards behind him, had irrevocably severed ties, moving from the shadows into the light. Henceforth, the opposition would undoubtedly retaliate with greater ferocity and unscrupulousness. Yet, he remained undaunted. He required evolution points, needed more energy to enhance his strength, and sought to quickly uncover the secrets of the wolf guards and Shadow Uncle. His gaze fell upon the split abyss heavy halberd nearby, his fingers gliding over the cold blade. It seemed that the time had come to actively undertake some perilous yet rewarding missions. Triggering subsequent mission, the hunt begins. Objective: proactively eliminate high-risk magical creatures or enemy strongholds beyond the pass. Acquiring substantial evolution points and resources. Risk: extremely high. Tip: consider attempting to undertake a blood slaughter level mission from the Military Achievements Office. Chapter 19. The Spider Demon of the Decayed Leaf Marsh. The Military Achievements Office was situated in the core area of the Demon Suppression Pass, a stone hall perpetually bustling with noise. The air was a blend of sweat, the scent of blood, and the odor of processed animal hides. On the immense task Jade Tablet, countless luminous characters flickered, detailing missions ranging from escorting and patrolling to exterminating and reconnaissance, with difficulties and rewards varying drastically. When Qinlai and Zhao Tai stepped into the hall, the raucous atmosphere momentarily hushed. Numerous gazes, both overt and covert, converged upon him. The incident from the previous morning, wherein he had repelled Lin Fan, had already spread through the lower military camps in various embellished versions. Qinlai paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs and strode directly toward the task area, marked with a blood slaughter level. The task holograms here emanated a foreboding dark red hue. Eliminate the corrupted leaf marsh spider demon nest, blood slaughter level, inferior recently. The activities of the phantom-faced spider demons in the corrupted leaf marsh have been unusually frequent, suggesting signs of a spider demon lord's emergence. Requirements: annihilate the core nest. Eliminate the spider demon lord, if present, and retrieve the lord's crystal core or critical evidence. Recommendations: a blood condensation squad or a fully staffed elite squad should undertake this mission. Rewards: 800 military merits, 10 high-quality evil chi crystals, and 1 low-grade weapon exchange voucher. Risk warning: the marsh environment is complex, with highly toxic spider demons prone to ambushes. Upon seeing the task details, Zhao Tai's expression shifted. The corrupted leaf marsh was notoriously treacherous, shrouded in poisonous miasma. And the phantom-faced spider demons were particularly formidable. Their webs and venom posed a significant threat, even to those at the blood condensation level. One misstep could lead to disaster. Moreover, the spider demon lord was a formidable entity, comparable to mid-level blood condensation warriors. This is the one, Qin Lai declared resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. As he reached out to accept the task jade token, the allure of the low-grade weapon exchange voucher was immense. Although the rift-splitting heavy halberd was commendable, it ultimately remained a mere ordinary grade artifact. The energy contained within 10 high-quality evil chi crystals was far superior to that of low-grade counterparts. Upon acquiring the task jade token, a wave of low gasps and discussions erupted around him. The C-Team? Didn't they just suffer nearly half their manpower loss in the Blackstone Canyon? Do they dare to accept a blood slaughter level mission? I heard their new captain is terrifying. Yesterday, he sent that young scion of the Lin family packing. What good is that? The corrupted leaf marsh is a place where lives are at stake. Ignoring the chatter, Qin Lai turned to Zhao Tai. Gather those who can fight, those willing to engage. Assemble at the entrance in 1 incense stick's time. Prepare the detoxification pills and fire oil. Understood. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, nodding earnestly before swiftly departing. With the captain's decision made, he had no choice but to comply. 1 incense stick later, at the side entrance of the demon suppression pass, Qin Lai selected only 9 individuals, including Zhao Tai, veterans who had survived the previous day in the Blackstone Canyon, sustaining lighter injuries, yet still bearing a glint of determination in their eyes. With him, they made a perfect 10. Without a pre-battle rally, Qin Lai scanned the 9 faces, resolute or tinged with anxiety, and uttered but 2 words: "Let us depart." The squad silently set forth, re-entering the desolate expanse tainted by demonic energy, hastening toward the southeast direction of the corrupted leaf marsh. As they approached the marsh, the air grew increasingly pungent. The stench of decaying vegetation mingled with a sickly sweet toxin and a heavy humidity, inducing nausea. The ground became progressively boggy, a deep black, with bubbles occasionally surfacing from the mire, bursting to release a faint green poison mist. Twisted and grotesque dead trees were draped with sticky vines, resembling countless dying tendrils. Take the detoxification pills, cover your mouths and noses with damp cloths, and watch your footing and heads, Zhao Tai ordered in a hushed tone. The seasoned veterans, clearly accustomed to such places, displaying an orderly demeanor. Leading the charge, Qin Lai silently operated the concealment technique, his enhanced eyes keenly surveying the surroundings. Although the system could not conduct a deep scan, basic danger alerts remained operational. PFF. Suddenly, the seemingly tranquil marsh erupted, and a dark shadow shot forth like lightning, aiming for the calf of a valiant warrior. It was a venomous water viper, entirely cloaked in black and adorned with a singular horn. The warrior reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating sharply while bringing his blade down in a powerful strike. Yet, another force was even swifter. A heavy spear, arriving after, struck with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving the venomous viper in 2, its foul blood splattering into the murky water. It was Qin Lai who had acted. He withdrew the Liyun Zhongji with fluid grace. "Thank you, team leader," the warrior expressed, his heart still racing with trepidation. Qin Lai nodded. "Remain vigilant. We have merely breached the periphery." As they ventured deeper, the marsh became increasingly treacherous. The viscous mire possessed a terrifying pull, and poisonous insects and serpents emerged in abundance, while an invisible miasma continuously eroded the protective life force surrounding them. Had they not prepared antidotes and utilized their vital energy for defense, they surely would have encountered significant casualties. Team leader, ahead lies the territory frequently traversed by the ghost-faced spider demon, Zhao Tai whispered, gesturing towards a darker expanse shrouded in enormous, twisted fungi. Within the trees, sparse, glimmering webs began to materialize. Qin Lai raised his hand, and the team promptly halted, forming a defensive formation. His gaze sharpened as he observed meticulously. The webs were not chaotic. Rather, they subtly outlined a trap network for warning and hunting. "Torches," he murmured. Several warriors immediately produced torches soaked in oil and ignited them. The flickering flames temporarily dispelled some of the darkness, revealing further details. Fine, nearly imperceptible threads on the ground, and objects swaying gently beneath the caps of the fungi, seemingly encasing remnants of prey not yet fully drained. 300 paces southwest, something approaches, and in considerable numbers. Qin Lai suddenly declared, his perception far exceeding that of ordinary men. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of pairs of eerie green eyes, glistening with greed and hunger, illuminated the shadowy fungal grove. The rustling of numerous creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. In the next moment, dozens of ghost-faced spider demons, each the size of calves and cloaked in black with pallid, human-like facial markings on their carapaces, surged from the shadows, their mandibles clashing, dripping with corrosive venom. Charging directly at the team, form a circular formation, torches outward. Zhao Tai bellowed fiercely. The veterans swiftly clustered together, flames dancing in a circle, attempting to halt the advance of the spider demons. These creatures evidently feared the fire, their assault momentarily faltering. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, and they were exceedingly cunning, continuously spewing forth thick, resilient white webs that enveloped the team from all sides. Should anyone become ensnared, they would be swiftly dragged away to be devoured. Get away! A warrior shouted, swinging his blade to sever the encroaching web, only for his weapon to become ensnared. Another spider demon seized the opportunity to lunge at him. Just as death loomed, a dark spear-like gleam sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. With a splatter, the ambushing demon, along with its web, was violently cleaved in two, green ichor sprang forth. Qin Lai, wielding the Liyan Zhongji, stood at the forefront of the formation, swinging his heavy spear with the ferocity of a black tempest. The technique of Bayard imbues each strike with an overwhelming weight, rendering the exquisite spider demon shell beneath the Lianjit as fragile as parchment, shattering upon contact. Moreover, he skillfully infuses the newly mastered power of darkness onto the blade of his spear, imparting a corrosive and icy quality to his attacks, significantly amplifying their lethality against the spider demons. Slaying the ghost-faced spider demon, evolution points, 40. Slaying the ghost-faced spider demon. Evolution points, 40. The notifications regarding evolution points began to flood the screen. Yet, he remained undistracted by the carnage, continually maneuvering, appearing just in time to rescue teammates in peril with a swift strike. This cannot continue. The spider demons are gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Zhao Tai shouted anxiously while fending off a spider demon with a torch. The surrounding ethereal green lights not only did not diminish but proliferated. Qin Lai shattered the spider demon before him with a sweep of his spear, his gaze sweeping across the frenzied horde of spiders, suddenly locking onto a slightly larger specimen, its shell adorned with more distinct human-like patterns. It refrained from attacking immediately, emitting a series of sharp hisses, seemingly directing the other spider demons. Zhao Tai, hold them off for 10 breaths. Qin Lai commanded in a low voice, taking a deep breath as his vitality surged like boiling water. The second layer of Bungyud erupted forth, while a thread of dark power surged into the Lei Yan. He forcefully propelled himself from the ground, the mud exploding around him. Like an arrow released from its bow, he charged out of the defensive circle, directly targeting the commanding spider demon. The formation faltered. The crowd was taken aback. The commanding spider demon seemed to sense the impending danger, shrieking with a piercing cry, as countless webs and surrounding spider demons surged toward Qin Lai in an attempt to obstruct him. Break! Qin Lai roared, the Liyan Zhongji slicing through all obstructing webs and spider demons like a rampaging dragon emerging from the sea, maintaining its relentless speed. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. The commanding spider demon finally succumbed to fear, attempting to retreat. But it was too late. Qin Lai leaped into the air, the Liyan Zhongji raised high, the blade shimmering with a dark aura and ghostly purple light, exuding an overwhelming force capable of shattering mountains, and struck down with ferocity. Die! Boom! The ground trembled violently. Mud mixed with the remnants of spider demon limbs and shattered shells erupted skyward. That strike not only obliterated the commanding spider demon into fragments, but the shockwave also reduced the surrounding 7 or 8 ordinary spider demons to mere pulp. Slaying the ghost-faced spider demon leader, peak of mortal realm. Evolution points, 200. Intimidation effect activated. Surrounding ghost-faced spider demons plunged into brief chaos. The remaining spider demons, now leaderless, sensed the terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from Qin Lai, immediately emitting fearful hisses as they retreated like a tide into the dark depths of the fungal forest. Vanishing from sight, the marsh's edge temporarily returned to silence, littered with the remnants of spider demons and the ragged breaths of the group. Assess the casualties, collect venom sacs and materials, and leave this place promptly. Qin Lai stood leaning on his spear, his voice slightly breathless. The explosive strike just now had taken a toll. Indeed, Zhao Tai and the others gazed at Qin Lai with fervor. In such a perilous situation, he single-handedly reversed the tide with a single spear strike. However, just as the group began to relax, Qin Lai's heart suddenly raced. A chilling intent, exceedingly subtle, yet far more dangerous than the spider demons. Slithered like a venomous serpent from the depths of the marsh, fleeting like a shadow. Though faint, it is unmistakable. It belongs to a killer of that caliber, perhaps even stronger. They have not departed. Rather, they lie in wait like the most patient of hunters, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Qin Lai tightened his grip on the abyssal halberd, a fleeting glimmer of golden-purple light flashing deep within his eyes. Chapter 20. The Gloomy Devourer. Deep scanning, that icy intent to kill pierced through the air like a venomous needle, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, yet embedding itself deeply into Qin Lai's consciousness, bringing with it a chilling sense of foreboding. The adversary was more terrifying than the assassin from the Blackstone Canyon, more patient, akin to a primeval crocodile lurking in the deepest mire, waiting for its prey's moment of utmost fatigue and carelessness. Captain? Zhao Tai noticed the sudden tension in Qin Lai's body and the sharpness in his gaze. He immediately whispered a cautious inquiry, prompting the other warriors, who were busy scavenging the battlefield, to halt their actions and grip their weapons tightly once more. Nothing. Accelerate our pace, Qin Lai replied calmly, as if the momentary sensation was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, his fingers tightened slightly around the halberd, and within him, the enhanced version of the battle art circulated with unprecedented speed, while the breath suppression technique was activated in reverse, not to conceal, but to amplify his perception to its utmost limits, scanning every inch of the toxic air surrounding them like an invisible radar. The bodies of the spiders were swiftly collected for valuable materials, particularly the leader's venom sac and chitinous armor. The pungent aroma of blood mingled with the scent of toxins, further inciting the lurking predators in the swamp, as more rustling sounds emerged from the darkness. We must leave immediately. Move, Qin Lai urged, taking up the rear as the squad hastily retreated towards the swamp's periphery. However, the sensation of being watched clung to them like a shadow, neither drawing closer nor receding, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the group. The adversary's stealth skills were exceedingly advanced. Had it not been for Qin Lai's extraordinary perception and constant vigilance, they would have remained oblivious. Just as the squad was about to break free from the densest cluster of fungi, the light ahead brightened slightly, hinting at the barren land bordering the swamp. When an unexpected change occurred, from a seemingly unremarkable area in the rear, covered with thick layers of decaying leaves, the mire suddenly erupted. A figure, perfectly blending into the environment, shot forth like a specter, its speed unparalleled, targeting a warrior in the middle of the formation, who was hindered by his injuries. This strike was executed with impeccable timing. It occurred precisely at the moment the squad was on the verge of escaping danger, their focus momentarily wavering. Moreover, it evaded Qin Lai, choosing instead the relatively weaker link in the chain. The figure wielded no reflective weapon, only an almost transparent, air-distorting thread, aimed directly at the warrior's nape, silent and stealthy, yet exuding an undeniable aura of death. Be careful, Zhao Tai's eyes widened in horror. But there was no time for rescue. The hearts of all the warriors raced to their throats. In this critical moment, Qin Lai, ever vigilant, seemed to have anticipated this very scenario. Without even turning around, he hurled the abyssal halberd backward as if it possessed a life of its own. The heavy weapon emitted a terrifying shriek as it tore through the air, intercepting the transparent thread with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! A sound so crisp it resonated painfully in the ears, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The once indomitable transparent thread was unexpectedly deflected by the terrifying might contained within the heavy spear, grazing the neck of the valiant warrior and drawing forth a line of crimson droplets. Meanwhile, Qin Lai, having thrown the spear, utilized the recoil to pivot and step forward, resembling a predatory leopard lunging toward the assassin, who had been forced to reveal his form. Clearly unprepared for the sheer ferocity and strength of Qin Lai's reaction, the assassin retreated hastily, simultaneously wielding his hands to send forth several strands of transparent thread that coiled towards Qin Lai like venomous serpents, attempting to impede his advance. These threads were incredibly sharp and imbued with a chilling energy, capable of effortlessly slicing through the flesh of those of mortal cultivation. Yet, Qin Lai stood resolute, his eyes glinting with fierce determination as he let out a low growl, "Shatter the stars." Activating the star-shattering bone-forging technique with full force, his arm bones erupted with a brilliant golden radiance, the divine patterns beneath his skin becoming vividly apparent. Remarkably, he extended his hands, precisely grasping the incoming threads. The threads hissed as they scraped against his palms and arms, producing a sound that was unpleasant to the ears. The threads, capable of severing gold and jade, could only leave behind faint white marks on his skin, unable to penetrate deeply. Only the chilling energy attempted to infiltrate his body, but was instantly dispersed by the power of the indestructible divine body. What? A look of horror finally crossed the assassin's face. His shadowless threads had been caught barehanded? In that fleeting moment of shock, Qin Lai closed the distance. The captured threads became tools to restrain his opponent. Get away. The assassin, quick on his feet, abandoned the threads and executed a palm strike imbued with frigid energy aimed directly at Qin Lai's face. Qin Lai responded with equal fervor, striking forth with his palm, arriving first despite being the latter to act. The two palms collided. A resounding thud echoed, and a wave of force surged forth. The assassin felt an overwhelming, domineering power, imbued with an essence of immortality, surge into his arm, causing excruciating pain in his meridians. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, his face flushed with an unnatural hue. Meanwhile, Qin Lai merely swayed slightly, seizing the advantage, as his other hand, fingers curled like claws, reached for the assassin's throat. In an uncanny twist, the assassin evaded the lethal grasp as if lacking bones, his toes tapping the ground as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously producing a pitch-black talisman from his sleeve, radiating spatial fluctuations, poised to activate and escape. Realizing that his target's strength far surpassed his intelligence's estimates, he concluded that the situation was dire. However, Qin Lai would not allow him to escape so easily. In the depths of his mind, he silently invoked the dark power that had long lain dormant within his dantian, directing it toward the talisman as if it were an invisible appendage. Crashing into the soon-to-be-activated escape symbol, a hum resonated as the spatial fluctuations of the talisman abruptly faltered, as if interfered with by a force of a higher order. Its light dimming momentarily. Though the disruption lasted but an instant, it was more than sufficient. Qin Lai's attack was upon him. Once more, he unleashed a simple yet brutal punch aimed at the assassin's heart. The fist was enveloped in a swirling convergence of pale gold and deep violet light. Despair flickered in the assassin's eyes as he hastily crossed his arms to block. A sickening crack echoed, heralding the sound of bones fracturing. The assassin's arms contorted grotesquely, as if struck by a rampaging beast, causing him to spew blood and be flung backward, crashing heavily against a gnarled, dead tree, dislodging countless decayed leaves. Qin Lai, swift as lightning, pursued relentlessly, the ruin-splitting halberd already returning to his grasp, its icy tip poised against the assassin's brow, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and only then did the elite members of Team B manage to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their breaths hitching as they witnessed their leader subdue the enigmatic assassin with such ease, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The aura emanating from this assassin was far more terrifying than that of the one from Blackstone Canyon. He had undoubtedly reached the blood condensation realm. Yet, he had been overpowered in mere moments by their captain. Qin Lai's gaze was frigid as he scrutinized the assassin, who was clad in a peculiar skin armor capable of blending with the environment, a metallic mask obscuring half of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes brimming with shock and resentment. "Where is Uncle Ing?" Qin Lai inquired, his voice devoid of warmth. The assassin's lips were tightly sealed, his eyes filled with malice, a clear indication of rigorous interrogation resistance training. Without further ado, Qin Lai's consciousness delved into the system. Evolution points had accumulated following the recent defeat of the spider demon. He initiated a deep scan, targeting the assassin before him. Evolution points, 50, scanning. Target, human, male, blood condensation stage, peak level 1. Cultivation technique, shadow phantom technique, low-grade spiritual legacy, fragment. Condition, fractured arms, internal injuries. Disordered vital energy, items, shadowless silk X12, exceptional grade. Void escape talisman, damaged, low-grade spiritual. Concealment armor, exceptional grade. Poison sacs X3, located between teeth. In both cuffs. Mental protection, detected weak soul restriction, trigger-based. Indeed, a soul restriction. Should I attempt a forceful soul search or touch upon core memories, it could result in immediate self-destruction. Qin Lai's gaze flickered as he suddenly shifted his inquiry. What benefits has Lin Fan promised you to make you stake your life so recklessly? The assassin's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, seemingly caught off guard by the question, a fleeting glimmer of mixed greed and resentment flashing across his features. Deep scan detected emotional fluctuations, pointing towards the breakthrough pill, the Lin family's protection. The breakthrough pill? A rare elixir capable of assisting one to transcend the limitations of the blood condensation realm? It seems Lin Fan has truly invested heavily to eliminate him. At that moment, a look of resolute desperation flickered in the assassin's eyes, as if he intended to bite down on the poisoned sac hidden between his teeth. But Qin Lai was swifter. The halberd's tip trembled slightly, a surge of hidden energy flowing forth, instantaneously sealing his jaw joint, while the blade deftly flicked, dislodging the mask along with the poisoned sac, revealing a pale, unremarkable middle-aged visage. Wishing to die? Not so easily, Qin Lai declared coldly. Zhao Tai, bind him, gag him, and take him back to the inner precincts. I wish to see if the military judge finds this gift of interest. Since direct intelligence on Uncle Ing could not be obtained, he would hand over this live captive to the military. The Lin family privately dispatching blood condensation assassins to eliminate frontline officers was a transgression that warranted severe consequences. It would at least deter them from brazenly acting in the near future. Understood. Zhao Tai promptly advanced with his men, employing specially crafted runic shackles to securely bind the now defenseless assassin. Qin Lai approached the damaged void escape talisman that the assassin had attempted to use, lifting it from the ground. A subtle scorch mark marred its surface, a testament to the interference of dark energies. Damaged void escape talisman, capable of short-range random teleportation, range significantly reduced and highly unstable. Can consume 100 evolution points for preliminary repairs. Repair. Evolution points 100. The scorch mark gradually faded, restoring a semblance of its former luster. Qin Lai stowed it away. It might prove useful at a critical moment. He glanced back towards the depths of the marsh, where the chilling intent had completely vanished. After this disturbance, the adversary would likely refrain from further actions for a while. The mission continued, with the target being the spider demon's lair. He hefted the Rift Abyss heavy halberd, directing it deeper into the swamp. Evolution points were still woefully insufficient. Chapter 21. The mother lair of the cavern. The captives were under strict surveillance. After a brief respite, the team pressed once more into the depths of the decayed leaf marsh. The air grew increasingly laden with toxic miasma, coalescing into a nearly tangible pale green fog that drastically reduced visibility. The ground beneath their feet transformed from mire to a grotesque, squirming surface covered in a slick fungal mat, sending shivers down their spines. The massive fungi surrounding them took on increasingly bizarre shapes, some pulsating like beating hearts, emitting a dim, eerie phosphorescence. This place is unsettlingly sinister, Zhao Tai remarked, his voice tinged with an unmistakable tension, as the light of his torch seemed to be devoured by the surrounding darkness. The decayed leaf marsh had never been like this before. Qin Lai's keen gaze swept the area. Deep scan, although it consumed evolution points, it was vital at this moment. System, scan the environmental energy flow. Evolution points 20, scan complete. Anomalous energy convergence point detected, located approximately 300 meters underground ahead. Energy attributes, high concentration of life-dark toxins mixed. Suspected core of the spider demon's lair. Strong biological gestation fluctuations detected. The energy convergence point S gestational fluctuations, combined with the task prompt regarding the spider demon lord's breeding signs, revealed the answer that was all but apparent. Follow me, watch your step and your head, Qin Lai whispered, leading the way toward the energy's guidance. The Rift Abyss heavy halberd was poised for action, the dark energy coursing within him resonating faintly with the surrounding environment, enhancing his ability to perceive danger. As they drew closer to the energy convergence point, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The passage began to slope downward, and the walls on either side transformed from rock to a nest-like structure composed of countless white filaments, animal bones, soil, and a translucent biological matrix, all encrusted with spider eggs of varying sizes, some already ruptured, oozing a foul-smelling slime. Rustling sounds emanated from all directions. However, disconcertingly, no swarm of spider demons surged forth to attack. Only a few oversized guards, their exoskeletons glinting with a metallic sheen, lay in ambush within the shadows. Each was swiftly dispatched by Qin Lai's thunderous strikes. Eliminated elite guard spider demon. Evolution points 60. This unusual calm seemed to herald a greater storm. At long last, the path opened up, revealing an enormous underground cavern beyond imagination. The sight before them sent shivers down the spines of even the most battle-hardened veterans, stirring turmoil within their stomachs. The cavern was as vast as a grand plaza, its ceiling adorned with countless thick, viscous strands of white spider silk, resembling the drapery of some malevolent cathedral. Each filament bore an array of tightly encased cocoons, some still faintly writhing, emitting desperate whimpers. At the center of the ground lay a massive maternal nest, composed of innumerable bones, earth, and biological remnants, pulsating slightly, exuding a suffocating stench and an immense life force. Most harrowing of all was the colossal, translucent fleshy egg at the very heart of the nest, throbbing like a beating heart, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Its surface was laced with dark purple veins, through which one could vaguely discern a large, grotesque shadow coiling within, continuously absorbing the nest's energy to grow. The spider demon lord. It was at a critical juncture of gestation. Warning. High-energy biological response detected, peak mid-stasis, continuously rising. Core nest defense mechanism activated. As if to validate the system's alert, the enormous nest suddenly convulsed violently. Its surface split open, revealing numerous orifices, from which swarmed dozens of blood-kissed guardian spiders, each the size of a small calf, their crimson bodies and fearsome mandibles surging forth like a tidal wave. Their presence was far more formidable than the ghost-faced spiders outside. Each approached the pinnacle of mortal strength. Simultaneously, the cocoons dangling from the ceiling ruptured, dropping not prey but self-destructing venomous spiders, each the size of a fist. Their bodies pitch black and their compound eyes glowing crimson. They descended like raindrops, then rushed towards the invaders, their bodies rapidly inflating. Form a formation. Defend. Prepare the fire oil bombs. Zhao Tai shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. The veterans instantly coalesced into the tightest defensive circle, shields braced outward. Torches flailing wildly in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of blood-kissed guardian spiders and the approach of the self-destructing venomous spiders. Fire oil bombs were hurled, exploding at the edge of the nest, igniting fierce flames that temporarily hindered part of the spider tide. Yet, the sheer number of spiders was overwhelming. The blood-kissed guardian spiders possessed immense strength, threatening to topple the shield formation, while the self-destructing venomous spiders were insidious. Once they neared, they detonated with a resounding blast, showering green venom and corrosive bodily fluids everywhere. Although each individual explosion lacked great power, their numbers more than compensated for their inadequacies. Cries of agony immediately erupted. A soldier's shield was struck simultaneously by 3 self-destructing venomous spiders, the corrosive fluid penetrating his defenses, splattering onto his arm, sizzling as flesh met the caustic substance, exposing bone. Another soldier was pierced in the thigh by the sharp leg of a blood-kissed guardian spider, shrieking as he was dragged into the tide of spiders. The formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Qin Lai's gaze was as cold as iron. He knew swift action was imperative. Should the spider demon lord complete its incubation and emerge, death awaited them all. Zhao Tai, hold the line for 10 breaths. He issued the same command again. Yet this time, he faced the entirety of the nest and the imminent emergence of the lord. The abyssal heavy halberd radiated a dark luminescence as Qin Lai plunged into the tide of spiders like a whirlwind. The technique of Mir was employed to its utmost, each thrust delivering a tremendous force that shattered the carapaces of the blood-kissed guardians, sending their fragmented bodies flying. The power of darkness clung to the spearhead, imparting corrosive and frigid attributes to the assault, rendering it more capable of devastating the life force of the spider demons. He paid no heed to the self-destructing poisonous spiders, allowing them to explode upon him. The venom and corrosive fluids splattered against him, yet his divine body, imbued with formidable resistance, effortlessly withstood the onslaught, leaving only faint scorch marks, unable to breach his skin. Thus, he carved a bloody path through the frenzied tide of spiders, charging straight towards the central nest. The nest seemed to sense the impending threat, pulsating with increased intensity, as more blood-kissed guardians and self-destructing poisonous spiders surged forth. Countless sticky, barbed tendrils emerged from the surface of the nest, lashing out at Qin Lai like whips. Qin Lai moved like a specter, weaving through the tendrils and the attacks of the spider demons, wielding the rift abyss-heavy spear with an impenetrable grace. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out, seizing a lunging self-destructing poisonous spider. Using it as a projectile, he hurled it forcefully against the surface of the nest. Boom! The poisonous spider detonated, and the corrosive fluid burned a shallow pit into the nest. Effective! A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Lai's eyes, as he continued to parry with the spear while relentlessly seizing the frenzied, self-destructing poisonous spiders, smashing them against the same spot on the nest. Boom! 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 The echoes of explosions rang incessantly. The nest was showered with viscous fluids, and the pulsations in that area visibly weakened. At last, he reached the edge of the nest, merely 10 steps away from the enormous flesh egg. He could even clearly see the horrifying shadow within the egg opening its compound eyes, its icy gaze piercing through the eggshell, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. The incubation speed was accelerating wildly. There was no time to wait. Qin Lai took a deep breath, his vital energy boiling like a tempest. The faint golden glow of the undying divine body intertwined with the purple radiance of the dark power, coiling around the rift abyss heavy spear. He raised the spear high, its tip aimed at the wildly pulsating massive flesh egg. Bung Yurt, second layer. Shattered star power. Dark devouring. All his strength was poured unreservedly into this strike. Die. He unleashed a roar that reverberated through the cavern, as the rift abyss heavy spear transformed into a golden-purple meteor that tore through the darkness. Propelled by an indomitable will to obliterate everything, hurtling towards the spider demon lord's egg. Boom! The terrifying explosion of energy instantly engulfed the entire core of the nest. Dazzling light and shockwaves swept in all directions. Kill spider demon lord, larval form, mid-stage blood condensation. Evolution points 3000. Destroy spider demon nest core, evolution points 1500. Task: exterminate the corrupted leaf swamp spider demon nest completed. Chapter 22. Blood condensation achieves perfection. The team gains renown. The dreadful aftershocks of the explosion in the depths of the corrupted leaf swamp gradually subsided, leaving the immense nest's core area in ruins. Viscous organic matter oozed everywhere, mingling with the incomplete remnants of the spider demon lord and shattered carapaces, exuding a nauseating stench of charred flesh. The colossal flesh egg had vanished, leaving only a charred, deep pit in its place. The remaining blood-kissed guardian spiders and self-destructing venom spiders, deprived of their hive's energy supply and command, floundered in chaos like headless flies, soon succumbing to the combined efforts of Zhao Tai and his companions, who had regained their composure. The cavern momentarily returned to silence, pierced only by the crackling of burning torches and the labored breaths of the group. Leaning on the rift breaker, Qinlai stood at the edge of the deep pit, panting slightly. That last desperate strike had nearly drained him of half his vitality, yet its effects were devastating. The dark power within him had also been nearly expended, requiring time to recuperate. The notification of the massive influx of evolution points washed away his fatigue, bringing an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Furthermore, a pure, colossal life energy, far exceeding that of the death chi crystals, began to emanate from the remnants of the destroyed hive, gradually flowing into his body, eagerly absorbed by his undying divine radiance. Absorbing the source energy of the spider demon hive, integration level of the undying divine radiance, 384,042. Total vitality significantly increased, physical strength further enhanced, recovery of dark power accelerated, feeling the surging power within him and the remarkable improvements. Qinlai's gaze swept over the ravaged battlefield. The B team had suffered 2 casualties, 3 were severely injured, and nearly everyone bore wounds. Their losses were indeed grievous. Yet, among the survivors, besides fatigue, there was a newfound sense of gratitude for having survived, along with an unmistakable fervor and reverence when they looked towards him. Clear the battlefield and gather all valuable materials, especially the Lord S crystal core and the Hive S heart core. Qinlai's voice shattered the silence. Understood. Zhao Tai and the others, gritting their teeth against the pain, sprang into action. This time, their movements were swifter, their eyes brighter. Following such a formidable team leader, although fraught with danger, the potential rewards in future were equally astonishing. Soon, a fist-sized, dark purple Lord S crystal core radiating immense life energy and dark fluctuations, along with several jade-like hive heart cores shimmering with ghostly light, were presented before Qinlai. Spider Demon Lord S crystal core, blood condensation level contains vast amounts of life and dark energy, can be absorbed, requires special techniques or refinement. Usable for exchanging or refining high-tier pills and equipment. Hive Heart Core, common grade. Superior Spirit grade, a high-quality energy crystal, usable for cultivation, array formation, and forging. Both were precious treasures. Qinlai stowed the crystal cores and turned his attention to the severely injured members. He approached, placing his palm over the chest of the most gravely wounded warrior, who was on the brink of unconsciousness. Attempting to channel a trace of the undying divine radiance's life energy into him, a faint golden glow flickered gently, and the warrior's pale face visibly regained some color. While the bleeding from his wounds was staunched, although it could not heal him instantly, it was sufficient to sustain his life until they could return for proper treatment. The others were left utterly astounded. Their team leader possessed such healing abilities. Take turns carrying the injured, retreat immediately, with heavy spoils and losses. The squad swiftly departed from the underground cavern, a place rife with death and opportunity. The journey back remained fraught with peril, however, perhaps due to the destruction of their nest. The creatures lurking in the marshes had grown considerably subdued, with only minor dangers to contend with. When the imposing silhouette of the demon suppression pass reappeared before them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. This time, the commotion before the military merit office was far more intense than on the previous occasion. as Qin Lai placed the still-throbbing Spider Demon Lord's crystal core and the task token upon the counter. An almost palpable silence enveloped the hall. The military officer responsible for verification trembled slightly as he meticulously examined the crystal core and the other evidence brought back by Qin Lai and his companions, which included a rudimentary recording stone of the battle. After a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Team C of the Sharp Warriors has successfully completed the Bloodslaughter level low-tier extermination task, confirming the kill of the Spider Demon Lord, juvenile form. Verification complete. Reward, 800 military merits, 10 high-grade malevolent energy crystals, 1 low-tier spirit-level weapon exchange voucher. Team leader Qin Lai, noted for great merit once. The military merits for the team members are doubled." The hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. A Bloodslaughter level task, and to have independently slain the Spider Demon Lord. This achievement was enough to draw the attention of any seasoned Sharp Warrior team. Team C was truly on the brink of soaring to new heights. The rewards were swiftly distributed. Each of the 10 high-grade malevolent energy crystals was the size of a pigeon's egg, translucent and sparkling, with what seemed to be liquid energy coursing within, containing energy far surpassing that of low-tier crystals by 100-fold. The low-tier spirit-level weapon exchange voucher dazzled with enticing spiritual light. Qin Lai stowed away the exchange voucher and 5 of the high-grade crystals, distributing the remaining 5 crystals and the majority of the military merit rewards directly to Zhao Tai and the surviving team members. The compensation for their fallen brothers was doubled and handed over to their families. The injured received the finest medicine. His orders were concise, yet powerful. Zhao Tai and the others gazed at the substantial resources in their hands, overwhelmed with emotion. These resources were sufficient to significantly enhance their strength. "This is what you deserve," Qin Lai said, patting Zhao Tai on the shoulder. "Take care of your wounds and rest well." Having dealt with the mundane matters, Qin Lai did not linger. He promptly took the spirit-level weapon exchange voucher and returned to the weapon pavilion. This time, he ascended directly to the second floor of the pavilion. The space here was considerably smaller than on the first floor, and the number of luminous orbs had drastically decreased. Yet each orb emanated powerful energy fluctuations, all at least low-tier spirit level. His gaze swept over the array of swords, blades, and gauntlets, finally honing in on the heavy weapon section. Ultimately, his attention settled on a heavy halberd, its entire body dark, yet its blade shimmered with a chilling light akin to rippling water. Songming halberd, low-tier spirit level crafted from deep-sea cold iron and Ming crystal, weighing 600 pounds, with the properties of armor-piercing, extreme cold, and toughness, capable of withstanding immense force. This is the one. The exchange process was seamless. As Qin Lai grasped the new halberd, it felt cold and weighty in his hand. Yet it flowed with remarkable ease when wielded, producing not a shriek but rather a deep, resonant sound reminiscent of ocean tides as the blade sliced through the air. In terms of weight, feel, and properties, it was far more suited to him than the previous Rift Abyss halberd. He handed the old Rift Abyss halberd to Zhao Tai as a reward for his loyalty. Upon returning to the independent barracks, Qin Lai immediately entered seclusion. The 10 high-grade malevolent energy crystals lay before him, pulsating with an energy that stirred the heart. He picked up a fragment, cradling it in his palm, and summoned all his strength to channel the techniques of the Soldier's Assault and star-shattering bone-forging method. Boom! An immense surge of pure energy, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, flooded into his body, far surpassing the previous torrents that washed through his meridians, tempered his bones, and ultimately converged into his Dantian's vital essence. Absorbed high-grade malevolent crystal. Evolution points, 500. Significant enhancement of vital essence strength. Breakthrough in the bottleneck of Soldier's Assault, one piece after another. A deluge of energy was voraciously consumed. Upon absorbing the 8th fragment, an intangible sound of a barrier shattering resonated within him. The tumultuous vital essence underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming more refined and dense, subtly emanating a silvery sheen reminiscent of liquid mercury. His aura surged dramatically. Breakthrough, 7th layer of Mortal Realm. Enhanced Soldier's Assault to the 7th level. Strength, 25, Physique, 30, Agility, 15. Yet, this was not the end. The remaining energy and vast reservoir of evolution points propelled him to continue his ascent. The 9th fragment. The 10th fragment. Evolution points flowed like a stream, exchanged for temporary cognitive enhancements. Boom. The vital essence in his Dantian surged like a tsunami, ultimately condensing and compressing into a more solidified strand, imbued with a faint silvery glow. The blood condensation realm. The essence manifested. Though he had merely entered the first layer of the blood condensation realm, it signified a monumental leap in levels. His power underwent a transformative change. Breakthrough. First layer of blood condensation realm. Condensed essence. Comprehensive enhancement of physical strength, power, speed, and reflexes. Integration of the indestructible divine radiance body. 45. Enhanced effect of the talent divine radiance body. Unlocked new system function. Essence enhancement. Allows temporary enhancement of essence power or characteristics using evolution points. Qin gradually opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from within. As faint silvery essence swirled around him before dissipating, he clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within him that far exceeded his past capabilities, along with the commanding presence of the Tsangming halberd. At that moment, a respectful voice from the messenger outside the barracks echoed. Team Leader Qin. The deputy commander orders your promotion to team leader of the B team of the Sharp Soldiers, overseeing a fully staffed 100-man unit. You are to assume your post in 3 days. An elevation in military rank, commanding 100 soldiers. This signified greater resources, increased authority, and, inevitably, more complex situations and turbulent undercurrents. A smile crept upon Qin Li's lips. Perfect. It was time to settle accounts with Lin Fan, the Wolf Guard, and Uncle Ing. Chapter 23. The B-Team's display of might. 3 days of rest passed swiftly. Qin Li thoroughly solidified his cultivation at the first layer of the blood condensation realm. Although the strand of silvery essence in his dantian remained faint, it could now circulate throughout his body, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The Tsangming halberd had also been preliminarily refined, as he wielded it. A chilling tide surged forth, its power far surpassing that of the Rift Breaker. The investment of 10 high-grade malevolent crystals and some evolution points had led to a qualitative leap in his strength. In the morning, he donned the pristine Centurion armor that signified his position as team leader, shouldering the Tsangming halberd as he made his way to the barracks of the B team of the Sharp Soldiers. Unlike the remote location of the C team, the B team's quarters were situated near the main training grounds, featuring larger accommodations and more comprehensive facilities, permeated by an aura of sharpness and vigor. However, upon his arrival at the E-team training ground, he was not met with a warm welcome, but rather an atmosphere thick with silent scrutiny and subtle disdain. Nearly 100 elite soldiers were not engaged in their usual drills. Instead, they stood loosely on the ground. Their gazes varied as they regarded the newly appointed leader who had descended upon them. Each of these warriors exuded vitality, with the lowest among them at the 6th level of the mortal realm, many reaching the 7th or 8th levels, and a few even nearing the pinnacle of the 9th level, just a step away from the blood condensation realm. They radiated a fierce spirit absent in the veterans of the Bing team. The vice-captain was a tall, slender man with sharp, eagle-like eyes and a faint scar across his face, named Sun Miao. He stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, his movements precise yet tinged with a sense of aloofness. Vice-Captain Sun Miao, welcome Captain Qin, he proclaimed, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to all present. Behind him, only a handful of soldiers inclined slightly, while the majority stood rigidly upright, some even crossing their arms, the corners of their mouths curling into barely perceptible smirks. Captain Qin Li surveyed the assembly with a calm gaze, absorbing every reaction before commanding the troops to assemble. A flicker of something unidentifiable crossed Sun Miao's eyes as he turned and shouted, E-team, assemble. The command was given, and though the team began to move, their actions were sluggish and disorganized. It took them twice the normal time to barely form a crooked line, a stark contrast to the disciplined demeanor of the Bing team. Clearly, this was a deliberate display of defiance against him. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qin Li stepped to the forefront of the lineup, silently scrutinizing them. He refrained from speaking, instead slowly unleashing a hint of his blood condensation realm aura, mingled with the ferocity born from countless battles, pressing down upon the entire formation like an invisible mountain. Initially, the brash soldiers wore expressions of mockery, but their countenances quickly shifted. The weight of the imposing pressure far surpassed that of an ordinary first-level blood condensation realm, imbued with a chilling, eternal essence that rendered their blood sluggish and their breaths labored. Notably, the few outstanding warriors at the 9th level of the mortal realm felt this the most acutely. They exchanged bewildered glances at Qin Li, their previous disdain swiftly dissipating. This individual was not as simple as he appeared. Silence enveloped the training ground, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. Some of the less formidable warriors began to sweat profusely, their legs trembling. Sun Miao's expression grew grim. He had not anticipated that this young captain would possess such formidable presence. After a full 10 breaths, Qin Li finally spoke. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying a cold metallic timbre. I am aware of your thoughts. You perceive me as young, inexperienced, having ascended through luck and connections. Unworthy of leading the E-team. No one responded, yet many eyes betrayed the same sentiment. At the Demon Suppression Pass, merit and accomplishments were the only measures, disregarding seniority and background. Qin Lai's gaze, like a cold blade, swept across the assembly, focusing solely on strength and military achievements. He paused before raising his voice abruptly. I have slain the head of the hyena chief in the Blackstone Canyon and single-handedly defeated the spider demon lord in the Decayed Leaf Marsh. These feats are recorded at the Military Achievements Office. If anyone questions my authority, step forward now. Defeat me, and I shall willingly yield my position as the squad leader. As his voice echoed, silence enveloped the training grounds. The tales of the Blackstone Canyon and the Decayed Leaf Swamp were well known. Yet experiencing the sheer pressure emanating from the opponent was an entirely different matter. To single-handedly slay a spider demon lord? That demanded at least mid-stage blood condensation realm strength. Noticing no one dared to respond, Qin Lai sneered. Since none of you wish to step forward, I suggest you bury your petty thoughts. From this day forth, the only rule of Team B is absolute obedience. With a forceful stamp of his foot, the concrete floor cracked like a spider's web under his heel, and the aura of the blood condensation realm surged forth, leaving a distinct footprint behind. Now, run 100 laps around the training grounds with weight. The last 10 will be responsible for cleaning the team's toilets tonight. Begin. With the command issued, no one dared to hesitate this time. All the warriors sprang into action as though whipped, swiftly donning the nearby weighted stone locks and racing forward, including those at the 9th layer of the mortal realm. Sun Miao cast a deep glance at Qin Lai before turning to join the fray. This new squad leader was far more formidable and resolute than he had anticipated. Qin Lai remained in place, his gaze cold and watchful. Yet his consciousness delved into the system. System, initiate deep scan. Target, Vice Squad Leader Sun Miao, along with the 3 9th layer Mortal Realm Warriors. Evolution points, 80, scan complete. Sun Miao, peak 9th layer of the Mortal Realm. Practicing Greenwood Formula, exceptional mortal grade, hidden injury, old wound in the left lung, emotion, alertness 65, hostility 30. Off 5, Wang Kuei, the robust man 9th layer of the Mortal Realm, practicing Brawny Bull technique, superior mortal grade, character, reckless, emotion, defiance 45, apprehension 40. Curiosity 15, Li He, the tall and slender 9th layer of the Mortal Realm, practicing wind-chasing sword step, exceptional mortal grade, mind, meticulous, emotion, observation 70, calculation 20. Alertness 10, Chen Xiao, the sinister peak 9th layer of the Mortal Realm, practicing hidden kill technique, fragment, inferior spirit grade, aura concealment, emotion, hostility 60, murderous intent 15. Greed 25, Chen Xiao, an inferior spirit grade fragment technique, concealing aura, and harboring murderous intent and greed. Qin Lai's gaze lingered on the warrior whose aura felt somewhat sinister, yet maintained a surprisingly light footfall as he ran. This individual posed a significant issue. What was the source of Sun Miao's S30 hostility? At that moment, a messenger hurriedly approached. Squad Leader Qin, urgent orders from the Deputy Commander's office. You are commanded to immediately mobilize half of your personnel to the number 3 watchtower area to relieve the defenses and eliminate the recently active pack of demon wolves. Here are the orders and the area map. A task assigned so swiftly? Qin Lai accepted the orders, narrowing his eyes. The number 3 watchtower area was relatively remote, and there had been no recent reports of large-scale monster movements. To suddenly draw half of Team B, which had just completed their handover. To this location, he glanced at the team racing across the training grounds, then back at the orders in his hand. Sun Miao, he called out. Sun Miao promptly broke away from the group and approached quickly, maintaining a steady breath. Squad Leader, gather 50 men. You shall lead the team immediately to the No. 3 watchtower for defense and to eliminate the demon wolves. Qin Lai handed him the transfer order, his gaze sharp and penetrating. The details of the mission were left to his discretion, and he was to report any irregularities promptly. Sun Miao accepted the order, his fingers pausing momentarily. Before he bowed his head and replied, understood. However, a fleeting glimmer of unperceived emotion flickered in his eyes. As he swiftly summoned personnel to depart, Qin Lai remained rooted in place, his fingers lightly tapping on the haft of the Tsangming halberd. Having just taken command of Team B, he was already confronted with a show of force, a problematic individual, and this sudden transfer order. A tempest was brewing on the horizon. Side quest triggered, rectify Team B. Objective, identify internal hazards and establish absolute authority, 03. Unexpected mission triggered, the mist of Watchtower No. 3. Objective, investigate the true conditions of the No. 3 Watchtower Area, 01. Chapter 24. The mist of the watchtower and the shadows of wolves after Sun Miao departed with 50 elite members of Team B. The atmosphere in the training grounds did not lighten significantly. The remaining warriors completed their punitive sprint, drenched in sweat, their gazes towards Qin Lai now tinged with reverence, yet mingled with deeper, more complex emotions. A certain Chen Xiao, a peak 9th-tier ordinary warrior, maintained an unusual calmness throughout the run, occasionally casting a glance towards the depths of Qin Lai's eyes, where a hidden greed and murderous intent lingered unabated. Qin Lai, his expression impassive, commanded the remaining personnel to continue with their routine drills before returning to the main barracks. He was not as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. His consciousness plunged into the system interface. System, exchange for basic tracking talisman, single use, capable of remotely sensing the general status and location of a specific target. Target, Sun Miao. Exchange for environmental recording stone, capable of capturing surrounding images and sound fragments. Evolution points, 150. Exchange successful, a pale gray virtual talisman formed within his consciousness, establishing a faint link with the departing Sun Miao. Simultaneously, an inconspicuous black stone fell into his hand. He called upon a seemingly astute young warrior, who had previously exhibited a blend of awe and curiosity during the scans. What is your name? Reporting to the team leader, I am Ho Yu. The young warrior stood at attention, somewhat nervous. Ho Yu, keep this item on your person and follow Sun Miao's team at a distance of 5 miles. Record any anomalies along the way, especially traces of non-demonic entities. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately and do not take risks. This matter is confidential and must not be mentioned to anyone. Qin Lai handed him the environmental recording stone, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable command. Ho Yu paused for a moment. Then excitement and anxiety flickered in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. Understood. You can rest assured, team leader. He clearly recognized the gravity of being entrusted with such a secret mission. It was both perilous and a remarkable opportunity. With his orders accepted, Ho Yu hurriedly departed. Qin Lai then closed his eyes, most of his focus immersing in the tracking talisman, sensing the location and general condition of Sun Miao's team. Meanwhile, he retrieved the heart of the nest obtained from the corrupted leaf marsh, holding it in his hand to continue absorbing energy, solidifying his cultivation while awaiting news. Time passed gradually. Through the tracking talisman, he sensed that Sun Miao's team was moving normally, their speed steady, and they had not encountered any combat. Approximately an hour later, the perception transmitted by the tracking talisman suddenly became indistinct, as if the signal had encountered interference. Though he quickly recovered, Qin Lai suddenly opened his eyes. The disturbance he sensed was not akin to naturally occurring magical fluctuations. Rather, it resembled a man-made, localized energy shielding effect. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps echoed outside the barracks. Ho Yu rushed in, breathless and pale, clutching the environmental recording stone tightly in his hand. Captain, there's a problem. His voice trembled with anxiety. When Deputy Sun and the others were nearing the 3rd watchtower, they veered into an abandoned mine tunnel. That was not the route to the watchtower. Moreover, I discovered this near the entrance of the tunnel. He spread his palm to reveal a fragment of peculiar black scale armor, half buried in the mud, emanating a faint energy signature distinctly colder than magical energy. Qin Lai took the environmental recording stone and infused it with his spiritual energy. The stone projected a hazy image. Sun Miao's team had indeed deviated from the main path as they approached a desolate cliff, entering a hidden mine entrance obscured by vines. Beside the entrance, there were several indistinct footprints that evidently did not belong to a standard marching party, along with the scene of the scale fragment's discovery. Deep scan initiated, cost, 30 evolution points. Scan target, black scale fragment. Analysis result, material identified as black serpent's shed scale, artificially refined, with a faint cloaking array effect. Commonly found in Shadow Guard standard equipment, unofficial. The Shadow Guards. Those pawns of Lin Fan. They were not here to exterminate the magic wolves. Rather, they were seizing the opportunity to rendezvous with the Shadow Guards. Or was this merely a ruse aimed at luring him, Qin Lai, away? The objective was to divert half of Team B's personnel, facilitating the actions of certain individuals. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the training grounds. Magic wolves. A multitude of magic wolves. Alert. Quickly, raise the alarm. A cold glint flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he grasped the Songming halberd and strode out of the barracks. He beheld dozens of colossal, blood-red-eyed, frenzied magic wolves surging from an unknown origin, relentlessly battering the defenses. These wolves appeared to be in a state of frenzy, disregarding their injuries and launching an exceptionally ferocious assault. The remaining members of Team B were valiantly resisting, swords gleaming amidst the howls of the wolves. Captain, these beasts seem to have been led here by someone. a squad leader shouted amidst the chaos. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the pack. The emergence of these magic wolves was far too coincidental. Furthermore, their frenzied state was distinctly unnatural. Deep scan initiated. Cost: 50 evolution points. Scan target: frenzied blood magic wolf. Status: influenced by a frenzy-inducing agent. Attracted by a specific scent. Source: corner west of Team B's encampment. Indeed, it was the work of a human. Was the intention to sow chaos and restrain him? Or did they seek to exploit the turmoil for something more sinister? Qin Lai snorted coldly, his form shifting as he appeared at the forefront of the defensive line, as if teleporting. The Tsangming halberd transformed into a chilling tide, sweeping forth. With a series of sickening sounds, 3 or 4 magic wolves were instantly frozen and torn apart, empowered by the aura of the blood realm. These mere mortal-level magic wolves were utterly no match for him. He moved like a tiger among sheep, each swing of the Tsangming glaive conjuring a tempest of blood and chaos, instantly stifling the pack of wolves' assault. However, as he concentrated on dispatching the magical wolves, a furtive figure caught his peripheral vision, stealthily making its way towards the barracks amidst the turmoil. None other than Qin Xiao. What could he be scheming? With a swift motion, Qin Lai cleaved through the wolf before him, unleashing a blast of energy that sent the surrounding wolves reeling. He commanded the squad leader, "This area is entrusted to you. Hold the line." With that, he flickered away, employing the wind-chasing steps to its utmost, silently pursuing Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, ever vigilant, adeptly utilized the tents and obstacles to conceal his presence, swiftly approaching Qin Lai's quarters. After ensuring no one was watching, he produced a tool resembling a key from his bosom and deftly picked the lock of the barracks door, slipping inside with haste. Qin Lai's gaze turned frigid. So, he could not resist the temptation to act. Was he intent on theft, sabotage, or perhaps poisoning? Like a specter, he drew close to the window, peering through the crack to observe. Inside, Qin Xiao's intentions were unmistakable as he lunged for the corner where the Heart of Darkness crystal lay hidden. How could he possibly know of its existence and precise location? Qin Xiao's face was alight with uncontainable greed and excitement as he swiftly pried open the stone slab. Upon beholding the crystal, still emanating a dark purple glow, his breath quickened. Indeed, it is here. Young Master Lin Feng did not deceive me. As long as I retrieve this, he muttered, reaching out for the Heart of Darkness. Outside the window, Qin Lai's pupils constricted. Lin Feng. He was indeed the puppet master behind this. The target was the Heart of Darkness. Just as Qin Xiao's fingers were about to graze the crystal, boom. The wooden door of the barrack exploded with a resounding crash. A gleaming spear of energy, entwined with silver and frigid essence, lunged forth like a venomous dragon, aimed directly at Qin Xiao's back. The speed was blinding. Qin Xiao, petrified with terror, barely had time to grasp the crystal. His survival instincts compelled him to throw himself sideways. The spear grazed his side, drawing forth a spray of blood, and embedded itself into the ground where he had just stood, creating a deep crater. Qin Lai, wielding the Tsangming glaive, stood at the threshold, his frigid gaze fixed upon the crumpled Qin Xiao sprawled on the floor. It seemed the first hidden danger of Team B had revealed itself. Qin Xiao clutched his bleeding side, his complexion ashen, eyes brimming with horror and despair. He had not anticipated Qin Lai's swift return. Mission triggered. Rectify Team B. 13. Objective: capture or eliminate the traitor Qin Xiao. Chapter 25. Shadows of deceit. The air within the barrack became thick with tension. The intent to kill palpable as Qin Xiao collapsed on the ground, blood gushing from his side, staining the earth crimson. He gazed up at Qin Lai, who stood resolutely at the door, the Tsangming glaive in hand, his eyes as cold as ancient ice, draining the color from Qin Xiao's face, leaving only despair and dread. With great difficulty, Qin Xiao managed to utter, his voice hoarse and trembling, "I was momentarily bewitched." Qin Lai remained unmoved, the tip of the Tsangming glaive pressing down slightly, the chilling air prickling Qin Xiao's skin. "Who sent you? Lin Feng? Or Uncle Ing? What do you intend to do with the Heart of Darkness? Speak." His voice was low, yet it carried a frost that could freeze one's very soul. The tip of the spear exuded a faint yet potent aura, causing a searing pain to radiate from the wound in Qin Xiao's side, forcing him to emit a stifled cry of anguish. "It is indeed young Master Lin." The excruciating pain and overwhelming fear shattered his mental defenses in an instant. He had assured me that upon acquiring the crystal, he would grant me the complete hidden kill technique and a breakthrough pill to help me ascend beyond the blood condensation realm, as well as a position as a guest elder of the Lin family. How could he possibly know that the crystal was in my possession? And how could he ascertain its precise location? Qin Lai pressed for answers, and the pressure on the spear tip eased slightly. "Yes, it is Vice Captain's son," Qin Xiao gasped, his body slick with cold sweat. He has always been young Master Lin's subordinate. During your seclusion, he may have sensed the energy fluctuations of the crystal through some arcane method and relayed the location to young Master Lin. This ploy to draw the tiger away from its den was also orchestrated by young Master Lin to allow me the opportunity to steal the crystal. Sun Miao. It was indeed him. The source of that 30% hostility stems from here. Who is Uncle Ing? Where is the lair of the Wolf Guard? Qin Lai's questions came in rapid succession, denying Chen Xiao even a moment to breathe and contemplate. I have only heard his name. He is the most enigmatic and fearsome of young Master Lin's subordinates, tasked with handling clandestine affairs. I do not know the specific stronghold of the Wolf Guard. Each time, we communicated through a singular channel. Chen Xiao's eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if he were concealing something. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he thrust that sounding spear forward. Ah! Chen Xiao let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as the spear tip plunged deeper into his wound. One last opportunity. Qin Lai's tone was eerily calm. At the largest gambling house in the Heishui district, the Golden Hook Gambling House, there is a secret stronghold of theirs beneath. That is all I know. I swear. Chen Xiao wept profusely, completely unraveling. Deep scan initiated, consuming 20 evolution points. Target emotion analysis. Fear 95, survival instinct 4, concealment 1. Weak soul restriction fluctuations detected, triggered upon mentioning Uncle Ing and the core stronghold. Is there more to conceal? Moreover, has the soul restriction been engaged? Qin Lai furrowed his brow. It seemed that Uncle Ing was far more cautious than anticipated, exhibiting stringent control over his subordinates. At that moment, a flicker of bizarre confusion and struggle flashed across Chen Xiao's eyes, his pupils dilating slightly, as if something deep within his consciousness had been stirred. A ghastly sound emerged from his throat, unrecognizable as human, as his body began to convulse unnaturally, faint black patterns surfacing beneath his skin. Warning: target soul restriction has been partially triggered, entering self-destruct or uncontrollable state imminently. Qin Lai reacted instantaneously. Retracting the Songming spear and forming his left fingers into a sword-like shape, condensing the aura, he swiftly struck several vital points near Chen Xiao's brow and heart, forcibly sealing his blood flow and spiritual fluctuations. Chen Xiao's convulsions gradually subsided, the chaos in his eyes receding, yet they became vacant and devoid of spirit. Drool trickling from his mouth, as if he had devolved into a state of idiocy. The soul restriction was excessively domineering, although Qin Lai had interrupted the self-destruct process. Chen Xiao's spirit had suffered irreparable damage, rendering him a mere shell of a man. Qin Lai's gaze turned frigid. Lin Fan, Sun Miao, Uncle Ing. And this insidious soul restriction. He would not forget this debt. He swiftly cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground, bound the now idiotic Chen Xiao with specially designed shackles, gagged him, and concealed him in a pile of debris in the corner of the barracks. Now was not the time to deal with him. The earlier turmoil caused by the demonic wolves outside appears to have subsided, replaced by the sounds of team members clearing the battlefield. Qin Lai stepped out of the barracks, where the remaining elite soldiers had already dealt with the frenzied, bloodthirsty wolves and were now tidying up. Upon seeing Qin Lai emerge, everyone respectfully saluted. Their gazes filled with awe at the commanding officer's display of prowess in the blood condensation realm and his decisive actions, which had thoroughly intimidated them. Hoyu. Qin Lai called for the young elite soldier. Assemble a few men and escort Chen Xiao to the confinement chamber, ensuring he is under strict surveillance. No one is to approach without my command. Qin Lai ordered. He attempted to steal military equipment and has been subdued by me. Understood. Hoyu responded without hesitation, promptly leading his team away. Although he was puzzled about how Chen Xiao had managed to attempt such theft and what had caused his derangement, the commanding officer's orders were absolute. After addressing the internal threat, Qin Lai's attention returned to the tracking talisman. After Sun Miao's team entered the abandoned mine tunnel, the signal had remained in a state of faint interference, yet it had not vanished, nor had there been any signs of intense combat. What were they truly doing? Were they merely meeting, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? He returned to the barracks, grasping the heart of the mother nest once more, absorbing its energy while striving to fully perceive the information transmitted by the talisman. Evolution points: 50, absorbing heart core, indestructible divine radiance body fusion degree, 46, half an hour passed. Suddenly, the perception transmitted by the tracking talisman sharpened. Sun Miao's team had exited the mine tunnel and was moving swiftly. Astonishingly, their trajectory seemed to lead back to the demon suppression pass. However, their condition appeared somewhat amiss. Their auras fluctuated chaotically, even tinged with a hint of panic. A moment later, Ho staggered into the barracks once more. His complexion even paler than before, fear evident in his expression. Commander, it's bad. Sun Miao and the others have returned. But what? Qin Lai stood up. They seem possessed. Many are injured, their eyes vacant. They said they encountered a ghostly figure at Tower 3. Everyone in the tower is dead. Their deaths were horrendous, as if something had drained their vitality. As soon as Vice Commander Sun returned, he locked himself in his room and refuses to see anyone. Ghostly figure? Drained vitality? A completely annihilated tower? Qin Lai's pupils constricted. This was undoubtedly not the work of the Shadow Guards. Could it be that Tower 3 had indeed experienced unexpected turmoil? Had Sun Miao and his team genuinely suffered an attack, or was it a self-directed performance to obscure their contact with the Shadow Guards? The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Understood. Qin Lai suppressed his inner doubts. Take me to see Sun Miao. Regardless of the truth, we must swiftly uncover the information he possesses. Mission Tower 3's fog status update. All personnel at the tower found deceased. Suspected to be the work of anomalous creatures. Mission rectification beta status update. Internal traitor Chen Xiao is under control. 13. Vice Commander Sun Miao is significantly suspicious. 23. Chapter 26. The Evil Seed and the Dark Egg. Outside Sun Miao's barracks, several sergeants from Team Beta gathered, each wearing expressions of concern and uncertainty. Upon seeing Qin Lai's arrival, they respectfully saluted and made way. Since Vice Commander Sun returned, he had locked the door, refusing to see anyone. Occasionally, strange scratching sounds emanated from within, as one sergeant reported in a hushed voice, his eyes filled with fear. Qin Lai gestured for them to retreat to a distance, focusing intently. Inside the room, Sun Miao's breath was in utter disarray. His vital energy fluctuated erratically, entangled with a chilling, malevolent force that relentlessly devoured his life essence. Unlike the pure darkness he sensed within the indomitable divine body, this energy was steeped in filth and corruption. No longer hesitating, he forcefully kicked the door latch. Bang! The reinforced wooden door shattered upon impact. The scene within was horrifying. Sun Miao was curled in a corner, his hands clawing at his chest, nails embedded deep within flesh, blood streaming profusely, yet he appeared oblivious. His eyes were glazed, bloodshot, with saliva mixed with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, producing involuntary rasping sounds from his throat. Beneath his skin, several twisted, writhing tendrils of dark energy were faintly visible. The malignant force sensed the intrusion and surged violently. Sun Miao's body trembled violently as he abruptly lifted his head. His gaze directed at Qin Lai, filled with a frenzied desire to attack, as he roared and lunged forward like a beast. His speed was astonishing, far exceeding his usual pace. However, in Qin Lai's eyes, Sun Miao was rife with vulnerabilities. He sidestepped with ease, not even utilizing his Tsangming halberd. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, gathering vital energy, and swiftly struck at over a dozen vital points on Sun Miao's body. Thud, thud, thud. The strikes fell like rain, infused with the formidable energy of the blood condensation realm and a hint of divine brilliance, forcibly suppressing the agitated malevolent force. Ack! Sun Miao let out a pained wail as the dark energy on his surface writhed violently, emitting sizzling sounds as if being scorched, fiercely resisting. Yet, Qin Lai's power was innately superior to this vile energy, swiftly forcing it back to the vicinity of Sun Miao's dantian, momentarily confining it. The madness in Sun Miao's eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound agony and weakness. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his mind seemingly regaining a semblance of clarity. Speak. What transpired at Tower 3? What is the entity that possesses you? Qin Lai's voice was frigid, unyielding. Sun Miao's gaze, filled with dread, was unfocused as he stammered. The ghostly shadow, its black presence, can possess and drain the essence. The brothers at the tower instantly turned into mummies. We were no match. We had to flee. How did you manage to escape? Qin Lai pressed on, aware that with such a terrifying entity, Sun Miao's group could not possibly have retreated unscathed. Why yes, the Shadow Guards. A deeper fear flickered in Sun Miao's eyes. They appeared suddenly, using a black talisman to temporarily repel the ghostly shadow, leading us into the mine tunnel. But they forced me to swallow a black seed, claiming it could temporarily shield me from the ghost's perception, or we would all perish. The black seed? Qin Lai's gaze sharpened. Then what happened? After swallowing the seed, I felt something cold and ravenous within me. The Shadow Guards left, instructing me to find an opportunity to lure you deep into the abandoned mine pit. Upon my return, they would be waiting for you there. Sun Miao's voice grew weaker. His body began to tremble again, and the dark energy beneath his skin showed signs of stirring once more. To draw him into their scheme. That is the true objective of the Shadow Guards. To exploit the bizarre events at Tower 3 and use Sun Miao as bait. Where's that seed? Qin Lai pressed, applying more vital energy to his inquiry. As the malevolent energy surged within my dantian, Sun Miao cried out in despair, "They are killing me. Please, end my suffering." I refuse to become a monster. Qin Lai's gaze swept across Sun Miao's Dantian, activating a deep scan. Evolution points, 40. A high concentration of malevolent energy has been detected within the target's Dantian, soul-devouring demon seed, currently in the active growth phase, persistently consuming the host's vitality. And under the control of a distant progenitor. Attempting to forcibly obliterate it using advanced energy is possible. Risk may accelerate the host's demise. Soul-devouring demon seed, controlled by a distant progenitor? Without hesitation, Qin Lai acted. Sun Miao had already been deemed expendable, harboring ulterior motives that rendered him a liability. This malignant entity could not be allowed to remain within the camp. With a swift motion, he pressed his left hand firmly against Sun Miao's Dantian. The faint golden radiance of the indestructible divine body erupted alongside the dark force, akin to the most precise of surgical instruments, penetrating his energy sea in an instant. Sun Miao let out a heart-wrenching wail, his body convulsing violently. The nascent black seed within his energy sea, sensing the intrusion of a higher power, thrashed desperately, emitting a thick, dark aura in a futile attempt to resist. However, it was ruthlessly crushed and purified by the overwhelming divine might and pure darkness. With a sudden cough, Sun Miao expelled a mouthful of pitch-black, foul-smelling blood, collapsing as if all his bones had been extracted, his breath rapidly fading. Yet, the dark energy beneath his skin gradually dissipated. The malevolent seed had been forcibly removed, but his already grievously wounded vitality was utterly depleted, leaving him on the brink of death. Qin Lai withdrew his hand, casting a cold gaze upon him. Do you have any final words? Sun Miao's dilated pupils met Qin Lai's, his lips moving as he summoned the last of his strength to utter a few words. Beware of the black egg. Mine pit. Before he could finish, his head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Black egg. Mine pit. Qin Lai rose to his feet. The clues seemed to circle back to that abandoned mine pit. The shadowy guardians appeared to be luring him there. And Sun Miao had mentioned the anomalies in that location before his demise. He immediately ordered the information to be sealed, publicly declaring that Deputy Team Leader Sun Miao had perished in the line of duty, extending condolences to his family. Furthermore, he strictly forbade anyone from approaching the area around Watchtower 3. Having addressed these matters, he returned to his quarters and retrieved the environmental recording stone once more. The footage recorded by Hou Yu included not only scenes of Sun Miao's team entering the mine tunnel, but also certain details at the tunnel's entrance. He scrutinized the footage repeatedly, magnifying the muddy ground at the entrance. In addition to a fragment of the Shadow Guardian scale armor, there appeared to be exceedingly subtle, nearly overlooked drag marks, along with several peculiar, desiccated leaves that differed from the plants of the demonic domain. Deep scan recording, cost, 60 evolution points. Analyzing drag marks. Characteristics consistent with heavy, sealed container being dragged. Analyzing peculiar leaves. Unknown species, containing faint spatial fluctuations and negative energy. Not typical of this realm's flora. Heavy container? Spatial fluctuations? Negative energy? A vague hypothesis began to form within Qin Lai's mind. The ghostly assaults at Watchtower 3 may not have been mere coincidence. Were those Shadow Guardians utilizing or even transporting something exceedingly dangerous from another realm? And had that entity spiraled out of control, resulting in the tragedy at the Watchtower? Had they enticed Sun Miao into consuming the demon seed and sought to draw him in as well, either for cleanup or to sacrifice him as well? Regardless of the possibilities, a visit to that forsaken mine is imperative. Yet, not as a prey lured into a trap, but as a hunter. Mission triggered. Explore the abandoned mine. Objective: uncover the truth behind the specter and the black egg, and dismantle the Shadow Guard's conspiracy. Warning: the target area is of extremely high danger level, suspected involvement of interdimensional beings. He requires further preparation, evolution points, formidable talismans, and possibly an attempt at preliminary refinement of the spider demon Lord's crystal core. Even the absorption of a mere fraction would suffice to elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Chapter 27. Crystal Core Tempering. Venturing into danger inside the solitary barracks, the light is dim. Qin Lai cradles the spider demon Lord's crystal core in the palm of his hand. Within the dark purple crystal, viscous liquid energy swirls slowly, emanating a heart-stirring pulse of life and a dark aura. Merely holding it causes the surrounding air to distort slightly, accompanied by a faint energy hiss. The energy core of the blood coagulation realm is far beyond the comparability of the malevolent crystal. Any ordinary cultivator daring to absorb it directly would meet a gruesome fate, their meridians overwhelmed and their souls tainted by the chaotic energy. Yet, Qin Lai is no ordinary cultivator. He possesses a formidable physique honed by the stellar bone forging method, and the indomitable divine radiance body capable of refining myriad energies. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze sharpens like a blade. His consciousness sinks into the system interface. He has 720 evolution points remaining. Without hesitation, he makes a significant investment. Exchanged for Intermediate Energy Guiding Technique, Enhancement. Exchanged for Heart Purifying Guardian Talisman, Enhanced Version. Exchanged for Chi Stabilizer, Temporary. 1000 evolution points, 500 evolution points, 300 evolution points. A torrent of profound knowledge and 2 powerful auxiliary energies surged within him. The Intermediate Energy Guiding Technique allows for more meticulous control over energy. The heart-purifying Guardian Talisman transforms into a refreshing stream that stabilizes his mind. The Chi Stabilizer acts as a bridle for the nascent Chi, making it easier to manipulate. Prepared and ready, he grips the Spider Demon Lord's crystal core with both hands, positioning it at his dantian, simultaneously operating the Stellar Bone Forging method and the optimized version of the battle tactics to their utmost limits. The pale golden radiance of the divine radiance body radiates forth, casting a hazy sanctity throughout the barracks. Refine, he calls out, as if unlocking an energy gateway. Boom. A tidal wave of energy bursts forth from the crystal core, surging into his meridians. This energy not only embodies the vast life essence of the Spider Demon Lord, but is also intermingled with its innate darkness, toxins, and chaotic will. Agony. An excruciating pain strikes instantaneously. His meridians feel as though they are being scraped by countless searing blades. Yet, the meridians tempered by the Stellar Bone Forging method are exceptionally resilient, withstanding this initial onslaught. The divine radiance body operates autonomously, and wherever the pale golden light shines, the raging energy is forcibly tamed, purified, and the toxins and chaotic will are ruthlessly cleansed and dispelled. His body transforms into the most efficient furnace, enduring immense pressure while undergoing rapid metamorphosis. Absorbing Spider Demon Lord's energy, evolution points, 1000. Rapid increase in total vitality. The strength of the vital energy gradually intensifies, and the fusion degree of the undying divine radiance body reaches an astonishing 484,950. The moment this fusion surpasses 5 significant thresholds, a qualitative transformation ensues once more. Within his dantian, a thread of silver vital energy suddenly expands and solidifies, deepening in color, exuding an aura heavy as a mountain and sharp as a spear. The efficiency of energy absorption and refinement skyrockets again. The crystal core visibly diminishes in size, growing dim. Crack. Ultimately, the entire crystal core is reduced to powder. Its last vestige of energy consumed entirely. Qin slowly opens his eyes, and within the depths of his gaze, silver glimmers intermingle with golden-purple light. While his aura resembles a weapon forged through countless trials, becoming more restrained, yet infinitely more perilous. He gently clenches his fist, the sound of bones cracking like thunder, as silver vital energy naturally envelopes his knuckles, emanating a pulse that sends shivers down the spine. Successfully refined the Spider Demon Lord's crystal core, realm breakthrough, second stage of blood condensation. Significant enhancement in both the total volume and quality of vital energy. Fusion degree of the undying divine radiance body, 52. The talent effect of the divine radiance body is enhanced. Physical resistance and recovery capabilities are greatly improved. Total of dark power increased, can now be initially projected externally. Current evolution points, 2,920. His power has surged once again. Although the consumption of evolution points is substantial, every effort is worth it. Rising to his feet, he stretches his muscles, feeling the surging might within him. He now possesses the confidence to confront and even slay opponents in the mid-stage of blood condensation. It is time. He pushes open the door to his tent, and the setting sun casts a long shadow behind him. Hoyu stands vigilantly outside, dutifully guarding the entrance. Team leader, I must venture out on a secret mission. The return date is uncertain. Qin Lai's voice is calm. The E team shall be co-managed by Wang Kuei and Li He in my absence. Maintain strict guard at the base. Without my command, no one is to act recklessly. Wang Kuei and Li He were identified as the 2 individuals with relatively stable emotions and lower hostility during previous scans. Understood. Hoyu responds without hesitation. Qin Lai returns to his quarters, investing the remaining high-grade evil Qi crystal stones and evolution points once more, exchanging them for several Sunfire Exorcism Talismans and Diamond Protection Talismans, all of which are high-grade items designed to counter malevolent energies. He meticulously cleans and maintains the Tsominglaive. As night descends, the lanterns of the demon suppression pass flicker to life, yet they cannot dispel the darkness lurking in certain corners. Qin Lai dons his night attire, adjusting his state to its peak. Instead of exiting through the main gate, he silently glides out of the shadows of the fortress walls like a specter, merging into the chilling night of the demon realm. His target is the abandoned mine pit. According to Sun Miao's testimony before his demise and Hou Yu's records, the mine pit lies deeper within the desolate mountain range near Watchtower Number 3, long forsaken, with a complex terrain teeming with magical creatures, and designated as a trap by the Shadow Guards. He moves with remarkable speed. The second stage of blood condensation coupled with the wind-chasing step, allowing him to traverse the rugged terrain with ease. As he approaches the mine pit, the abnormalities in the air become increasingly pronounced. The demonic energy seems to thin, replaced by a chilling, unsettling silence, accompanied by a subtle distortion of space. Deep scanning activated, continuously consuming evolution points. Environmental analysis. High-intensity negative energy residue detected, structural stability of the space declining, presence of unnatural spatial folds at last. A vast cavernous entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, emerged at the foot of the cliff ahead. Scattered at the entrance were rusted mine carts and decayed equipment. The abyss within seemed unfathomable, exuding an eerie, insidious pull. On the rocks surrounding the cave's mouth, remnants of a long-dried, unidentifiable viscous substance marred the surface. Not far from the entrance, unmistakably clear boot prints led into the depths, human in origin and freshly made. The Shadow Guard had indeed been here. What had they encountered inside? Qin Lai, employing the breath concealment technique, suppressed his presence to the utmost, blending into the shadows like a stone. Just as he was about to step into the cave, an overwhelming sensation of dread, originating from the very essence of his soul, seized him. The indestructible divine radiance body instinctively warned him, radiating a potent sense of aversion and repulsion. Deep within the cave, it felt as though something had awakened. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional alien life fluctuation detected. Energy level, extremely high. Threat level, fatal. Immediate evacuation recommended. Qin Lai paused, his gaze sharpening into a cold and piercing glare. Drawing a deep breath, he did not retreat. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Tsangming halberd, his vital energy and dark power circulating within him. Today, he would dare to delve into this dragon's lair. With a single step, he entered the unfathomable darkness of the cavern. Evolution points. 100. Continuous environmental scanning and danger alert activated. Chapter 28. Whispers from the depths of the mine. The darkness within the cave was thick and viscous, consuming all light. Only the cold data stream from the deep scan sketched the contours of his surroundings in Qin Lai's consciousness. The air was piercingly cold, saturated with an indescribable odor, a grotesque melange of aged blood, decaying metal, and an unearthly sweetness that was nauseating. Beneath his feet, the ground was no longer rocky but covered in a thick layer of black, viscous substance resembling a fungal mat. It squished softly underfoot, undulating as if alive. The walls of the mine were similarly draped in this material, with countless veins of dark purple, akin to blood vessels or nerve bundles, pulsating and channeling energy deeper into the cave. Warning! Environmental biological matrix level 71. Suspected preliminary formation of a high-dimensional biological nest. Continuous mental pollution detected. Whisper intensity gradually increasing. Current resistance high. A faint, overlapping whisper began to echo at the periphery of his mind, as if countless voices in different tongues were clamoring to invade his consciousness, stirring fear, despair, and madness. Yet, the divine clarity body emitted a faint luminescence, effortlessly isolating him from this mental contamination. Qin Lai's eyes were cold. The Tsangming halberd pointed diagonally to the ground, its blade's chilling radiance barely dispelling the darkness before him. Silently, he crept deeper along the fresh footprints. The mine sloped downward, winding and twisting. The deeper one ventures, the more horrifying the sight of biological substrate becomes. One can even discern the remnants of miners, not yet entirely consumed, embedded in the viscous substance of the walls. Akin to insects encased in amber, their faces frozen in ultimate agony and terror. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead, short-lived yet chilling, abruptly silencing. Qin Lai's figure froze instantly, pressing against the cave wall, his breath stilled to perfection. Moments later, sounds of dragging heavy objects and hushed, panicked conversations reached his ears from around the corner. Third one already. This cursed place is uninhabitable. That creature is utterly uncontrollable. Silence. Completing the master's task is paramount. As long as we deliver the offerings to the designated location and activate the array, we shall escape. But it continues to grow. The energy it requires is increasing. The feed we brought is nearly depleted. Then hasten. If worse comes to worst. A brief pause followed, laced with a hint of severity. Aren't there those useless ones from earlier? It was the Shadow Guards. They were indeed here, and it seemed they had encountered troubles, suffering casualties. Qinlai stealthily approached the corner, cautiously peering out. Ahead lay a somewhat spacious cavernous hall. 5 warriors clad in the standard leather armor of the Shadow Guards. Their faces marked by fear, encircled a dark purple flesh cocoon, roughly the height of a person, entwined with countless vascular structures. The cocoon throbbed slowly like a heart, its surface occasionally distorting to reveal grotesque human faces, only to quickly flatten again. On the ground lay 3 withered corpses, adorned in similar Shadow Guard attire, evidently drained of their essence. In the center of the hall, a complex evil array was etched into the ground, outlined by a certain dark red liquid, with a black stone egg, about half a person's height and riddled with holes, resting at its core. The stone egg incessantly absorbed the energy from the blood vessels extending from the flesh cocoon, emanating a disquieting spatial disturbance and negative energy. Deep scan consumes 80 evolution points. Dark purple flesh cocoon, soul-devouring demon mother, larval form. Capable of growth through the consumption of essence and release of soul-devouring demons, i.e., shadow spirits. Blackstone egg, interdimensional beacon, not fully activated. Continuously absorbing energy in an attempt to stabilize the spatial passage. Evil array, sacrificial array, used to accelerate the beacon's charging and control the demon mother. This was the truth. The Shadow Guards were indeed attempting to forge a passage to another realm. They were inciting chaos with the soul-devouring demon mother, gathering energy, and employing live sacrifices to activate this beacon. The tragedy at Watchtower number 3 was merely a deliberate ploy to acquire, feed, and experiment with the demon mother's abilities. And that blackstone egg was likely the black egg mentioned by Sun Miao before his demise. It was imperative to stop them. Qinlai assessed the strength of the adversaries. 5 Shadow Guards, 1 at the first blood condensation stage, and 4 at the 8th and 9th levels of the mortal realm. Their power was formidable, yet not insurmountable. The crux of the matter was that the demon mother and the unactivated beacon lay before him. Just as he prepared to spring into action, a resonating hum erupted. The black stone egg began to tremble violently, the holes in its surface spewing forth distorted black luminescence. The entire cavern hall space began to warp dramatically, as if a reflection beneath water. This was dire. The beacon was overloaded with energy. It must be activated prematurely. The blood coagulation realm's Shadow Guard screamed in terror. Quick! Throw the sacrificial offerings in. Stabilize it. Another shouted, pointing at the 3 corpses on the ground. Several Shadow Guards clumsily lifted the bodies and rushed toward the formation. However, it was too late. From the holes on the surface of the black stone egg, dozens of translucent tendrils, resembling black smoke, suddenly erupted, ensnaring the guards who were lifting the corpses. No, my lord, save us. Their screams were abruptly silenced. Their bodies visibly withered as their essence, spirit, and flesh were frantically siphoned away by the black tendrils, injected into the stone egg. The brilliance of the stone egg stabilized slightly, yet the tendrils did not retract. Instead, they surged toward the only remaining living beings in the hall. The 2 Shadow Guards and Qinlai. Monster. One of the blood coagulation realm Shadow Guards was paralyzed by fear, hastily activating a talisman and transforming into black smoke to flee the mine. The other guard was a moment too slow, instantly ensnared by 3 or 4 tendrils. Drained to a mere husk, more tendrils, as if sensing a more delectable prey, surged toward Qinlai's corner. Danger descended in an instant. Qinlai's eyes flared with a fierce light. He did not retreat, but advanced. The Tsangming halberd erupted with dazzling silver radiance and a chilling aura, crushing mountains, breaking streams. The heavy halberd, infused with the power to tear through all, violently slashed at the oncoming black tendrils. The tendrils collided with the halberd's brilliance, producing a nauseating corrosive sound. These tendrils were not physical entities, but rather constituted of pure negative energy and spatial power, making them exceedingly difficult to sever. Although the Tsangming halberd's frigid properties could slightly freeze them, the effect was limited. More tendrils circumvented the halberd's glow, encircling Qinlai from all directions. Like the wind, Qinlai navigated the confined space, the halberd's shadow layering protectively around him. The tendrils were continuously severed and repelled, yet they relentlessly sprouted anew from the stone egg. This could not continue. The stone egg must be destroyed. With a powerful push against the ground, he disregarded the excruciating pain and the violent shake of his blood and chi from the tendrils striking his protective barrier, and forcefully charged toward the center of the hall's formation. Just as he was about to breach the formation's boundary, the dark purple flesh cocoon, which had remained still, suddenly cracked open with numerous gashes. A colder, greedier consciousness, filled with an insatiable hunger, abruptly awakened from within. With a pop, the flesh cocoon shattered completely. A formless entity. entirely composed of dense black smoke and countless anguished faces, lunged forth, emitting a silent yet soul-piercing shriek that enveloped Qin Lai in an instant. The true form of the soul-devouring demon mother. It had forsaken its slow growth and emerged from its cocoon prematurely. With bizarre tendrils from another realm in front and the soul-devouring demon mother attacking from behind, Qin Lai found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Warning: simultaneous encounter with a high-dimensional energy entity and a rule-level spatial creation. Survival probability below 15. Recommendation: immediately utilize all hidden cards. Deep within Qin Lai's pupils, golden-purple light flickered wildly. The immortal divine radiance body was pushed to its utmost limit. He swiftly flung out several sunfire-breaking evil talismans with his left hand. Boom, boom, boom. The radiant and indomitable golden light of righteousness erupted, momentarily repelling the dark smoke and some of the tendrils of the demonic mother. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed the full might of the Tsangming halberd, infusing it with all his vital energy and the essence of darkness, even at the cost of his own life force, transforming it into a piercing beam of ultimate coldness that tore through the shadows, aiming unerringly at the frantically pulsating black stone egg. Shatter. Chapter 29. The shattering of the guiding mark and the touch of another realm. That Tsangming halberd became a resolute meteor, consolidating all the vital energy of Qin Lai at the second level of the blood condensation realm, the newly awakened essence of darkness, and the resplendent golden radiance ignited by the burning of his divine body. Where the tip of the halberd passed, the fabric of space emitted a mournful cry of distortion under the unbearable strain, and those black tendrils attempting to obstruct him crumbled and evaporated as if they were ice confronted by a blazing sun. This strike embodied all his will, power, and resolve. Failure means death. Roar. The soul-devouring demoness seemed to sense the threat to her core and unleashed an even sharper, more frenzied soul scream. The dense black smoke churned wildly, coalescing into a massive ghostly claw composed of countless anguished faces, lunging towards the vulnerable spot on Qin Lai's back. The speed and power of this assault intensified. Caught in a vice, life and death hung in the balance. Qin Lai paid no heed to what was behind him. His gaze was solely fixed upon the ominously pulsating black stone egg that radiated malevolent waves. Shatter, accompanied by his thunderous roar that reverberated through the cavern. The tip of the Tsangming halberd finally struck fiercely against the black stone egg. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur immediately. At the point of contact between the halberd's tip and the stone egg, an indescribable brilliance erupted. It was not mere light, but the catastrophic spectacle of spatial structures being violently torn apart, where disparate rules clashed and collided with devastating energy. Buzz! A silent yet soul-shattering wave of terror surged forth, targeting the remaining black tendrils first, which vaporized instantly, as if cast into a steel furnace. Following this, the massive ghostly claw aimed at Qin Lai's back disintegrated like a sandcastle before the ripples of pure rule collision, and the majority of the demoness black smoke form was violently torn apart, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as her presence swiftly diminished. Qin Lai felt as if he had been struck with a tremendous force, even with the protection of his divine body. He sensed his soul being mercilessly struck by an invisible giant hammer. The protective vital energy shattered in an instant, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, and he was propelled backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the cavern wall, embedding himself within, undergoing a rule-level impact. Divine body integrity reduced by 27. Soul shocked. Severe injury status. Multiple fractures, ruptured organs, damaged meridians. Yet, he remained fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. The surface of the black stone egg, centered around the point of the halberd strike, spread out into countless web-like cracks. From these fissures surged a tumult of energy, chaotic and vibrant beyond description. It did not fully explode, but began to disintegrate in a cataclysmic collapse. The humming grew increasingly acute, ultimately transforming into a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. The stone egg suddenly collapsed inward, forming a minuscule, light-devouring singularity of absolute darkness, before erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! This time, it was a terrifying explosion on the levels of matter and energy. The dreadful shockwave, intermingled with shards of space, otherworldly energy, and the very substance of the beacon, surged outward like a tsunami, ravaging everything in its path. The grand hall of the mine was utterly annihilated in an instant. More tunnels began to collapse wildly. Warning: the spatial stability structure has been completely destroyed. Small temporal disturbances are forming. Qin Lai, enduring immense pain as if his body were on the verge of disintegration, forcefully broke free from the rock wall, unleashing the full potential of his wind-chasing step, even at the expense of burning his vital essence. He charged recklessly towards the mine's exit. Behind him lay a scene of apocalyptic collapse and energy storms. The severely wounded Soul Eater matriarch emitted a piercing shriek filled with resentment and fear, only to be engulfed by the collapse and energy tempest. Her dark form swiftly torn apart and purified. Just as Qin Lai was about to burst forth from the main tunnel, a slender, yet extraordinarily refined dark golden stream of light, seemingly alive, erupted from the chaotic surge of otherworldly energy. It disregarded the spatial distance, instantly catching up to him and merging into the back of his heart, integrating into his indomitable divine form. Detecting unknown high-dimensional rule fragments, incomplete, integrating, indomitable divine form undergoing unknown aberration, fusion level increased to 55. Analyzing 1, Qin Lai let out a muffled groan, sensing something ineffable within him, yet there was no time to investigate. He surged forward once more, finally bursting out of the mine's entrance at the last moment. The earth trembled violently, and the vast mine entrance collapsed entirely, sealed by countless tons of rock, with dust rising like a mushroom cloud. The aftershocks of the energy storm erupted from the fissures of the collapse, obliterating all vegetation and stones within 100 meters. Qin Lai surged forward several hundred meters before staggering to a halt, kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with the Tsangming halberd, coughing up blood mixed with internal fragments. He glanced back at the now vanished mine, still feeling a shiver of dread. He had narrowly escaped being entombed forever in that otherworldly hell. Mission: Explore abandoned mine completed. Successfully destroyed the otherworldly beacon. Eliminated the Soul Eater matriarch, larval form. Rewards: Evolution points 5,000. Special status: Otherworldly rule fragments, unknown. His evolution points soared to 7920, yet Qin Lai could not find joy in it. The dark golden stream that had merged within him filled him with an unsettling foreboding. Furthermore, although a portion of the Shadow Guard's conspiracy had been thwarted, their ability to acquire such terrifying entities as the otherworldly beacon and the Soul Eater matriarch indicated ambitions far beyond imagination. This matter must be reported without delay. Suddenly, he recalled the fleeing Shadow Guard at the blood condensation stage. He was the sole survivor and witness. He could not be allowed to escape. Qin Lai suppressed his injuries, swallowed several healing pills, and fully extended his senses, initiating a deep scan of the surrounding environment. Evolution points 50. Scanning detected a faint blood fluctuation moving rapidly 3,000 meters to the southeast, energy characteristics matching those of the Shadow Guard. Found him. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he summoned his last reserves of strength, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he pursued relentlessly. Today, it is imperative to extract every detail from the adversary. Chapter 30. The Final Shadow Guard. The night wind cut through the desolate ridge like a blade. Qin Lai, enduring excruciating pain that tore through his body, pushed the chasing wind steps to its utmost limit, his figure flickering among the jagged stones and withered trees, resolutely fixating on the shadowy figure ahead that fled in panic. Each breath ignited searing pain in his chest, as if his internal organs had shifted, and the vital energy within his meridians flowed sluggishly. The backlash from the collision of forces and the tumult of spatial currents were far more severe than the visible injuries. Had it not been for the formidable vitality of his indomitable divine body, he would have already succumbed. Yet, his gaze was as cold and resolute as tempered steel. The Shadow Guard ahead held the key to unraveling this entire conspiracy. He could not be allowed to escape. The Shadow Guard, evidently wounded, fled with great speed. But his steps were unsteady, his breath disordered, radiating a palpable sense of dread. He was clearly terrified by the horrifying explosion from deep within the mine and the earth-shattering strike from Qin Lai. The distance was rapidly closing. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Qin Lai took a deep breath, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, and with his left hand, grasped at the air. A thread of newly awakened dark energy was forcibly extracted from within him, mingling with the remnants of his vital energy, coalescing in his palm into a swirling orb of shadow that devoured light. Go! He flicked his fingers. The shadow orb silently cleaved through the night sky, racing ahead to catch up with the Shadow Guard. Sensing the chilling, deathly aura approaching from behind, the Shadow Guard was gripped by fear, rolling desperately to the side. Thud! The shadow orb did not strike him directly, but exploded violently beside him, transforming into a viscous field of darkness that ensnared his surroundings like a quagmire. The Shadow Guard's movements instantly faltered, as if trapped in amber. No! He let out a desperate scream, straining to circulate his blood and energy in an attempt to break free. But this fleeting moment of delay was sufficient. Qin Lai descended like a predatory owl, wielding unstoppable force. That Songming's spear, imbued with the chill of death, mercilessly descended upon his legs. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. The shadow guard collapsed to the ground, his legs twisted at an unnatural angle, rendered utterly useless. Qin Lai landed, his form slightly swaying. The pointed tip of the Songming spear resting against the shadow guard's head, the icy aura rendering the man rigid. Move again, and you die. The shadow guard lay on the ground, groaning in agony, completely devoid of the capacity to resist, left with nothing but overwhelming fear. Without uttering a word, Qin Lai swiftly searched him, disarming all potential poisons or self-destruct devices, binding his hands behind his back with specially designed shackles, allowing him to breathe a little easier. The vigorous motions aggravated his injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Dragging the incapacitated shadow guard, he sought refuge in a wind-sheltered rock crevice. Unceremoniously tossing him to the ground, he settled against the opposite side, swallowing several medicinal pills, struggling to regulate his breathing. His cold gaze scrutinizing the man as if he were examining a corpse. His name, the code among the shadow guards, and the identity of his direct commander. Qin Lai's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. The shadow guard's eyes flickered, seemingly caught in a struggle. Qin Lai's Songming halberd trembled slightly, effortlessly severing one of his fingers. Ack! The pain of severed digits pierced deeply, and the shadow guard let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My patience is limited. Qin Lai's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation. Shadow 19. Codename Shadow 19. Directly under the command of Shadow Uncle. Under the pressure of excruciating pain and imminent death, the Shadow Guard's psychological defenses began to crumble. What is the true identity of Shadow Uncle? What role does Lin Fan play within the Lin family? What are your intentions in constructing the otherworldly signposts? Qin Lai's questions grew increasingly sharp. No one has ever seen Shadow Uncle's true visage. He always issues orders through whispers or shadows. Young Master Lin Fan is the legitimate heir of the Lin family, also a collaborator of Shadow Uncle, with many resources being funneled in through the Lin family's caravans. The signposts are designed to welcome the descent of the Holy Clan. Shadow 19 stammered, his eyes flashing with intense terror whenever Shadow Uncle and the Holy Clan were mentioned, as if he had transgressed some absolute taboo. Deep scan initiated, consuming 100 evolution points. Target emotional analysis. Fear 90, Survival Instinct 5, Concealment 4, Soul Restraint Fluctuations Severe, Concealment. Moreover, it appears the soul restraint is on the verge of being triggered. Qin Lai promptly altered his strategy, refraining from probing core secrets and instead inquiring about details. How many strongholds do you have within the Demon Suppression Pass? Besides the underground Golden Hook gambling house, there is also the back courtyard of the Herbal Hall in the West Market, the Withered Well at the dock, and the mezzanine of Warehouse Number 7. To alleviate his suffering, Shadow 19 hurriedly divulged 2 locations. Who else knows about this operation, aside from you? Where is Lin Fan now? The operation was executed solely under Shadow Uncle's direct orders for our squad, young Master Lin Fan. He should still be in the Lin family courtyard at the Four Directions post. Just as he mentioned Lin Fan's specific location, an unexpected transformation occurred. Shadow 19's eyes rolled back, and countless twisted black runes surfaced beneath his skin, his entire body violently swelling, as though inflated. A destructive energy, emanating from the depths of his soul, was on the brink of eruption. The soul restraint was ultimately triggered. Qin Lai's expression changed, and without hesitation, he retreated fiercely. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. Shadow 19's body instantaneously disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist and shattered flesh, the powerful shockwave pulverizing the surrounding rocks. Although Qin Lai had retreated swiftly, he was still caught in the residual wave, crashing against the rocky wall and spitting out another mouthful of blood, worsening his injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as he stared at the blood mist. The controller behind the Shadow Guard was far more cautious and ruthless than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, the harvest was already substantial. 2 new strongholds, Lin Fan's location, and confirmation of Shadow Uncle's relationship with Lin Fan, along with their terrifying scheme to welcome the so-called descent of the Holy Clan. It was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, an act of world destruction. He must hasten to relay this intelligence and mobilize forces, employing thunderous means to eradicate these malignant tumors. But for now, he needed to find a place to stabilize his grievous injuries. Struggling to rise, he discerned the direction and staggered towards a nearby abandoned hunter's cabin from memory. Each step felt like treading upon a razor's edge. Injured state persisting. Less than 40 combat ability. Otherworldly rule fragment analysis progress. 3. Analysis slow, no anomalous feedback. Just as he was about to approach the small cabin, the passive warning of Deep Scan suddenly activated. Warning: multiple life signatures detected approaching. Direction: directly ahead at the cabin. Energy reaction: mixed, human, faint magical aura, with malicious intent. Qin Lai's footsteps abruptly halted, his sharp gaze fixed upon the seemingly tranquil abandoned cabin several dozen meters away. There was an ambush inside. Was it mere coincidence? Or were they targeting him? He swiftly concealed himself behind a massive rock, channeling all his strength into the breath-restraining technique, suppressing his injuries and observing intently. The cabin door creaked open slightly, a pair of vigilant eyes peering out momentarily before retreating. Faint whispers could be discerned from within. Have they confirmed it? Is it really that brat? There's no mistaking it. Though he appears gravely injured, that spear resembles the one in the portrait. Damn it, what rotten luck. The Lin family has placed a bounty of 10,000 gold coins and a spiritual level technique on his head. Who would have thought we, the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, would run into him? Just wait until he gets a little closer, and I'll greet him with the crossbow. The Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps? The Lin family's bounty? Even the Mercenary Corps beyond the borders have been mobilized. Lin Fan's movements are impressively swift. A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Lai's eyes. His current condition was dire, and engaging in a direct confrontation would be folly. Glancing at the Tsangming spear in his hand, he sensed the dwindling power within him and the slowly unraveling fragments of otherworldly rules. He must conclude this swiftly, ensuring that none escape. Chapter 31. The Bloodwolf's demise. The silhouette of the abandoned hunter's cabin loomed ominously in the dim moonlight. Leaning against the frigid rock, Qin Lai's heart thundered within his chest, each breath akin to straining against a shattered bellows. His injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. At this moment, he could muster less than 40 of his strength as a second layer of bludgeoning Jing. Faced with more than 6 mercenaries within, armed with a crossbow, a frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, there was no trace of panic in his eyes, only a chilling calm born of desperation and calculation. The roles of hunter and prey are never fixed. The low murmurs of the mercenaries inside and the subtle clicks of the crossbow being drawn were distinctly discernible to his heightened senses. 6 of them. 2 were lying in ambush at the door, 1 was providing cover by the window, and 3 were flanking from the rear. A standard encirclement formation. Unfortunately, what they were hunting was a beast that, even when gravely wounded, could still tear through throats with its fangs. Qin Lai slowly inhaled, suppressing the surge of blood and energy within him. He needed to create an opportunity, a moment to shatter the stalemate and disrupt their formation. His gaze swept across the rubble beneath his feet, then to a cluster of withered grass swaying in the night breeze. Inspiration struck. He carefully picked up a few stones of suitable size, calculating the angle and force. With a sudden flick of his left hand, a stone flew through the air with a faint whistling sound, heading toward a thicket at the cabin's rear. Thud! The sound of the stone striking the brush rang out sharply in the stillness of the night. Behind, a low shout immediately echoed from within the cabin. The attention of those near the door and window was instantaneously drawn to the side and rear. Now was the moment. Qin Lai's right hand had already poised another stone, launching it from a more concealed and cunning angle, targeting not the interior, but rather a slightly raised stone on the ground at the entrance of the cottage. The stone struck its mark with precision, producing a faint yet crisp sound, perfectly creating the illusion that someone was cautiously approaching from the front. Indeed, the mercenaries inside were momentarily deceived, leading to a brief moment of chaos and confusion in judgment. At the instant Qin Lai propelled the second stone, he glided like a specter along the ground. He did not rush towards the entrance, but instead lunged towards the sole window beneath the cottage. It was a blind spot for visibility. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet as light as a feather, the breath concealment technique operating at its utmost, allowing his severely wounded body to unleash its final potential. The mercenary below the window, anxiously peering towards the side and rear, was utterly unprepared for the true danger lurking right beneath his nose. As shadows enveloped him, he turned in shock, only to behold a pair of eyes as cold as the abyss and a silent, protruding tip of the Tsangming spear, entwined with a faint silver glow and dark aura, striking with the precision of a viper emerging from its lair. With a soft gasp, the spear tip penetrated his throat, silencing all his cries and fears. Qin Lai steadied the slumping corpse with one hand to stifle any noise, while swiftly seizing the military crossbow from the other hand. The entire process unfolded in a flash, executed with remarkable efficiency. The mercenaries inside remained oblivious to their comrade's demise. "Lao Lu, what's happening outside?" came a hushed inquiry from the doorway. Qin Lai, crouched beneath the window, mimicked the voice of the mercenary known as Lao Lu, rasping and hurried. I can't see clearly. It seems like someone has gone past. You should send someone out to take a look. His imitation was not flawless, yet in the tense atmosphere and under the cover of night, it was sufficiently convincing. A moment of silence lingered at the doorway, a hint of hesitation evident. However, the allure of the substantial bounty ultimately overshadowed their caution. Damn it, Lao Air. Come with me to check it out. The rest of you stay alert. The wooden door was gently pushed ajar, and two mercenaries, armed with crossbows, cautiously leaned out. Just as their gazes instinctively swept towards the thickets behind them, bang, bang, Qin Lai suddenly raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger. At such close range, aiming was entirely unnecessary. Two specially crafted crossbow bolts pierced through the chests of the mercenaries like the sigh of death. Enemy attack. The remaining 3 mercenaries inside finally reacted, unleashing furious cries. But it was far too late. Qin Lai granted them no opportunity to regroup. As the bolts flew, he shattered the window and rolled into the room. The Tsangming spear unleashed a chilling wave, sweeping outwards. The confined space within the cottage allowed the heavy spear's might to flourish. One mercenary, who had just raised his blade, was cleaved in two along with his weapon. Another, attempting to ignite a signal flare, was struck violently in the chest by the spear's shaft, his sternum collapsing as he was sent crashing against the wall, his fate unknown. The last mercenary, seemingly the leader, was utterly terrified, suddenly leaping backwards and hurling 3 poisoned throwing knives in an attempt to create distance. Qin Lai remained unflinching, his vital energy enveloping his left arm in an instant. Deflecting the knives, with a powerful kick, he sent a toppled wooden table crashing towards the leader, forcing him to evade. Meanwhile, Qin Lai closed in like a shadow, thrusting the Tsangming halberd forward. The simplicity of his movements belied their overwhelming speed and strength, rendering them irresistible. The leader, a formidable opponent, realized he could not escape and, with a furious roar, swung his blade to strike the halberd's shaft, attempting to deflect its lethal point. Clang! Sparks flew as his long knife shattered in response. Yet the halberd's icy tip merely hesitated briefly before piercing his shoulder. A scream of agony escaped the leader's lips as he staggered back, propelled by the immense force imbued within the weapon. Just as Qin Lai was poised to finish him off, a surge of internal injuries erupted within him, causing his movements to falter momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the leader frantically produced a small black whistle adorned with a skull and blew into it with all his might. No sound emerged, yet an unsettling, disorienting wave of energy radiated outward. You're finished. When the blood wolf whistle sounds, all my brothers will come running. There's no escape. He screamed madly. Qin Lai's expression hardened, suppressing his injuries as he raised the Tsangming halberd once more, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the fragment of otherworldly rule within his dantian, which had been slowly deciphering, trembled slightly. A faint yet supremely cold and ruthless woe resonated through the silent whistle wave, tracing back in response to the external disturbance. It seemed to be an instinctual, unconscious reaction. Yet the effect was terrifying. The frenzied cries of the blood wolf leader abruptly ceased. His eyes bulged in horror, bloodshot and reflecting incomprehensible visions of terror emanating from the depths of his soul, as if he glimpsed some indescribable entity. A monster, he gasped, the last remnants of sound escaping his throat as black blood flowed from his orifices. His body convulsed violently, ultimately succumbing to sheer terror, his spirit shattered and extinguished. The room fell silent once more, enveloped in a thick, metallic scent of blood and Qin Lai's heavy breaths. He dared not linger, swiftly scouring the battlefield for all usable crossbow bolts and supplies. From the leader's body, he retrieved a map indicating several temporary camp locations and a small pouch of specially crafted golden leaves from the Lin family. It seemed the Lin family was determined to eliminate him at all costs. He needed to escape this place without delay. With his weary, injured body, he vanished into the deeper shadows of the night. Behind him lay the abandoned cabin, soaked in blood, and the corpses soon to be discovered by the approaching hyenas. Crisis temporarily averted. Evolution points accumulated. 8,580. Status: severely injured. Immediate attention required. Chapter 32. The military judge and the night raven. The frigid night wind pierced his lungs, delivering a stinging pain akin to needles. Leaning against the hollow of a withered ancient tree, Qin Lai gasped for breath, his body nearly exhausted from relentless battles and grievous wounds. The regenerative powers of the immortal divine radiance seemed woefully inadequate against such dire injuries. The faint golden lines beneath his skin flickered uncertainly, desperately attempting to mend his shattered organs and meridians. He retrieved the last few healing elixirs from his pocket and swallowed them. As their potency spread, they provided a slight reprieve from the searing agony, yet it remained insufficient. It was imperative to find a place of absolute safety for extended recuperation, otherwise, his very foundation might be compromised. However, the bounty placed by the Lin family was akin to a net cast wide, and dangers lurked just beyond the demon-suppressing pass. The Blood Wolf mercenary corps was merely the first wave. Soon, more hyenas, drawn by the scent of blood, would converge. As he pondered his next course of action, a sudden brilliance illuminated the night sky in the distance, streaking towards the abandoned cabin. The lights emanated a calm aura, unmistakably the presence of military-standard artifacts. It was the patrol team from the demon-suppressing pass. Judging by their speed and might, the commanding officer possessed formidable strength. They had evidently been attracted by the previous explosion or the peculiar fluctuations from the Blood Wolf outpost. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively suppressed all his presence, completely concealing himself within the shadows of the tree hollow. The patrol team soon descended near the cabin, their voices of command and search clear in the air. Moments later, a commanding voice resonated through the night breeze. It was the Blood Wolf's men. They have been entirely eradicated. Such ruthless tactics, striking them down in an instant, with signs of their souls dissipating. My lord, we have discovered remnants of energy fluctuations and traces of a most peculiar force never seen before. Conduct a thorough search of the vicinity. Leave no clue unexamined. Additionally, report immediately to the officer's estate and intensify patrols beyond the pass. The Lin family's bounty must also be addressed. A flicker of emotion passed through Qin Lai's heart. It seemed the military had taken note of the Lin family's actions and the chaos outside the pass. This could potentially serve as a blessing, at least temporarily dissuading the unruly mercenaries. Yet, he must not reveal himself at this moment. Severely injured, he retained scarcely half of his strength. Should he be captured and taken back inside the pass, he would face not only military inquiries, but also the lethal hands of Lin Fan and the shadowy assassins lurking in the dark. He needed to wait until he regained a portion of his strength, at the very least, enough to ensure his own survival. He patiently bided his time until the patrol expanded their search in vain and reluctantly transformed into streaks of light returning to the pass, leaving the area once again engulfed in silence. After approximately the span of a jaw's stick, confirming the absence of further danger, Qin Lai glided from the tree hollow like a specter. He oriented himself and chose a path not toward the demon-suppressing pass, but rather towards the nearest small, abandoned beacon marked on his map. The elevated terrain there offered relative concealment, making it a suitable refuge for temporary hiding and healing. Each step felt like treading upon the edges of a blade, yet he forced himself onward. At last, as the dawn light began to break, he beheld the dilapidated beacon standing atop the barren hill. However, just as he was about to approach, a passive alert from the deep scan echoed once more. Warning: a single life force is detected within the beacon. Energy response: concealed, somber, devoid of direct malice. Is someone there? Qin Lai's senses heightened instantly. He concealed himself once more and cautiously advanced toward the beacon. The lower level had long since collapsed, yet the stone structure remained relatively intact. Like a gecko, he silently ascended to the second floor and peered through an arrow slit into the interior. There, he spotted a slender figure cloaked in black, crouched with its back to him, seemingly inspecting something. Beside the individual lay an open medical kit, filled with various potions, bandages, and medical instruments. Perhaps a doctor? The figure appeared to sense something and slowly turned around. Beneath the hood of the cloak was a pale, gaunt visage marked by profound weariness. Yet what drew attention were his eyes, clear, calm, yet imbued with an indifference that seemed to transcend life and death. His gaze appeared to fixate precisely on Qin Lai's concealed position, and in a voice devoid of fluctuation, he spoke. Friend outside, there is no need to hide. You are gravely injured, bleeding profusely. If you do not staunch the flow, even a divine being cannot save you. Qin Lai's heart trembled. Such keen perception. Despite his utmost effort to suppress his presence, he had still been detected. Moreover, he seemed to harbor no hostility. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai cautiously revealed himself from the window, that Songming halberd firmly grasped in his hand, watching the other with vigilance. Who are you? The cloaked figure, upon seeing Qin Lai's blood-soaked and severely injured state, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet quickly regained his composure. Just a passing physician. You may call me Night Crow. He gestured toward the medical kit on the ground. It seems you do not require my assistance in treating your wounds? Qin Lai did not lower his guard. The deep scan quietly activated. Evolution points: 30. Target: Night Crow. Cultivation level: suspected to be above blood condensation realm. Deeply concealed. Technique: unknown. Imbued with strong vitality and concealment properties. Status: exhausted. Old injuries unhealed. Emotion: calm 98. Curious 2. A concealed expert. Moreover, he appeared to bear old wounds. Yet the scan indicated that he truly held no malice. After a moment of silence, Qin Lai slowly lowered the Songming halberd. Given his current predicament, should the other harbor ill intentions, resistance would be futile. It was better to take a chance. Please. Night Crow nodded slightly, gesturing for Qin Lai to sit. He opened the medical kit, retrieving not ordinary wound ointment, but a salve emitting a peculiar fragrance and glowing faintly green, along with several silver needles as fine as hair. His movements were swift and steady, cleansing the wound, applying the ointment, and administering the needles with a fluid grace that bore a unique aesthetic. When the green salve touched the wound, a sharp, cool sting ensued, followed by an indescribable comfort, as the injury began to staunch and close at a visibly rapid pace. The silver needles were precisely inserted into acupoints, guiding the chaotic energies and vital force within him, their efficacy rivaling that of high-grade elixirs. Surviving the backlash from colliding rules, the tearing wounds of spatial turbulence, and the after-effects of forcibly activating secret techniques was indeed miraculous. As the Night Crow administered treatment, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. There is a unique little entity within your dantian that is aiding in stabilizing your injuries, albeit at the expense of absorbing your energy. Qin Lai felt a chill in his heart. The expertise of this individual and the breadth of his knowledge were undoubtedly extraordinary. Could he even sense fragments of rules from another realm? Who exactly are you, and why are you assisting me? Qin Lai inquired once more. After completing the final acupuncture, the Night Crow wiped his hands and leaned wearily against the wall. As I mentioned, I am merely a physician. It is merely a chance encounter, nothing more. He briefly met Qin Lai's gaze, and within his indifferent eyes, a fleeting glimmer of emotion seemed to surface. Perhaps it is because I, too, harbor a disdain for those who engage in treachery behind the scenes, treating human lives as mere trifles. Was he referring to the Lin family, the Shadow Guard? The Night Crow seemed reluctant to elaborate further, closing his eyes to begin his meditation, as if the previous treatment had exhausted him considerably. Feeling his internal injuries evidently improving, Qin Lai's doubts began to wane. Regardless of this person's identity, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions toward him. He refrained from further conversation, focusing intently on circulating his energy, harmonizing it with the medicinal effects and acupuncture to restore himself. Time passed in silence, and the eastern horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. When the initial rays of morning entered the beacon tower, the Night Crow slowly opened his eyes and withdrew the silver needles from Qin Lai's body. Though his injuries were temporarily stabilized, complete recovery would require at least half a month of rest and a substantial supply of blood-nourishing herbs. Take care of that little entity within you, he advised. Gathering his medical kit, he stood up, preparing to depart. Thank you, Qin Lai said earnestly, marking this favor in his heart. The Night Crow paused momentarily, not turning back, but merely uttering, "The waters of the demon suppression army run deeper than you can imagine. The military judges are not a monolithic entity. Take care of yourself." With that, his figure seemed to meld into the shadows, silently vanishing beneath the beacon, as if he had never existed. Qin Lai pondered deeply. The Night Crow's final warning was laden with significance. The military judges are not a unified front? Could there be internal strife within the military? He shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. The immediate priority was to restore his strength. Upon examining himself, he found his injuries had indeed improved by about 30 to 40%, granting him a basic ability for movement and self-defense. With ample evolution points remaining, perhaps he could. His gaze fell upon the Great Blood Restoration Pill in the system's shop, costing 500 evolution points. It quickly restores a large amount of vitality. Exchange. The pill entered his body, and the potent medicinal energy spread throughout him, accelerating his recovery alongside the immortal divine radiance physique. By the time the sun reached its zenith, he had regained approximately 50 to 60% of his strength. Although far from his peak, he was now sufficiently equipped to handle most dangers. He needed to return to the demon suppression pass swiftly. On one hand, Team B needed his leadership, as there were subsequent matters regarding Sun Miao and Chun Xiao to address. On the other, the Shadow Guard's stronghold needed to be dismantled promptly, especially that desolate well of Baichao Hall. The appearance and warning of the Night Crow instilled within him a sense of unease, as if a greater storm was brewing. He organized his equipment, grasped the Songming halberd, and his gaze sharpened once more, resolute as a blade. It was time to return. Chapter 33. The Return of Thunder. As the sun began its descent towards the west, the silhouette of Qin Lai materialized outside the imposing side gates of the demon-suppressing pass. Clad in a fresh, unadorned suit of ordinary warrior armor, he concealed the wounds that had yet to heal beneath, his complexion still somewhat pallid, though the weariness in his gaze had been supplanted by a chilling sharpness. The Songming halberd was ensconced in thick cloth and slung across his back, its brilliance subdued. The sentinel soldiers at the gates scrutinized his identity badge, casting a gaze laden with complexity upon him, yet did not impede his passage. Clearly, the turmoil from the previous day beyond the gates, coupled with the news of the vice captain's tragic demise in the line of duty, had spread. This newly appointed captain had already garnered a reputation for both ferocity and strength among the lower-ranking soldiers. Upon entering the pass, a cacophony of heat and noise assailed him. Yet it did nothing to dispel the chill that lingered in his heart. Without a moment's pause, he proceeded directly towards the barracks of the B Squad. Within the training grounds of the barracks, the atmosphere was as heavy as the stillness before a storm. All warriors were present, yet no drills were underway. Instead, they stood in self-formed ranks, their gazes fixed intently upon the entrance, awaiting something momentous. At the forefront of the formation stood Wang Kuei and Li He, their expressions taut with anxiety yet tinged with an imperceptible thrill. Conversely, those who were once part of Sun Miao's or Chun Zhao's inner circle appeared anxious, their eyes averted. As Qin Lai's figure appeared at the entrance to the barracks, the collective breath of the assembly hitched in their throats. He advanced into the training ground step by step. His pace was deliberate, resonating with the heartbeat of every individual present. The aura of malevolence, tempered by the fires of battle and even in his injured state, could not be entirely concealed. It mingled with the oppressive pressure of the blood condensation realm, surging forth like an invisible tide, nearly suffocating those around him. He arrived at the forefront of the ranks, coming to a halt, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly. Without uttering a single word, he wielded an authority more commanding than any roar. Thud! A warrior of lesser fortitude succumbed to the weight of this pressure, his legs buckling as he fell to the ground, his face as pale as parchment. Qin Lai's gaze lingered on him for a fleeting moment before shifting to Wang Kuei and Li He. Report the situation. Wang Kuei, startled, stepped forward, his voice resonant yet respectful. Captain, the B Squad was to have 98 members, and all 98 are present. Since last night, no one has deserted their posts. Everything at the barracks is normal. His emphasis on everything is normal was clearly a declaration of loyalty. Li He then followed suit, adding, Captain, regarding Vice Captain Sun's unfortunate demise and Chun Zhao's theft of military arms, the matter has been reported to the Military Law Department as per protocol. They have acknowledged receipt and will address it at their discretion. His tone bore a hint of suppressed frustration, indicating the Military Law Department's response was rather perfunctory. Qin Lai's expression remained stoic. The Military Law Department's attitude was as he had anticipated. The warning from Yi had not been unfounded. And Chen Xiao, detained in the confinement chamber, under constant watch by Hou Yu and his men. No one is permitted near him. Very well. Qin Lai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly once more. His voice suddenly turned as frigid as ice. Sun Miao conspired with external enemies. His treachery has been exposed and dealt with. Chen Xiao, a traitor within our ranks, has irrefutable evidence against him. According to military regulations, he shall be executed. Before his words could fully resonate, he abruptly raised his hand, pointing at several members of the squad who had previously exhibited the highest hostility in the scans and were closely associated with Sun Miao and Chen Xiao. You, and you, step forward. The faces of the three members turned ashen, and one instinctively took a step back, forcing a calm demeanor as he protested. Captain, we are innocent. What evidence do you possess? Evidence. Qin Lai scoffed, his form suddenly appearing before the individual like a specter. With a hand as swift as lightning, he plunged into the man's bosom and abruptly extracted a communication jade talisman, faintly pulsating and on the verge of being crushed. This is the evidence. The man, stricken with terror, was about to resist when Qin Lai's fingers, sharp as a blade, gathered vital energy and instantly punctured his energy sea. Ah! The man shrieked, collapsing as his cultivation was utterly extinguished. The other two, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. Yet, Qin Lai was swifter. The Songming halberd, though still sheathed, was brandished with a thick cloth, sweeping out violently. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed as the two men were struck as though by massive timber, spewing blood and being flung to the ground, their bones likely shattered in numerous places, instantly rendering them unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the three warriors of the 8th and 9th ranks had been incapacitated. The training ground fell into a profound silence, where one could hear a pin drop. All present were rendered speechless, their scalps tingling from the thunderous display of force. Holding the communication jade talisman, Qin Lai's gaze sliced through the crowd like an icy blade. Is there anyone else who wishes to attempt sending messages outside? No one dared to respond, nor did anyone risk meeting his eyes. Take them away, strip their cultivation, and confine them in the military law prison, Qin Lai commanded. Wang Kuei and Li He promptly advanced, dragging the three away as if they were dead dogs. This time, no one dared to voice a single dissent. Standing at the forefront of the training ground, Qin Lai's voice resounded throughout. I care not who you followed or what thoughts you harbored in the past. From this day forward, the E Squad has but one rule: obey military orders and pledge loyalty to the Demon Suppression Pass. Rewards for merit, penalties for transgressions. Those who wish to leave may now remove their uniforms and depart. After a moment of silence, someone was the first to react. Suddenly kneeling with a single knee to the ground, fists clasped, shouting fiercely, I vow to follow the captain to the death. I vow to follow the captain to the death. Like a chain reaction, all the warriors in the training ground knelt, their voices thundering. At that moment, whether out of genuine submission or compelled by fear, the authority of the E Squad was firmly grasped in Qin Lai's hands. Task: E Squad reorganization completed. 33. Reward: significant increase in E Squad cohesion. Prestige 300, evolution points 1000, current evolution points 9580. Qin Lai nodded slightly, instructing everyone to rise and continue their training. He then returned to the captain's quarters with Wang Kuei and Li He. Captain, you were truly magnificent, Wang Kuei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The earlier display of thunderous might had ignited his fervor. Li He, in contrast, remained composed, quietly noting, Captain, while this decisive action has swiftly resolved the chaos, it has also irrevocably offended certain individuals within the military law office and the Lin family. In the future, this may pose a problem. Never mind, Qin Lai interjected. Being timid will only hasten one's demise. One must exhibit sufficient strength and value to instill fear in others. He shifted the conversation. I have a task for you both. The two immediately straightened. Please, Captain, command us. Li He, your mind is astutely meticulous. Take a few trusted brothers to discreetly surveil the Baichao Hall in the West Market and the desolate well in the backyard. Should there be any unusual activity, report immediately. Do not disturb the grass, and do not approach. Wang Kuei, lead a team to the number 7 warehouse at the docks, creating a commotion to attract certain individuals' attention. Though both men were unaware of the deeper implications, they accepted their orders without hesitation. Understood. After sending them off, Qin Lai sat alone in his room, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The two strongholds of the shadow guards, one overt and one covert, would be investigated simultaneously. He hoped for fruitful results. Currently, the internal situation was stabilizing, yet external pressures were mounting. Lin Fan and Uncle Ing would not rest easy, and there were their informants within the military law department. Enhancing one's own strength remained of utmost importance. He gazed at the towering 9,580 evolution points. Feeling the slow recovery of his internal injuries and the fragment of otherworldly rules he had analyzed to level 7. It was time for the next enhancement. Perhaps he could attempt to push the indestructible divine radiance body to its next stage or unlock more powerful functions within the system. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the system interface, where a vast array of options unfolded once more. Meanwhile, deep within the military law department of the Jima Pass, in a dimly lit secret chamber, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, bearing the insignia of a captain, listened to his subordinate's report, his expression dark and foreboding. Qin Lai of Team E had returned. Upon his arrival, he had swiftly eradicated the remnants of Sun Miao and Qin Xiao, completely taking control of Team Yi's personnel, eliminating 3 in the process. Useless. The cold captain slammed his hand on the table. What did the Lin family say? Young Master Lin is furious and demands we inform him promptly. Why the urgency? The captain replied coldly, fixating on Team E, particularly on Qin Lai. He has taken what should not have been taken and disturbed those who should not be disturbed. Someone will deal with him in due time. We need only to proceed according to the rules. The subordinate bowed and withdrew. In the shadows, a cruel smile crept across the captain's face. A storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 34. The divine radiance begins to emerge. Movements at Baichao Hall inside the headquarters barracks. Silence reigned. Qin Lai sat cross-legged, his mind fully immersed in the system interface. The impressive 9,580 evolution points resembled a sea of burning stars, awaiting his command. With his injuries unhealed and formidable enemies lurking, he required a means to forge an absolute combat capability in a short span. The advancement of the indestructible divine radiance body was undoubtedly the best option. Yet with a fusion degree of 52, he seemed distant from the next qualitative leap. The slowly analyzed fragments of otherworldly rules, while immensely powerful, remained challenging to control. Akin to a double-edged sword, his gaze traversed the dazzling array of options before finally settling on a previously gray area due to insufficient conditions. System function upgrade. Would you like to consume 8,000 evolution points to unlock a new module? Tactical simulation? Tactical simulation. allows the consumption of evolution points to simulate and deduce combat scenarios, merge techniques, and utilize energy, significantly enhancing training efficiency and adaptability in combat situations. Note: the accuracy of simulation results is directly correlated with the evolution points consumed. 8,000 points. Nearly all his savings. Yet the description of the effects stirred Qin Lai's heart. Simulation and deduction. This not only accelerates healing and the cultivation of skills, but also enables a targeted search for countermeasures against the shadow guards, and even elucidates methods to analyze the fragments of rules. High risk, high reward. Without hesitation, Qin Lai decisively chose to proceed. Evolution points, 8,000. Remaining evolution points, 1580. Tactical simulation module loading. Successful. In an instant, Qin Lai felt his consciousness being drawn into an infinitely vast silver space composed purely of data streams. Everything around him became quantifiable, deconstructible, and capable of deduction. He promptly issued a command: simulate. Optimal plan to repair current injuries and consolidate the second level of the blood condensation realm. Simulation begins. Consuming 50 evolution points, within the silver space, a detailed energy model of his body materialized, and countless plans began to calculate, exclude, and optimize at astonishing speed. Simulation completed. Recommended plan: use star-shattering bone forging technique to guide the dark power to refine the damaged meridians. Supplemented by the residual medicinal power of Qi Blood Great Recovery Pill. Operating for 36 cycles. Estimated efficiency increase of 170. Time reduced by 65. Exquisite. Qin Lai immediately commenced the cultivation technique according to the simulated plan. Indeed, the previously stagnant flow of energy became remarkably smooth, and the unique chill and corrosive qualities of the dark power, under the exquisite control of the simulation, transformed into the optimal tool for refining the meridians and expelling hidden injuries. The recovery speed surged. Seizing the moment, he commanded once more: simulate. Analyze. Otherworldly rule fragment. Current resolution, 7. Attempt to preliminarily guide its energy and seek a safe method of application. Simulation begins. Consuming 200 evolution points. Warning: target energy level is too high. Simulation accuracy is limited. In the silver space, the dark golden light cluster representing the rule fragment became exceedingly unstable, resulting in multiple simulation failures. Simulation partially completed. Acquired preliminary guiding technique. Other touch, incomplete. Capable of slightly manipulating the fragment's power. Highly effective against mental attacks. Side effect: may attract the attention of unknown entities. Other touch? Qin Lai swiftly absorbed the esoteric yet fundamentally insightful information of the technique. Though incomplete and perilous, it undoubtedly represented a formidable trump card. Just as he immersed himself in this rapid enhancement, a hurried yet restrained knocking sounded from outside the barracks, accompanied by Li He's low voice. "Captain." Qin Lai slowly withdrew his energy, a fleeting silver glimmer in his eyes. Although the simulation space was marvelous, it was immensely consuming and could not entirely replace reality. He sensed that his injuries had healed about 70%, his cultivation was more stable, and he no longer felt completely at a loss regarding the rule fragment. Enter. Li He dashed in, his face betraying a blend of suppressed tension and excitement. "Captain, there's movement at the Baijiao Hall." "Speak." Qin Lai's gaze sharpened. "As per your instructions, we set up an observation point at the tea house across the street. Just half an hour ago, Baijiao Hall closed early, and 3 heavily concealed carriages entered the back courtyard but have yet to emerge. Furthermore, our personnel, using the gaze reflector you provided, detected faint energy fluctuations around the dry well, resembling some sort of illusion." "An illusion?" "The carriages entered but did not exit. It seems there is more than meets the eye beneath that dry well. The shadow guards indeed harbor significant schemes there." "Well done. Continue to monitor and record the characteristics of all personnel and vehicles entering and exiting, but never approach within 100 meters of the well," Qin Lai commanded solemnly. With the tactical simulation module at his disposal, he required precise intelligence to formulate his plans. "Understood," Li He acknowledged, adding, "By the way, Captain, we received word from Wang Kuei. There has been considerable commotion at warehouse number 7 on the docks, nearly resulting in a conflict with the management, drawing the attention of many." "Excellent," Qin Lai nodded. The disturbances caused by Wang Kuei would serve as a perfect cover for Li He's covert surveillance. Once Li He departed, Qin Lai closed his eyes again, connecting with the tactical simulation, loading the environmental data surrounding the 100 Herbs Hall. He incorporated models of potential defensive arrays around the dry well, based on existing intelligence, and simulated infiltration strategies and responses to encounters. Simulation initiated, consuming 100 evolution points. Within the silvery space, a virtual model of the 100 Herbs Hall and its surroundings swiftly materialized, with countless possibilities beginning to unfold. Time raced by in both the simulation and reality. As the sun sank once more in the west, Qin Lai had explored 17 different infiltration strategies and engaged in numerous battle simulations against various hypothetical enemies. Although he had expended several hundred evolution points, he had acquired a clear plan and ample preparation for the impending operation. Just as he was about to conclude the simulation for a brief respite, a sharp alarm suddenly pierced through the simulation space. Warning: high-energy response detected approaching the YZ Team's base. Energy signature: concealed, cold, and malicious. Intensity: late stage of blood condensation. In reality, Qin Lai's eyes shot open. The Songming halberd was instantly in hand. Almost simultaneously, a vague shadow appeared at the window of the barracks, like a specter, with no warning. A chilling murderous intent, akin to that of a venomous serpent, instantly locked onto Qin Lai within the room. The shadow did not attack immediately, but instead spoke in a raspy and distorted voice, slowly uttering, "Captain Qin, Shadow Uncle requests your presence." Chapter 35. The invitation of the shadow servant. The voice was raspy and distorted, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against itself, penetrating the barracks walls and reaching Qin Lai's eardrum, imbued with a chilling and undeniable resonance. The shadow outside the window remained partially obscured, only a vague outline visible, as if it had melded completely with the night, yet its aura enveloped the entire barracks as if it were a tangible presence. Late stage of blood condensation. Moreover, it was exceptionally skilled in concealment and assassination, far surpassing the shadow guards encountered in the previous mines. Qin Lai's muscles tensed instantaneously, fingers tightening around the Songming halberd. The internal energy and dark power flowed quietly within him, the injuries yet to heal protesting with muted groans, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, fixated on the shadow outside the window. The tactical simulation module activated in an instant. Simulation initiated, analyzing target threats. Formulating response plans consuming 80 evolution points. Target analysis: Shadow Guard, direct vanguard of Shadow Uncle. Cultivation level: 7th stage of blood condensation. Techniques: speed, stealth, lethal strikes. Probability of direct confrontation victory: below 8. Proposed plan 1. Unleash all hidden cards for a forced breakthrough. Success rate: 12. Injury probability: 99. Proposed plan 2. Engage in deception, pretending to accept the invitation. Success rate: 65. Risk: unknown. Proposed plan 3. In a flash, myriad simulations raced through his mind. A head-on confrontation was the least favorable option, since the adversary had not attacked immediately but instead extended an invitation. It suggested there might still be room for negotiation or that they harbored some reservations. Shadow Uncle? Qin Lai's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of turmoil. Such a veiled invitation could hardly be deemed sincere. Outside the window, the shadow emitted a barely audible, owl-like chuckle. Sincerity? Captain Qin, you have destroyed a vital stronghold of my master, slain my comrades, and seized my master's possessions. Yet my master is still willing to grant you an opportunity to present your case. That is immense generosity. He indeed came for the mind's markers and the heart of darkness. Moreover, the other party seemed to mistakenly believe that the heart of darkness was also in his possession. Present a case? Qin Lai scoffed. What was there to present? You collude with otherworldly forces, harboring ulterior motives, and are a common enemy of humanity. Within the demon suppression pass, all must be executed. Ha ha ha. The shadow's laughter grew even more chilling. Noble rhetoric can be uttered by anyone. Yet the reality is that the muck of the demon suppression pass runs deeper than you imagine. The military law department? The deputy mansion? Who dares to utter a single word against my master? Captain Qin, you are a clever man. You should comprehend that some powers are beyond your capacity to contend with. My master values talent. As long as you relinquish those 2 items and pledge your loyalty, past grievances can be disregarded, and you may even be granted a stroke of fortune. Coercion and temptation, a blend of soft and hard tactics. Simulation update. Target intent confirmed. To retrieve the core marker, now destroyed, in the heart of darkness while attempting to recruit or control the host. Recommendation: engage in feigned negotiations. Extract intelligence and buy time. Qin Lai fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, but in truth, he was rapidly processing the simulation results and devising a strategy. Loyalty? Based solely on the veiled Shadow Uncle? He dared not reveal his true visage. How could I trust this so-called sincerity? He deliberately exhibited a demeanor of rebellion and testing. The shadow's voice suddenly turned cold. Captain Qin, my master's name and true appearance are not yours to gaze upon at this moment. You need only respond, accept or refuse. The final word refuse carried an unmistakable chill of murderous intent. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and frost even formed on the window panes. The pressure intensified. Qin Lai could sense that should he utter even a hint of refusal, that terrifying entity outside would unleash a thunderous strike instantly. Simulation results indicated that even if he exerted all his strength, the survival chances remained tragically low. Yet he understood more clearly that once he surrendered the heart of darkness, even if he wished to comply, the fragment of rules had already fused within him. Or pledged his loyalty, it would equate to placing his life and death entirely in another's hands, a consequence too dreadful to contemplate. He had to take a gamble. He wagered on the extent to which the other party valued the heart of darkness, believing they would not dare to act recklessly within the confines of the Demon Suppression Army camp. Slowly, he rose to his feet. The tip of his Tsangming halberd pointed downward, adopting a stance that appeared relaxed yet was ready to explode at any moment. Matters could be negotiated. Allegiance was not out of the question. However, he shifted his tone, questioning how he could trust that accompanying them would not be akin to walking into a trap. If Uncle Ing were truly sincere, why send such a clandestine figure? He demanded a personal audience or a more legitimate venue. In a strategic retreat, he turned the tide against them. The shadow outside seemed unprepared for Qin Lai's resolute stance, falling into silence for a moment. The murderous intent surged like a tide, evidently weighing the risks and costs of taking action. To assassinate a newly established commander within the encampment would undoubtedly create a commotion difficult to conceal. Humph, sharp-tongued. The shadow finally scoffed, declaring that their leader was not someone one could meet on a whim. The location could be changed, at noon tomorrow, at the Listening Rain Tower in the West Market, Room 3 of the Tianzi series. Only he could attend, and should any uninvited guest appear, he would bear the consequences. With those words, the terrifying aura and murderous intent outside receded like a vanishing tide, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The pressure dissipated abruptly, and cold sweat soaked Qin Lai's back. He slowly returned to his chair, exhaling a long breath of stale air. That brief exchange had been as perilous as a fierce battle. The strategy provided by tactical simulation had succeeded in temporarily repelling the adversary, granting him a night of respite. However, the appointment at the Listening Rain Tower tomorrow was undoubtedly a true den of danger. The adversary had chosen the West Market, a place teeming with a mix of people, precisely where the 100 Herbs Hall was located. This was no coincidence. Uncle Ying's intentions were likely far more than merely reclaiming items and gathering followers. The appointment at the Listening Rain Tower could very well be a meticulously crafted double trap. Whether he attended the meeting or seized the opportunity to investigate the 100 Herbs Hall, he could easily fall into their control. He had to make the most of this night to prepare thoroughly. He immediately stood up and exited the tent. Wang Kuei, Li He, he called out in a low voice. The two quickly arrived. Commander, immediately head to the armory, under the pretense of a drill, and requisition 3 demon-breaking crossbows, 20 soul-locking arrows, and a set of concealment array discs. Qin Lai commanded. These were crucial tools for dealing with high-level cultivators and concealing one's movements. Previously, the B team had not qualified to requisition them, but having established his authority, he would now use it to arm himself. Furthermore, Li He doubled the personnel monitoring the 100 Herbs Hall, expanding the surveillance area, with particular attention to any unusual occurrences before and after noon tomorrow. Wang Kuei personally scout the vicinity of the Listening Rain Tower, noting all entrances and the environment, especially the location and surrounding layout of Room 3 in the Tianzi series. Though the two were uncertain of the reasons, upon seeing Qin Lai's serious expression, they immediately took their orders and left. Qin Lai returned to his quarters, reconnecting with the tactical simulation, loading the environmental data for the Listening to the Rain Tower, based on the information brought back by Wang Kuei, as well as the data for the demon-breaking crossbow and soul-locking arrows, simulating various strategies for the upcoming noon confrontation, including direct conflict, negotiation, creating chaos, and a forceful breakout. Simulation begins, consuming 200 evolution points. Within the silvery space, a complex virtual scene rapidly materializes, and countless possibilities begin to unfold. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Lin family's courtyard in the western district of the Demon Town, Lin Fan listens with a grim expression to a report from a subordinate clad in black. The shadow servant has conveyed that Qin Lai is exceedingly cunning and has not yielded immediately, agreeing instead to reconvene at the Listening to the Rain Tower tomorrow at noon. Useless, Lin Fan exclaims, shattering the jade cup in his hand. A mere mud-legged squad dares to bargain. The shadow uncle is overly cautious. We should have directly seized him and extracted his soul. From the shadows, a detached voice softly interjects, unmistakably that of the previous shadow servant. Young master, please calm your anger. Qin Lai possesses the capability to destroy the mind's directional markers. His strength and hidden cards should not be underestimated. Engaging him within the military camp entails great risk. Since he has agreed to the appointment tomorrow, let him live for another half-day. The listening to the Rain Tower has long been ensnared in a web of traps. If he is sensible, he will comply. If not, that will be his grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression lightens slightly, yet a more venomous glimmer flashes in his eyes. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the listening to the Rain Tower. I want to witness firsthand how he begs for mercy. As you wish, the shadow servant's voice fades into the shadows. As night deepens, undercurrents surge. The appointment at the listening to the Rain Tower tomorrow at noon is destined to unleash a new wave of bloodshed. Chapter 36. Simulation 1,000 times. The blade awaits the night is profound, yet the base of the Y-shaped squad is permeated with an unusual atmosphere of tension and activity. Wang Kuei and Li He efficiently execute orders, quietly delivering the procured demon-breaking crossbow, soul-locking arrows, and concealment array disc into the squad's barracks. These costly arms, typically reserved for elite scouts or specialized task forces, now lie piled before Qin Lai, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Qin Lai gestures for the two to withdraw and continue their surveillance and reconnaissance tasks, then closes his eyes once more, his consciousness fully immersed in the silvery data space of tactical simulation, loading the structural data of the listening to the Rain Tower as reported by Wang Kuei. Along with the performance parameters of the demon-breaking crossbow, the characteristics of the soul-locking arrows, and the effective range of the concealment array disc. The environmental model is established for room number 3 on the top floor and its surrounding variables. Enemy count of 38, strength ranging from early to late blood condensation realm. And potential array traps. Constructing environmental model, consuming 120 evolution points. Tactical simulation activated. Within the silvery space, an ancient and elegant tavern rises, with every beam, pillar, and window rendered vividly. Room number 3 is situated in the upper-level private chambers, accessible by a single staircase, overlooking the bustling streets of the Western Market, teeming with people. Countless scenarios begin to evolve frantically. Scenario 1. He arrives punctually for the appointment, barely crossing into room number 3 when an ambush erupts. 3 mid-stage blood condensation realm shadow guards launch a coordinated assault. Qin Lai wields the Tsangming halberd to sever one, yet is ensnared by chains from the other 2. With arrows from the demon-breaking crossbow arriving instantaneously. Simulation result, gravely injured and captured. Scenario 2. He infiltrates early, utilizing the concealment array disc to hide atop the beams. Below, Lin Fan and the shadow attendant engage in conversation, their words revealing deeper conspiracies. However, one of the shadow guards senses an anomaly and suddenly launches an area attack, forcing him to reveal himself. Simulation result, surrounded and engaged in a fierce battle. Scene 3. He does not enter the listening Rain Tower, but instead sets up a demon-slaying crossbow on the rooftop opposite, attempting a long-range assassination. Simulation result. The opponent is well prepared, triggering a protective formation, alarming the enemy. Time and again, the simulations fail. The opponent is meticulously organized, their strength overwhelming. Whether through brute force, cunning, or remote harassment, the success rate remains dismally low. Evolution points rapidly deplete, with 800 points gone in the blink of an eye, leaving a mere 700 points. Qin Lai's brow furrows tightly. Is there truly no solution? No. There must be something overlooked. The opponent's objective is not solely to kill, but, more importantly, to recover an item. He abruptly shifts his mindset. Simulation. I possess the Dark Heart, a fabricated high-energy reaction material, and demand a meeting with Uncle Shadow or safe passage in exchange for the item. Simulation plan change in progress. Scene. Inside room 3, Qin Lai produces the counterfeit Dark Heart, simulated from a mother nest core fragment. Insisting on safe departure before handing it over, Lin Fan appears, agitated and eager to seize it, but is restrained by the shadow attendant. The two sides are at a standoff. Simulation result, success rate 45, internal conflict probability 60. The success rate has significantly improved. Lin Fan's impatience and the shadow attendant's caution can be exploited to create chaos. Yet, it is still insufficient. More trump cards are needed. He recalls the incomplete Yichu spell. Simulation. At the critical moment of confrontation, secretly cast Yichu. Target. Lin Fan. Simulation begins, consuming 150 evolution points. Target energy level 2 high. In the silvery space, the virtual image representing Lin Fan suddenly clutches his head and screams, his eyes reflecting extreme terror, his mind collapsing in an instant, attacking wildly. The scene spirals completely out of control. Simulation result, chaos creation success rate 85. Successful breakout amidst chaos 70. Warning, after casting Ichu, the host will enter a 5-second weakness period and may attract unknown attention. This is it. Although the risks are immense, it is the only method to break the deadlock of overwhelming strength and create a sliver of hope. Qinlai exits the simulation space. In reality, only an hour has passed, yet he feels as though he has endured dozens of life and death struggles. Spiritually exhausted, his eyes shine with an unsettling brilliance. A perilous yet remarkably feasible operational plan has taken shape in his mind. He immediately springs into action. He retrieves the largest fragment of the Mother Nest core, cautiously alters its energy fluctuations with his vital energy, simulating the dark and profound aura of the Dark Heart. Though merely a facsimile, it is convincing enough in haste. He meticulously inspects and calibrates the demon-slaying crossbow, applying a specially crafted poison to the soul-locking arrows. The breath-holding array is fully charged. Finally, he repeatedly practices the incomplete Yichu spell in the silvery space, simulating its execution hundreds of times until his mental strength is nearly depleted. As the first light of dawn breaks on the horizon, all preparations are complete. Wang Kuei and Li He return in succession, bringing more detailed intelligence. The team observes that many unfamiliar faces have appeared near the listening rain tower. Though well disguised, their gait and gaze betray them. They are undoubtedly shadow guards. In the rear courtyard of Baikatang, the carriage remained still throughout the night. However, at dawn, a batch of medicinal herbs was delivered, and the porters moved with an uncharacteristic steadiness. As the ominous storm approached, Qinlai listened to the report with a calm demeanor. Clad in his centurion armor, he carefully wrapped the Songming spear in cloth, concealed the Dark Heart within a specially crafted metal box, and slipped it into his breast pocket. He dismantled the demon-breaking crossbow and placed its parts into a long wooden box, strapping it across his back. I shall step out for a while, he instructed Wang Kuei and Li He. If I am not back by noon, or if you hear a great commotion from the listening rain tower, rally the Yitzi squad and launch a rapid assault on Baikatang. Spare no effort to destroy that dry well. This is a military order. Wang Kuei and Li He's expressions darkened. Captain, it is far too dangerous for you to go alone. We will accompany you. Execute the command. Qinlai's tone brooked no argument. Remember, your mission is Baikatang. There may be a conspiracy there greater than that of listening rain tower. The two men gritted their teeth and nodded solemnly. Understood. Qinlai patted their shoulders, offering no further words, and strode out of the encampment. Blending into the bustling morning crowd, rather than heading directly to the Western Market, he first circled within the confines, ensuring he was not being followed before quietly arriving at a breakfast stall near listening rain tower. He ordered a bowl of thin porridge, eating leisurely while his gaze, like the most sophisticated instruments, scanned every corner of the tower. Deep scan activated. Cost 50 evolution points. Ambush points confirmed. 2 crossbowmen on the rooftop, 3 swordsmen at the opposite tea house, and 4 skilled attendants in the restaurant's private room number 3. Energy reactions detected. 3. 1 in late blood condensation. 2 in early blood condensation. The corridor is rigged with a triggering confinement array. Indeed, it was a net of treachery. As time ticked away and the sun rose higher in the sky, Qinlai set down his bowl and tossed a few copper coins onto the counter. He shouldered the long wooden box containing the crossbow's components and approached listening rain tower, appearing as an ordinary delivery worker. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing deep, yet the power within him was poised at its peak, akin to a taut bowstring, ready to release a poisoned arrow. With measured steps, he crossed the seemingly mundane threshold of listening rain tower, a gateway that felt as though it led to hell itself. Final simulation activation. Cost. Last 50 evolution points. Action countdown. Initiating. Chapter 37. The Killing Game at Listening Rain Tower. Inside Listening Rain Tower, the faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments mingled with the aromas of wine and dishes, creating an illusion of a peaceful and prosperous era. However, the moment Qinlai stepped through the door, the cold data from the deep scan surged into his mind like a tidal wave, shattering the facade of warmth. At least 9 malevolent gazes pierced him like invisible needles. The air was charged with the slightest energy fluctuations, the preset formations lying in wait. The staircase leading to the upper floor appeared vacant, yet concealed within it lurked lethal intent, maintaining an expressionless visage, akin to a true delivery worker. He lowered his head and ascended the stairs step by step, carrying the long wooden box. His footsteps were steady, but his heartbeat throbbed like a war drum within his chest, not out of fear, but from a profound excitement born of utter calm. With each ascending step, the intangible pressure intensified. When he finally stood before the intricately carved wooden door of room number 3, every muscle in his body had adjusted to its optimal state of readiness. his internal energy coiling within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed, thud, 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 strikingly clear in the silent corridor. After a brief moment of silence, a raspy, distorted voice from within commanded, "Enter." Qin Lai pushed the door open. The room was elegantly adorned, fragrant smoke wafting through the air. In the shadowed corner by the window sat a shadowy figure, indistinct yet distinctly marked by a pair of icy eyes. Beside him stood two expressionless, ominous black-clad guards, each a formidable practitioner at the early stage of the blood condensation realm. Reclining on a nearby couch was a young man in lavish attire. Gazing at Qin Lai with a mix of resentment and delight, it was Lin Fan. "Did you bring the items?" The shadowy figure's voice remained devoid of emotion. Cutting straight to the chase, Qin Lai closed the door behind him, scanning the room before settling his gaze on the shadowy figure. "I must first see your sincerity. Where is Shadow Uncle? Or a guaranteed path for my safe departure?" Lin Fan abruptly sat up, sneering. "Qin Lai, even at death's door, you dare haggle? Kneel, hand over the items, and perhaps I might consider granting you a swift end." Ignoring him entirely, Qin Lai continued to focus on the shadowy figure. After a moment of silence, the figure slowly replied, "The master will not see you. Surrender the items, take the soul oath, and you may leave unscathed. This is the final condition. And if I refuse?" Qin Lai's voice grew colder. "Then you shall remain here forever." The shadowy figure's tone turned frigid, delivering the final word, "Kill." In that instant, as the command echoed, the two early-stage blood condensation guards sprang forth like phantoms, one to the left, one to the right. Their blades drawn, imbued with fierce energy, aimed directly at Qin Lai's vital points, moving with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the array inscribed on the ground flared to life, a powerful binding force enveloping Qin Lai's legs like an invisible mire. Everything transpired in a flash. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, the lethal strike launched instantaneously. Yet, Qin Lai was swifter. At the very moment the shadowy figure uttered the command, he had already moved, not retreating, but lunging forward with a powerful step. The technique, known as crushing the mountain, erupted forth, shattering the slick, binding force beneath his feet. At the same time, the long wooden box behind him exploded violently. Whoosh! The pre-assembled demon-slaying crossbow was instantly raised, requiring no aim, as he pulled the trigger directly at the guard charging from the left. At such close range, the combination of the crossbow and the soul-locking arrow unleashed its full might. The guard had no time to react. His protective energy was torn apart as if it were mere paper. Thud! The soul-locking arrow struck precisely into his forehead, the sheer force sending his body hurtling back. Impaled against the wall, the poison on the arrow instantaneously activated, obliterating his very soul. Meanwhile, the blade of the guard on the right was already upon him. Qin Lai did not even glance, as the Tsangming halberd rose as if possessed, slicing upward. Clang! The deafening clash of metal rang out. The guardian felt an irresistible force surge forth, causing his grip to shatter and his sword to fly from his hand. He attempted to change his stance, yet the crescent blade of the azure abyss spear swept past him like the smile of death. With a crack, a head soared into the sky, and the headless body staggered a few steps before collapsing with a thunderous thud. In the blink of an eye, two early-stage blood condensation guards had been dispatched. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that Lin Fan's triumphant grin was only just transforming into shock and disbelief. He barely comprehended what had transpired. Only the shadowy figure at the window stirred slightly, a flicker of surprise momentarily illuminating those cold eyes, swiftly replaced by a more intense killing intent. A commendable maneuver. The voice of the shadowy figure rasped like ice upon ice. Yet this is where it ends. He did not rise, merely lifting his right hand, fingers curling as if grasping an unseen force. Boom! A terrifying pressure, 10 times more potent than that of the previous guards, descended with a palpable weight. The very air within the room seemed to solidify, while the furniture groaned under the unbearable strain. The might of a late-stage blood condensation practitioner bore down unrelentingly. Qin Lai felt as if an invisible mountain was crashing upon him, his bones creaking under the strain, and the vigor that had just surged within him now faltered. His movement stifled. This was the suppression stemming from an absolute disparity in strength. Answer ultimately ants. At this moment, Lin Fan finally grasped the situation, unleashing a frenzied and vengeful laugh. "Shadowy Lord, eliminate him. Tear him to shreds." The shadowy figure's fingers slowly tightened. The very space surrounding Qin Lai seemed to constrict, intent on crushing him utterly. The worst-case scenario envisioned in the tactical simulation had materialized. There was no hope in a direct confrontation. Now was the moment. A glint of resolve and madness flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. He laboriously raised his left hand, revealing a metallic box containing a forged dark heart, as if to hurl it towards Lin Fan. "This is for you." The shadowy figure's attention was indeed momentarily diverted by the box, causing the overwhelming force to waver slightly. And in that fleeting 1/100th of a second, deep within Qin Lai's consciousness, the slowly unraveling fragments of otherworldly rules trembled violently. The otherworldly touch spell surged with unprecedented intensity. All his mental energy, infused with a cold, merciless supreme will from another realm, coalesced into an invisible spike, bypassing all physical defenses and striking directly at the maniacally laughing Lin Fan. Lin Fan's laughter was abruptly silenced, replaced by a scream so wretched it seemed inhuman. He was confronted by the most terrifying and incomprehensible sight, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, pupils dilated. As his hands clawed frantically at his face and chest, blood pouring forth, his soul shattered under the onslaught of this higher-dimensional will, breaking apart like fragile glass. Otherworldly touch took effect. The side effects erupted simultaneously. Qin Lai felt darkness envelop him, a splitting pain coursing through his skull, his mental energy drained in an instant, his body stumbling uncontrollably into a brief period of weakness. "Young master." The shadowy figure was both shocked and enraged. He had never anticipated that Qin Lai possessed such a bizarre and sinister mental attack. Moreover, the target was aimed squarely at Lin Fan. If Lin Fan perished, he would have no explanation to offer to his master. The oppressive force exerted by the shadow attendant was abruptly diminished, and in a fleeting moment, he appeared beside Lin Fan like a wraith, attempting to stabilize his crumbling spirit. An opportunity arose. Qin Lai, enduring the excruciating agony of a soul being torn apart and his physical weakness, bit down hard on his tongue, leveraging the sharp pain to extract the last remnants of his strength. The Songming halberd was plunged into the ground to support his body as his right hand swiftly retrieved the already activated breath-concealing array disc, smashing it onto the ground with fervor. A low hum resonated as a pale gray light enveloped him, creating a 3-foot barrier that isolated him from all detection. In that moment, he summoned the last of his energy and hurled himself toward the window facing the bustling street of the West Market. With a deafening crash, he shattered the window, plummeting like a cannonball into the throng below. "Where do you think you're going?" The shadow attendant roared in a mix of fury and alarm, unleashing a lethal gust of dark energy that shot forth like black lightning, homing in on the back of Qin Lai, suspended in midair. With his old strength depleted and new energy yet to manifest, Qin Lai had no means to evade. Just as the deadly wind was about to pierce through him, the fragment of the otherworldly rule within him quivered once more, unleashing a wave of invisible, space-distorting energy. With a subtle hiss, the lethal wind seemed to graze an invisible barrier, veering slightly off course, barely missing Qin Lai's side and leaving a trail of blood in its wake, yet failing to inflict a fatal wound. With a thud, Qin Lai landed heavily atop a fabric merchant's stall below, absorbing some of the impact, but still reeling from the force of the fall, blood oozing from his side. "Capture the assassin." Someone's jumped. The chaos erupted in the streets, with terrified screams and the sounds of toppled vendors mingling with the frantic cries of fleeing citizens, transforming the once vibrant market into a boiling cauldron of turmoil. Despite his injuries, Qin Lai struggled to rise, leveraging the confusion and the residual effects of the breath-concealing array disc to slip into a nearby alley like a fish darting through water, vanishing in an instant. On the rooftop of the Listening Rain Pavilion, the shadow attendant surveyed the disorder below and the now-vanished target. His eyes fell upon Lin Fan, whose shattered spirit rendered him a mere imbecile, drooling and grinning foolishly. A primal, suffocating roar escaped him, akin to that of a wounded beast. "Qin Lai." The sound reverberated, brimming with boundless malice and fury. Escape from the Listening Rain Pavilion successful. Injured status. Mental energy exhausted, soul damaged. Punctured rib. Evolution points. 0, no kills. Otherworldly rule fragment resolution. 9 activation enhanced. Chapter 38. Thunder in the West Market. Fire at the Herb Hall. The West Market was thrown into utter chaos. Murder. An assassin. Someone jumped from the Listening Rain Pavilion. The military officer is drawing his blade. Panic-stricken shrieks filled the air, mingling with the sounds of overturned stalls and the cries of livestock, transforming the once thriving market into a tumultuous sea of disorder. The commotion from Qin Lai's fall through the Listening Rain Pavilion window ignited the long-simmering tension like a torch dropped into boiling oil. Despite the searing pain in his ribs and the profound weakness in his soul, Qin Lai weaved through the panicked crowd with the agility of an elusive eel, desperately navigating the chaos. The effects of the breath-concealing array disc were rapidly waning, and the terrifying killing intent from the shadow attendant now at the peak of the blood condensation stage, pursued him relentlessly like a relentless parasite. He had to leave the main thoroughfare immediately. He abruptly turned into a narrow alley cluttered with debris, but just a few steps in, two fierce-looking men wielding short blades emerged at the entrance, evidently set as ambush sentinels by the shadow guards. They had spotted him. The two sentinels roared as they lunged forward, their blades aimed directly at Qin Lai's vital points. With foes ahead and pursuers behind, he found himself in a dire predicament. A glint of determination flickered in Qin Lai's eyes. He did not attempt to block their assault, but recklessly surged forward instead, simultaneously drawing the last two backup daggers from his waist and hurling them with all his might. Thud! The daggers found their marks, piercing the throats of the two sentinels. However, their blades also slashed through Qin Lai's chest armor and forearm, leaving two crimson trails. With a muffled grunt, Qin Lai barreled past the still-standing corpses, continuing his frantic dash without pause. Yet, this brief delay allowed the cold intent of murder to close in on him from behind. "You cannot escape." The raspy, distorted voice of the shadow guard echoed ominously, as a concentrated wave of dark energy surged through the air, causing the alley walls to crumble like paper. In that critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from another direction in the West Market, deafening in its intensity. Following this was the chaotic clamor of battle cries and clashing weapons. It was from the direction of Baichao Hall. Wang Kuei and Li He had engaged. A jolt of realization coursed through Qin Lai. They must have heard the commotion from listening Rain Tower and decisively executed the assault order. This sudden turn of events evidently disrupted the shadow guard. The force behind the lethal palm strike wavered slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Lai lunged into a nearby courtyard piled high with pickled vegetable jars, crashing through the wooden fence and rolling inside. He poured the last remnants of his vital energy into the remnants of the breath-concealing formation, completely masking his presence, curling up behind a massive jar, motionless and seemingly lifeless. The shadow guard's figure appeared like a specter at the end of the alley, his icy gaze sweeping over the scattered bodies and debris, then shifting towards the rising smoke and battle cries from Baichao Hall, clearly caught in a moment of hesitation. Should he continue the pursuit of the severely injured Qin Lai, or redirect his efforts to assist the potentially besieged core stronghold of Baichao Hall? "My lord, Baichao Hall is under attack. The assailants are a fully organized, demon-suppressing army. Our men are barely holding on." A panicked shadow guard rushed in to report. "Useless." The shadow guard cursed angrily, reaching a decision at last. Qin Lai was at his limit and would inevitably be found, but the integrity of Baichao Hall's secrets must not be compromised. With a resentful glance towards the direction Qin Lai had vanished, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, darting swiftly toward Baichao Hall. Behind the vegetable jars, Qin Lai let out a long breath, cold sweat having thoroughly soaked his heavy garments. He dared not emerge immediately. Instead, he concentrated on circulating his energy to regain even a sliver of strength while carefully sensing the disturbances outside. The sounds of battle from Baichao Hall grew increasingly intense, interspersed with the distinctive shrieks and explosions of the demon-slaying crossbows. Wang Kuei and Li He had evidently deployed the heavy weaponry they had requisitioned, catching the shadow guards off guard. However, a more chilling and formidable presence began to rise from beneath Baichao Hall. Something terrifying seemed to have been stirred. The clamor of battle suddenly escalated into a more brutal and chaotic din. A sense of foreboding enveloped Qin Lai. Beneath the 100-herb hall, something truly peculiar lurks. Wang Kuei and his companions are undoubtedly in peril. Assistance is imperative, yet in his current state. He gritted his teeth and withdrew the repaired void escape talisman acquired from the mine assassin. This artifact is notoriously unstable, but it may be the sole means to hasten his arrival. He gauged the general direction and distance, then forcefully pressed the talisman against himself. Buzz! The power of space surged violently, distorting and pulling him as if he were ensnared by an invisible force. In the next instant, he was hurled through the air, crashing violently into a narrow alley near the rear courtyard of the 100-herb hall, leaving him battered and further injured. However, he could not afford to linger on his wounds. He struggled to rise and surveyed the scene. The courtyard's surrounding wall had collapsed significantly, flames raging fiercely. The members of Team E formed a battle formation, fiercely clashing with a greater number of black-clad shadow guards. The ground was strewn with dozens of corpses, both shadow guards and Team E brothers alike. Wang Kuei, like a frenzied tiger, brandished the fissured spear gifted by Qin Lai, drenched in blood, desperately fending off the assault of a blood-condensing realm shadow guard. Meanwhile, Li He directed the crossbowmen, continuously eliminating approaching foes with precise shots from the demon-slaying crossbows. Surrounding the dry well was a dense, dark purple mist, from which eerie gnawing sounds and unsettling hissing echoed, as if something was about to emerge. Several valiant warriors attempting to approach the mist screamed in agony as their flesh disintegrated, leaving only bones behind. Block them. We cannot allow whatever lies within the well to escape, Leahy shouted hoarsely. At that moment, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens like a vengeful deity, landing directly in the heart of the battlefield. A horde of ants. All of you shall perish. He unleashed his wrath, conjuring a massive black claw that lashed out at Team Yi's formation. Boom. The formation was instantly shattered. Over 10 warriors were reduced to mere pulp on the spot. Wang Kuei and Li He were also sent flying, spitting blood. The disparity in power was insurmountable. The shadowy figure paid no heed to the others, charging straight towards the dry well, urgency evident in his eyes. We must stop him. Qin Lai's eyes widened in desperation as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, aiming the Songming spear at the shadowy figure's back, ready to charge recklessly. Yet, just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Humph! Who dares to wreak havoc within the demon suppression pass? A voice like thunder reverberated through the skies. A resplendent golden spear beam, imbued with righteous vigor, tore through the air, descending like divine retribution, aimed squarely at the shadowy figure. The powerful guardians of the demon suppression pass had finally been roused by the scale of the battle. The golden spear beam, unparalleled in might, forced the shadowy figure to abandon the dry well and turn to defend with all his might. Boom! The spear beam collided fiercely with the claw, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent everyone around hurtling away. Amidst the billowing dust, a middle-aged man clad in the armor of a high-ranking commander of the demon suppression army, wielding a golden spear, hovered in the air, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield and the ominous dry well. Law enforcement squad, heed my command. Seal off the West Market. All resistors shall be executed without mercy. His voice thundered, echoing across the expanse. A multitude of soldiers clad in black heavy armor, exuding a formidable presence, surged into the battlefield from all directions, commencing an indiscriminate suppression of all armed individuals, whether they were shadow guards or members of the E Squad. The situation shifted dramatically once again. Leaning against the wall of a narrow alley, Qin Lai observed this sudden turn of events, feeling a fleeting sense of relief, only to be overtaken by renewed apprehension. Although the intervention of the law enforcement team provided temporary respite, the E Squad's unauthorized mobilization and aggressive assault on residential areas had instigated considerable chaos, and they too bore significant responsibility. Moreover, his gaze was drawn once more to the well shrouded in ominous black-purple mist. Just as the leader of the enforcement team appeared and the shadow servants were forced to retreat, he distinctly perceived a gigantic tentacle, encrusted with slime and malevolent eyes, slowly retracting into the depths of the well. What secrets lay hidden below? Chapter 39. Wei Qianren and the sealed well. As the golden light of the spear dissipated, the true visage of the commanding officer was revealed, a countenance marked by resolve and eyes that sparkled with electric intensity. The shoulder armor bore the distinctive emblem of the high-ranking commanders of the Demon Suppression Army, signifying that his power had ascended to the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, mere steps away from the legendary Yuan Dan realm. It was Wei Qianren, the vice commander of the enforcement hall. Observant warriors gasped in awe, their voices tinged with reverence. Wei Qianren's icy gaze swept over the battlefield, which resembled a hellscape, ultimately settling upon the well, exuding a sinister black-purple mist, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Seal off the area. All participants in the skirmish, regardless of affiliation, are to surrender their weapons for safekeeping. Anyone who dares to act independently shall be executed. His commands were succinct and merciless, imbued with an undeniable aura of iron-fisted authority. The law enforcement soldiers, akin to wolves and tigers, sprang into action, swiftly partitioning the battlefield, exterminating or subduing the remaining defiant shadow guards, while simultaneously surrounding the E Squad warriors and confiscating their weapons. Despite the E Squad's resentment and grievances, none dared to resist under the oppressive pressure exerted by Wei Qianren and the formidable archers of the law enforcement team. Wang Kuei and Li He, supported by others, cast anxious glances towards Wei Qianren, yet refrained from voicing their concerns. Qin Lai, still leaning against the alley wall, gasped for breath as he watched the law enforcement team regain control of the situation, feeling a slight sense of relief, though his vigilance remained unyielding. Whether the appearance of this vice commander would herald fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Wei Qianren gradually descended beside the well, the corrosive black-purple mist seeming to recoil in fear from the golden aura surrounding him. He gazed intently into the unfathomable depths of the well, sensing the heart-stopping malevolence and spatial fluctuations emanating from within. his expression growing increasingly grave. Such pure otherworldly evil energy, and remnants of a spatial portal. He abruptly turned, his gaze like a blade directed at the shadow servants being escorted by the enforcement team and the dazed Lin Fan. You, Lin family, possess an audacious spirit. How dare you conspire within the borders to establish a connection with another realm? Though the shadow servants were firmly restrained by two elite members of the law enforcement team, they maintained their composure, sneering defiantly. Vice Commander Wei, one must speak with evidence. We are merely operating a pharmacy here. The disturbances within the well have nothing to do with us. It is these E-Squad ruffians who have unjustly assaulted residential areas. Committing murder and arson, what punishment do they deserve? He audaciously deflected the blame, vehemently denying any wrongdoing. Impertinence, Wei Qianren bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You shall not escape your guilt. Take them back to the enforcement hall for rigorous interrogation. The shadow attendant's laughter was even more sinister. Wait away, the waters are murky, and it's not so easy to navigate. Do not forget, the military law department is not solely represented by your enforcement hall. Wei Qianren's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of imperceptible gloom flitting across his gaze. He was clearly aware of the implications behind the shadow attendant's words. The internal factions within the military law department were numerous and deeply intertwined with various prominent families and even forces within the court, making it anything but a unified front. Yet he did not flinch. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Take them away." The enforcement team dragged the shadow attendant and Lin Fan away. As the shadow attendant passed through the alley where Qin Lai was situated, his cold eyes appeared to pierce through barriers, casting a deep, venomous glance filled with malice and warning. Wei Qianren dismissed all distractions, his attention wholly returning to the dry well. He produced several jade talismans exuding a pure, masculine aura, forming incantations with his hands. The talismans shot forth, accurately nailing around the well's mouth to create a temporary sealing formation, momentarily suppressing the escape of the dark violet mist. However, the unsettling hissing and gnawing sounds emanating from the depths of the well did not cease. Instead, they seemed to intensify with agitation. Although the passage was not fully formed, it had established a fragile connection with some otherworldly realm where a formidable malevolent entity resided, making conventional means of sealing it utterly futile. Wei Qianren's brow furrowed as he solemnly stated, "This must be reported immediately. We must seek the judgment of the Talisman's Hall and the Lord Guardian." He instructed his subordinates to maintain a vigilant watch over the dry well, forbidding anyone from approaching, before finally turning his gaze to the members of the E-team under the enforcement team's supervision and to Qin Lai, who was struggling to emerge from the alley. "Who is in charge?" Wei Qianren's voice revealed no trace of emotion. Qin Lai pushed aside the enforcing officer who was assisting him, stepping forward. Though drenched in blood and gravely injured, he stood tall and unwavering. "I am Qin Lai, captain of the E-team of the Sharp Soldier Corps." Wei Qianren's gaze settled on him, scrutinizing him as if seeking to see through him entirely. "I have heard your name, Qin Lai. Blackstone Gorge, Decayed Leaf Marsh, and today, you seem quite adept at stirring trouble." His tone was flat yet laden with immense pressure. "Sir, it is not my subordinates who instigated trouble, but rather the shadow guards colluding with the Lin family from another realm, plotting harm against our comrades. The evidence is conclusive. Upon learning of their conspiracy, I was compelled to lead my team to intervene and prevent catastrophe. Should the malevolent entity beneath the well be allowed to emerge today, the consequences would be unimaginable." Qin Lai's voice rang out resolutely as he recounted the events and presented the token and environmental recording stone he had obtained from Shadow 19. Wang Kuei Lihi and others voiced their fervent support, recounting the betrayals of Sun Miao and Qin Xiao, as well as the tragedy at the third watchtower. Wei Qianren listened intently, observing the token and the indistinct yet clear images within the recording stone, the mine entrance, fragments of scales, his expression shifting. He could naturally discern truth from falsehood and understood that the implications of this matter were far beyond what he had imagined. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, his voice still cold but now lacking some of its scrutiny. "Even if there are reasons behind your actions, unilaterally mobilizing troops and inciting significant turmoil and casualties constitutes a grave offense." Qin Lai's heart sank. Yet, with a shift in Wei Qianren's tone, he continued, "However, your timely discovery and prevention of the formation of the otherworldly passage, as well as the killing and capture of several shadow guards, balance the scales of merit and demerit. You may be deemed to have contributed to the defense of the Demon Suppression Pass. The specific course of action must be determined jointly by the Town Guard and the Military Law Office." He waved his hand. "Take the injured members of Team B for treatment. The rest shall return to the barracks and await further orders. No one is permitted to leave without command." This was indeed the best outcome under the circumstances. Qin Lai felt a slight sense of relief and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Deputy Commander." The law enforcement team parted to clear a path. As the valiant members of Team B supported their wounded comrades, retreating to the barracks with a complex mix of emotions. Each individual understood that the ordeal was far from over. Wei Qianren observed Qin Lai's departing silhouette and suddenly transmitted a message. "Team Leader Qin, take care. You have stirred quite the hornet's nest. Some individuals will not let this matter rest." Qin Lai paused momentarily, refraining from turning back, merely nodding slightly before continuing on his way. Upon returning to Team B's quarters, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. The casualty report emerged swiftly. In this battle, Team B had suffered 23 fatalities, with 11 severely injured. Nearly everyone bore wounds, leaving them significantly weakened. Yet, the survivors' gazes had transformed, becoming more resolute. Having been tempered by the trials of blood and fire, this unit began to forge a soul of its own. Qin Lai confined himself within the barracks and immediately set to work on his injuries. Utilizing elixirs, vital energy, and the immortal radiance body to its fullest extent, he simultaneously linked to a tactical simulation to deduce the optimal recovery plan. Evolution points. 100. Simulation complete. It is advised to prioritize the restoration of internal organs and meridians. Attempt to channel the energy from the fragment of otherworldly rules for assistance. He followed the advice cautiously, carefully invoking the faint energy emitted by the rule fragment. Though perilous, this superior energy proved remarkably effective in mending physical injuries. The pace of his recovery accelerated once more. By the deep of night, his injuries had finally stabilized, restoring approximately 50% of his combat capability. He exhaled a long, deep breath. At that moment, a respectful voice from outside the barracks called, "Team Leader. Deputy Commander Wei has sent this." Qin Lai opened the door to find a loyal guard holding a jade box. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 pills, the size of longan fruits, radiating a robust vitality and pure energy, along with a note. The note contained only a terse command, for healing. "You are summoned by the town guard tomorrow. Detection, mid-grade earth-level pill, life creation pill, a sacred healing remedy that can swiftly mend foundational injuries." Qin Lai regarded the pills and the note, his gaze flickering. Was Wei Qianren's gesture a sign of goodwill, or merely a form of surveillance and control? Regardless, the pills arrived at a most opportune moment. He hesitated no longer. Swallowing one, he resumed his healing process. The summons from the town guard the following day would be a pivotal moment for both him and Team B. Meanwhile, the unseen forces of Uncle Ing and the Lin family's machinations would not remain idle. A greater storm was brewing. Status recovery in progress. Strength gradually rising. Resolution of otherworldly rule fragment. 10. Activity increasing. Chapter 40. The town guard and the border patrol order. The effects of the life creation pill were indeed extraordinary. After a night of recuperation, Qin Lai's injuries were nearly healed, with the shattered organs restored by the abundant vitality and much of his depleted energy replenished. Remarkably, he even advanced slightly in his cultivation, solidifying his position at the pinnacle of the second layer of blood condensation. Only the subtle injuries inflicted upon the soul by the forced manifestation of the Yichu require time to nurture and heal. In the early morning, a set of pristine military attire was delivered by the personal guards. Qin Lai donned the battle uniform, meticulously polished his Tsangming halberd, and stored it within his spatial ring. Taking a deep breath before stepping out of the barracks, 2 law enforcement officers dispatched by Wei Qianren awaited him outside, their expressions stoic and silent, merely gesturing for him to proceed. The journey was devoid of conversation. They traversed the heavily fortified inner city, ultimately arriving at the core of the Jinma Pass, the residence of the commander. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with the external world's rugged brutality. The eaves soared gracefully, and the corridors meandered elegantly, exuding a solemnity that was almost suffocating in its majesty. Each guard possessed an eagle-like sharpness in their gaze, their presence heavy and formidable, indicating they were all adept practitioners beyond the blood condensation realm. In a spacious, austere yet palpably oppressive conference hall, Qin Lai encountered the supreme authority, the commander of the Jinma Pass, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His features were ordinary, even somewhat gentle, clad in a plain black robe devoid of any embellishments, standing before an enormous map of the demon realm, intently studying it. He exuded no powerful energy fluctuations, appearing much like an ordinary person. Yet, Qin Lai dared not underestimate him. His deep scan instinctively sought to activate, but as it neared the distance of a foot from the man, it vanished as if swallowed by the abyss. The undying divine radiance body also resonated with an imperceptible, almost profound sense of vigilance, as if encountering a presence of a deeper origin. This individual was undoubtedly a terrifying existence far beyond the blood condensation realm, perhaps at the Yuan Dan level or even higher. Commander of the Echelon Beta, Qin Lai, reporting in. Qin Lai suppressed his inner tumult, cupping his fists in salute, his voice neither servile nor arrogant. The commander slowly turned, his gaze settling on Qin Lai. That look was tranquil, yet seemed capable of penetrating all facades, laying bare the essence beneath. Qin Lai felt as if he harbored no secrets before him. Even the fragment of the otherworldly rule within him stirred slightly, as if detected. Quite good. The commander spoke, his tone gentle yet imbued with an inherent authority. At such a young age, you have already reached the blood condensation realm. With a solid foundation and a lingering aura of ferocity, you are indeed a promising material. Wei Di has reported the situation in the Western market to me. He took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Qin Lai to follow suit. The Shadow Guards, the Lin family, and the otherworldly passage are increasingly becoming untenable. He tapped lightly on the table, his tone inscrutable. Your decisive actions upon discovering the clues have prevented a greater calamity, which is commendable. Your subordinates have fought valiantly. Compensations for the casualties will be dispensed at the highest standards. Thank you, Commander. Qin Lai felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the commander's tone shifted, his gaze turning profound. It is also true that you have acted independently in mobilizing troops and breaching the inner defenses, causing unrest. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. Moreover, it seems there are certain peculiar items within you that do not belong to this world. Qin Lai's heart raced. He had indeed noticed. Your Excellency, please discern. This item accidentally fused with me while I was destroying the markers in the mine. I have yet to gain control over it and remain unaware of its origins or purpose, he half-truthfully explained, attempting to gauge the commander's attitude. The commander waved his hand, interrupting him. There is no need for anxiety. In this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. To obtain it is either a stroke of fortune or a twist of fate. Contemplate it deeply. If wielded wisely, it shall serve as an ally, yet if misused, it may turn against you. As long as you do not endanger the demon suppression pass, I shall not interfere. Qin Lai exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Yet his vigilance remained unyielding. The overly lenient demeanor of the other party instilled a sense of unease within him. Regarding your transgressions, the pass keeper pondered momentarily. As protocol dictated a dismissal and investigation. However, in these times of need at the borders, your capabilities are indeed recognized. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. He produced a black token, embossed with the pattern of a mythical creature, and placed it upon the table. By this decree, you are promoted to the position of Border Patrol Envoy, temporarily overseeing the B Division. You are to proceed to the Black Wind Pass for defense, surveying a 300-mile expanse of demonic territory, eliminating roaming fiends, and investigating any unusual occurrences for a duration of 3 months. During this time, you may conduct affairs at your discretion, and should any significant discoveries arise, report directly to me. Border Patrol Envoy, Black Wind Pass. Qin Lai's thoughts raced. Though this appeared to be a banishment to the frontier, stripping him of authority within the pass, it, in fact, conferred greater autonomy and a direct line of communication. Moreover, distancing himself from the inner conflicts would allow him to evade the Lin family and Uncle Ing's impending retribution, providing a chance to recuperate and strengthen. Was this protection or a different form of exile and trial? Your subordinate accepts the command. Qin Lai responded without hesitation, stepping forward to accept the token. Regardless of the other party's intentions, this was undeniably the best course of action at present. Excellent. The passkeeper nodded. The situation at Black Wind Pass is intricate and far more perilous than within the pass itself. There, one encounters not only demons, but also countless desperate rogues, fleeing soldiers, and private armies of certain families. Exercise utmost caution. The last 4 words seemed laden with implication. Your subordinate comprehends. Go forth. Wei Duwei shall provide you with reinforcements and supplies. Qin Lai bowed in acknowledgement and exited the council hall. It was not until he stepped outside into the biting wind that he realized his back was drenched with cold sweat. The brief conversation with the enigmatic passkeeper had proven to be as treacherous as a full-scale battle. That prominent figure seemed to possess an all-encompassing awareness, including the fragments of rules within him and the undercurrents surging within the pass. His dispatch to the Black Wind Pass was no mere whim. It undoubtedly harbored deeper schemes. Nevertheless, he had temporarily navigated the immediate crisis and secured a precious respite. Upon returning to the B Division's encampment, Wei Qiansan awaited him with 50 newly recruited soldiers and a sufficient supply of provisions and armaments. Qin Lai promptly convened Wang Kuei, Li He, and the others, announcing the passkeeper's orders. Border Patrol, Black Wind Pass. That forsaken place where nothing thrives and mischief abounds? Wang Kuei exploded at the news. Isn't this a demotion in disguise, banishing us? Yet, Li He remained comparatively composed. Captain, this may be a necessary course of action. Our recent turmoil has drawn the scrutiny of countless eyes within the pass. Retreating to avoid the storm may be prudent. Moreover, the authority of a border patrol envoy is considerable, providing an opportunity for training. Qin Lai nodded. Li He speaks wisely. Notify everyone to prepare immediately. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. He cast a solemn gaze over the crowd, his voice heavy with gravity. The Black Wind Pass is no sanctuary. If you wish to return alive, to one day settle scores with those scoundrels, you must train relentlessly for the next 3 months. A resounding chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, their eyes ablaze with defiance and martial spirit. That night, Qin Lai once more accessed the tactical simulation, loading known information about the Black Wind Pass and its surrounding areas, simulating border patrols, skirmishes, resource acquisition, and training regiments. Simulation began, consuming 150 evolution points. Within the silvery expanse, a desolate, yet perilous map of the border unfolded, rife with opportunities. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Lin family estate, a voice of outrage echoed, "What? He is to patrol the Black Wind Pass? And has been promoted to a patroller?" Lin Fan's father, Lin Yuan, the head of the Lin family, shattered his beloved purple clay teapot in fury. "What does this mean for my son's vendetta?" From the shadows, a more aged and somber voice emerged. "Calm your wrath, head. The Black Wind Pass is a lawless realm. The death of a patroller is hardly uncommon. Our men are already en route." At this, Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with fierce determination. "Very well. Ensure it is done thoroughly. I want him to have no remains." "As you wish." As the night deepened, a new storm began to brew unseen. New chapter unfolds. Border turmoil. Main quest, survival and growth. Objective, establish a foothold at the Black Wind Pass, strengthen the team, investigate border anomalies, and survive for 3 months. Chapter 41. The Black Wind Pass. Amidst the chill of dawn, a somewhat disorganized contingent emerged from the immense side gate of the Demon Suppression Pass. Qin Lai rode a robust black-scaled steed at the forefront, the Cangming halberd slung at his side, his icy gaze scanning the increasingly desolate fields ahead. Behind him was the Y-shaped squad, bolstered in numbers to approximately 80. The group was distinctly divided into 2 factions. At the core were Wang Kuei, Li He, and seasoned veterans who had clawed their way from battles steeped in blood. About 30 of them marched in silence, their eyes sharp, maintaining a disciplined formation, vigilant against their surroundings, exuding an indelible scent of blood and menace. In stark contrast, the 50 newly recruited soldiers appeared chaotic, most with youthful or anxious expressions. Clad in ill-fitting armor, their weapons held awkwardly, some even jostling each other and whispering, casting glances at the veterans filled with awe, curiosity, and a subtle hint of disdain. This was the entirety of Qin Lai's current resources, a hastily assembled force that had been battered and needed to survive 3 months in this purgatory known as the border, and to grow stronger. As they journeyed northward, the environment grew increasingly hostile. The earth transitioned from barren brown to ominous purplish-black. The concentration of demonic energy in the air intensified, driving ordinary mortals to madness if they lingered too long. Twisted trees, jagged rocks, and sporadic colossal beast bones constituted the primary landscape. The wind howled like the wails of vengeful spirits, stirring up dust that stung their faces. Stay alert. This is not the training ground within the walls. We may encounter hordes of demonic creatures at any moment. Wang Kuei galloped back and forth along the flanks of the formation, his voice hoarse from shouting, his whip cracking beneath the feet of several sluggish new recruits, inciting a flurry of chaos. Meanwhile, Li He, with a few seasoned scouts, silently advanced to gather intelligence, continuously signaling safety to the rear. Qin Lai observed all of this without excessive interference. The process of acclimatization was essential, and bloodshed and death served as the finest teachers. He only needed to act decisively at the most crucial moments. The deep scan remained activated, operating at low power, thereby slowing the consumption of evolution points. Functioning like an invisible radar, detecting energy fluctuations within several miles. Environmental threat level, medium, detected traces of low-tier magical creature activity, corrupted wolves. Venomous scorpions. Detected faint spatial distortions, random occurrences, low danger. No signs of large magical nests or high-tier entities were found. The first day passed with little incident. As night fell, the group set up camp beneath a wind-sheltered cliff. The campfire blazed, dispelling some of the chill and darkness. Yet it could not erase the fear and unease etched on the faces of the new recruits. The distant, unknown roars of beasts and the shrieks of magical creatures kept many awake throughout the night. The veteran soldiers, however, expertly established watch posts, inspected their weapons, silently polished their armor, or seized the opportunity to rest, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying sounds surrounding them. This stark contrast heightened the new recruits' awareness of the harshness of their environment. On the second day, they encountered their first battle. A pack of around 20 to 30 creatures, resembling hyenas yet armed with jagged teeth and bearing decaying, pus-filled fur, discovered the troop and launched an attack with piercing howls. Though these creatures possessed individual strengths only at the third or fourth level of mortal existence, they were incredibly swift and fiercely aggressive. Armed with corrosive acid capable of eroding leather armor. Form a circle. Spearmen to the front. Crossbowmen, prepare. Qin Lai commanded with calm authority. The veteran soldiers responded instantly, forming ranks like solid rock. In contrast, the new recruits became disordered. Some were paralyzed with fear, while others flailed their weapons chaotically, inadvertently injuring their comrades. Useless fools. Steady yourselves. Those who wish to live, gather close. Wang Kuei roared, positioning himself like a guardian at the forefront. His replica of the Riftbreaker weapon effortlessly smashing two approaching corrupted wolves into a pulp. The battle concluded swiftly. The entire pack of corrupted wolves was annihilated. Yet 3 new recruits sustained injuries, one having acid splashed into his eyes, writhing on the ground in agony. Qin Lai dismounted and approached the injured recruit. A mere 17 or 18 years of age, his youthful face contorted in pain as he cried out in despair. The surrounding new recruits displayed visible fear, none daring to step forward. Kneeling down, Qin Lai placed his left hand over the wound. A faint, dark energy infused with the vitality of the immortal radiance slowly flowing into the recruit. Attempting to guide the energy of the rule fragments for purification and repair simulation feasibility. With a soft hiss, a wisp of black smoke arose as the corrosive acid was neutralized and purified. The excruciating pain began to subside, and the wound started to clot and heal. Though it would not heal instantly, it at least preserved the recruit's eyesight and life. The young soldier ceased his cries, staring blankly at Qin Lai, his eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Help him onto the cart, and ensure he is well cared for, Qin Lai instructed as he rose, casting a glance at the astonished new recruits. Did you see that? In this place, fear and confusion only hasten one's demise. If one wishes to survive, they must learn to trust their comrades and grip tightly the blades in their hands. He spoke no further and mounted his steed. However, following this brief exchange, the expressions of the new recruits seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, their gazes towards Qin Lai and the seasoned veterans now infused with a hint of reliance and trust. The procession continued onward. In the days that followed, they encountered several minor skirmishes with monstrous entities, as well as an unexpected tempest imbued with fragments of space. Through the collective efforts of both new and seasoned members, they navigated these challenges with little more than a scare. The recruits grew visibly in their capabilities. Though still somewhat naive, they were no longer paralyzed by panic. On the 7th day, a colossal black rift emerged on the distant horizon, as if the earth had been cleaved by the mighty axe of a celestial being. A fierce gale howled from the chasm, bringing with it a wailing reminiscent of anguished spirits and pure demonic energy, even sweeping up debris from the ground to form a dreadful black wind. There lay their destination, the Black Wind Pass, a rudimentary, dilapidated fortress of obsidian, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by the storm, stood defiantly at the edge of the massive fissure. Above the fortress, a tattered banner of the Demon Suppression Army flapped vigorously in the wind, a testament to the hardships and resilience of this place. At last, Wang Kuei spat out a mouthful of sand-laden saliva, his expression complex. Just then, a warning resonated from the deep scan. Warning. Anomalous energy conflict detected in the direction of the pass fortress. Non-demonic energy fluctuations. Suspected infighting among human factions. Energy intensity. Peak mortal realm. Early blood condensation realm. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to halt the march. Wang Kuei, Li He, take a squad of seasoned brothers in advance to investigate. The rest of you, form a defensive formation and remain alert. With a squeeze of his mount's flanks, the black-scaled steed surged towards the fortress like an arrow released from a bow. As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat and furious shouts grew increasingly distinct. At the fortress's crude entrance, a confrontation was unfolding. 7 or 8 emaciated soldiers clad in tattered Demon Suppression Army leather armor, eyes fierce despite their gaunt appearances, brandished their weapons against a dozen or so relatively clean but disreputable-looking men who bore no semblance of military discipline. The ground lay strewn with 3 or 4 bodies. Their fate's uncertain. Damn it, Lu the Lame. If you know what's good for you, hand over your share of the black crystal mine quickly. Otherwise, I will level your pitiful outpost today. A scar-faced man barked arrogantly. The veteran known as Lu the Lame, one leg seemingly impaired, stood resolutely at the entrance. His eyes ablaze as he retorted, "You're spewing nonsense. This month's share was handed over to the vulture camp long ago. You Blood Axe gang want more? I'll fight you to the death." Refusing a toast only invites a beating. "Brothers, attack." The scar-faced leader gestured with a sinister grin. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a deep, thunderous sound akin to a sigh of death descended from the heavens. With a piercing thud, a heavy war spear, entwined with silver energy and chilling aura, descended like divine retribution, striking precisely in the space between the two factions. The spear's shaft trembled violently, emanating a disconcerting hum. The powerful shockwave sent both groups staggering backward. All were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden appearance of the spear, their gazes fixed in horror towards its origin. A young warrior clad in black armor emerged slowly from the swirling sands, riding a majestic black-scaled steed. His icy gaze swept across the gathered crowd like a palpable force, ultimately resting upon the scarred face of a man before him. This was Qin Lai, the patrol envoy of the Demon Suppression Army. His voice, though not loud, cut through the howling black wind with clarity. "What audacity do you possess to attack a military fortress here?" The scarred man's complexion turned ashen as he felt the oppressive aura of Qin Lai's blood-condensing presence and the chilling intent to kill emanating from him. The bravado he had displayed moments before dissipated entirely, and he stammered, "Patrol envoy? A newcomer? We are from the Blood Axe gang. Here on orders from our leader to collect." "Begone," Qin Lai interjected with a single word. Relieved as if granted a reprieve from death, the scarred man dared not utter another sound, hastily retreating with his subordinates, scurrying away into the swirling sands. Only then did Qin Lai draw forth his Tsangming halberd, directing his gaze towards the limping veteran Lu Kezi, who stood frozen in place, along with the bewildered yet resolute soldiers behind him, still clutching their weapons. "From this moment forth, I shall take command of the Black Wind Pass." New map, Black Wind Pass unlocked. Encounter with local forces, Blood Axe gang. Quest triggered, secure the stronghold. Objective, eliminate surrounding threats, acquire resources. Integrate the garrison. Chapter 42, the Black Crystal Mine and the Vulture Camp. The black wind howled, stirring the purple-black gravel from the ground, which lashed against the mottled walls of the fortress with a crackling sound. At the fortress entrance, after a brief silence, the vigilant and complex gazes of Lu Kezi and the soldiers behind him sharpened. "Patrol envoy?" Lu Kezi swallowed hard, glancing at the imposing figure of Qin Lai atop his steed and the Tsangming halberd embedded deep into the ground, radiating a disquieting chill. His voice trembled with disbelief and a subtle hint of hope. "Are you truly the patrol envoy sent from above?" They had been trapped in this forsaken desolation for far too long, forgotten by those within the walls. Each so-called supply had been accompanied by the exploitation and oppression of the Vulture Camp and the Blood Axe gang. The sudden appearance of a powerful and seemingly principled patrol envoy felt like a glimmer of light in their endless darkness. Yet they feared that this light might vanish as swiftly as it appeared. "Here lies the token of the garrison commander." Qin Lai revealed the Xieji token, his gaze sweeping over the gaunt, weary soldiers clad in tattered armor who still stood firm, and the precarious fortress behind them, which seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the black wind. "Now, who can tell me what transpired with the Blood Axe gang, the Vulture Camp, and the Black Crystal Mine?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kezi's face contorted with a blend of indignation and bitterness. He signaled his subordinates to carry the injured comrades inside for treatment and limped forward, his voice hoarse as he began to recount their plight. The Black Wind Pass, ostensibly a forward outpost of the Demon Suppression Pass, had long since devolved into a lawless wasteland. The environment was harsh, beset by monstrous threats. But even more terrifying were the human calamities. Isolated by its remoteness, supplies from within were sporadic and frequently siphoned off by the Vulture Camp along the route. This Vulture Camp was not an official unit, but rather a private militia composed of deserters, fugitives, and outlaws, entrenched along the essential path to the pass, their strength formidable. It was said their leader possessed mid-level blood-condensing cultivation, relying on the plunder of passing caravans and extorting the various outposts for survival. The Blood Axe gang serves as the local tyrant, primarily composed of individuals whose minds have been eroded by demonic energy or who are driven by the hardships of life, preying on the weaker garrisons and smaller encampments, routinely extorting what they call protection fees. As for the Black Crystal ore, it stands as the sole valuable resource in this desolate land. This peculiar mineral harbors faint magical energy and spatial attributes, its purpose unclear. Yet certain influential figures within the borders appear to covet it. The Vulture Camp controls the only known small vein of this, or coercing various factions, including Lu the Cripple and his comrades, to extract it, subsequently claiming the lion's share while leaving just enough to stave off starvation. Our outpost, originally meant to be staffed by 50 personnel, now counts merely a handful of the frail and the ailing among its ranks. Those who are not devoured by monsters have succumbed to exhaustion or illness in the mines. The scant black crystal, which the brothers painstakingly concealed, was intended to be traded for medicinal herbs. As Lu the cripple spoke, his eyes moistening and his voice quavering, Qinlai listened in silence, his gaze sweeping across the fortress's interior. The so-called fortress was little more than a few stone huts barely shielding against the elements, with corners piled high with worn weaponry, the air thick with the scent of medicinal salves and despair. The garrison here had long been forgotten, struggling to survive on the brink of existence. From this day forth, the rules have changed. Qinlai's voice shattered the stillness, clear and cold. The Black Wind Pass is now under my command. All resources will be distributed by me. Should the Vulture Camp or the Blood Axe Gang dare to return, they shall face no mercy. His words carried an undeniable resolve, invigorating Lu the cripple and the others. Though soon apprehension clouded their expressions. My lord, the Vulture Camp is numerous and formidable, and it is said they have the backing of influential figures within the borders. Lu the cripple cautioned delicately. That is my concern, Qinlai interrupted. Your current task is to survive and become useful. Wang Kuei, Li He, here. The two responded immediately. Wang Kuei, take charge of the defense with the elder brothers, inventory all supplies within the fortress, and reorganize the watch posts. Li He, compile a roster of personnel, assess the condition of the injured, and organize new recruits to assist in fortifying the defenses. Lu the cripple, you are familiar with the local terrain. Compile detailed intelligence on the surrounding geography, distribution of monsters, locations of the Orvanes, and information on the Vulture Camp and the Blood Axe Gang. Submit your report to me as soon as possible. With each order clearly articulated, the once listless fortress began to rouse, like a rusted machine forced back into motion. Qinlai then entered a relatively intact stone hut, serving as a temporary command center. He immersed himself in the system. Scan the structural stability of the fortress and devise an optimal defense enhancement plan. Load the black crystal or sample data and analyze its energy attributes and potential uses. Evolution points, 50, scan complete. Fortress structural degradation, 71, multiple cracks found. Recommended enhancement plan, requires 300 cubic feet of stone, 50 pounds of metal, and 10 earth-type solidification talismans. Black crystal ore analysis, contains an unstable mixture of magical and spatial energy, can be absorbed in small quantities to convert into evolution points. Suspected to serve as energy for certain special formations. Convert evolution points? Although the efficiency is low, in this realm of scarce resources, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Moreover, as a source of energy, a plan began to take shape in Qinlai's mind. He required resources and sought to swiftly enhance both his own strength and that of his team. The black crystal mine must be seized. However, brute force would not suffice. Strategy was imperative. Over the ensuing days, the entire Black Wind outpost transformed into a finely tuned war machine, operating at high speed. Under Wang Kuei's thunderous roars and Li He's meticulous arrangements, new and veteran soldiers were disbanded and reorganized, blending experience with fresh vigor. While fortifying the stronghold, they engaged in ruthless adaptive training, directly hunting the low-level magical beasts lured by the black wind at the fortress's periphery. Casualties were inevitable. Yet those who survived soon developed fierce and resilient gazes, their movements becoming sharp and decisive. Occasionally, Qinlai would intervene, employing his miraculous healing abilities to save severely wounded soldiers, significantly boosting morale and unity. During this time, two groups of ruffians from the Blood Axe Gang attempted to take advantage of the situation. However, they were swiftly overpowered by Wang Kuei and his battle-hardened veterans, who dispatched the leading members with ruthless efficiency. The remaining gang members, terrified, fled in disarray, never to approach the outpost again. By night, Qinlai utilized the time to absorb the black crystal for evolution points, employing an inefficient method while continuously simulating strategies to assault the mine and counter the Vulture Camp. Evolution points, 111, simulation, Vulture Camp structure analysis, patrol patterns, optimal infiltration and assault routes on one particular day. As Qinlai studied a rough map of the surrounding area in his quarters, Li He hastily entered, his expression grave. Captain, our scouts have reported unusual activity from the Vulture Camp. It appears they have intensified their pressure on the mine and seem to be conscripting laborers, possibly preparing for a significant operation. Significant operation? Qinlai's gaze sharpened. Li He lowered his voice. Moreover, the scouts near the mine discovered this. He handed over a half-broken wooden token, its edges charred, bearing a blurred flame totem. Deep scan activated. Cost 20 evolution points. Item analysis. Residual positive energy from a token of an outer sect disciple of the Liang sect. The Liang sect? Renowned within the borders for its mastery of pure yang cultivation? How could their disciple's token appear near this ominously enchanted mine, and in such a damaged state? Qin Lai's fingers lightly tapped the table. The unusual activity from the vulture camp and the presence of the Liang disciple's token suggested that this seemingly ordinary black crystal mine concealed deeper secrets. Prepare yourself, Qin Lai said, rising with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Tonight, I shall personally investigate the mine. Mission triggered. The mystery of the mine. Objective: explore the black crystal mine. Uncover the truth behind the vulture camp's movements and the Liang sect token. Risk high. Chapter 43. The crystal clusters and blood in the depths of the mine. The night was as dark as ink, and the howling of the black wind served as the perfect cover. Qin Lai moved like a specter, seamlessly blending into the shadows as he traversed the rugged and desolate terrain. Deep scan fully activated, akin to invisible tendrils, sensing the flow of energy around him and avoiding the sentinels and traps set by the vulture camp. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Quasi and supplemented by scouts, the small black crystal vein is nestled deep within a sheltered canyon, its entrance crudely barricaded by the rugged wooden palisades of the vulture camp and formidable boulders, guarded by a small contingent of soldiers. As one approaches the canyon, the air becomes increasingly saturated with magical energy, accompanied by a peculiar sense of spatial distortion that interferes with the precision of the deep scan. Qin Lai was compelled to exercise greater caution. He scaled the canyon wall like a gecko, surveying the scene from above. At the entrance of the mine, several bonfires flickered, around which a dozen guards from the vulture camp indulged in revelry, drinking and feasting, their demeanor marked by a certain laxity. Yet, Qin Lai keenly observed that two shadowy sentinels, resembling stone sculptures, lay in wait within the shadows, their presence exuding an aura of calmness. They were formidable warriors at the 8th or 9th level of the mortal realm. It seemed that the vulture camp held this location in higher regard than it appeared at first glance. Opting against a direct confrontation, he circumnavigated to the canyon's side, discovering a remarkably concealed crevice veiled by withered vines. This fissure appeared to function as a natural ventilation shaft for the mine, narrow enough for a single person to pass through, shrouded in darkness and emanating a more potent magical energy, tinged with a faint scent of blood. This was the place. Qin Lai activated the breath-concealing technique, suppressing his presence to the utmost degree, and slipped into the crevice like a fish gliding through water. The interior of the fissure twisted downward, its walls slick and adorned with bioluminescent moss. After about the duration of a single incense stick, faint sounds of excavation and the shouts of overseers reached his ears. Cautiously, he peered ahead. Before him lay a vast underground chamber, evidently the primary area of the mine. Artificially excavated, countless miners toiled like ants upon the rock faces, their baskets filled with meager black crystal ore. Dozens of overseers from the vulture camp, wielding whips and sharp blades, patrolled menacingly, occasionally striking the slower miners. The illumination in this place primarily emanated from the self-luminous moss on the walls and sporadically embedded high-purity black crystals, casting an eerie, shadowy purplish-black hue. Qin Lai's gaze swept across the miners. Most were emaciated and expressionless vagrants, yet among them were a few ragged individuals whose attire hinted at once being of fine quality, and who still retained a faint trace of righteous energy within them. Disciples of the Liang sect? How could they have fallen to become miners? The audacity of the vulture camp to lay hands on disciples of the righteous sects was astonishing. He suppressed his questions and continued to observe. Deeper within the mine, several passages branched off into even darker realms, where the energy fluctuations appeared increasingly erratic. It was imperative to delve deeper. Like a specter, he navigated along the shadowed regions of the mine's ceiling, evading the overseer's line of sight, and made his way towards the passage exhibiting the most unusual energy disturbances. This passage had clearly been abandoned, littered with broken picks and baskets, its mining marks on the walls aged and worn. Yet, as he ventured further, the sense of spatial distortion and the concentration of magical energy intensified, with minute, snowflake-like energy crystals beginning to float in the air. Warning: environmental energy pollution levels are sharply rising. Spatial stability is declining. High concentration of alien biological energy detected. Suddenly, a piercing and ephemeral scream resonated from the darkness ahead, abruptly ceasing. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and he hastened his stealthy advance. At the end of the forked path lay an expansive underground cavern. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The cavern's walls, floor, and even the ceiling were cloaked in a thick layer of pulsating black crystal clusters, glimmering with a dim, purple luminescence, as if they were living entities. These clusters continuously grew and spread, ensnaring the bodies of several mining slaves who had failed to escape, akin to insects trapped in amber, slowly being digested and absorbed. At the heart of the cavern stood a colossal, egg-shaped mass, approximately the height of a person, formed from countless crystal clusters. The surface of this ominous object pulsated rhythmically, absorbing energy transmitted from the surrounding clusters, emanating a disquieting vibrational pulse of life and ripples in the fabric of space. The earlier scream originated from a bald overseer clad in the attire of a vulture camp, whose lower body had been devoured by the clusters, while his upper half struggled futilely, soon becoming rigid and merging into the crystalline mass. What manner of monstrosity is this? How could the black crystal veins give rise to such a malevolent entity? Just as Qin Lai was engulfed in shock, the enormous egg-shaped mass appeared to sense his presence. Its pulsations quickening abruptly, the surrounding crystal clusters erupted like venomous serpents, launching dozens of sharp crystal spines, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Qin Lai from all directions. The speed was astounding, and the force far exceeded that of a crossbow bolt. Qin Lai reacted with remarkable swiftness. The Sangming halberd was instantly in hand, swirling into an impenetrable curtain of cold light. Clang, clang. The crystal spines collided fiercely with the halberd, producing a cacophony reminiscent of rain-battering banana leaves. These spines were immensely hard and possessed an eerie oscillating force and corrosive energy, causing Qin Lai's arms to tingle slightly, dimming the brilliance of his halberd. Encountering an unknown crystalline organism attack. Analyzing energy attributes. High concentration of magical spatial energy hybrid, possessing characteristics of absorption, transformation, and proliferation. Threat level high. Prolonged combat is unwise. This entity appears capable of absorbing attack energy and proliferating. Qin Lai executed the wind-chasing steps to its utmost, darting and weaving within the confined space to evade the onslaught of the clusters while keenly searching for the core or weakness of the egg-shaped mass. The pulsations of the mass accelerated, more crystal clusters were activated, and the entire cavern transformed into a deadly cage bristling with spikes. The space for movement was rapidly constricting. This cannot continue. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Lai's eyes as he thrust the Sangming halberd into the ground, hands forming a void embrace. His internal energy and shadowy power coalesced and compressed in an unprecedented manner. The essence of mountain collapse. He thrust his palms forward with great force. An invisible yet immensely powerful shockwave radiated outward from him, expanding violently like ripples in water. Boom! The cavern trembled violently. The surrounding crystal clusters shattered under the indiscriminate and intense shockwave, fracturing. Even the central egg-shaped mass momentarily stalled, its surface developing fine cracks. Effective. Yet, at the moment when Qin Lai's old strength had been utterly exhausted and his new vigor had yet to emerge, dozens of energy tendrils, resembling black lightning, abruptly surged forth from the fissures on the surface of the egg-shaped object. In an instant, they ensnared the Sangming halberd and began to creep up his arm with a speed that surpassed his ability to react. These tendrils were not physical entities, but rather pure energy conglomerates, imbued with a potent predatory and corrosive intent, which directly penetrated his chi defense and burrowed into his meridians. Qin Lai's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to break free, only to discover that the tendrils possessed a terrifying suction force that firmly locked the Sangming halberd in place, even beginning to ravenously siphon his internal chi and blood. In this perilous moment, the fragments of otherworldly rules within him, which had been slowly deciphering, was once again stirred. A cold, supreme, and indifferent will surged along those energy tendrils, rushing back toward the egg-shaped object. Buzz! The egg-shaped object quaked violently, as if scalded. All the tendrils retracted instantaneously. That icy will from another realm seemed to resonate strangely, or perhaps suppress, the energy of the egg-shaped entity. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it afforded Qin Lai a precious opportunity. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his full power, pushing the star-shattering bone-forging technique to its zenith, forcibly extracting the Sangming halberd from the crystalline bindings, and simultaneously retreating. As he withdrew, something suddenly fell from the cracks of the egg-shaped object, a lusterless yet discernible token of a core disciple from the Liang sect. The token still bore faint but pure Liang righteousness, which was rapidly being tainted and consumed by the surrounding crystals. Indeed, it was connected to the Liang sect. This egg-shaped entity had devoured disciples of the Liang sect. With no time for contemplation, Qin Lai noticed that the egg-shaped object, having sustained damage, appeared to become even more frenzied. The entire cavern's crystals began to surge toward him like a tidal wave. Remaining any longer would mean certain death. He wasted no time and dashed towards the fork in the path. Simultaneously, he retrieved a pouch of black crystal powder he had prepared earlier, modified to blend with his own chi, and hurled it behind him. The black crystal powder, ignited by his chi, erupted with intense energy fluctuations and blinding brilliance, temporarily disrupting the perception and movement of the crystals. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Lai pushed his speed to its limits, burst through the fork, and raced toward the cave's exit without looking back. Behind him, the cavern reverberated with the furious and unwilling shrieks of the egg-shaped object, along with the thunderous sounds of the crystals violently colliding with the rock walls. It was only after he burst out of the mine and returned to the cool night breeze of the canyon that Qin Lai finally exhaled, his back drenched in cold sweat. That brief confrontation had been as perilous as facing the Shadow Sentinels. What exactly was that egg-shaped object? A product of the black crystal veins aberration? Or a terrifying entity from another realm that had taken root within the energy of the mine? What role did the disciples of the Liang sect play in this? Were they victims? Or something else? He glanced at the token he had just managed to seize, now heavily tainted, from the Liang sect, his expression grave. Did the vulture camp know that such a thing lay hidden deep within the mine they guarded? Or were they, in fact, aware, and perhaps even complicit? Matters are far more intricate and perilous than one could ever imagine. Uncovering hidden threats. The unknown crystallized life form. Obtaining clue, the contaminated token of the Radiant Sun sect. Triggering subsequent task. Investigate the connection between the crystallized life form and the Radiant Sun sect. Warning, extremely high risks exist deep within the mine. Chapter 44. The remnant soul of the Radiant Sun and the seed of corruption in the medical chamber of the Black Wind Pass watchtower. The flickering light of an oil lamp dances uncertainly, casting shadows upon Chu Yao's pallid, yet undeniably beautiful visage. She lies upon a rudimentary cot, her eyes tightly shut, her breath faint as a dying flame, her brow knitted in profound suffering and dread. Beneath the tattered garments of the Radiant Sun sect, her body is adorned with purified bandages, yet the gravest injuries are not of the flesh, but rather the corruption and pollution that have infiltrated her very soul. Qin Lai stands at her bedside, his brow furrowed in concern. He endeavors to heal her with the life energy of the undying divine body and his vital essence. But the results are minimal. The energy of the crystallized egg-like entity is insidiously potent, gnawing away at Chu Yao's already fragile vitality and the righteous essence of the Radiant Sun Commander. This cannot continue. Her soul is on the verge of collapse. Li He murmurs gravely from the side. They have exerted tremendous effort to rescue her, and to watch her perish would not only sever their lead, but also betray the Radiant Sun sect. Qin Lai's gaze falls upon the half-contaminated token of the Radiant Sun sect in his hand, then shifts to the nearly entirely dim jade pendant hanging from Chu Yao's waist. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly instructs Li He, fetch a basin of clear water, along with the finest wound medicine and soul-solidifying elixirs. Though uncertain of the purpose, Li He promptly complies. Once the items are gathered, Qin Lai dismisses all but himself from the chamber. Instead of using the elixirs, he immerses Chu Yao's token and his own palm into the clear water, then slowly closes his eyes. His consciousness delves into the sea of cognition, cautiously invoking the fragment of otherworldly rules within him. This time, he does not seek to unleash its power, but rather endeavors to utilize it as a bridge to perceive and communicate with the eerie energy imprint left by the crystallized egg-like entity within the token and Chu Yao's soul. This is an exceedingly risky undertaking. A slight miscalculation could not only fail to save her, but also result in his own contamination by that terrifying will. Tactical simulation instantly activates, frantically calculating the delicate maneuvers of energy guidance. Evolution points 100. Simulating ongoing. Risk extremely high. Recommend reverse output of rule fragment fluctuations at 001 power. Frequency adjustment 2. Following the advice, Qin Lai allows a thread of frigid energy, weak to the utmost, derived from the rule fragment, to flow through the clear water, gradually transferring it into the token. Using the token as an intermediary, he attempts to bridge contact with Chu Yao's soul. A hum resonates as the clear water ripples subtly, producing strange eddies. Upon the half-contaminated token, darkness and faint light clash violently. Chu Yao's body suddenly convulses violently. A visage of excruciating pain etched upon her face as if she were enduring tremendous torment. Beads of sweat form on Qin Lai's brow. His mind is intensely focused, expertly controlling that slender wave of energy, as though walking a tightrope over an abyss. Suddenly, a faint, pure aura of the blazing sun lingering on the token seemed to be awakened by this foreign flickering momentarily. Though brief, it illuminated the soul of Chu Yao, which had been shrouded in corruption, akin to a candle's flame in the dark night. Chu Yao let out an almost inaudible groan, her tightly shut eyelashes trembling slightly, as she slowly opened a narrow slit in her eyes, filled with confusion and fear. Her gaze steadied a fraction upon seeing the Demon Suppression Army armor adorning Qin Lai and the token hovering above the clear water. The Demon Suppression Army? Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. I am the Border Patrol Officer, Qin Lai. You are safe now. Qin Lai spoke with a steady tone, retracting the power of the rule fragments, allowing the water's surface to return to tranquility. Tell me, what exactly lies beneath the mine? Why are the people of the Blazing Sun sect there? Upon hearing the word mine, an overwhelming terror engulfed Chu Yao's eyes, causing her body to tremble once more, her breath quickening. The demon seed is the corrosive realm's demon seed, she managed to stammer, using every ounce of strength to utter a few words. The vulture camp. They are not mining. They are feeding. Feeding? Qin Lai's gaze turned icy. Feeding that demon seed? With what? With the essence of living humans and our blazing sun soul power. Tears of despair streamed down Chu Yao's face. Master, senior brothers, they have all been swallowed. Only I have escaped by a stroke of luck. Her broken words revealed a chilling truth. The vulture camp's control over the black crystal vein was not for the sake of the ore. Rather, it exploited the unique environment and energy of the mine, combining the essence of living humans with the soul power of those practicing the pure yang cultivation method to nourish the horrifying egg-like entity known as the corrosive realm's demon seed. What purpose does that demon seed serve? Who is pulling the strings behind the vulture camp? Qin Lai pressed on. I do not know. Only that when the demon seed matures, it will open a passage to a terrifying world. Chu Yao's breath grew increasingly faint. The leader of the vulture camp is merely a pawn. There are dark hands behind it from within the borders. Her voice gradually faded to inaudibility, slipping into unconsciousness once more. Though her complexion appeared slightly improved, the activated aura of the blazing sun temporarily safeguarding her vital essence. Qin Lai slowly straightened his posture, his expression dark and foreboding. The corrosive realm's demon seed, opening a passage to a terrifying world. How similar this is to the Lin family's and the Shadow Guard's conspiracy to construct a beacon to another realm. Only the methods employed are far more brutal and insidious. The vulture camp is a pawn. There are dark hands at play within the borders. This water is deeper than I had imagined. The Blazing Sun sect had evidently encountered treachery while investigating this matter. The complete annihilation of a core disciple team from a righteous sect was no trivial affair. Intelligence must be relayed immediately. But how many can be trusted within the Demon Suppression Pass? Wei Qianren, the garrison officer? Or have certain members of the military law department already been infiltrated? He exited the medical room, where Wang Kuei and Li He promptly approached him. Captain, how is she? She won't die just yet. Qin Lai's tone was frigid. Wang Kuei, immediately double the manpower, closely monitoring all areas of the fortress, especially the medical room. No one is to approach Chu Yao without my command. Li He, select 2 absolutely reliable brothers with the swiftest legs, prepare provisions and fresh water. I want them to deliver a confidential letter back to the Demon Suppression Pass at the fastest speed, personally handing it to Captain Wei Qianren. He returned to the command post and swiftly documented his observations of the day, along with Chu Yao's testimony, excluding the fragments of rules, into a confidential letter, encrypting it with a special potion and sealing it within a copper tube. Remember, this letter bears immense significance, potentially determining the fate of the Demon Sealing Pass. It must be delivered personally to Wei Duwei. Should any interception occur along the way, it is better to destroy it than to lose it. Qin Lai entrusted the copper tube to 2 selected veteran scouts, imparting his grave instructions. Rest assured, Commander, unless we are utterly annihilated, the message will reach its destination. The 2 scouts knelt on one knee, resolute, before promptly vanishing into the night, racing toward the direction of the Demon Sealing Pass. After dispatching the messengers, the urgency in Qin Lai's heart did not wane. The round trip for the messengers would take at least several days, during which time the vulture camp might very well have sensed the anomalies in the mine and the rescue of Chu, posing an imminent threat of retaliation. He must utilize every moment to enhance his strength and fortify his defenses. He cast another glance at the pile of black crystal ore, his expression shifting. If this ore is the key to nurturing the demonic seed, then the energy it harbors may be far more valuable than he had anticipated. System. Reanalyze the energy structure of the black crystal ore and attempt to simulate the maximum absorption plan of the star-shattering bone refinement method and the indestructible divine radiance body. Disregarding efficiency and seeking only the greatest energy extraction in the shortest time. Command received. Simulation begins. Consuming 200 evolution points. Warning, Forcible high-efficiency absorption will significantly increase the risk of energy pollution. The purification function of the divine radiance body must operate simultaneously, doubling the consumption. Unnecessary warnings. Execute the simulation. Simulation complete. Acquiring high-risk, high-reward absorption plan. Shatter the or using the star-shattering bone refinement method. Forcibly devour and purify it with the divine radiance body. Projected energy extraction efficiency increases by 500, but requires 50 evolution points per hour to maintain purification, placing immense strain on the physical body. Enough. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. Risk? Since he stepped into this black wind pass, he had been dancing on the edge of a blade. He immediately ordered the transfer of all the black crystal ore from storage into his chamber. Subsequently, he entered seclusion. Boom, boom. Within the room, the muffled sounds of the ore being shattered and the violent fluctuations of energy reverberated incessantly. Qin Lai, akin to an insatiable abyss, voraciously consumed the roughly refined black crystal energy, operating the indestructible divine radiance body with unprecedented efficiency, as pale golden light fiercely clashed with the dark purple-black energy, merging together. Evolution points sustained for 50 hours. Energy absorption gradually enhances cultivation. Indestructible divine radiance body integration level. 5354. Warning. Energy pollution accumulation. Physical strain nearing critical limits. He was forcibly elevating himself in an almost self-destructive manner. Meanwhile, as he had anticipated, the vengeance of the vulture camp was stealthily drawing near. Outside the canyon, in the pitch-black night, dozens of figures, akin to famished wolves, were silently encircling the outpost. Leading them was a tall, gaunt man with a sinister countenance. Wielding a blood-glimmering curved blade, his aura unmistakably reaching the mid-stage of blood solidification. He gazed at the faint outline of the fortress in the distance, licking his lips with a cruel smile. Leave no one alive. Crisis approaches. The elite night raid of the Vulture's leader, Bloodblade, mid-stage blood condensation, forces, approximately 50 skilled warriors. Objective: annihilate the outpost. Retrieve or silence. Chu Yao Chapter 45. Blood Night at the Pass. Halberd shatters blood condensation. The night enveloped the Black Wind Pass like a thick ink, completely consuming it. Only a few torches atop the outpost flickered in the tumultuous wind, casting faint and anxious glimmers of light, akin to a solitary boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a raging sea. Within the medical chamber, Qin Lai's energy fluctuations had reached a frenzied threshold. Fragments of black crystal ore accumulated around him like a mountain, continuously ground and devoured by an ominous force. The pale golden radiance of divine brilliance clashed violently with the dark purple-black energy, illuminating him as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Evolution points were steadily consumed at a rate of 1 per minute, maintaining a perilous balance of purification. Warning: physical strain has reached a critical point. Meridian damage rate, 17. Indestructible divine brilliance body fusion rate, 55. Cultivation advancement. Peak of the second layer of blood condensation, nearing the third layer barrier at this pivotal moment of breaking through boundaries. A chilling alarm suddenly shattered the night, tearing apart the brief silence. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. From the west, a multitude of foes approaches. On the watchtower, the old soldier on duty shouted hoarsely, his voice rife with unmistakable panic. Simultaneously, the sharp sound of projectiles slicing through the air descended like a torrential rain. Dozens of poisoned crossbow bolts surged from the darkness, instantly blanketing the parapet. 2 new recruits, slow to react, shrieked as they fell to the ground, their wounds instantly turning black and rotting. Ray shields. Crossbowmen, retaliate. Wang Kuei's furious roar echoed like thunder. His massive form braced against a large shield, steadfastly guarding a section of the parapet, while he swept his replica rift halberd, deflecting several crossbow bolts. Chaos erupted atop the wall. The new recruits, gripped by panic, fired blindly, some even cowering behind their shields in trembling fear. Only the seasoned soldiers managed to maintain a semblance of composure, relying on the parapet for limited counterattacks. Yet the Vulture's assault was fierce and seasoned. After the initial wave of arrows, dozens of shadows, like phantoms, crept closer to the base of the wall. Using the night and terrain as cover, claw-like hands scaled the wall with agility. Some individuals directly bombarded the already dilapidated fortress gate with heavy weaponry, producing a gut-wrenching sound of impact. Push them down. Li He calmly directed the crossbowmen to eliminate the climbers, while simultaneously releasing the prepared logs and boulders from the city wall. The screams and the thud of heavy objects striking the ground echoing incessantly. However, the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations, especially that leader wielding the Bloodblade, who disdainfully bypassed the climb, instead leaping directly into the air soaring several feet like a great bird. His blood blade slicing through the air with the ferocity of a sweeping crescent. Boom! A section of the parapet, along with 2 soldiers behind it, was instantaneously shattered. The terrifying might of the mid-stage blood condensation was laid bare. Your opponent is me. Wang Kuei's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed and swung his heavy halberd to meet the attack. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Wang Kuei felt an irresistible force surge towards him, causing his tiger claws to crack and nearly lose his heavy spear. He staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The absolute disparity in realms was insurmountable. Did mere ants dare to obstruct his path? The Bloodblade leader let out a sinister laugh, his blade gleaming once more as it aimed directly for Wang Kuei's head. As death loomed over Wang Kuei, a faint yet lightning-fast dark light shot silently from the window of the medical room below. It was an ordinary iron nail, yet it contained an exquisitely refined essence of energy and a chilling, shadowy power. The Bloodblade leader felt a warning surge, quickly raising his blade to block. Clang! The iron nail shattered, but his lethal strike was deflected by this unexpected force, narrowly grazing Wang Kuei's scalp. Who dared? The Bloodblade leader's expression shifted to one of shock and fury as he cast his gaze toward the medical room. Inside, Qin Lai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Golden and purple light erupted from within, as if it were tangible. The violent energy surrounding him surged forth, shattering the invisible barrier that confined it. Breakthrough. Blood condensation realm. 3rd layer. Indestructible divine radiance body fusion degree. 56. Strengthening divine radiance body. Current evolution points. 582. Boom. The stone roof above him was lifted away by the overwhelming momentum. Amidst the flying debris, Qin Lai's figure shot upwards like a cannonball. The Tsangming spear emitting an excited dragon's roar, slicing through the night with its chilling brilliance, aimed directly at the Bloodblade leader. Your opponent is me. The Bloodblade leader felt the fierce vitality and murderous intent emanating from Qin Lai, equal to his own, and his expression finally changed. 3rd layer of blood condensation realm? How is this possible? The intelligence was gravely mistaken. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he remained composed, flipping his blood blade to meet the Tsangming spear with a storm of blood and fury. Clang! 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 The two engaged in 3 rapid exchanges mid-air. Each clash erupted with deafening roars and dazzling sparks. The ferocious energy shot out in all directions, shattering bricks and stones from the walls. The battle below paused, all eyes drawn to this high-level confrontation. Though Qin Lai had just broken through, his foundation was incredibly solid, bolstered by the terrifying strength and recovery of the indestructible divine radiance body, alongside the weight advantage of the Tsangming spear, allowing him to fight evenly with the mid-phase Bloodblade leader of the blood condensation realm. He even seemed to gain the upper hand. The spear techniques were grand and sweeping, each strike imbued with colossal force, forcing the Bloodblade leader to retreat increasingly, his blade technique becoming more disordered. Damn it! What kind of monstrous strength is this? The Bloodblade leader grew increasingly alarmed. Every collision with the opponent's heavy spear sent shockwaves through his arms, causing his blood energy to surge. The opponent's essence was imbued with a strange duality of scorching heat and cold, continuously eroding his meridians. He knew he could not delay any longer. Blood Crow's secret technique. He bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade. The blood blade instantly glowed crimson, transforming into countless screeching blood crows that descended upon Qin Lai like a tempest. His aura surged dramatically. This was a life-and-death secret technique. Excellent. Qin Lai's fighting spirit intensified, pressing forward instead of retreating. The Tsangming spear whirled like a wheel, unleashing the full force of the mountain crumble essence, while the thread of shadowy power quietly adhered to the spear's blade. Break! With a thrust of his spear, it seemed as though he had summoned the surrounding black winds, transforming them into a devastating torrent that tore through everything in its path, instantly crashing into the swarm of blood crows. The sound of shattering filled the air as the blood crows burst apart. Yet, the figure of the blood knife leader lurked like a specter behind the blood crows, his blade striking with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Qin Lai's heart. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. In a flash, Qin Lai had no time to block with his spear. However, it appeared he had anticipated this moment. His left hand shot forth, daringly reaching out to seize the lethal blood blade with his flesh and blood palm. Seeking death, the blood knife leader grinned maliciously, envisioning the moment when his opponent's hand would be crushed. Yet, with a sharp sound, the blood blade clashed against Qin Lai's palm, producing a grating noise akin to metal grinding against metal. The faint golden divine patterns illuminated instantly, staunchly resisting the blade's cutting edge. Although a deep wound was carved into his hand, revealing bone, it did not sever it entirely. Simultaneously, Qin Lai's Songming spear continued its relentless assault, crashing heavily upon the shoulder of the Blood Knife leader. A chilling crack echoed as bones shattered. The Blood Knife leader let out a scream, half of his shoulder collapsing. Blood gushing forth like a kite severed from its strings, plummeting from the wall. Leader. The Vulture Camp's bandits below cried out in horror. Qin Lai would not let this opportunity slip. He pursued like lightning, his Songming spear carrying the icy breath of death, aimed directly at the leader's head. Despair and madness flashed in the Blood Knife leader's eyes as he hastily retrieved a pitch-black bone talisman, intending to crush it. But Qin Lai was swifter. A subtle, dark force surged forth, striking his wrist with precision. The bone talisman slipped from his grasp. In the next moment, the crescent blade of the Songming spear swept through unimpeded. With a squelch, a head filled with shock and unwillingness soared into the sky, killed the mid-stage blood condensation leader. Evolution points gained, 800. Current evolution points, 1382. With the leader slain, the morale of the remaining Vulture Camp bandits crumbled, and they fled into the darkness like lost dogs. Not a single one shall escape. Qin Lai's cold voice rang out like the pronouncement of death. Wang Kuei, Li He, and the others surged forth like tigers unleashed, filled with fury and murderous intent, pursuing the remnants on the wall. Qin Lai stood, propped against his spear, breathing heavily as he observed the one-sided chase below. The old wounds at his sides split open once more, blood staining his battle armor, his left palm a gruesome mess, yet his eyes burned with fierce brilliance. This battle, though brutal, had allowed the new recruits of Team B to undergo a baptism of blood and fire, beginning their transformation into true warriors. As for him, he had broken through in the face of despair, now possessing the foundation to stand firm in this harsh frontier. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the canyon where the black winds howled, his eyes seemingly piercing through the darkness, seeking the eerie demonic seed within the mine. The Vulture Camp was merely the beginning. The true threat still lay ahead. Base defense successful, Team B's cohesion significantly enhanced, gained prestige, Black Wind Pass, reverence, triggered subsequent mission, eradicate the Vulture Camp, Chapter 46, System Enhancement. Combat power, soars the morning light was faint, struggling to penetrate the perpetual gloom that had accumulated over the Black Wind Pass. Within the outpost, the mingling of blood and malevolence hung heavily in the air, thick and unyielding. The soldiers of the E Brigade silently cleared the battlefield, meticulously gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, tending to the wounded, and guarding the captives whose faces were ashen with despair. The bloodbath of this night, akin to the most brutal whetstone, thoroughly honed this makeshift troop into a formidable force. Qin Lai stood alone atop the wall, the Songming halberd inclined towards the ground, its blade encrusted with a purplish-black scab that glimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light. Though numerous wounds continued to throb with sharp pain, the tumultuous surge of vital energy within him was unprecedentedly vigorous, and the sensation of power from the third realm of blood condensation filled his limbs and bones. His consciousness delved into the system interface, where data vividly materialized. Host, Qin Lai, realm, blood condensation, third level, early stage. Cultivation method, indestructible divine radiance body, fusion degree, 56. War technique, 7th layer. Crumbling mountain, 2nd level, star-shattering bone forging method, minor accomplishment. Status, minor injuries, multiple wounds, healing rapidly. Evolution points, 1382, a staggering 1382 evolution points. This was an unprecedented fortune, sufficient to propel his strength to new heights in a short span of time. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Lai began to allocate his resources. Strength was the sole foundation for survival in this desperate realm. System, prioritize enhancing the fusion degree of indestructible divine radiance body. Command received. Increasing the fusion degree of indestructible divine radiance body to 57 requires 300 evolution points. Confirm? Confirm. Evolution points 300 fusion commenced. A warm current surged throughout his body, as if every cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing this pure source of power. The faint golden patterns beneath his skin glowed softly, becoming clearer and more profound. While the wounds on his body accelerated their healing at a visible rate, even the deep gash on his left palm rapidly sealed and scabbed over. His strength, defense, and regenerative capacity received comprehensive enhancement. Fusion complete. Current fusion degree, 57. Strength of the divine radiance body increased. Self-healing speed, 15. Remaining evolution points, 1082. The effects were remarkable. Qin Lai clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Continue. Enhance crumbling mountain to the 3rd level. Increasing Crumbling Mountain to the 3rd level requires 500 evolution points. Confirm? Confirm. Evolution points 500 being infused into comprehension. In an instant, countless deeper mysteries regarding the condensation, eruption, and shock waves of power flooded his mind, as though he had undergone millions of trials. His mastery over his own strength reached a new pinnacle, particularly in the techniques of wielding the heavy Tsangming halberd, which experienced a qualitative leap. A single strike unleashed enough hidden force to effortlessly shatter the organs of opponents of equal standing. Enhancement complete. Crumbling Mountain 3rd level mastered. Power Explosion 30. Vital Energy Condensation 20. Remaining Evolution Points 582. All remaining evolution points to be directed into Star-Shattering Bone Forging Method. Command received. Evolution points 582 dramatically enhancing proficiency in Star-Shattering Bone Forging Method. Current realm. Minor accomplishment 72. Bone strength 10. Energy carrying capacity 8. Evolution points depleted. Allocation complete. A newfound, formidable sense of power surged within him. Though his evolution points were instantly exhausted, the enhancement was palpably substantial. Qinlai felt that he was now capable of easily overpowering the 3 previous versions of himself prior to his breakthrough. Should he encounter that Bloodblade leader again, he was confident he could slay him within 10 moves. Wang Kuei, Li He. Qinlai's voice resonated with authority, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. The two immediately stepped forward, bearing their own wounds, yet exuding a spirited vitality. Especially upon sensing the increasingly profound and unsettling aura emanating from Qinlai, they felt a shiver of reverence within. Captain, how is the situation? Wang Kuei was the first to report, his voice deep. 5 brothers have perished, 8 are severely injured, and 23 have sustained minor injuries. The vulture spawn has killed 41 and captured 9 alive. The weapons, crossbows, and medicinal herbs we have seized are piled over there. He gestured towards a corner where the spoils of war lay. Li He added, according to the fragmented testimonies of the captives, the vulture camp's stronghold lies 30 miles northeast at Vulture Cliff, which is easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Its chief, the vulture, is at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, supported by 3 early-stage leaders, with a band of approximately 60 to 70 brigands. Late stage of the blood condensation realm? Qinlai's gaze flickered. Had this been before his enhancement, it might have required considerable effort, but now he felt assured. He nodded. The fallen brothers shall receive a grand burial, their merits recorded, and their families compensated generously. The injured shall remain to recuperate, while Lucchese will lead a watch at the outpost. Chapter 47. Waging War to Sustain War. The pike sweeps the nest. The morning sun had yet to completely dispel the chill of the Black Wind Pass. Yet it illuminated the bloodstains and cold gleam on the armor of the Y-shaped squad, making them appear even more glaring. Aside from the necessary injured personnel left behind, nearly 60 soldiers capable of wielding blades had assembled, all bearing wounds. However, having endured the fiery trials of the previous night and witnessed Captain Qinlai's decisive breakthrough against formidable foes, their morale soared astonishingly. Their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance and a thirst for battle. Qinlai's gaze swept over the assembled troops, and he was quite pleased with the palpable ferocity they had coalesced. He inhaled deeply, the torrents of enhanced vitality coursing through him, instilling an extraordinary confidence. With a pinnacle cultivation at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, the indomitable divine radiance body at level 57, the powerful essence of the crushing mountain technique at its 3rd level, and the foundational realm of the star-shattering bone forging technique. All these elements combined afforded him absolute certainty in sweeping through the so-called Vulture Camp stronghold. Advance. There were no superfluous words, only the cold command. The squad surged forth like a tiger unleashed from its cage, plunging once more into the desolate gorge. This time, their speed was heightened, their formation more disciplined, and the reconnaissance by scouts far more aggressive. Qinlai led the charge, the deep scan, continuously activated at low power, functioning like an invisible radar, capturing every subtle movement in the air for miles ahead. To the left, in the valley, a small group of corrupted jackals is active. Number 12, threat level, low. On the right cliff, a natural trap area, energy is disrupted. No patrols from the Vulture Camp detected. Under his precise command, the squad avoided all unnecessary troubles, slicing through the air like a finely honed blade, heading straight for Vulture Cliff. The 30-mile journey passed in the blink of an eye. Ahead loomed a steep black stone cliff, riddled with numerous caves connected by wooden fences and suspension bridges, faint silhouettes and ominous flags flickering within, indeed making it a bastion hard to breach. The only entrance was a narrow, steep mountain path, an impenetrable barrier to any intruder. Captain, How shall we proceed? Wang Kuei surveyed the perilous terrain, licking his lips, his eyes ablaze with eagerness. After a simple bandaging of his arm wound, he was still capable of wielding the heavy halberd. No need for trouble, Qin Lai remarked in a flat tone, stepping forth to embark on the mountain path alone. The bandits stationed in the arrow tower above immediately spotted him, and an alarm rang out as bows and crossbows were drawn. Halt, intruder! Before the bandit's warning could fully escape his lips, Qin Lai sprang into action. With the chasing wind step elevated to its utmost, he transformed into a blurred shadow, racing up the zigzagging mountain path like a gust of wind brushing the earth. His speed was astonishing, far beyond the capacity of ordinary reflexes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down, yet all landed in the empty space behind him, failing to graze even the hem of his garment. Stop him! The bandits cried in shock. At the bend of the mountain path, four robust elite members of the vulture camp, wielding heavy axes, roared as they blocked his way, their axes slicing down with a menacing wind. Each of these four possessed the strength of the 8th and 9th realms of the mortal stage, working in perfect harmony to seal off all avenues of advancement. Qin Lai's expression remained unchanged. He did not even draw upon the Songming halberd. With a simple yet powerful punch, he unleashed the mountain-shattering threefold shockwave. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous roar. The four elites felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge through their axes, shattering their grips, and they were hurled backward as if struck by a rampaging bull, their chests caving in, blood spewing forth as they crashed against the rocky wall, rolling like tumbling gourds, their lives clearly forfeit. Killed. Mortal stage 9th realm 2, 8th realm 2. Evolution points, 140. Current evolution points, 140. He did not pause in his ascent. Occasionally, cold arrows or traps would strike, all of which he sensed beforehand, evading with his ghostly agility or deflecting with his arm, glowing with a faint golden light. The formidable defense of his indestructible divine radiance was fully showcased. In what felt like mere breaths, he had reached the entrance of the stronghold. The heavy ironclad wooden door was slowly closing. Open for me, Qin Lai commanded in a low voice, and at last, the Songming halberd was unleashed. Without resorting to any extravagant techniques, he delivered the simplest of thrusts. The terrifying power and aura of mountain shattering were concentrated at the tip of the halberd. Bang! Like a battering ram, the sturdy wooden door, along with its bolts and supports, shattered as if made of paper, amidst flying wood shards and metal fragments. Qin Lai's figure stormed into the stronghold's courtyard like a demonic deity. The bandits within were thrown into chaos by this sudden breach, their spirits in disarray. Who dares to invade my vulture camp? A furious roar echoed from the main cavern, and three figures leaped forth, their blood surging with power. All of them leaders at the early stage of the blood solidification realm. Simultaneously, numerous archers emerged from the surrounding towers and rooftops. Their sharp arrows aimed squarely at the lone Qin Lai in the courtyard. The ones who will kill you. Qin Lai's gaze turned icy as he locked onto the three leaders. With a sweep of the Songming halberd, he charged forward. Arrogant. Form a formation. Kill him. The three leaders, both astonished and enraged, brandished their weapons and formed a small battle array, their blades flashing like a tempest unleashed upon Qin Lai. Having trained together for years, their coordination was impeccable, and they were confident that even against a mid-stage blood solidification realm opponent, they could prevail. However, they were confronted by the formidable Qin Lai, whose strength, speed, defense, and skill utterly overwhelmed them. Qin Lai paid no heed to their intricate joint attacks. With a mere sweep of the Songming halberd, he unleashed a devastating force. The weapon exuded a faint aura of bloodlust, its power exceeding all expectations. Clang, clang, clang. The three resounding impacts merged into a singular thunderous sound. The three leaders felt an indescribable force crash upon them, their weapons bending and warping violently, their palms torn asunder. They were as if struck by a speeding war chariot, blood gushing forth as they were sent flying backward, the battle array collapsing instantaneously. Death! Qin Lai, seizing the advantage, pursued like lightning, his halberd striking with the ferocity of a dragon. With a piercing thrust, one leader was impaled through the throat. A swift reverse stroke severed another leader in half. The last leader, gripped by terror, turned to flee but was struck in the back by a dark force that halted his movements, only to have his skull shattered by the Songming halberd. In the blink of an eye, all three early-stage blood condensation leaders were annihilated. Killed 3 early-stage blood condensation leaders. Evolution points 900. Current evolution points 1040. The entire mountain stronghold fell into an eerie silence. All the bandits stood frozen, akin to ducks with their necks grasped, filled with dread as they gazed upon the figure resembling a harbinger of death. The archers atop the watchtower trembled, none daring to release an arrow. "Vulture, come forth and meet your demise." Qin Lai's voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating throughout the stronghold. "Good, good, good. No wonder you were able to slay my deputy. Indeed, you possess some skill." A chilling voice emanated from the main cave. Accompanied by the voice, an emaciated figure, resembling a skeletal specter with sunken eyes, yet exuding a terrifying aura of late-stage blood condensation, emerged slowly. In his hands, he wielded a pair of sinister black metallic claws, their tips glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, evidently laced with deadly poison. He was none other than the great leader of the Vulture camp, Vulture. He glanced at the corpses of the 3 leaders on the ground, a flicker of pain and rage crossing his eyes, but overshadowed by a grave demeanor and an almost imperceptible greed. "Boy, state your name." "I, Vulture, do not slay nameless wretches. What need is there to inquire of one about to die?" Qin Lai, uninterested in further dialogue, aimed its Songming halberd directly at his foe, the aura of Crush Mountain already locking onto him. "Seeking death," Vulture shrieked, his form flickering like a specter as he lunged forward, his claws tearing through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and a foul wind, targeting Qin Lai's vital points. His speed was extraordinary, his angles cunning, infused with a corrosive malevolence. Had it been the previous Qin Lai, he might have found this challenging. But now, he neither flinched nor evaded, utilizing brute force to counter cunning with its Songming halberd, delivering a simple yet powerful strike. "No matter your myriad transformations, I shall shatter them with a single thrust." The weapons clashed. Clang. A shrill sound of friction resonated through the air. Vulture felt an irresistible force surge from his claws, causing his blood to roil, nearly wrenching the claws from his grasp. He staggered backward. "Your strength." Astonishment filled his eyes. The opponent was clearly only at the 3rd level of blood condensation, yet his power was outrageously immense. "Not merely strength," Qin Lai coldly declared, stepping forward, the Songming halberd transforming into a tempest of halberd shadows, descending like a torrential storm. The technique of unleashing Crush Mountain at the 3rd level ensured every strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The Vulture was beset, left with no means to retaliate, merely defending itself against overwhelming force. Its agility and poisonous talons appeared feeble in the face of such might and swiftness. With every collision, it felt its arms grow numb, its insides quaking, as blood and poison corroded its very bones. Driven to the brink of despair, the Vulture spat out a mouthful of black blood onto its claws, causing the blade to emanate a chilling azure light, accompanied by a nauseating stench as it lunged forward again, attempting to reverse its fortunes with venomous prowess. A trivial display of skill. Within Qin Lai, the indomitable divine radiance body stirred slightly, a faint golden glow flickering, purifying much of the noxious aura that surged toward him. With a strange maneuver of the Songming halberd, he bypassed the shadow of the talons and precisely pierced the Vulture's shoulder. With a splatter of blood, the Vulture let out a pained cry, nearly losing its weapon. Qin Lai offered no respite. He pressed down the halberd's shaft, as if a mountain were descending upon it. With a crack, the Vulture's knee shattered, forcing it to kneel in agony. In the next instant, the cold tip of the halberd was poised against its brow. "Who are the masters behind you? From where does the blood marrow crystal originate?" Qin Lai's voice was frigid. Fear and malice flickered across the Vulture's face, morphing into a peculiar, sinister grin. "Heh, you will soon find out." They will not let. Before it could finish, a strange black-red light flashed in its eyes, and its vital energies surged violently, causing its body to swell as if inflated. "Warning, the target's internal restraint is about to detonate. Self-destruction imminent." Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he thrust the halberd forward. With a splat, the head exploded. The self-destruction process was forcefully interrupted. Target Vulture leader of the blood condensation late stage eliminated. Evolution points gained, 1,500. Current evolution points, 2540. With the death of the chief, the remaining bandits collapsed, surrendering en masse. Under the leadership of Wang Kuei and Li He, the Y-shaped squad swiftly secured the entire stronghold, eliminating the remnants and seizing the spoils of war. Qin Lai stood still, gazing at the headless corpse of the Vulture, his brow furrowed. The strange light and words uttered before its demise deepened his unease. This Vulture camp was indeed merely a pawn in a larger game. Task to eliminate the Vulture camp completed. Rewards received. Evolution points 1,500. Team prestige 300. Random low-level spirit technique Blood Fiend Battle Art 1. Special building blueprint Beginner Energy Tower 1. Current evolution points 4040. The Y-shaped squad's prestige has risen to Revered. An influx of evolution points entered his account once more. Additionally, He obtained a spirit technique and a blueprint for a special building. Qin suppressed his thoughts, casting his gaze toward the deep main cavern. His intuition urged him that within it lay the answers he sought. Conduct a thorough search of the entire stronghold, especially the main cavern. Report any suspicious items immediately. Exploration task triggered. Secrets of the Vulture Camp. Objective: investigate the Vulture Camp's lair. Seeking clues related to the Blood Marrow Crystal and the corroding realm demonic seed. Chapter 48. The Bloodpool secret cave and system surged. The chaos within the Vulture Camp was swiftly quelled. The remaining bandits were disarmed and detained, while the soldiers of the Y-shaped squad began methodically scouring every cavern and wooden structure. Wang Kuei and Li He commanded with certainty, rapidly counting and categorizing the seized provisions, military equipment, and treasures. Qin strode directly toward the most expansive and ominous main cavern. The entrance, sealed by a heavy stone door, had been shattered by the tremendous force of his earlier assault. As he pushed open the crumbling stone door, a nauseating wave of blood-stained air, mingled with an indescribable, sinister energy, seemingly the collective resentment of countless souls, assailed him. The cavernous interior was vast, yet excavated with a labyrinthine complexity reminiscent of a beehive. The flickering torchlight struggled to penetrate the surrounding darkness. But the deep scan had clearly relayed the internal energy distribution to Qin-Li's mind. High concentration of life essence and malevolent energy detected at the deepest point of the cavern. Weak spatial fluctuations detected. Multiple residual consciousness of vengeful spirits detected. Environmental mental pollution intensity high. Qin-Li's gaze turned frigid. A faint golden luminescence emanated from him, effortlessly shielding him from the intangible mental pollution. He advanced step by step toward the cavern's deepest recesses, following the strongest energy trail. The sights along his path were harrowing. The cavern walls on either side were embedded with numerous desiccated corpses, some human and others belonging to various monstrous entities. They appeared to have merged with the cavern structure, their hollow eye sockets silently observing the intruder. The ground was slick with a dark red, viscous liquid, nearly forming shallow streams that exuded a potent stench of blood. At last, he reached the innermost chamber of the cavern. The scene before him, even for one who had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stirred an intense physiological discomfort and rage. It was a vast, naturally formed stone chamber. At its center lay a square blood pool, several meters wide and unfathomably deep. The viscous, dark red liquid within writhed and bubbled as if alive, continuously releasing pure, yet profoundly malevolent life energy with each bursting bubble, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of resentment. Around the pool's edge, countless twisted runes, similar to those on the mysterious iron box, were inscribed, forming a colossal, ever-turning evil array that siphoned energy from the blood pool to an unknown destination. Beside the blood pool lay dozens of desiccated corpses, most clad in tattered demon-suppressing military garb or the rags of refugees, clearly intended as fodder for the Vulture Camp. Here was the true heart of the Vulture Camp, a factory for the energy derived from the marrow of blood, a veritable battleground where countless innocents were devoured. Those beasts. Wang Kuei, who followed closely, witnessed this scene and felt his anger boiling over, his fists cracking ominously. Li He's face turned pale, struggling against the urge to vomit. They were using living people to concoct such vile substances. Qin remained silent, yet his gaze was cold enough to freeze the very soul. Approaching the blood pool, he scanned the intricate runes. The complexity and antiquity of these symbols far exceeded what a mere bandit leader could orchestrate. They were undoubtedly the handiwork of a far superior and more malevolent entity. The majority of the blood pool's energy was directed toward an unknown realm, with only a minuscule portion remaining, coalescing into that blood marrow crystal. At that moment, the deep scan detected a peculiar spatial fluctuation emanating from the bottom of the pool. There is something at the bottom of the pool, Qin intoned solemnly. He channeled his vital energy, thrusting the Songming halberd into the edge of the blood pool, and with a sudden heave, a thunderous crash echoed as a large section of the bank collapsed, and viscous blood surged forth, revealing a corner of the pool's bottom. There lay 3 fragmented black stone tablets, each emitting faint spatial fluctuations, inscribed with otherworldly runes reminiscent of those marking the mine tunnels. These tablets appeared to be components of a larger apparatus, their presence distorting the spatial structure of the area and merging with the energy of the blood pool, thus creating this sinister alchemical site. Discovery of incomplete otherworldly summoning transformation array components. 37. Analysis. This array can convert life essence and resentment into high-level energy of specific attributes, which can be remotely transmitted via spatial links. Remote transmission? To whom? That shadowy figure? Or something else? Qin Lai felt an enormous, invisible web of darkness slowly unfurling before him. The vulture camp, and possibly even the previous mine tunnel markers, were merely nodes within this web. It was imperative to obliterate this place entirely. He inhaled deeply, stepping back, raising the Tsangming halberd high. As his vital energy and the newly acquired blood energy surged into the halberd's body, the third level of crushing mountains reached its zenith. Just as he prepared to destroy the blood pool and the tablets with a single strike, an alert from the system suddenly resounded. Warning! High-purity concentrated energy core detected at the bottom of the blood pool, not fully formed. Forced destruction may trigger a violent energy explosion, equivalent to a full-force strike from an initial stage Yuan Dan realm. Suggestion: the host may attempt to use the Divine Radiance body as a core to actively absorb the energy core, eliminating the hazard while also reaping immense benefits. Risk: energy impact may lead to severe injury. An energy core? An explosion at the Yuan Dan realm level? Qin Lai paused. The risk was substantial, yet the promise of immense gain beckoned enticingly. With formidable adversaries lurking and crises abounding, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to swiftly enhance his power. Wang Kuei, Li He, evacuate everyone from the cave. The farther, the better, he commanded decisively. The two were momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Qin Lai's grave expression, they asked no further questions and promptly directed all soldiers to retreat swiftly. Once he was alone in the cave, Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and he hesitated no longer. System: assist me in absorbing the energy core. Prioritize absorption success rate and my safety with all evolution points. Command received. Calculating optimal plan requires 3,000 evolution points to construct a temporary energy buffer channel and enhance the absorption efficiency of the Divine Radiance body. Confirm? Confirmed. Though it pains me, it is worth it. 3,000 evolution points. Buffer channel under construction. Divine Radiance body operating in overdrive activated. In an instant, Qin Lai felt as though his consciousness was interconnected with the entire blood pool. He carefully guided the power of the Divine Radiance body, akin to the most delicate of surgical instruments, probing into the bottom of the blood pool, where he encountered the ominous dark red core that, while not yet fully formed, already harbored terrifying energy. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, an overwhelming, unimaginable surge of sinister energy surged through the buffer channel and into Qin Lai's body. Even with the system's auxiliary buffering, the terrifying force still caused him to tremble violently, as if his meridians were being torn apart in excruciating pain. And a mouthful of fresh blood was violently expelled. Energy shock. The Divine Radiance body's autonomous defense activated. Fusion degree passively enhanced. Indestructible Divine Radiance body fusion degree, 585,960. Cultivation level increased. Pinnacle of blood condensation realm 3, just a step away from the fourfold barrier. The energy was overwhelmingly vast. It was ferociously intense. Refine it for me. Qin Lai's eyes blazed crimson as he frantically channeled every technique he knew. The indestructible Divine Radiance body roared with unprecedented efficiency, forcibly crushing, purifying, and devouring the surging energy. The system's buffering passage continuously adjusted the energy flow, ensuring it pushed the limits of his endurance to the brink of madness. Evolution points continuously consumed, 100,100, to maintain the buffering passage. Energy conversion in progress. Evolution points 500, 500,500. This was an exceedingly perilous yet profoundly rewarding process. His body felt like a battlefield, constantly being ravaged and simultaneously restored and fortified by more potent forces. After an indeterminate amount of time, when the blood pool had completely dried up and the dark red energy core had vanished, Qin Lai slowly opened his eyes. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his halberd, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water, his face pale, yet his gaze gleamed with astonishing brilliance. Absorption complete. Total evolution points gained, 10,000 points. Net gain approximately 7,000 points after deductions. Indestructible Divine Radiance body fusion degree, 60. Gained a slight enhancement. Significant increase in blood recovery speed. Enhanced resistance to negative energy. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of blood condensation realm 3, only a thin line away from 4. Current evolution points, 11,040. Original 4040. Absorption gain 10,000. Consumption 3,000 to maintain. Total 11040. Over 10,000 evolution points. The fusion degree elevated to 60. His power surged once more. However, before he could fully experience this newfound strength, the 3 fractured black stone slabs beneath his feet, having lost the support of the energy core, suddenly emitted a sound of distressing cracking. their surface runes swiftly dimming and shattering. Simultaneously, far away in an unfathomable subterranean chamber, a colossal array composed of similar black stone slabs, currently in operation, trembled violently, one of its nodes abruptly fading. At the center of the array, a shadowy figure shrouded in dense black mist murmured uncertainly, The blood-feeding pool at the Black Wind Pass has been destroyed? The energy core has been devoured? Interesting. It seems capable of consuming the blood source core. It appears I must send a purifier to investigate. Chapter 49. The purifier approaches. Qin Lai gradually straightened his body, the bones within emitting a series of crisp cracks akin to popping beans. The filth at the bottom of the dried blood pool could not tarnish the vigor radiating from him at this moment. The power surging within him felt like a slumbering behemoth of the primordial wilderness, far more formidable than it had been prior to absorbing the energy core. The over 10,000 evolution points not only signified a leap in strength, but also instilled a profound confidence in his ability to shape his destiny. With a flicker of thought, the system interface materialized, the colossal number of evolution points providing a sense of reassurance. It was time to ascend once more. System. Prioritize enhancing the compatibility of the indestructible divine body. To elevate to level 61 requires the expenditure of 500 evolution points. Confirm? Confirmed. A warm current reemerges, cells rejoice. And the strength and recovery of the physical body ascend once more, albeit slightly. Evolution points. 500, compatibility. 61, continue to enhance crushing peak, striving for the 4th tier. To elevate to the 4th tier requires the expenditure of 1,000 evolution points. Confirm? Confirmed. A more profound methodology for wielding power floods my mind. And the mastery of the compression and explosion of vital energy enters a new realm. With a swing of my spear, it contains a quadruple hidden force capable of shattering mountains and striking cattle, a terrifying might indeed. Evolution points, 1,000. Crushing peak elevated to the 4th tier. Power burst, 40. Vital energy penetration, 30. All remaining evolution points are to be infused into star-shattering bone forging technique. Evolution points, 8540. Star-shattering bone forging technique level elevated to great accomplishment. Bone strength, 50. Energy capacity, 25. Rebound damage, 15. Evolution points reduced to 0. The immense investment of evolution points has led to an immediate and transformative change. Qin Lai perceives that his bone density has reached an astonishing level, comparable to divine gold, with meridians expanded. Allowing for a dramatic increase in both the quantity and quality of vital energy he can contain. At this moment, although he remains at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of blood condensation, his true combat power is sufficient to trample upon ordinary 4th level practitioners. And he could even contend with early-stage 5th level experts. Grasping the Tsangming spear, he swings it casually, and as the spear wind passes, the air emits a piercing, tearing sound, etching a deep scar into the distant cave wall with an invisible force. Congratulations on the completion of the divine skill, Team Zheng, Wang Kuei, and Li He. Feeling the suffocatingly powerful aura pervading the cave, are astonished and delighted, quickly coming forward to offer their congratulations. Behind them, the soldiers of Team E gaze at Qin Lai with an almost fervent admiration. Qin Lai nods slightly, suppressing the surging power within, and his gaze falls once more upon the 3 shattered black stone slabs that have already lost their efficacy. Collect all these fragments carefully and seal them away. They may prove useful in the future, he commands, and then turns to the malevolent blood pool, instructing to utterly destroy this place and incinerate all impurities with oil. Yes, the group acknowledges the order and immediately sets to work. Exiting the main cavern, the sky is already approaching dusk. After clearing the old nest of the vultures and obtaining a vast amount of resources, including gold and silver scavenged from various places, medicinal herbs, and a small quantity of black crystal ore, Team E returns triumphantly. Yet, Qin Lai feels little joy in his heart. The existence of the black stone slabs and the chilling gaze he sensed from a distant direction when the energy core was absorbed loom over him like a shadow. On the way back to the Black Wind Pass outpost, he familiarizes himself with his surging power while delving into the system. Retrieve information on Blood Fiend Battle Art and Basic Energy Tower Blueprints. Blood Fiend Battle Art, Spirit Level, Lower Grade cultivates the vitality and blood fiendish energy. Fierce in its execution, advancing rapidly, yet it can easily affect one's mind, requiring the accompaniment of stabilizing mental techniques or treasures. Basic Energy Tower Blueprint, capable of absorbing and converting demonic energy, fiendish energy, and other negative energies into pure primordial energy, enhancing cultivation speed, or low-level evolution points, average efficiency. Construction requirements. 1,000 pounds of black crystal ore, 500 pounds of fine iron, 10 rune stones, and 10 portions of beast blood, along with a foundational understanding of rune knowledge. The bloodslaughter battle art is currently unsuitable for him. However, perhaps a selection of loyal and resolute veterans could be trained as a formidable force. The energy tower, on the other hand, seems tailor-made for him. It can generate evolution points, and even if the efficiency is average, it signifies an additional stable resource. Immediately, a plan for the construction of the energy tower is to be devised, with priority given to the collection of necessary materials. The plan requires the unlocking of basic rune knowledge first, consuming 200 evolution points, before guiding the construction. Exchange. 200 evolution points. Basic rune knowledge transmission in progress. A wealth of foundational information regarding energy guidance and rune engraving flooded his mind. Though merely basic, it sufficed for him to comprehend the blueprints and commence initial construction. Upon his return to the outpost, the plan for the energy tower was already taking shape in his mind. Li He, from this day forth, increase manpower to focus on collecting black crystal or searching for clues about runestone veins, and hunting powerful beasts to obtain their blood. Wang Kuei, select 20 of the most resolute and decisive veterans. I have use for them. Lu Xiaozai, bring individuals to reinforce the outpost's defenses, particularly in the pre-construction area of the energy tower, executing the plans I provided. Commands were issued in an orderly fashion, and the entire outpost resembled a well-oiled machine, commencing operations dedicated to future survival and development. That night, Qin Lai sat alone in the command center, with the blueprints for the energy tower spread before him and a jade talisman recently delivered from the Demon Sealing Pass. The talisman, sent by Wei Qianren, bore a simple message. The letter has been received, the matter is of great importance, and has been confidentially reported to the garrison commander. You are to hold the pass firmly, remain vigilant, no reinforcements are forthcoming, and proceed as circumstances dictate. No reinforcements. Qin Lai's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Not surprised by this outcome. The situation within the pass appeared more complex than anticipated. The garrison commander's stance was also rather nuanced. He steadied his mind, focusing his attention back on the blueprints for the energy tower, following the knowledge transmitted by the system and the guidance of the blueprints. He picked up a fragment of black crystal ore and, with a finger poised like a blade, attempted to inscribe the first foundational energy concentration rune. Initially, he failed several times. The black crystal's hardness and unstable energy made it easy to mar. Yet, with the system's corrective assistance, he quickly grasped the technique. His fingertip emanated energy like the most precise engraving tool, and soon, a complex yet elegant rune began to form upon the black crystal, faintly shimmering with an ethereal light. Basic rune proficiency level 1 achieved. As he immersed himself in the rune engraving, far away, in the depths of a once-sensed shadowy hall, that enormous magical array lit up once more. A more complex and profound rune gradually manifested at the center of the array, revolving slowly. Beside it knelt a figure clad in pure black armor, their face obscured beneath a menacing mask, exuding an aura of chilling silence. The indistinct shadow emanated a detached voice. The blood-feeding pool has been destroyed, and the blood source core is lost. Coordinates, Black Wind Pass. An anomalous devourer has been detected. Cleansers, number 7. You are to investigate, ascertain the situation, recover or annihilate the anomaly, and eliminate all witnesses. As commanded by the master. Beneath the visage of the mask, a sound akin to a motionless metallic friction resonated. The figure known as the Cleansers slowly rose, emanating an energy fluctuation that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of coagulation, remarkably refined and pure, born solely for the purpose of slaughter. He turned and stepped into a small, pre-prepared teleportation array beside him. In a flash of light, his form vanished instantaneously. At the Black Wind Pass lookout, Qin Lai, engrossed in the intricacies of rune engraving, suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety, as if he had been marked by some distant, predatory threat. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing through the stone wall to the pitch-black night sky. Warning: high-energy spatial fluctuations detected, ultra-long distance teleportation. The fluctuation characteristics are of unknown high-level threats originating from the black stone slab. Estimated time of arrival, 2,472 hours. Chapter 50. The Energy Tower and the Cleansers. The atmosphere at the Black Wind Pass lookout, following the raucous celebration of victory, did not ease, but rather grew increasingly heavy. An invisible, suffocating pressure loomed like the perennial dark clouds over the Black Wind Gorge, weighing heavily on every heart. Even the most oblivious of new recruits could sense a looming crisis from the increasingly stern countenance of Commander Qin Lai and the urgent commands that echoed through the air. Standing in the center of the freshly leveled lookout, Qin Lai was surrounded by towering piles of black crystal or refined iron ingots and several barrels exuding a strong, pungent scent of beast blood. Li He, accompanied by a few others, was cautiously placing 10 rune stones, which they had painstakingly retrieved from the depths of the gorge, glowing faintly with energy, into their designated positions. The construction of the basic energy tower was entering its final phase. Qin Lai held his breath, concentrating as his fingertips wove refined vital energy, akin to the most delicate engraving tool, inscribing intricate and profound foundational runes upon the black crystal, ore, and iron components. Armed with knowledge transmitted by the system and assisted by calibration, his movements grew increasingly fluid. The speed and precision of rune formation far exceeding the arduous efforts of ordinary rune masters over days or even months. Basic rune proficiency level 1. Energy circuit connection completion 98. Core rune array activation preparation. The final rune engraved black crystal was embedded into the core array. Instantly, the base of the energy tower illuminated with countless azure beams of light, as all the runes seemed to animate, intertwining to form a seamless whole. A humming sound resonated as an invisible gravitational pull suddenly emanated from the center of the energy tower, the thin magical aura pervading the surroundings. The lingering bloodthirst within the lookout, and even the violent energy contained in the black wind itself began to converge toward the energy tower, as if drawn by an unseen force. The runes adorning the surface of the tower illuminated sequentially, commencing the absorption and transformation of these chaotic negative energies. Basic energy tower construction successful. Current conversion mode, vitality generation, switchable to evolution point generation. Efficiency halved, current vitality concentration, lookout range increased by 15, slowly increasing. Permission granted, designated targets may enjoy vitality enhancement. It is accomplished. A flicker of joy flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. Though merely a rudimentary energy tower, its significance was monumental. This signifies that his team has acquired a stable cultivation accelerator, whose value is immeasurable in the long run. He immediately granted permission to all members of Team B. Instantly, the soldiers within the outpost felt a lightness enveloping them, as if their breathing had become significantly smoother. The fatigue dissipated, and the circulation of energy within their bodies noticeably quickened. What a marvelous sensation! The team leader has once again produced something extraordinary. The soldiers were both astonished and delighted, their admiration for Qin Lai soaring to new heights. Satisfied, Qin Lai nodded and immersed his consciousness into the system. The establishment of the energy tower brought another benefit. The system switched the energy tower's output mode to evolution point generation. Command received, mode switching in progress. Estimated daily evolution point generation, 510 points, subject to environmental energy concentration. Although the daily yield was modest, it was steady. Little by little, grains of sand accumulate to form a tower. After addressing the matters concerning the energy tower, the solemnity on Qin Lai's face did not wane. He raised his gaze to the overcast sky, the disquieting sense of crisis not only unresolved, but growing ever clearer and more intense with the passage of time. The system's notification of unknown high-level threat loomed above him like the sword of Damocles. He must utilize the remaining time to prepare thoroughly. He turned towards the training grounds. There, Wang Kuei was leading 20 carefully selected veteran soldiers in rigorous training. These veterans constituted the absolute core and backbone of Team B, each with blood on their hands and iron wills. Qin Lai approached them, dispensing with any superfluous words, and directly produced the jade slip containing the Blood Fiend battle art, acquired from the system. This was a spirit-level technique. By cultivating this art, one could harness the murderous aura of the battlefield and their own life force, striking fiercely and advancing rapidly. His voice was cold, yet this technique was perilously easy to corrupt the mind, plunging one into a frenzy of slaughter. To practice or not to practice, the choice is yours. It is still not too late to withdraw now. A profound silence enveloped the training grounds, pierced only by the howling wind. The 20 veterans gazed fervently at the jade slip, their breaths becoming labored. A spirit-level technique. This was an opportunity they had never even dared to dream of. Damn it, I'd rather lose my head than miss this chance. A scarred veteran with a menacing expression was the first to shout. Following the team leader, I will eliminate all who deserve to die. What is there to fear? I will practice. It is imperative that I practice. Not a single one withdrew. They had long since cast aside their fear of life and death, their thirst for power overwhelming all else. Very well. Qin Lai ceased to speak further and tossed the jade slip to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei, you shall lead the training. Li He, starting today, direct the supply of medicinal pills towards them. I want them to develop combat capabilities in the shortest time possible. Understood. Wang Kuei accepted the jade slip, trembling with excitement. Having arranged all this, Qin Lai returned to the command center, closing his eyes once more to focus his mind. With danger approaching, he needed to elevate his state to its utmost peak. Connecting his consciousness to tactical simulation, he began countless battle simulations against the potential cleansing adversary. Simulation initiated. Objective: Pinnacle of Blood Condensation Realm. Technique characteristics: Speed, Stealth. One-hit kill. Simulation Plan 1. Direct confrontation, win rate 12. Simulation Plan 2. Evasive attrition, win rate 21. Simulation Plans 7 to 9. Utilize environment, energy tower interference, blood fiend squad containment. Host guaranteed kill win rate 35. Evolution points rapidly consumed. Countless tactical strategies generated only to be overturned. The opponent's strength exceeded all expectations, no matter the simulation. The win rates remained dismally low. Yet, Qin Lai's gaze grew increasingly bright. Each simulation refined his control over his own power, providing him with greater preparation for the impending battle. Time slipped away amidst this tense and oppressive preparation. As dusk fell the following day, when the last sliver of twilight was engulfed by the Black Wind Gorge, a faint yet piercing spatial fluctuation, akin to a needle, abruptly pierced Qin Lai's perception. It was clearer and closer than any previous instance. Warning: high-energy target has entered the alert zone. Distance: 50 miles. Energy intensity: Pinnacle of Blood Condensation Realm, extremely refined. Threat level: extremely high. They have arrived. Qin Lai abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of golden-purple light flickering within. He swiftly rose, the Tsangming halberd instantly in hand. Almost simultaneously, a sharp alarm shattered the silence of the outpost. Enemy attack. Northwest direction. A shadow. Such speed. The entire outpost instantly entered a state of maximum readiness. The light of the energy tower became blindingly bright. As Qin Lai swiftly switched the conversion mode to maximum power 4, vital energy generation, enveloping all soldiers in a rich aura of vitality, invigorating their spirits. Wang Kuei bellowed, leading the 20-seasoned veterans who had just begun their training in the Blood Fiend battle technique, surrounded by a faint aura of Blood Fiend energy, charging onto the walls. Li He directed the crossbowmen to aim at the night sky to the northwest. Qin Lai stepped out of the command center, his form soaring skyward, landing steadily atop the highest watchtower of the outpost, his gaze shooting like cold lightning towards the rapidly approaching, terrifying shadow that seemed to merge with the night. It was a figure clad in full, pitch-black armor, with even its face concealed behind a grotesque mask. It made no extraneous movements, simply soaring through the air with astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, even the howling black wind seemed cleaved apart by an invisible force, obliterated. A chilling, deathly silence. A terrifying aura that existed solely for the purpose of slaughter surged forth like a tide, rendering many new recruits within the outpost pale and nearly breathless. The purifier has arrived, as anticipated. Final battle simulation initiated, win rate settlement, 367. Tactical plan loaded, codename, Thorn Execution. Qin Lai took a deep breath, suppressing all distractions. Directing the Tsangming halberd towards the deathly figure that descended like a grim reaper, his voice resonating throughout the outpost. Prepare for battle. Chapter 51, Ring of Thorns. Divine radiance against deathly silence. At that moment, the wind seemed to freeze. The pitch-black figure hovered 100 feet above the outpost, beneath its fearsome mask. Two crimson points of light ignited, akin to a gaze from the abyss, coldly scanning the well-prepared outpost, ultimately fixing upon the tall figure atop the watchtower. There were no questions, no exchanges. For the cleansers, there exists but a singular mission: annihilation. He slowly raised an arm, shrouded in blackened armor. Fingers curled in a ghostly grip. The surrounding space seemed to warp ever so slightly, as a blade, entirely forged from shadows and the essence of desolation, coalesced in his grasp, its edge consuming the very light that dared to linger. In the next heartbeat, he lunged forth. There was no cataclysmic uproar, merely a blurred silhouette, nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, traversing 100 paces in an instant, the twisted blade silently poised to sever Qin Lai's throat. The velocity transcended the limits of sight. However, at the moment of his advance, the entire watchtower ignited with brilliance. The foundational runes, inscribed by Qin Lai himself, scattered throughout the station, were instantaneously activated by the surging energy from the overburdened power tower, intertwining into an immense net of ethereal energy, shimmering with a pale azure luminescence. Though insufficient to fully obstruct the cleanser's onslaught, it significantly impeded his speed, rendering his form momentarily discernible. Now was the moment. Blood fury. Flash. Wang Kuei roared like thunder. synchronously striking with 20 seasoned veterans who had mastered the Blood Fury combat technique. 21 concentrated arcs of blood energy detached from their blades, not aimed at the cleanser's physical form, but rather, as if imbued with sentience, they intertwined along his path, transforming into viscous, tenacious crimson shackles, further ensnaring and binding. This was the optimal containment strategy devised by the tactical simulation, the Thorned Ring. At the cost of the Power Tower and the Blood Fury Squad, they seized the fleeting opportunity. The cleanser's advance faltered once more, though the blood shackles were swiftly eroded by the surrounding desolation. They nonetheless disrupted the flawless cadence of his advance. For Qin Lai, this meticulously calculated interval, less than a tenth of a breath, was more than sufficient. With a roar, the fourth level of the collapse of mountains erupted within him in an unprecedented manner. A soft golden radiance erupted skyward, illuminating half the night sky in a hazy, golden glow. The Songming halberd resonated with exhilarating vibrance. Upon its blade, the essence of blood fury, the power of shadows, and the most pure and formidable essence converged and compressed, coalescing into a profoundly restrained, yet capable of rending all, dark golden glimmer. Divine Radiance halberd technique, Dawn. He chose not to defend, but rather to expend all his strength in a singular, formidable strike. The tip of the halberd precisely targeted the weakest point of the encroaching twisted blade. Clang! A piercing sound erupted, as if it could rend the very fabric of the soul. At the center of the collision, space seemed to collapse, forming a minuscule black hole that voraciously devoured everything within reach. A violent shockwave radiated outward in a circular wave, uprooting the bricks atop the watchtower. While the soldiers below were sent sprawling in disarray, Qin Lai let out a muffled groan, his palm splitting apart as blood instantly stained the halberd's shaft. His entire being hurled backward as though struck by an invisible hammer, crashing into the flagpole behind him, bending and warping the iron-crafted structure. His internal vitality surged tumultuously, as if his very organs had been displaced. The purifier was momentarily shaken by the formidable and unembellished strike that embodied all of Qin Lai's essence, causing him to sway and retreat several paces, his twisted blade dimming noticeably. The crimson glow beneath his mask flickered slightly, suggesting an almost imperceptible hint of anthropomorphism in his astonishment. Clearly, the power of this anomaly exceeded all expectations. Tactical success. Target's energy fluctuations have decreased by 3. Host is lightly injured. Warning. Target exhibits extraordinary adaptability. The effectiveness of similar tactics will diminish. Once more, Qin Lai forcefully suppressed the surging vitality within him. His eyes ablaze with martial fervor. He understood that he could not afford to grant his opponent a moment's respite. Executing the wind-chasing step to perfection, he glided across the ground like a specter, the Songming spear tracing intricate and ferocious arcs as it launched attacks from the most improbable angles toward the purifier. The twisted blade in the purifier's grasp moved as if it were alive, deftly parrying each assault. His techniques were stripped to their essence, devoid of any superfluous flourishes, with each strike aimed directly at vital points, exhibiting an efficiency that was terrifying. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, leaving a multitude of afterimages in the air, the clanging of metal echoing like a relentless downpour. With each collision, Qin Lai felt his arms grow numb, his organs subjected to violent shocks. The opponent's energy refinement and combat prowess far surpassed his imagination. Were it not for the indomitable defense and recovery of the undying divine radiance body, he would have already succumbed to defeat. Yet Qin Lai remained undeterred by his injuries, fully embracing a strategy of trading wounds for wounds. Relying on the formidable skeletal fortitude achieved through the star-shattering bone-forging technique and his divine physique, he weathered most of the onslaught, the Songming spear relentlessly entangling his foe. Below, Wang Kuei and the others watched with their eyes nearly bursting, yet they were powerless to intervene. Such a level of combat was far beyond their reach. The purifier, seemingly incensed by the entanglement, flickered with a red glow beneath his mask, an aura of deathly silence erupting around him, forcing Qin Lai to momentarily retreat. The twisted blade in his hand began to transform, elongating and sharpening, radiating an ultimate brilliance capable of piercing through anything. Warning. Target's weapon morphology has changed. Penetrative capability significantly enhanced. Threat level surging. Qin Lai's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he activated his trump card. System. Load Aberrant Touch. Target. Mental Interference. Command received. Consuming 500 evolution points. Aberrant Touch activated. The fragment of otherworldly rules within his consciousness trembled violently, an icy, indifferent, and supremely exalted while mingling with his mental force. Resembling an invisible spike that instantaneously transcended space, and violently pierced toward the core of the Purifier's consciousness. The Purifier's rushing form abruptly froze. His movements experienced an extraordinarily brief moment of stasis. Beneath the grotesque mask, a faint, perplexed, and discomfort grunt seemed to escape. This direct assault on the level of consciousness evidently surpassed his conventional defenses. Now is the moment. Qin Lai's eyes flared with intensity, disregarding the fresh blood surging back up his throat, as he channeled all his strength into the Tsangming spear. Die! The spear shot forth like a dragon, aiming directly for the minuscule opening revealed at the junction of the chest armor due to the brief stasis. However, just as the spear tip was about to strike, the Purifier's frozen form dissipated like a phantom. In that moment, only a fleeting shadow, torn apart by the fierce winds, remained in place. The next instant, he appeared like a phantom behind Qin Lai, the distorted blade, now acutely sharp, exuding an aura of chilling silence that pierced through all existence. Silently thrusting towards Qin Lai's vulnerable back, the speed was unprecedented. The angle was insidiously clever. In a manner that defied comprehension, he managed to shake off the influence of the Yi Chu at the last possible moment and launched a more lethal counterattack. Qin Lai scarcely had time to defend himself. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. Lethal crisis. Calculating optimal evasion strategy. Forcibly alter meridians. Brace against left scapula. Avoiding vital heart area. Success rate, 71. The system's notification was cold and urgent. There was no choice. Qin Lai bit down on his tongue. Utilizing the ultimate control over his physical form granted by the star-shattering bone-forging method, he contorted his body mid-motion. With a sickening sound, the sharp, twisted blade pierced through his left scapula, spilling forth a cascade of blood. The terrifying energy of death surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his vitality. Excruciating pain struck. Yet, a flicker of madness ignited in Qin Lai's eyes. Leveraging this force, his body spun like a top, and the Tsangming halberd in his right hand swept upwards at an astonishing angle, the crescent blade viciously aimed at the joint of the cleanser's arm, which had slightly extended due to their successful strike. A life for a life. Chapter 52, Shattered Stars. The indomitable halberd. With a sickening sound, the twisted blade had not merely drawn blood from the shoulder, it also unleashed a chilling, deathly energy potent enough to freeze the soul. Akin to countless fine poisonous needles that surged into Qin Lai's body, ravenously eroding his life force and vitality. Intense pain, icy coldness, numbness. For an ordinary person, even one at the blood condensation realm, such a blow would result in the complete loss of combat ability, leaving them to be consumed by the energy of death. But Qin Lai was no ordinary individual. He bore the indomitable divine radiance body, having clawed his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A suppressed roar erupted from him, his eyes instantly veined with blood. The power of the perfected star-shattering bone-forging method erupted with unprecedented intensity. The area of his left scapula that had been pierced saw its bone density surge wildly, pale golden divine patterns coiling around it as if alive, firmly locking the twisted blade within the confines of his bone. Simultaneously, the divine power within him surged forth like a boiling furnace, fiercely attacking the invading deathly energy, crushing and purifying it. Though he could not immediately expel the blade's tip, he had temporarily halted the further erosion of energy. At that moment, as he braced against the pain and pivoted, the Tsangming halberd in his right hand, now raised in a counterattack, bore all his will, unwillingness, fury, and resolve, slicing fiercely at the cleanser's slightly extended right arm joint. This thrust was swift, ruthless, precise. It took the cleansers completely by surprise. They had never imagined that this aberrant entity, after sustaining such a grievous injury, could not only withstand the blow but also unleash such a ferocious counterattack. A ghastly sound of metal tearing echoed. The crescent blade of the Tsangming halberd erupted with the crushing mountain fourfold dark energy and bloodthirsty aura. The seemingly indomitable pure black gauntlet of the purifier was unexpectedly cleaved open, revealing beneath it not flesh and blood, but rather a bizarre structure shimmering with metallic luster and energy circuits. A viscous liquid of deep green hue, emanating a pungent odor, splattered forth from the gash. Target hit. Effective damage inflicted. Right arm structure damaged by 13. Energy leakage detected. Warning. Target is not a pure life form. Suspected high-level puppet or modified entity. The purifier's form trembled violently, its movements exhibiting a notable stiffness and delay for the first time. The crimson glow beneath its helmet flickered intensely, as if some internal equilibrium had been disrupted. It attempted to withdraw the twisted blade embedded in Qin Lai's shoulder. Yet Qin Lai steadfastly locked it in place with the shattered star bone technique. An opportunity. ignoring the excruciating pain radiating from his left shoulder and the encroaching, lifeless energy. Qin Lai seized the moment, thrusting his left hand forward to grasp the exposed, damaged mechanical arm. His right hand pulled back the Tsangming halberd, gathering strength once more. Upon the tip of the halberd, the cold, indifferent power of rules derived from the fragments of another realm was reactivated, albeit faintly. Yet it carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Shatter for me," he roared, channeling all his strength and will into this thrust. Fiercely aiming at the very center of the purifier's chest armor, the core region pulsating with the most intense energy fluctuations. The purifier seemed to sense the imminent threat to its existence, and its unscathed left arm rose abruptly, conjuring a pitch-black energy shield to shield itself. Boom! The Tsangming halberd struck violently against the energy shield, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy. This time, the energy shield twisted and flickered ominously, yet did not shatter immediately. The purifier's energy level was, after all, far superior to that of Qin Lai. A terrifying stalemate ensued. The point of the halberd clashed against the shield, erupting in blinding light, energy wildly consuming and annihilating. Qin Lai's arm muscles trembled violently, his bones groaning under the immense strain, and blood gushed profusely from the wound on his left shoulder. Yet the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. The undying divine radiance body operated at an unprecedented pace, desperately extracting every ounce of potential, converting the vital essence gathered from the energy tower, and even beginning to ignite his own blood vitality. Below, Wang Kuei, Li He, and others watched in horror, unable to intervene, only able to pour their strength into the energy tower in a frantic attempt to provide more support. The crimson glow beneath the purifier's mask remained cold and unwavering, seemingly stabilizing the energy output as the shield gradually became more solid. "I cannot lose. I must not lose." Countless images flashed through Qin Lai's mind. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the Demon Suppression Pass, the despair of the Blackstone Canyon, the hopeful gazes of his comrades at the outpost, the endless grievances in the blood pool, and the dark hand that manipulated everything from above. "I will not fall here." He let out a soul-stirring roar. In his sea of consciousness, the fragment of otherworldly rules, which had been slowly deciphering, seemed to respond to this unyielding will, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. Activity of rule fragment surges. Resolution temporarily increased to 15. Can attempt to guide deeper powers. Extreme risk. Guide. Without hesitation, Qin Lai embraced the moment. Buzz. A wave of rules, far clearer, colder, and more indifferent than before, surged through his arm and into the Tsangming halberd. Upon the tip of the halberd, a dark golden radiance suddenly mingled with a hue that seemed capable of slicing through space and obliterating all existence. Crack. The seemingly indestructible energy shield finally emitted a crisp sound before shattering into fragments as delicate as glass under the assault infused with a true essence of rule. Although the momentum of the Tsangming halberd slightly diminished, it still thrust forward with unwavering determination, piercing fiercely into the center of the cleanser's chest armor. A muffled sound echoed, not the tearing of metal, but rather the sound of penetrating a concentrated mass of energy. The cleanser convulsed violently, its movements completely frozen. The crimson glow beneath the faceplate flickered erratically, akin to a lamp gone awry. Cracks spiderwebbed rapidly from the point of impact on the chest armor, and a dark green liquid energy gushed forth like a fountain. Deadly strike. Core of the target damaged. Energy levels plummeting. Die. Qin Lai gritted his teeth, intending to exert more force to obliterate it completely. Yet, at that moment, the damaged right arm of the cleanser suddenly lifted, not to attack, but with fingers splayed. Aimed at Qin Lai. A complex rune illuminated in the palm, emanating an extraordinarily unstable and terrifying wave of energy. Warning. Target activating final protocol. Self-destruction program. Energy level. Early stage of Yuan Dan. Unresistible. Immediate evasion required. Qin Lai's scalp tingled in alarm. Without a second thought, he abruptly withdrew the Tsangming halberd, his feet forcefully pushing against the cleanser's chest, utilizing the recoil to plummet backward like a meteor. Almost simultaneously, a cataclysmic explosion, indescribable in words and capable of annihilating all, erupted centered around the cleanser. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly torn asunder. The earth trembled violently, and the defensive runes of the entire outpost flickered erratically, causing numerous soldiers to spew blood and collapse. Qin Lai was sent hurtling away like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing through several walls, ultimately buried beneath a mound of rubble, his fate uncertain. At the explosion's epicenter, the cleanser's silhouette had completely vanished, leaving behind only a bottomless pit and turbulent energy currents. In the realm of existence, only the reverberations of the explosion echoed ominously. Target cleanser deceased. Host status, near death. Initiating emergency repair. Chapter 53. Nirvana and precipitation darkness. Boundless darkness and coldness. Qinlai's consciousness seemed to be submerged beneath eons of ice, with every attempt to struggle resulting in excruciating pain akin to the tearing of the soul. The wound on his left shoulder, pierced by a twisted blade, had long since gone numb, yet a chilling and desolate energy stubbornly lingered there, continuously eroding his remaining vitality. His internal organs felt as if they had been shattered and haphazardly reassembled, each faint breath tugging at the myriad of fissures throughout his body. Is this the sensation of being on the brink of death? No, I cannot die yet. A vague thought flickered like a candle in the wind, yet it stubbornly persisted. In the desolate outpost, the lingering grievances and the oppressive darkness loomed overhead, a relentless will akin to a volcano erupting amidst the profound silence. The instinct for survival surged forth, overwhelming all else. Deep within the tranquil sea of consciousness, the primordial core of the indomitable divine body seemed to respond to this indomitable spirit, suddenly erupting into an unprecedented brilliance of golden light. Although the fusion rate was merely 61, it ignited like a miniature sun, fervently dispelling the darkness and chill that surrounded it. Simultaneously, the once slowly operating star-shattering bone-forging technique reached its zenith autonomously, with the damaged bones emitting a resonant hum as they forcefully locked onto the dissipating life force. The residual energy of the weapon suppression technique flowed like a trickle, laboriously safeguarding the vital pulse. More crucially, the newly established primary energy tower seemed to sense its master's peril, operating beyond its limits without guidance. The sparse elemental energy and even the malevolent aura in the vicinity were frantically siphoned away, undergoing a crude transformation into torrents of relatively pure, yet searing energy. Forcibly injected into Qinlai's body. Emergency repair protocol initiated. Evolution points consumed. 0. Energy tower supplying energy directly. Fusion rate of the divine body temporarily dropped to 59. Commencing purification of deathly energy to restore organs and reshape bones. This was an excruciating process. The foreign energy violently surged through the damaged meridians. The consumption of the divine body's essence brought forth a depletion of primal power, and the purification of lifeless energy felt akin to scraping bones to treat poison. Qinlai's body convulsed violently beneath the rubble, his skin seeping black in blood and fragments of shattered organs. Time lost all meaning in that moment. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps 3. When Qinlai finally managed to open his eyes once more, he was met with the rough wooden beams and the flickering light of an oil lamp. He lay upon the bed in his command post, his body swathed in thick bandages, the pungent scent of medicine pervading the air. The agonizing pain persisted, yet it had transformed from a near-fatal haze into a discernible clarity, signifying that his body was on the mend. He attempted to move a finger. A wave of tearing sensation rushed through him, yet the finger obeyed the command. He was still alive. "Commander, you have awakened." A voice filled with surprise and hoarseness called out from beside him. It was Li He, who appeared significantly more haggard, his eye sockets sunken. Yet he was nearly on the verge of leaping with excitement. Soon, Wang Kuei, Lu Qiaozi, and others rushed in, the small command post overflowing with people, each face displaying a mix of relief from surviving the ordeal and an undeniable fatigue. From their fragmented reports, Qinlai learned of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. The explosion had nearly obliterated a significant portion of the outpost, and the energy tower had sustained severe damage, remaining unrepaired to this day. Nearly 20 soldiers had perished, most of whom were close to the epicenter of the explosion or injured by collapsing debris. Fortunately, most had followed his orders to distance themselves from the central area. After the explosion, they unearthed him, barely clinging to life, alongside the remains of the cleanser, which lay in near-total ruin, consisting of only a charred torso and a severed arm. The remnants were of a peculiar material, neither metal nor wood, and had since been placed under strict surveillance. Qinlai listened in silence, his heart heavy with the weight of a grave victory. The cost of triumph was far too steep. He dismissed the crowd and began to assess his own condition in solitude. As his consciousness sank into the system, a stark interface materialized, revealing alarming data. Host, Qinlai. Status, severely injured, extremely weak. Estimated full recovery time. Unknown. Realm, blood condensation realm. Third layer, initial phase, significant decline. Techniques, immortal divine radiance body, fusion degree 59. Permanent decline 02. Wart decree, 7th layer. Crumbling mountain, 4th layer. Shattered star bone forging method, major accomplishment. Evolution points. 5. Energy tower generating slowly. The decline in his realm was distressing. The fusion degree of the divine radiance body had permanently diminished. His body was riddled with wounds. This was the price of forcibly activating the rule fragments and withstanding the self-detonation of the Yuan Dan realm. That he had not perished on the spot was a stroke of luck. Yet, Qin Lai did not exhibit excessive despair. As long as he breathed, there remained hope. Moreover, after this harrowing struggle on the brink of death, he felt his understanding of power had deepened, and his will had been tempered anew, becoming as resilient as forged steel. The immediate priority was recovery. He attempted to operate the war decree, but the process was excruciatingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl, accompanied by immense pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, guiding the faint qi to flow through his withered meridians, nourishing his damaged organs. Simultaneously, he began a meticulous examination of his body. The explosion and the force of the rule fragments, while devastating, had also acted as a hammer, revealing and shattering many previously undiscovered or inaccessible subtle blockages and hidden dangers within him. This might be a fortuitous opportunity born of adversity. Deep self-examination revealed 137 hidden meridian blockages cleared, 23 bone injuries restructured. Recommendation: prioritize repairing main meridians, consolidate current realm, do not pursue immediate advancement. Heeding this advice, Qin Lai refrained from hasty pursuits, embracing the role of the most patient craftsman, diligently repairing his battered yet life-filled body. Days turned into weeks. Under the leadership of Wang Kuei and Li He, the outpost gradually mended its wounds. The energy tower was laboriously restored, though its efficiency had waned. The meager evolution points and slight vitality generated daily remained crucial to Qin Lai's recovery. He devoted most of his time to healing and introspection. Although his realm had declined, his mastery of power, particularly the techniques of the crumbling mountain's fourth layer and the insights gleaned from the rule fragments, had become even more profound. He even began to experiment with incorporating some techniques from the Blood Fiend battle decree into his spear techniques. During this period, he meticulously studied the remnants of the cleanser and the fragments of the black stone tablet, but regrettably, the findings were scant. The technological level of the adversary far surpassed imagination, seemingly not aligned with the mainstream forging or puppet arts of this realm. A month later, Qin Lai's injuries had finally healed to about 50 to 60%. Although still weak, he could rise from bed and manage basic military affairs. His realm had stabilized at the initial phase of the blood condensation realm, and the fusion degree of the divine radiance body had painstakingly risen to 60. But it seemed to have hit a bottleneck. On one particular day, standing atop the repaired wall and gazing out at the desolate canyon, Li He approached briskly, his expression grave as he handed over an encrypted letter just received from the Jinma Pass. The regiment received urgent correspondence from Wei, which Qin Lai unfurled from its leather scroll. The information, though succinct, caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. Unusual movements along the border, with multiple outposts besieged by an unidentified force exhibiting tactics reminiscent of the Shadow Guards. The commanding officer ordered all border patrols to intensify their investigations and, if necessary, provide mutual assistance. Furthermore, the Lin family's merchant convoy is scheduled to arrive in 3 days for routine trade, and caution is advised. The Lin family was finally en route, arriving during such a sensitive period along the border. Qin Lai's grip on the scroll tightened as his gaze sharpened. The storm had never ceased, and this time, he would no longer remain a passive recipient. Main quest updated. Foggy border. Objective: investigate border disturbances. Prepare for the Lin family merchant convoy. Secure the Black Wind Pass. Reward: dependent on completion. Chapter 54. The Smiling Steward and Black Wind transactions after a month of restoration and recovery. The Black Wind Pass outpost had not fully regained its former glory, yet it was no longer a scene of devastation. The damaged walls had been repaired, and the energy tower functioned marginally, providing a meager flow of essence. The soldiers' initial terror had gradually been supplanted by a steadiness born from having faced death, though a glimmer of trepidation still flickered in their eyes when they gazed towards the vast, charred pit to the northwest. Standing atop the restored watchtower, Qin Lai's pallor bore the marks of recent wounds, yet his stature remained upright as a pine, his presence resolute. A month of unwavering training and introspection had not restored him to his peak, yet it had firmly anchored his realm at the initial stage of the blood condensation realm, granting him enhanced control over his power. That near-death experience had served as a brutal tempering, stripping away the superficial to reveal a more resilient core. He absent-mindedly caressed a fragment obtained from the remains of the purifier, neither metal nor wood, while his gaze was fixed on the entrance of the gorge. According to Wei Qianren's correspondence, The Lin family convoy was due to arrive today. Indeed, shortly after noon, a caravan emerged on the horizon. Modest in scale, it comprised only 5 or 6 laden carts, accompanied by a mere 20 guards, all bearing the Lin family insignia, slowly making their way through the desolate sands. Appearing as nothing more than an ordinary border merchant convoy. However, Qin Lai's deep scan discerned that each of the 20 guards was robust and formidable, their stride steady, with the least among them being adept at the 7th level of the mortal realm. Leading the group was a middle-aged, portly man on a horned horse, who presented himself as the steward, possessing initial stage cultivation within the blood condensation realm while deliberately suppressing his aura to appear harmless. The convoy halted just a bowshot away from the outpost. The stout steward dismounted, his face adorned with an exuberant smile, and called out from a distance, "Is this the military presence of Blackwind Pass? I am Lin Fu, a minor steward of the Lin family merchant convoy, here to pay respects to the commanding general and to conduct a modest trade." His voice boomed, imbued with the characteristic cunning of a merchant. Wang Kuei glanced at Qin Lai atop the tower, who gave a slight nod. Wang Kuei then led a contingent of soldiers to open the gates, adopting a stern expression as he addressed them. "This is a military stronghold, not a marketplace. What business do you have here?" Lin Fu's smile remained unchanged, even growing more effusive, as he produced a document and a small gift box from his bosom. "Your hard work is much appreciated, esteemed general. This is the official document issued by the Demon Suppression Pass. Please examine it. A mere token of appreciation, not worthy of respect, to treat the brothers to some wine." Upon opening the gift box, one finds dozens of exquisitely crafted gold coins. Wang Kuei cast a glance at the coins but did not reach for them. He merely inspected the document and, confirming its authenticity, coldly instructed, "Wait here." He returned to the outpost, presenting the document to Qin Lai. The document itself posed no issues, bearing the seal of the Demon Suppression Pass, permitting the Lin merchant convoy to conduct trade within designated border areas. Qin Lai's gaze turned somewhat frosty. The Lin family was indeed meticulous. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Wang Kuei, "Let them in. The convoy will remain in the outer courtyard. Only the manager and 2 attendants are permitted to enter the inner hall. Have Lihe accompany their guards. Inform the brothers to remain vigilant." "Understood." Soon, Lin Fu entered the outpost, accompanied by 2 attendants carrying gift boxes, his demeanor radiating warmth and friendliness as he seemingly casually assessed the defensive arrangements of the outpost. The soldiers' morale, and particularly the energy tower, still bearing traces of repair, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Inside the inner hall, Qin Lai sat at the main seat, his expression impassive. As Lin Fu entered, he performed a deep bow, his posture exceedingly humble. "You must be the esteemed Captain Qin Lai? I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today." His tone was exaggerated, as if he had encountered a person of great significance. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Manager Lin." Qin Lai's voice was even and devoid of inflection. "The Blackwind Pass is desolate and barren. I am curious as to what business the Lin family might conduct here." Lin Fu straightened, his smile unwavering. "Captain, you jest. The harsher the land, the more it underscores our value as merchants, does it not? I come this time with utmost sincerity." He gestured for his attendants to unveil the gift boxes. The first box contained neatly arranged high-grade vitality elixirs and wound ointments, plentiful in quantity and far surpassing military standards. The second box held a dozen sets of finely crafted rune leather armor and poison crossbow bolts, unmistakably of great worth. A mere token of goodwill, a gesture to forge a friendship with the captain, Lin Fu said with a beaming smile. "My Lin family merchant convoy has long traversed the borders, well-informed and with resources to spare. Captain, stationed here under such arduous conditions, should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. The prices, I assure you, will be entirely fair." A blatant temptation, crude and transparent. Qin Lai regarded the items capable of enticing any border officer, yet his demeanor remained composed. "Manager Lin, your good intentions are appreciated. However, our military supplies are sourced internally. We cannot engage in private transactions. If there is nothing further, I must ask you to take your leave." Lin Fu's smile faltered momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the straightforward rejection, without even inquiring about the price. He quickly shifted his gaze, letting out a sigh. "Captain, your integrity is commendable. Yet, the border is currently unstable. I have heard that this area has not been particularly safe recently, with formidable demonic creatures roaming about. For you and your brothers stationed at the border, having these supplies would provide a measure of security, would it not?" He began to probe indirectly for information. Qin Lai lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it. "Demonic creatures troubling the border is a common occurrence. As soldiers, it is our duty to respond. There is no need for Manager Lin to concern himself. Resistant to persuasion, Lin Fu cursed inwardly while his smile broadened. Naturally, Captain Qin is valiant and skilled in battle. Who does not know this? I have heard that a band of marauders who wreaked havoc in the region was recently eradicated. Such news is indeed a cause for great relief. I wonder if any particularly notable items were seized? My Lin Family Trading Consortium possesses extensive channels and may be able to assist Captain Qin in handling one or two matters, with prices that are sure to please you. The plot thickens as he finally mentioned the vulture camp, targeting the potential existence of blood marrow crystals or other secrets. Qin Lai set down his teacup, his gaze finally landing on Lin Fu, imbued with a chilling scrutiny. Manager Lin, your intelligence is rather impressive. The matter of eradicating bandits is a military secret and cannot be disclosed. As for the spoils, they have all been documented and reported to the military law office. Lin Fu felt a jolt at that penetrating stare, as though he were being watched by some ferocious beast. He forced a couple of awkward laughs. I have overstepped. My apologies. He paused, seemingly resolute, and lowered his voice. Captain Qin, let us speak plainly. The Lin family genuinely wishes to befriend you. The border is treacherous. Having more friends means more paths. Should you grant us some convenience, there will undoubtedly be ample rewards in the future. Even some troubles from within could perhaps be smoothed over for you. His subtle hints began to suggest assistance with problems, laced with an undercurrent of veiled threats. Qin Lai slowly rose, approaching Lin Fu. Though still recovering from his injuries, his suppressed aura, tempered by blood and fire, exuded a palpable pressure that rendered Lin Fu, at the early stage of blood condensation, breathless. Manager Lin, Qin Lai's voice was low yet unmistakably clear. I shall not repeat myself. At Hafeng Pass, we adhere to protocol. Your documentation allows trade within this area, which is permissible. However, within the outpost, a military stronghold, unauthorized individuals must not intrude. Your transactions bear no relation to the outpost, nor to me, Qin Lai. His gaze was sharp, piercing through Lin Fu. Do you understand? Sweat beaded on Lin Fu's forehead, and he could no longer maintain his smile. Forcing out, I understand. Then, please take your leave. Qin Lai gestured for him to exit. Lin Fu, as if granted a reprieve, departed the outpost in a near flee with his entourage, leaving behind even the 2 boxes of modest gifts he dared not take. As he watched the Lin trading caravan retreating in a disheveled manner, disappearing into the swirling sands, Li He approached, whispering, Captain, you let them go just like that? They surely harbor ill intentions. Qin Lai replied with a cold smile. Indeed, they do not come with pure intentions. They are here to probe our vulnerabilities, to assess the extent of our losses, to gauge how much we know about the Cleanser-S affairs, and to see if they might seize the opportunity for gain or lay down traps. Keep a watchful eye on them. Qin Lai turned to survey the so-called trading area beyond the canyon, seeking to discern with whom they intended to trade and what mischief they aimed to orchestrate at the border. Remember, our paramount objective now is survival, and then to unearth each hidden rat lurking in the shadows. Trigger side quest, Shadow of the Lin family. Objective, monitor the activities of the Lin trading caravan at the border and ascertain their true intentions. Reward, unknown. The calm before the storm has indeed dissipated. A new game has commenced. Chapter 55. Traces of Shadows. The Lin trading caravan, akin to startled weasels, hastily departed from the line of sight of the Hafeng Pass outpost. Yet they did not flee the border like bereaved dogs. Rather, they halted in a sheltered valley approximately 10 miles from the outpost, setting up camp as if preparing for an extended stay and trade. From atop the watchtower, Qin Lai retracted his icy gaze. He had anticipated Lin Fu's probing. The Lin family would never relinquish their pursuit of the Black Wind Pass, or, more specifically, their quest for the blood marrow crystal and its associated secrets, merely due to one setback. Li he intoned in a low voice. At your command. Li He immediately stepped forward, his eyes sharp. Deploy the night owls for continuous surveillance over the next 12 hours. I want to know whom they meet, what they discuss, even if it's merely to relieve themselves. I require a full account. Qin Lai commanded. The night owls were elite scouts, handpicked and secretly trained by Li He from the veterans, adept in stealth and tracking, serving as the eyes of the outpost. Understood. Li He acknowledged, swiftly departing to make arrangements. Wang Kuei, Qin Lai called again. Present. Wang Kuei responded with a deep voice. His arm nearly healed, brimming with pent-up energy. Take your men and, under the guise of patrolling and exterminating monsters, scour every nook and cranny within a 50-mile radius of the outpost. Report any traces of outsiders immediately, but do not alert them. Yes, I guarantee not even a stranger's burrowing rodent will escape detection. Wang Kuei exclaimed, thumping his chest excitedly before striding off. Orders were issued one after another. and the entire outpost resembled a spider slowly unfurling its invisible web, quietly enveloping the seemingly tranquil wasteland. Qinlai himself returned to the command center. The wounds from the battle with the cleanser still weighed heavily upon him, and he needed to recuperate with urgency. He sat cross-legged, retrieving the peculiar fragment obtained from the cleanser's remains, attempting once more to study it. Deep scan initiated, evolution points gradually consumed. Target: unknown alloy fragment detected with residual microenergy circuits, damaged, of a technological level far exceeding current understanding, suspected to be of non-this-world origin. Once more, this conclusion emerged, a technological level far beyond comprehension, a creation not of this realm. This deepened his unease. The Shadow Guards, the Lin family, the corroded realm's demonic seeds, the blood marrow crystal, and the cleanser. What colossal entity connected them all? Was their intent truly as simple as merely opening a portal to another world? He set aside the fragment and took out the 3 incomplete blackstone tablets. Although most of the spatial runes inscribed on them had ceased to function, their structure remained intricate and arcane. He endeavored to comprehend and replicate them using the fundamental rune knowledge transmitted by the system. This was an exceedingly tedious process that consumed his mental energy, yet with each rune structure he deciphered, his perception of spatial fluctuations sharpened. He could even faintly sense, through these fragmented runes, the distant presence of other rune nodes of the same origin. Perhaps this was a lead worth pursuing. Time slipped by in the silence of his cultivation and research. As dusk fell on the following day, Li He returned with the first report from the Night Owls. Team leader, the Lin merchant convoy has made a move. Li He's voice carried a blend of excitement and gravity. After they set up camp, they ostensibly engaged in trade with several small groups of refugees and scattered soldiers. However, an hour prior, a small team of about 10 stealthily departed the camp under the cover of night, heading towards the Bone Fragment Hills in the northwest. Night Owl 3 was trailing them from a distance. The Bone Fragment Hills? Qinlai's gaze sharpened. That region, near the Black Wind Pass, was the most chaotic area, characterized by a complex topography riddled with natural labyrinths and remnants of spatial rifts. It was overrun by monstrous creatures and served as a sanctuary for countless desperate souls, bandits, and clandestine dealings. The Lin family South dispatch to that place was far from a mere trade endeavor. Notify Wang Kuei to send a clever team of seasoned veterans to assist Night Owl, expanding the surveillance perimeter to ascertain whom they are meeting in the Bone Fragment Hills. Remember, observe only, do not engage, and absolutely avoid detection. Understood. 2 days later, the patrol teams from Wang Kuei's side reported further findings. They discovered a recently abandoned temporary camp in a concealed dry riverbed southeast of the watchtower. The camp was modest in size, yet the traces left behind indicated that those who had occupied it acted with remarkable caution and professionalism, far from ordinary brigands. Moreover, they seemed to be covertly monitoring the direction of the watchtower. Damn it, there are indeed other rats. Wang Kuei cursed as he reported. From the traces, there weren't many, at most 5 or 6, but they are undoubtedly seasoned, slipping away like shadows. We couldn't catch a glimpse of them. Qinlai examined a small piece of fabric, charred remnants from the campfire, which had been recovered by Wang Kuei. The fabric, not entirely burnt, bore a subtle emblem embroidered with a peculiar silver thread, a raven encircled by thorns. This insignia was unfamiliar to him. Investigate. Use all connections to uncover the origins of this emblem. Qinlai handed the fabric to Li He, who had experience within the military intelligence system and possessed some unique channels. As the currents along the border surged with the arrival of the Lin family, Qinlai's own recovery reached a critical juncture. The meager evolution points generated daily by the energy tower, coupled with his relentless training, had substantially healed his injuries, hinting at a return to the mid-stage of the Third Realm. On one particular day, while attempting to channel the power of a fragment of the otherworldly rules, he suddenly detected through deep scanning a faint energy fluctuation, distinct from both demonic and elemental energies, gradually seeping up from the depths below. The source of this fluctuation seemed to be directly beneath the watchtower. He abruptly opened his eyes, dashed from the command center, and arrived at the long dry and abandoned ancient well at the center of the watchtower. The fluctuation emanated from within this very well. Come, let us descend and investigate. Chapter 56. The heartbeat of the earth's veins. The dry well's mouth resembled a throat leading to the abyss, exuding the musty scent of aged earth and a chilling, almost imperceptible aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The energy wave seeping from the depths was exceedingly faint, yet it carried an indescribable sense of ancient weight, as if some colossal entity, long dormant for eons, was stirring deep within the earth. The team leader observed that the well had long been abandoned for decades, its depths filled with collapsed rubble. Lu, the limping man, approached with a noticeable air of trepidation. Gazing into the deep well, the elders had spoken of its sinister nature, claiming it had become dry after piercing through something unclean. Qin Lai's gaze was sharp, and his power of deep scanning extended like invisible tendrils into the abyss. Yet, the geological structure below seemed to obstruct his perception, allowing him only a vague awareness of a disturbance emanating from the profound depths, which appeared to be intensifying slowly. "Prepare the ropes and torches. I shall descend to investigate," Qin Lai declared in a low voice. Such unknown occurrences demanded personal verification. In these borderlands, any anomaly could lead to catastrophe. "Team leader, your injury," Li He expressed concern. "It is of no consequence," Qin Lai waved dismissively. "My wounds have healed sufficiently to handle most situations." He harbored a faint suspicion that the fluctuations from the well might be linked to his absorption of the energy core and the self-detonation of the cleansers, possibly triggering some form of chain reaction. Soon, the thick rope was secured, and the bright torch was ignited. Qin Lai slung the Songming halberd over his back, grasped the rope, and without hesitation, slid into the well. The walls were damp and slick, covered in dark moss. As he descended, the light dimmed further, and the air grew increasingly thin and frigid, yet the peculiar energy fluctuations became more pronounced. After descending approximately 30 fathoms, he encountered a substantial blockage of collapsed stones that obstructed the passage below. The source of the disturbance was indeed emanating from beneath this rubble. Qin Lai harnessed his vital energy, his ears slightly trembling as he listened intently. Apart from the crackling of the burning torch and the rhythm of his own breaths and heartbeat, there seemed to be an exceedingly slow and heavy thump echoing from the depths of the rubble, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal entity, pulsing languorously. Each beat stirred minute tremors in the surrounding rock walls, accompanied by the ancient and weighty energy fluctuations radiating outward. "This is no natural phenomenon." Qin Lai's eyes sharpened, and with fingers poised like a blade, he concentrated his vital energy, cautiously beginning to clear the obstructing stones. The rubble was hard, yet under his force, it crumbled effortlessly. After clearing about 10 feet, traces of human excavation emerged before him, a narrow, ancient passageway extending steeply downward. The walls of the passage were adorned with murals, their styles ancient and desolate, starkly different from the current runic systems. This passageway was far older than the history of the outpost. It had been buried for countless years, perhaps unearthed due to the tremors from previous battles that disturbed the Earth's veins. The heavy heartbeat and energy fluctuations resonated clearly from the depths of the passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai crouched and slipped into the passage. It sloped steeply downward, and after traversing about 100 feet, he found himself in a vast underground cavern. The ceiling of the cavern was embedded with several lusterless night pearls, providing a faint glimmer of light. At the center of the cavern lay a massive, dark yellow crystal resembling amber. Within the crystalline stone, a vast and indistinct shadow is sealed, its precise form obscured, yet it emanates an ancient and primal aura that sends shivers through the soul. The heavy sound of a heartbeat resonates from within this crystal. With each pulse, ripples dance across its surface, and the weighty energy fluctuations expand outward. More astonishingly, beneath the crystal, numerous robust, dark red energy veins, reminiscent of blood vessels, are deeply embedded in the earth, seemingly drawing some form of sustenance from the depths of the land to nourish the entity imprisoned within the crystal. Surrounding the crystal, the ground is inscribed with an immensely intricate seal array that encompasses the entire cavern floor. The runes of this array are ancient and potent, yet many sections show signs of damage and dimness, as if their power is gradually waning. Unknown ancient seal discovered. Seal target. Vital signs weak. Slowly reviving. Seal status. Severely damaged. Integrity 61. Energy leakage. Warning. Target's energy level is immeasurable. Extreme danger. Detection of forced extraction of earth vein energy and a correlation with the blight demon species, revealing both homogeneity and rejection of blood crystal energy properties. A tempest of emotions surged within Qin Lai. Could it be that beneath this black wind pass lies such a terrifying entity sealed away? What exactly is it? How long has it been confined? What calamity would its revival bring? Are the energy veins connected to the blood pool of the vulture camp and the blight demon species ultimately linked to this sealed existence? Just as his astonishment reached its peak, the system prompt chimed once more, detecting residual information fragments, decoding ancient murals, and sealing runes consuming 500 evolution points. A torrent of fragmented information flooded into his mind, piecing together disjointed snippets. Ancient demon cataclysm, Earth Vein Guardian S Oath, the Thief S cycle, though incomplete. This information was sufficient to conjure a terrifying truth. What lies sealed beneath is likely a horrific entity from antiquity, referred to as the Ancient Demon. And now, it seems a certain force, the thief, is attempting to siphon Earth vein energy through means such as the blood pool and demon seeds. Perhaps with the ultimate aim of shattering the seal and releasing this ancient demon. Are the Lin family, the Shadow Guard, and even the enigmatic Shadow Uncle all part of this thief scheme? At this moment, the heartbeat within the crystal intensified abruptly. Thud! The entire cavern trembled violently. More debris cascaded from above. The glow of the ceiling array flickered erratically, evidently dimming further. The indistinct shadow within the crystal appeared to stir. A pair of enormous, emotionless dark golden eyes slowly opened a slit deep within the crystal, coldly gazing at the intruder, Qin Lai. An indescribable terror seized Qin Lai's heart in an instant. It was as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon him, freezing his very thoughts. Flee! He must leave this place immediately. With a Herculean effort, he twisted his nearly rigid body, unleashing the wind-chasing steps to its utmost limit, shooting backward like an arrow released from its bow. As he dashed out of the passageway, grasping the well rope and swiftly ascending, the ancient heartbeat emanating from below seemed to carry a hint of mockery. The rhythmic thud reverberated like an incantation, relentlessly pursuing him. When he finally burst forth from the well's mouth and was greeted by daylight, his back was drenched in cold sweat. With a swift motion, he pushed a massive broken dragon stone back into place, sealing the well's entrance, and hastily inscribed the simplest reinforcement runes he had recently learned from the ceiling formation atop it. Captain, are you all right? Li He and the others rushed over, startled by his pallid complexion. I am fine, Qin Lai gasped, forcing himself to regain composure. Issue a command. From this day forth, this well is to be designated as a highest level restricted area. Without my order, no one is to approach within 100 meters. Those who disobey shall be executed. He cast his gaze over the uncertain faces of the crowd, then looked down at the earth beneath him, a weight settling in his heart. The troubles at the Black Wind Pass were far greater than he had anticipated. Not only did he have to contend with the Lin family and hidden enemies, but he was also standing atop an ancient terror that could erupt at any moment. The gaze of that ancient demon lingered in his mind, making him acutely aware that the situation was far from resolved. Triggered Hidden Continuous Quest, The Secret of the Ancient Sealing. Phase 1. Secure the seal, 01. Quest Objective. Find methods to reinforce the seal and delay the resurrection of the ancient demon. Quest Rewards. Fragment of Ancient Knowledge 1. 2,000 evolution points. Warning. Failure of this quest may lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 57. Three forces closing in. Defending the isolated city, the well's mouth was sealed by the heavy broken dragon stone, and the rudimentary reinforcement runes flickered faintly, yet they could not entirely block the ominous, heavy heartbeat that resonated from the depths of the earth. Each thud seemed to strike at the hearts of those stationed, instilling a silent panic. Qin Lai stood beside the well, his complexion still ashen, not from injury, but from the shuddering fear that gripped his soul after that fleeting glimpse. The ancient terror was sealed here, yet the seal was beginning to weaken. Should this news spread, it would be enough to incite tremors and panic throughout the entire continent. He forcefully quelled the turmoil within, his gaze sharpening into a cold, steely resolve. Fear would not resolve their predicament. Only confrontation could. Li He, present. Gather all usable construction materials from the warehouse, especially those imbued with vital energy, and reinforce this well's blockage. Set up 3 layers of warning talismans around the perimeter. Any unusual activity must trigger an immediate alert. Understood. Wang Kuei, Captain. Shrink the patrol radius to 20 miles around the outpost. Equip all patrol teams with signal flares. If any anomalies are detected, avoid engagement and withdraw immediately. Understood. Commands were issued methodically, and the outpost transformed into a startled hedgehog, quickly retracting its defenses and focusing all attention on the suddenly lethal old well. However, misfortune seldom comes alone. Just as Qin Lai was fully engaged in addressing the underground crisis, the Night Owl, monitoring the Lin merchant convoy, returned with dire news. Captain, a scout codenamed Night Owl 7 has hurried back, breathless, reporting significant movements from the Lin merchant convoy. After their encounter with the Scorpion Mercenary Corps of the Bone-Crushed Hills yesterday, this morning, the mercenary band surged forth, over 200 strong, advancing towards our outpost. They are expected to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps? Qin Lai's brow furrowed. This is the largest band of marauders in the Bone-Crushed Hills. Formidable in strength, with their leader, the Scorpion, being a mid-stage blood condensation expert, notorious for his ruthlessness. How could the Lin family command them? Moreover, Night Owl No. 7 gasped, his complexion growing increasingly grim. While monitoring the movements of the Scorpions, we discovered another group S trail. Approximately 50 individuals, all clad in black attire and armor. moving silently, equipped with exceptionally advanced gear, akin to regular troops, yet bearing an unfamiliar banner. They are approaching from the southeast and seem to be closing in on our outpost at an even swifter pace, likely to arrive before midnight tonight. Black-clad, armored figures? Regular troops? An unknown banner? A heavy dread settled in Qin Lai's heart. Are they the Lin family's trump card? Or another wave of purgers dispatched by that enigmatic Uncle Shadow? Or perhaps the force bearing the emblem of the Thorned Crow? Simultaneously, Lu the Lame, in charge of internal patrols, hurriedly arrived, flustered. Captain, bad news. We caught someone attempting to set fire to the granary. Not one of ours, nor a captive. He concealed a poison pouch in his mouth, and upon capture, he committed suicide. We found this on him. Lu handed over a small piece of black fabric, its edge adorned with the emblem of the Thorned Crow. An insider. There is indeed a traitor infiltrating the outpost, with the ancient demon on the verge of awakening. The Scorpion mercenary corps driven by the Lin family and the mysterious black-armored army closing in, and an unknown forces pawn lurking within, we are caught in a triple threat. The pressure bore down upon Qin Lai like an immovable mountain, nearly suffocating. The soldiers within the outpost, upon hearing the news, could not suppress the look of despair that crossed their faces. They had just endured a fierce battle, suffering heavy losses, and with the captain still gravely wounded. Now they faced such a terrifying siege. It appeared to be a certain death sentence. Qin Lai shut his eyes, drawing in a breath of icy air. His consciousness plunged instantly into tactical simulation, fervently calculating myriad possibilities. Simulation start. The probability of simultaneously addressing 3 threats is below 0.01. Simulation plan A. Abandon the outpost. Disperse and break through. Survival probability 15. The risk of the ancient demon going out of control is incalculable. Simulation plan B. Hold fast and await aid. The final outcome with no reinforcements. All will perish, and the ancient demon may break free. Simulation plan C. Divert the calamity, create chaos. Success rate 8. Simulation plan D. Countless plans were generated and shattered. Evolution points were consumed at an unprecedented rate. The absolute disparity in manpower and strength rendered any conventional tactics feeble. Must they truly surrender? Surrender this outpost soaked with the blood of comrades? Surrender the ancient seal beneath their feet, which, if breached, could unleash boundless catastrophe? No. Qin Lai's eyes flew open, a near-mad flame of resolve igniting deep within. He could not retreat, nor was there a path to retreat. Li He, Wang Kuei, Lu the Lame, heed my command. His voice was resolute, infused with an undeniable determination. Consolidate all captives under strict surveillance. Should there be any signs of unrest, execute without hesitation. Open the armory. Distribute all arrows, crossbows, and oil. Inform the brothers that there is no retreat. Behind us lies a bottomless abyss. If we wish to survive, we must summon our utmost resolve. The energy tower is operating at full capacity. All energy should prioritize the defensive runes and crossbows. Wang Kuei, take your men and lay as many traps as possible along all necessary routes surrounding the outpost. They need not be intricate, only brutal and lethal. Li He, select 10 of the most trusted veterans to form a supervisory team. Those who falter in fear or flee shall face merciless execution. A series of ironclad orders were issued, imbued with the grim spirit of a fight to the death. The soldiers gazed upon their commander as cold and resolute figure, and miraculously, their fear and despair were quelled, replaced by a fierce determination to fight to the bitter end. Since death is inevitable, let us confront it with ferocity. And Qin Lai called to Li He, who was about to depart, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. Retrieve several relatively intact sets of the Vulture Regiment's flags and uniforms from our last haul. Li He was taken aback, though uncertain of the purpose. He promptly replied, yes. As night descended, the fierce black wind howled, causing the torches on the outpost walls to flicker, much like the wavering hopes and despairs within each soldier's heart. In the distance, the relentless glow of the Vulture Mercenary Regiment's torches approached like a bloodthirsty swarm of locusts, their crude shouts and the clashing of armor becoming faintly audible. Meanwhile, from another direction, a suffocating, eerie silence heralded the approach of something far more unsettling. Qin Lai stood alone atop the wall, caressing the icy surface of its Songming halberd. He glanced down at the earth beneath him and then into the endless darkness beyond, a cruel and chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Want me dead? Then come. Let us see who this fire ultimately consumes. Final tactic confirmed. Codename conflagration, core strategy, create chaos, incite multifaceted conflict. Reap where others have sown. Execution risk, extremely high. Win probability? Chapter 58. The blaze ignites. the chaos begins. The night was as dark as ink, and the chilling wind howled mournfully, causing the flames of the torches atop the outpost to flicker unpredictably, mirroring the hopes and despairs wavering in the hearts of the defenders. Far away, the continuous glow of the Vulture mercenary regiment's torches drew closer like a bloodthirsty horde, their rough shouts and the clattering of weapons now faintly audible. In another direction, in the stifling, oppressive darkness, a mysterious army clad in black armor silently encircled the outpost, exuding a cold, killing intent that pierced deeper than the frigid wind. Below, the heavy rhythm of heartbeats seemed to resonate with the lethal atmosphere above, quickening slightly and pounding on everyone's nerves. Qin Lai stood firm atop the wall, the icy touch of the Tsangming halberd grounding him in absolute calm. Though his wounds remained unhealed and his energy far from replenished, his gaze was sharp as an eagle, rapidly scanning the battlefield. Deep scan and tactical simulation operated at their peak, calculating every possible move frantically. Crossbows ready. Target the vanguard of the Scorpions. Fire. Li He's hoarse roar shattered the silence. Boom. The two antiquated ballistas stationed at the outpost unleashed a thunderous roar, their specially crafted armor-piercing bolts tearing through the night sky, crashing fiercely into the disarrayed ranks of the Scorpion mercenaries' vanguard, instantly igniting a cacophony of screams and chaos. Annihilate them. Plunder their spoils. The leader of the Scorpion mercenaries, a bald giant adorned with a menacing scorpion tattoo, brandished a massive axe resembling a door, emitting a bloodthirsty roar. The bandits surged towards the outpost's walls like a relentless tide. Almost simultaneously, the cloaked army made its move. Unlike the bandits, who rushed in a frenzied swarm, they divided into several small squads, akin to precision surgical instruments, silently and swiftly darting towards the outpost's relatively weak flanks. Their movements were synchronized and harmonious, clearly indicative of elite troops rigorously trained. Logs and boulders. Oil. Wang Kuei stood like a furious titan at the flank, hurling enormous stones and flaming oil canisters downward with ferocity. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Arrows crisscrossed like locusts, the air filled with shouts of battle, cries of agony, the thunder of explosions, and the deafening crash of rolling boulders. Every passing second claimed lives, blood rapidly staining the ground beneath the outpost's walls. Qin Lai did not immediately join the fray. His gaze was that of the most composed hunter, fixated on a pivotal point on the battlefield, the commander of the cloaked army. A figure equally shrouded in black armor, exuding a steady aura as he gestured commands to his subordinates. Now is the moment. He leapt down from the wall with a sudden burst of energy, not targeting the bandits, but akin to a specter, he lunged towards the cloaked commander. The techniques of Wind Chaser and Mountain Collapse fused together, propelling him to an unparalleled speed. The cloaked commander reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block, while several guards around him simultaneously charged at Qin Lai. Yet, Qin Lai's objective was not him. In the instant before contact, Qin Lai executed an uncanny maneuver, slipping through the gap between them, his left hand darting forth like lightning, not to strike, but to insert an object into the leather pouch at the cloaked commander's waist. Without pausing, he swept the Tsangming halberd to fend off his pursuers and leapt back to the wall. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, nearly unnoticed amidst the turmoil. The cloaked commander was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching for the pouch, only to find his pupils constricting in shock as he pulled out a token unique to the Vulture camp commander, emblazoned with the image of a bloodied vulture. Furthermore, the token bore traces of still-drying blood and an exceedingly faint residue of energy, intimately connected to the objective of his mission, which Qin Lai had intentionally tainted with remnants from the cleansers. They succeeded? The item is in their possession? An absurd yet tantalizing thought surged through the cloaked commander's mind. The very object they were ordered to retrieve had it been snatched by these accursed bandits. Just then, as if by coincidence, several of the most fervent Scorpion mercenaries, in their frantic bid to evade falling boulders, inadvertently crashed into the side of the cloaked army, even knocking over one of their soldiers. Seeking death, the cloaked commander, already riddled with suspicion, now erupted in fury, convinced that the enemy intended to turn the tables or silence them, and without hesitation commanded, eliminate them. The highly trained soldiers clad in black swiftly redirected their blades, unleashing a fierce assault that had originally been aimed at the watchtower upon the unsuspecting Scorpion mercenaries nearby. The air was soon filled with anguished cries, leaving the Scorpion faction bewildered. While they were engaged in their offensive against the watchtower, what had prompted this seemingly regular army to turn their lethal force upon their own? Who were these audacious intruders daring to challenge them? Infuriated, the Scorpion leader assumed they sought to seize glory or loot. Swinging his massive axe and ordering his men to eliminate this band of black-skinned adversaries, Chaos erupted like a virulent plague, transforming the once coordinated assault on the watchtower into a brutal clash between the Scorpion mercenaries and the black-clad troops. The cacophony of war cries, curses, and the clash of weapons intertwined, inadvertently alleviating some of the pressure from the beleaguered defenders atop the watchtower. Li He and Wang Kuei, caught in astonishment, could not fathom the sudden upheaval. Focus. Use this time to rest and reinforce our defenses, Qin Lai commanded sharply, a frigid smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The first step of the flame-spreading plan had succeeded. He had skillfully exploited the gap in information and sowed seeds of suspicion, redirecting the turmoil towards both factions. The token and residual energy served as the initial spark in the kindling he had set ablaze. However, amidst the fierce conflict below, a series of nearly silent crossbow bolts, akin to venomous serpents, shot forth from the shadows surrounding the battlefield, not targeting the engaged combatants, but rather homing in on Qin Lai, Wang Kuei, Li He, and others commanding from the watchtower. The angles were cunning, and the timing ruthless. These were the lurking traitors, adorned with the emblem of thorned crows. Recognizing the impending chaos, they sought to capitalize on the confusion for a decapitating strike. Watch out. As Qin Lai issued a warning, his Tsangming halberd swung forth, deflecting the incoming bolt aimed at him. Wang Kuei roared in defiance, blocking one bolt with his arm shield, yet another grazed his cheek, drawing a line of crimson. Li He fared less favorably, narrowly dodging as a bolt pierced through his helmet. An old soldier manning the crossbow was not as fortunate, finding himself struck in the throat by a bolt, collapsing without a sound. Identify them. Eliminate them. Qin Lai's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent surging. These rats lurking in the shadows were far more detestable than the visible enemies. Yet, the turmoil below did not persist for long. Both the black-clad commander and the Scorpion leader, not devoid of wit, quickly realized something was amiss. Cease. Everyone halt. We have been ensnared. The black-clad commander barked, parrying a scimitar aimed at him. The Scorpion leader, panting heavily, repelled a black soldier with an axe, casting a wary glance at his adversary and the smirking Qin Lai atop the wall. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate, with all three factions locked in a tense, eerie standoff. However, following this bout of chaos, both the Scorpion and the black-clad troops had suffered considerable losses, their morale shaken. Just then, a resounding thump, far heavier and clearer than before, reverberated from deep within the earth. Accompanying this was an ancient, soul-chilling pressure that surged forth like a tidal wave. On the battlefield, whether among the sentinels or the venomous scorpions, the black-clad soldiers all felt a sudden shudder, as if they were being scrutinized by some colossal primordial beast, causing their movements to freeze involuntarily. A crackling sound erupted from the direction of the ancient well, sealed by the dragon's stone, a sound so grating it sent chills through the spine. Chapter 59. Desperation and the dance of the spear. From the depths of the earth came an ancient heartbeat and a terrifying pressure, akin to an invisible hammer, striking fiercely at the hearts of all soldiers engaged in combat. The sound of shattering rocks from the blocked well resonated like the tolling of a death knell, abruptly replacing the transient chaos with an even greater panic. Both the venomous scorpions and the elite black-clad troops instinctively ceased their attacks, casting uncertain glances towards the interior of the outpost, towards the ominous well from which foreboding sounds emanated. Humanity possesses an instinctive dread of the unknown, a terror that surpasses comprehension. There is something beneath the earth, a malevolent creature, a formidable beast is about to emerge. Panic spread like a contagion, even causing a stir among the disciplined black-clad forces. On the walls, Qin Lai felt the resurgence waves, now markedly clearer than before, and his expression grew gravely serious. The speed at which the seal was deteriorating had accelerated. He needed to intimidate the enemy before him immediately, then confront the impending crisis from below with full force. The opportunity was fleeting. Without hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into the system interface. The staggering 11,040 evolution points now became his trump card to reverse the tide of battle. System: maximize efficiency. Objective: restore and surpass peak combat power in the shortest time. Command received. Optimal plan generated. Increase the fusion of immortal divine radiance to 65, consuming 3,000 evolution points. Enhance crushing mountain to the 4th pinnacle, consuming 2,000 evolution points. Elevate star shattering bone forging technique to perfection, consuming 3,000 evolution points. Remaining evolution points, 3,040. All injected to temporarily enhance the total amount of chi and recovery speed. Evolution points, 11,040. Boom. A torrent of magnificent energy erupted within him instantaneously, far more intense than any previous enhancement. His cells rejoiced, greedily absorbing this pure source of power. The once parched meridians were instantly replenished and widened, as if rain had come after a long drought. The lingering pain in his left shoulder transformed into a fierce itching sensation, and the deep wound, visible to the bone, healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no scar behind. The faint golden divine patterns beneath his skin became exceptionally vivid and bright, like molten gold flowing. The density of his bones surged again, resonating with a dragon-like hum. His mastery over power and the utilization of chi ascended to a new zenith. Mid-stage of the third blood condensation realm. Late stage of the third blood condensation realm. Pinnacle of the third blood condensation realm. Not only had his realm fully recovered, but it had also been forcibly pushed to the limit of the third realm. Just a single opportunity away from breaking through to the fourth. Though this all transpired in what felt like an eternity, it was completed in the blink of an eye. When Qinlai opened his eyes once more, the aura surrounding him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previous frailty and pallor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, inscrutable presence that exuded an air of profound authority. The searing vitality surged within him like a furnace, distorting the very air around him. The panicked scorpion bandits and the dark-clad army below simultaneously felt an oppressive force descend from above, compelling them to gaze upwards in terror. In that moment, Qinlai stepped forward, leaping directly from the wall, his form descending upon the ground between the two factions like a falling star. The impact of his landing fractured the earth beneath him, sending a web of cracks radiating outwards. As dust enveloped the area, he gradually straightened. The Songming halberd inclined towards the ground, its blade shimmering with a palpable dark golden aura. His frigid gaze swept across the crowd, and those who met his eyes felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts constricting in fear. Now his voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority that drowned out all chaos and panic. You have 3 breaths to vacate the Black Wind Pass. Otherwise, you shall perish. Such audacity, such unyielding dominance. The Scorpion leader and the dark-clad commander were both astonished and enraged. They could not fathom why the other had suddenly surged with such terrifying might. Yet the palpable intent to kill and oppressive aura were unmistakable. Feigning power. Brothers, he stands alone. Eliminate him. The Scorpion leader bellowed, attempting to rally his subordinates despite his own trepidation. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Qinlai made his move. With the wind-chasing step pushed to its zenith, he left a clear afterimage in his wake, appearing before the Scorpion leader as if by teleportation. The 4th-tier peak power of the mountain-crushing strike erupted without reservation, as the Songming halberd executed a straightforward thrust. Swift, unrelenting. The Scorpion leader barely managed to raise his massive axe in defense. Clang. The thunderous sound echoed as the steel behemoth of an axe was pierced as if made of paper. The Songming halberd pressed on, plunging directly into the Scorpion leader's chest, shattering his heart in an instant. The malevolent grin on the Scorpion leader's face froze as he incredulously looked down at the halberd embedded in his chest. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and his colossal form collapsed backward like a mountain crumbling to dust. Kill the mid-stage blood condensation leader. Gain 800 evolution points with a single thrust. Merely one thrust. The notorious Scorpion leader was slain in an instant. Silence enveloped the area. All the bandits stood frozen, as if they had been caught by the throat like a duck. The dark-clad commander's pupils dilated, his back drenched in cold sweat. It was too swift, too powerful. This was far beyond the prowess expected of someone in the blood condensation 3rd tier. Qinlai slowly withdrew the Songming halberd, his icy gaze shifting towards the dark-clad army. You have 2 breaths remaining. The dark-clad commander, sensing the gravity of the situation, barked decisively. Retreat. He understood that the opponent's momentum and murderous intent were genuine. Lingering would surely lead to annihilation. Although the mission was of utmost importance, survival was paramount. The dark-clad army retreated like a tide, disciplined and unflustered. Meanwhile, the Scorpion bandits, bereft of their leader, were utterly demoralized, scattering in all directions like headless flies, abandoning their weapons in their desperate flight. In the blink of an eye, the precarious siege situation was instantaneously resolved by Qinlai with a thunderous force. The soldiers atop the walls were stirred with fervor, their excitement overwhelming. The morale of the troops soared. The earth-shattering cheers finally pierced the heavens. However, Qinlai did not relent in the slightest. The heartbeat resonating from below grew increasingly frantic. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the shadowy corners of the outpost where the lurking traitors sought to escape amidst the chaos. Nowhere to flee. He surged forward, akin to a tiger among sheep, each swing of the Songming halberd inevitably resulting in a torrential downpour of blood. Though the traitors possessed remarkable skills, They were utterly no match for the now formidable Qinlai. Eliminated a traitor of the 9th layer of mortal realm, evolution points, 90. Elimination in mere moments. All discovered infiltrators were eradicated. Yet, just as he dispatched the final traitor, a thunderous and unprecedented roar erupted from the depths below. The entire outpost trembled violently, as though a great earthquake had struck. The sealed ancient well erupted with a deafening explosion of the dragon stone. A thick, inky black, demonic aura mingled with a nauseating ancient malice surged forth like an erupting volcano. A colossal, indistinct shadow, accompanied by the grating sound of grinding bones, struggled to emerge from the well. The ancient demon. It sought to break free from its seal prematurely. Warning: the ancient seal is rapidly collapsing. The consciousness of the ancient demon is awakening. Immediate intervention required. Emergency mission initiated. Prevent the ancient demon from manifesting. 01. Mission reward. Qinlai's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he expended the evolution points he had just acquired. System: engage maximum power of the anomaly. Target: disrupt the consciousness of the ancient demon. Evolution points, 1000. Anomaly overload activated. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into the Tsangming halberd, transforming it into a golden meteor, fiercely charging towards the well, spewing forth demonic energy. The final confrontation was at hand. Chapter 60. Divine Radiance subdues demons. The struggle of wills. The demonic energy soared into the sky, as though the gates of hell had been flung open. The dense black miasma surged forth, corrupting everything in its path. Rocks eroded and dissolved, flora withered instantly, and even light was devoured, as if a realm of absolute darkness was rapidly expanding. The ancient pressure, suffused with an unsettling aura, crashed upon the spirits of everyone within the outpost like a tangible tsunami, causing the weaker soldiers to roll their eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and faint. From the shattered ancient well, a pair of enormous, emotionless, dark golden eyes slowly rose, coldly surveying the world below. Accompanied by an agonizing creak, a colossal hand, covered in decayed black scales and twisted like a ghastly claw, clawed its way up the edge of the well. Struggling to ascend, the ancient demon. It was truly about to emerge. Steady. Activate all defensive runes. Lihi bellowed hoarsely, desperately channeling energy into the energy tower, infusing the meager essence into the prearranged defensive formations throughout the outpost. A faint blue shield flickered to life, barely resisting the encroaching miasma. Yet it resembled a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, teetering on the brink of destruction. The morale of the troops surged. Wang Kuei's heart raced with fury, yearning to rush forward and offer assistance. Yet he found himself paralyzed by an overwhelming aura that rendered him incapable of approaching the well's edge. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a voice thundered like celestial lightning, echoing, "Abomination, you shall not prevail." Qinlai's entire being ignited with a resplendent golden radiance, akin to a golden meteor defying the currents, impervious to the corrosive miasma and the oppressive force that threatened to crush his very soul. Grasping the Tsangming halberd, he boldly plunged into the tumultuous darkness. Activate maximum power of the Yichuk. The fragment of the otherworldly rule within his consciousness vibrated with an unprecedented intensity. A chilling and indifferent, yet supremely authoritative will intertwining with his indomitable fighting spirit, transforming into an intangible mental hammer that struck fiercely at the consciousness core of the ancient demon, which had just awakened and remained in a state of chaos. This was not a clash of energies, but rather a perilous and direct contest of wills and hierarchies. Buzz. It was as if two worlds collided at the level of consciousness, unleashing a silent and terrifying ripple that radiated from the well's mouth. Qinlai bore the brunt of the assault, feeling as though he had been struck with immense force. Blood erupted from his 7 orifices, and his mind felt as if it were being pierced by countless glowing steel needles. Yet, the fire in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the power of the Yichu to its utmost limit, relentlessly assaulting and disrupting the ancient demon's awareness. The ancient demon's ascent abruptly faltered, and for the first time, a marked fluctuation of emotion appeared in its chaotic dark golden eyes. A fury provoked by the ant-like creature mingled with an almost imperceptible confusion. It seemed unable to comprehend how such a diminutive being could possess such extraordinary willpower. With a mighty sweep of its enormous claws, it lashed out at Qinlai in the air, wielding a force that far surpassed the previous cleansing explosion. Crushing Mountain's 4th layer, Qinlai did not flinch or evade. Madness danced in his eyes as the Tsangming halberd erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, pouring forth all the newly acquired strength without reservation, striking fiercely at the incoming giant claw. Boom! Like a meteor colliding with the earth, a tempest of terrifying energy erupted. The already unstable defensive barrier of the outpost shattered instantaneously. Li He, Wang Kuei, and the others were struck by an invisible force, spewing blood as they were hurled backward. Qin Lai, akin to a kite severed from its string, was violently propelled back, crashing into the stone wall of the outpost, becoming deeply embedded within, his fate uncertain. The Songming halberd was cast aside, quivering as it embedded itself into the ground nearby. Meanwhile, the ancient demon's massive claw bore a grievous wound, exposing bone, with thick, foul-smelling green blood gushing forth like a waterfall. It let out a pained and enraged howl, the sound twisted and bizarre, as if it could rend the very fabric of the soul. Effective damage inflicted on the ancient demon. Target's consciousness injured, actions hindered. Host status: near death, severe coma. However, the ancient demon's ferocity was incited to its peak. Ignoring the injury to its claw, it frantically continued to ascend. More of its form emerged from the well, a grotesque entity shrouded in decaying scales and warped bone spurs, an indescribable horror. It was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. In this moment of utter despair, a resonant hum echoed as the ancient sealing array, etched upon the stony ground of the cavern, seemed to respond to the blood of the primordial demon and the aura of rage, igniting once more. Though many runes remained dim and fractured, the residual power was awakened, transforming into countless dark golden energy chains that, as if imbued with life, wrapped once again around the ancient demon's form, dragging it down relentlessly. A furious roar erupted from the demon, filled with rage and unwillingness. As it struggled madly against the binding chains, the clash of demonic energy and the radiant light of the seals created a tumultuous upheaval, shaking the very foundation of the outpost, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Quickly, Captain! Li He gasped as he struggled to rise, his eyes falling upon the bloodied and motionless Qin Lai, embedded in the stone wall. With desperation, he bellowed. Wang Kuei and the others, their eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward recklessly, frantically prying Qin Lai from the wall. At that moment, Qin Lai's life force was at its nadir, his bones were shattered beyond count, and his internal organs lay gravely injured, fragile as glass. Medic, the finest healing elixirs. Hurry! Liu Kezi shrieked, producing all his treasured life-saving potions and hastily forcing them into Qin Lai's mouth. Yet, the ordinary elixirs proved nearly futile against such grievous wounds. Suddenly, the Songming halberd, resting nearby, began to tremble slightly. The blade, stained with the demon's blood, began to absorb the essence of that ancient life force. Concurrently, an extraordinarily pure, yet primal energy of life flowed down the halberd's shaft, infusing itself into Qin Lai's body. Detection of high-tier life energy infusion. Emergency repair initiated. Indestructible divine body autonomously activated. Fusion rate gradually increasing by 66. This life essence, though inherently violent, was of an exceedingly high caliber, becoming the ultimate remedy for Qin Lai's injuries. His breath stabilized at a visibly rapid pace. Though still gravely wounded, he had at least escaped the clutches of death. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes slightly, witnessing the fierce struggle between the ancient demon and the sealing chains, along with the anxious and despairing faces of his subordinates. No, it must not escape, he struggled to articulate, attempting to raise his hand. Captain, do not move. Li He urgently pressed him down. Qin Lai's gaze swept over the energy tower, still contending with the demonic aura, then to the shattered black stone fragments scattered across the ground, as a frenzied thought surged in his mind. Throw the tower stones into the well. He managed to squeeze out with his last vestige of strength. Li He was momentarily taken aback, then comprehension dawned upon him. The captain intended to utilize the energy tower along with the stones imbued with spatial power to reinforce or even detonate the sealing array. Quick! Let us act as the captain commands. Wang Kuei roared, the first to hoist a heavy stone slab, summoning all his strength to charge toward the well's maw, where the demonic energy surged. Cover him! With tears in his eyes, Li He rallied the remaining soldiers, unleashing a torrent of arrows and assaults toward the well. Though these attacks merely tickled the ancient demon, they nonetheless diverted its attention momentarily. Like a wild tiger, Wang Kuei lunged to the well's edge, disregarding the corrosive demonic energy searing his skin, and forcefully smashed the stone slab against the demon's skull, then hurled the largest slab deep into the well's abyss. Immediately thereafter, several fierce soldiers rushed forward, bearing the largest energy crystal of the energy tower's core, and they exerted all their strength to hurl it into the well. The ancient demon seemed to sense the impending danger and struggled even more frantically, causing the sealing chains to snap one by one. However, Just as the energy crystal and the stone slab plummeted into the depths of the well's sealing array, a resonating hum erupted. The entire ancient array burst forth with an unprecedented radiance. The tumultuous vitality of the energy tower collided with the spatial power of the stone slab, akin to sparks igniting in a cauldron of oil, instantly unleashing the latent potential of the remaining seal. Countless golden chains, 10 times thicker and 100 times more refined than before, erupted from the well's depths, coiling around the ancient demon like a colossal golden serpent, dragging it down with unrelenting force. A thunderous roar of defiance resonated as the ancient demon, unable to withstand the combined might of the ancient seal, the energy tower, the spatial stone slab, and its own blood's final surge, was forcibly pulled back into the unfathomable darkness. At the well's mouth, the dazzling golden light clashed violently with the roiling demonic energy, ultimately transforming into a pillar of light that soared skyward, lasting a full 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. When all settled, the old well had been entirely forged into a massive metallic lump, glimmering with faint golden light, sealing the exit completely. The suffocating heartbeat and oppressive force finally vanished. In the realm, only the howling black wind remained, along with the heavy breaths of the survivors in the outpost, who had narrowly escaped death. They had truly thwarted the manifestation of that terrifying entity. A sense of profound exhaustion enveloped everyone, causing them to collapse to the ground. Wang Kuei and Li He struggled to crawl beside Qin Lai. Looking at the completely sealed well, Qin Lai managed to twist the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, but darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness entirely. Urgent task: prevent the ancient demon's manifestation. 11. Completed. Rewards: fragment of ancient knowledge, advanced. X1, evolution points 5,000. Diluted ancient demon blood, X1, current evolution points 5,840. Original 840, task 5,000. Chapter 61. Rebirth on the wasteland. Silence reigned. The demonic energy dissipated, the oppressive force receded, leaving only the black wind sweeping over the devastated outpost, carrying with it a mournful whisper. The remnants of walls, charred earth, congealed blood, and the ancient well, now forged into a massive metallic lump, all bore witness to the brutal and terrifying nature of the recent conflict. The surviving soldiers supported one another, some sitting, some lying, their faces a mixture of bewilderment from their narrow escape, profound fatigue, and lingering trepidation. No one cheered. The cost of victory was far too heavy. Wang Kuei and Li He cautiously fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry the unconscious Qin Lai back to the barely intact command post. Qin Lai's complexion resembled gilded paper. His breath faint, yet the formidable vitality within him had not extinguished. Rather, it was slowly and steadfastly mending his nearly shattered body. The terrifying life essence contained within the ancient demon blood was being painstakingly transformed and absorbed by his indomitable divine body, representing both an opportunity and a tremendous burden. Lu Qiaozi, how is the team faring? Wang Kuei observed the still shocking wounds on Qin Lai's body and hoarsely inquired. Lu Qiaozi meticulously examined the injuries, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and with lingering fear remarked, "The wounds are too severe. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished 10 times over." Yet, the vitality of the team leader is alarmingly robust, currently in the process of recovery, though this journey of recuperation is bound to be excruciating. Indeed, even in his unconscious state, Qin Lai's brows were tightly knit, and his body would occasionally convulse involuntarily, as if he were enduring immense agony. Ensure the team leader's well-being. I will gather a team to clear the battlefield and account for the casualties, Li He declared, his eyes reddened and teeth clenched. In the ensuing days, the Black Wind Pass outpost was enveloped in a stifling busyness. The remains of the fallen were carefully gathered and interred on site. Each name was recorded, for they had safeguarded this land with their lives and thwarted a calamity that could have engulfed the world. The wounded received whatever treatment was possible, but with scant medical supplies, they could only rely on sheer resilience. The outpost's defensive structures lay nearly in ruins. The core of the energy tower was cast into the well, rendering it ineffective. Supplies had dwindled to near nothing. The entire outpost seemed to have reverted to its original state of destitution, swaying precariously in the tempest. It was not until the dusk of the third day that Qin Lai gradually emerged from a profound coma. The agony. It felt as though every inch of his bones and muscles had been crushed and then clumsily reassembled, a torment crashing upon his nerves like a relentless tide. Yet, beneath this excruciating pain, he distinctly sensed an unprecedented surge of new life coursing through him. He slowly opened his eyes, acclimating to the dim light. Team leader, you are awake. Wang Kuei, who had been vigilantly by his side, leapt up, his voice trembling with excitement. Soon, Li He and Lu Kezi hurried over upon hearing the news. Qin Lai struggled to move his lips, producing a hoarse sound. What is the situation? Li He's expression darkened as he murmured, 47 have perished, 19 are severely injured, and nearly everyone bears minor wounds. The outpost defenses are entirely obliterated, and the supplies will only last 5 days. He paused, adding, that well has been completely sealed, and there has been no further disturbance. Qin Lai remained silent for a moment, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by resilience. The living must continue to forge ahead. Understood, he replied slowly. The brothers have done well. He attempted to circulate his energy, discovering that, although the pain was unbearable, his meridians seemed broader and more resilient than ever. And the essence within his dantian was more refined and surging. His consciousness delved into the system. Host, Qin Lai, status, severely injured, extremely weak, rapidly recovering, realm, blood condensation realm, peak of the 3rd level, bottleneck loosening. Cultivation technique, indestructible divine radiance body, fusion degree 68. Weapon warfare technique, 7th layer, crumbling mountain, 4th level peak, stellar bone forging method, great perfection. Items, ancient knowledge fragment, advanced, 1. Diluted blood of the ancient demon, 1, evolution points, 5840. His strength had not only fully recovered, but had even advanced. The fusion degree of the indestructible divine radiance body had risen to 68, evidently benefiting from the absorption of the ancient demoness blood. Moreover, those 5,840 evolution points represented a vast fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to allocate points. Every ounce of strength is now of paramount importance. System. Enhance the integration of the immortal divine radiance body. Enhanced to 70. Requires 1,000 evolution points. Do you confirm? Confirmed. A warm current reemerges, and the integration level surpasses 7 significant thresholds, augmenting both physical strength and recovery, alleviating the intense pain coursing through his body. Remaining evolution points, 4,840. All remaining evolution points will be injected to break through to the 4th level of blood condensation realm. Command received. Initiating breakthrough with 4,840 evolution points. A torrent of abundant evolution points transforms into the purest stream of energy, crashing against the invisible barrier of realms like a flood breaching its banks. This time, the barrier does not withstand for long, collapsing under the overwhelming force. Boom. A momentum far surpassing that of the 3rd level of blood condensation erupts from within Qin Lai. The vital energy flows through his meridians like mercury, experiencing a tremendous leap in both quality and quantity. His soul perception sharpens, and his grasp of power ascends to a new realm. Breakthrough successful. Current realm, 4th level of blood condensation, early stage. Evolution points reset to 0. Feeling the surging power within, Qin Lai slowly clenches his fist. Although his injuries remain severe, the breakthrough undoubtedly grants him greater confidence and an accelerated recovery rate. Only then does he turn his attention to the 2 rewards. Blood of the ancient demon, diluted, contains an immense life essence and faint fragments of power rules, capable of significantly enhancing physique and strength. Warning. Direct absorption carries a risk of contamination. It must be slowly refined in conjunction with the divine radiance body. Fragment of ancient knowledge, advanced, contains aspects of ancient sealing techniques, energy utilization, and body refinement knowledge. Absorbing it can greatly enhance proficiency in related fields. Both are valuable treasures, especially the knowledge fragment, which is precisely what he urgently needs. System, absorb the knowledge fragment. Command received. Initiating transmission. A torrent of profound and obscure knowledge flows into his mind, elucidating countless ancient secrets regarding runes, formations, energy conversion, and even body honing. Though merely fragments, they open a gateway to a new world, clarifying many past confusions in his cultivation. His understanding of ancient seals deepens significantly, and he even faintly grasps potential methods to reinforce or even repair the wellhead seal. After a long while, he slowly opens his eyes, his gaze becoming even more profound. Li He Wangkue. Present. Starting tomorrow, reorganize the team. Those capable of combat will be assigned to the warriors, and those who have healed will be assigned to support. I have new ideas for reinforcing the outpost defenses. In his mind, the ancient knowledge is transforming into concrete plans. Lucia, lead a team to meticulously gather the metal remnants and usable construction materials from the battlefield. Additionally, Qin Lai's gaze sweeps towards the desolate canyon. Send clever individuals to keep a distant watch on the direction of the Bone Hills and the Lin family merchant convoy that disappeared last time. We have remained quiet for too long. It is time to see what the outside rats are up to. Yes, though the road ahead remains arduous and the casualties severe, At this moment, the fire of determination burns even more fiercely in Qin Lai's eyes. He has not only defended this place, but has also begun to truly understand and attempt to master the power of this land. The tale of the Black Wind Pass is far from over. The nascent force shall once again sprout upon this desolate wasteland. Main quest updated. Reconstruction of the ruins and shadow pursuit. Objective: reconstruct the outpost, restore combat capability. Investigate the movements of the Lin clan and mysterious forces. Rewards: dependent on completion level. Chapter 62. The budding of new life amidst the ruins and the shadows beyond the dawn pierced through the gloom of the Black Wind Pass, casting its radiance upon the scarred earth below. Unlike the previous oppressive silence, the outpost, though still in ruins, now exuded a tenacious vitality. The clanging of tools, the shouts of commands, and the sporadic banter of soldiers replaced the howling winds, forming a new melody of resilience. Under the guidance of Qin Lai's innovative design based on fragments of ancient knowledge, the reconstruction was fervently underway. Lacking sufficient stone? Then let us utilize the materials at hand. Wang Kuei led a team of the strongest soldiers, wielding specially crafted hammers, and following Qin Lai's instructions on rock textures and striking techniques. They effortlessly hewed large blocks of hard black stone. The techniques from Collapse of the Mountain were ingeniously applied to the construction efforts. Short on metallic reinforcements, Li He gathered the remnants of damaged armor, broken crossbow bolts, and even the charred remains of the cleansers, depositing them into a makeshift furnace. Fueled by residual magical energy and fragments of black crystal, hastily assembled by Qin Lai. Although the smelting and forging were rudimentary, they sufficed to produce essential reinforcements and simple tools. Defensive runes were of paramount importance. Qin Lai personally inscribed optimized foundational reinforcement runes and energy conduit runes upon the newly constructed black stone walls, using his fingers as a stylus to channel his vital energy. These runes, derived from ancient knowledge, far surpassed the standard issue runes of the Demon Suppression Army in efficiency. Though their coverage was limited, they could concentrate the available vital energy to create stronger localized defenses. He even endeavored to harness the faint energy emanating from an ancient well, sealed in molten metal, as auxiliary power for the new defense system. The entire outpost was being reconstructed in a manner strikingly distinct from the past, bearing the indelible mark of Qin Lai's influence and the traces of ancient wisdom. The soldiers, witnessing the daily transformations of the outpost and the seemingly boundless capabilities of their leader, found their despair replaced by hope and an increasingly fervent admiration. The sense of unity surged amidst their collective labor and the visible changes unfolding before them. Standing atop a newly erected wall, Qin Lai surveyed the bustling scene below. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet his breath was steady and robust. With the cultivation of the fourth realm of blood condensation and the strength of a 70-level divine radiance body, his recovery rate far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Though his grievous wounds had yet to heal, they no longer impeded his daily activities or the circulation of his vital energy. In his hand, he held a rough black crystal, with vital energy swirling at his fingertips as he attempted to inscribe a more complex, miniature spirit-gathering rune, derived from the fragments of knowledge. Should he succeed, it might serve to partially replace the function of an energy tower. At that moment, the sentinel tasked with perimeter vigilance signaled the return of the reconnaissance team. Soon, a weary Li He approached briskly, accompanied by 2 scouts, his expression grave. "Captain, we have a situation." Within the command post, Li He unfurled a rudimentary hand-drawn map. "We discovered numerous signs of battle around the outskirts of the Shattered Bone Hills. Judging by the remnants of insignias and weaponry, it appears that the Scorpions clashed with another unidentified faction, suffering significant losses and now cowering in their lair. Furthermore," he gestured towards another direction on the map, indicating that we had traced the path of the Lin family caravan for over 100 miles. The trail vanished upon entering an area of quicksand, yet near that region, we uncovered this. He produced a fragment of a charred wooden plaque, half buried in the sandy earth, on which a vague emblem of a raven encircled by thorns was faintly discernible. In a hushed tone, Li He continued, "In the southeastern direction, approximately 100 miles away, we found traces of a temporary encampment, substantial enough to accommodate at least 200 individuals, though it was now deserted, based on the remnants of campfires and wheel tracks. This had occurred no more than 5 days ago. Moreover, we discovered the same raven emblem there." Qin Lai's gaze turned icy. The Thorned Raven. This enigmatic force not only infiltrated the outpost with spies, but also established a temporary camp alarmingly close to our position. What were their intentions? Surveillance? Or were they preparing for another attack? The Scorpion Mercenary Corps had been severely crippled and posed little immediate threat. The disappearance of the Lin family caravan was indeed suspicious. yet it would undoubtedly re-emerge. However, the threat level posed by this mysterious Raven organization had escalated dramatically. Can we ascertain their direction? Qin Lai inquired solemnly. Li He shook his head. The adversary is cautious, having eradicated most traces upon their departure, making it impossible to determine accurately. However, the general direction seems to lead deeper into the Black Wind Mountains. Deeper into the Black Wind Mountains? The environment there is even harsher, with more formidable creatures. And it is rumored to harbor ancient relics. What could they be seeking there? Qin Lai's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as the tactical simulation in his mind reactivated, rapidly processing various possibilities with the newly acquired intelligence. Simulation conclusion. The purpose of the Raven organization remains unclear, yet its presence poses a grave threat to the outpost's security. It is imperative to ascertain their movements and intentions as a priority. Recommendation: dispatch an elite team for long-range reconnaissance. The risks are considerable, but it is a necessity. Li He, select 5 of the most adept trackers and survivalists from the Night Owls, and lead them personally. Equip yourselves with provisions for 10 days and signal flares, and pursue the indicated direction. Qin Lai resolved firmly. Remember, your mission is to be the eyes and ears, not the blade. Report any findings immediately. Independent action is strictly prohibited. Understood. Li He nodded emphatically, a flicker of excitement and gravity in his eyes. Wang Kuei, present. Accelerate the reconstruction of the outpost, especially the early warning arrays and crossbows. We have little time remaining. Affirmative. As night descended, Li He stealthily led his 5 most capable scouts, slipping from the outpost like phantoms, vanishing into the inky wilderness. Qin Lai, meanwhile, grasped once more the vial of diluted ancient demon's blood, his gaze flickering with intensity. The urgency to enhance his power was palpable, yet this substance bore significant risks. System: simulate the safest method for absorbing the ancient demon's blood. To commence the construction of the energy filtration matrix, an expenditure of 500 evolution points is required. Alongside auxiliary materials, 10 black crystal ores and 5 essence of demon beasts. The anticipated absorption efficiency stands at 35, with the risk of contamination diminished to below 5. The exchange plan is set. Preparations for the materials are underway. He must swiftly restore his full combat prowess, if not exceed it, for the impending storm could prove to be even more ferocious. In a concealed valley within the distant Black Wind Mountains, a temporary encampment glows with light. An elderly man, clad in a black robe adorned with an intricate thorned crow emblem, gazes intently at a compass in his hand, which flickers with a faint luminescence. His brow furrows as the compass needle unwaveringly points toward the direction of the Black Wind Pass. The fluctuations of the seal have been forcibly suppressed, he murmurs, a hint of aversion to the lingering sacred aura evident in his eyes, alongside a flicker of curiosity and greed. It appears that the fortunate little mouse who survived is far more intriguing and valuable than anticipated. Perhaps his body serves as a superior vessel than initially conceived. Raising his head, he commands from the shadows, prepare the crow feather. It is time to engage with our remarkable neighbor. Remember to adopt a cordial demeanor. Chapter 63. The arrival of the crow feather. A new turmoil unfolds. The Black Wind Pass is graced by a fleeting tranquility, akin to a lull between tempestuous storms. The reconstruction of the outpost progresses steadily amidst the thunderous roars of Wang Kuei and the soldiers' rallying cries. The new black stone walls, though rough, stand more robust and towering, their surfaces etched with optimized runes that shimmer with a gentle glow, offering a reassuring sense of protection. Temporary watchtowers and crossbow platforms have been re-established, though only one crossbow remains operational. Qin Lai spends most of his time in the command center, meditating. On one hand, he continues to recuperate from the lingering weight of his injuries. On the other, he diligently absorbs the knowledge from the ancient knowledge fragments, attempting to safely assimilate a drop of demon blood diluted. At the heart of the command center, a diminutive energy filtration matrix, crafted from black crystal and essence of demon beasts, hums softly, radiating a gentle light. At its center, the dark red drop of ancient demon blood hovers, its formidable and tumultuous life essence being meticulously extracted and purified by the formation, transforming into a comparatively soothing energy flow that courses into Qin Lai's body. This process is slow and agonizing, akin to 1,000 needles pricking, yet imbued with a profound sense of power augmentation. His aura deepens as he meditates, steadily solidifying his early stage in the blood solidification realm and advancing towards the mid-stage. The indestructible divine radiance body eagerly absorbs this high-order energy, its integration rate gradually and resolutely approaching 75. Progress of ancient demon blood absorption, 17. Physical constitution slightly enhanced, strength marginally increased, resistance to negative energy augmented. However, this tranquility does not endure for long. At noon, a sentinel atop the watchtower abruptly sounded the alarm, signaling the approach of a small contingent from the southeast direction towards the outpost. It is neither a grand army nor familiar refugees or bandits. There are merely 5 riders. At the forefront is a young woman clad in a gray-fitted outfit, draped in a cloak embroidered with simplistic crow patterns. She possessed a striking beauty, yet her features bore an undeniable chill and fatigue. At her waist, she carried a slender, curved blade, her aura unmistakably emanating the peak of mortal prowess. Merely a step away from the blood condensation realm, the 4 attendants behind her bore the same attire adorned with a raven emblem, each exuding keen determination and formidable strength. This small contingent halted 100 meters from the sentry station's entrance, their demeanor not overtly aggressive, yet radiating an undeniable presence that commanded respect. "Halt!" bellowed the sergeant atop the wall, crossbows and arrows aimed squarely at the 5 below. The woman in gray lifted her head, revealing a countenance that remained relatively serene, and proclaimed with clarity, "I am Crow Feather, sent by my master to pay respects to the overseer of Black Wind Pass. I mean no harm. I kindly request passage." Her voice was cool yet devoid of arrogance, imbued instead with an appropriate politeness. The news swiftly reached Qin Lai's ears. "The people from the Raven have finally arrived," he mused, gradually retracting his energy as a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Their forthright approach was somewhat unexpected. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Allow them entry and escort them to the training ground. Inform Wang Kuei to bring a contingent for protection." He emphasized the term protection deliberately. Before long, the woman who identified herself as Crow Feather and her 4 attendants were ushered into the sentry station. Their gazes appeared casually to survey the ongoing reconstruction of the station, lingering momentarily on the newly inscribed runes on the walls and the freshly erected crossbows, revealing a barely perceptible surprise in their eyes. In the training ground, Qin Lai awaited their arrival. He was not clad in full armor but donned a simple yet fitted attire, his aura as a 4th-tier blood condensation warrior unabashedly present, mingling with the fierce energy of one who had endured countless battles, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon catching sight of Qin Lai, Crow Feather's pupils imperceptibly contracted, clearly taken aback by the youthfulness and formidable presence of this legendary commander, far surpassing the descriptions she had received. She stepped forward, bowing deeply in respect. Lowering her posture further, "Crow Feather, at your service, Commander Qin. I apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding. There is no need for excessive courtesy," Qin Lai replied, his gaze evenly scanning her and her companions. "Who is your master, and what business brings you here?" Straightening her posture, Crow Feather retrieved a letter sealed with wax from her bosom, presenting it with both hands. "My master has long admired your esteemed reputation, commending your decisive actions in clearing the vulture camp and stabilizing the borders. She has entrusted me with this letter and a modest gift, a token of respect, which may also alleviate some of your immediate concerns." At this, one of her attendants promptly presented an open gift box. Within were not gold or jewels, but precisely 50 vials of specialized healing salves and 10 sets of finely crafted leather armor, exactly the supplies the sentry station desperately required. This modest offering struck a chord. Without glancing at the gift, Qin Lai accepted the letter. The paper was of fine quality, the elegant and robust handwriting conveying nothing but courteous praise, expressing gratitude for Qin Lai's efforts in maintaining border stability while subtly indicating a willingness to offer assistance within her means, hoping for amicable relations between the 2 parties. The entire correspondence refrains from mentioning any sensitive topics, nor does it disclose identities, concluding solely with an abstract silhouette emblem of a crow. The astute Qin Lai inwardly scoffed. Presenting a much-needed gift and delivering flattering words served both to express goodwill and to leave no incriminating evidence. "I appreciate your esteemed master's kindness," Qin Lai acknowledged, maintaining his unperturbed demeanor. "However, the gift is far too extravagant. My duties prevent me from accepting it. I kindly ask that it be returned." The envoy Yu appeared to anticipate this response, not insisting further, and replied with a smile, "Your integrity is commendable, Commander. The gift is merely a token of my master's goodwill, with no ulterior motives. Since it is inconvenient for you to accept, I shall take it back." Yet, she subtly shifted the conversation, given the unrest at the borders. With malevolent forces stirring and various factions mingling, it must be quite challenging for you to remain steadfast in this location. Although my master may not possess exceptional talents, he has some connections and channels in these borderlands. Should you ever require assistance, perhaps we could offer some support. This suggestion implied the potential for intelligence and aid. "Oh." Qin Lai's gaze flickered with interest. "What factions does your esteemed master have knowledge of? For instance, The group that has been lurking nearby, even attempting to set fire to my outpost? He directly pointed out the adversarial actions of the thorny crow, testing the response of his interlocutor. Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated such an inquiry. Is that so? Rest assured, I shall report this matter to my master upon my return and conduct a thorough investigation of my subordinates, ensuring that no scoundrels tarnish my master's reputation. If it is confirmed that we are involved, we shall provide you with an explanation. She deftly deflected the incendiary incident onto potential miscreants within her ranks, absolving herself of any blame. Qin Lai's vigilance heightened. The more the envoy acted in this manner, the greater their ulterior motives seemed. In that case, it is for the best, he replied, no longer pursuing the matter. If there is nothing further, I must excuse myself, as my military duties keep me occupied. This was a clear dismissal. Yu, perceptive to the cues, bowed once more. I apologize for the disturbance, Commander. With that, she took her leave, wishing him success in clearing the surrounding threats and restoring the stronghold's former glory. She departed with her attendants and the unaccepted gift, executing her exit with efficiency and grace. Her demeanor impeccable throughout the encounter. Observing their retreating figures, Wang Kuei approached, whispering, Commander, are we simply allowing them to leave? They surely harbor ill intentions. Indeed, they do not come with pure motives, Qin Lai replied, his gaze profound. They are here to extend an olive branch, yet simultaneously to assert their dominance. Extending goodwill? Asserting dominance? Wang Kuei inquired, perplexed. Delivering much-needed supplies is an act of goodwill, showcasing their capacity and benevolence. That Yu, despite her youth, stands at the pinnacle of mortal realm cultivation, and her entourage is equally remarkable. This is a display of their strength and resources, Qin Lai articulated slowly. More importantly, they are conveying that they are aware of our deficiencies, cognizant of our recent battles, and knowledgeable of our vulnerabilities. Wang Kuei gasped, so, we need not panic? Qin Lai turned his gaze towards the now-sealed ancient well, contemplating, the more they maneuver in such a roundabout manner, the clearer it becomes that they are either unwilling or unable to engage us with force at this time. They have designs, and their ambitions are significant. Until we reveal a genuine flaw or they are adequately prepared, we are temporarily safe. Brothers, he urged, hasten our pace. Time is not on our side. A premonition gripped him. The arrival of the crow feather was merely the inception of a greater turmoil that was about to unfold. At that moment, several miles away from the outpost, Crow Feather glanced back at the resolute silhouette of the outpost standing defiantly on the desolate plain and murmured to his companion, Send a message back. The target's recovery from injuries exceeds expectations, their strength is advancing, and their control is formidable. The reconstruction of the outpost is proceeding swiftly, utilizing unknown rune technology. I recommend executing Plan B to accelerate the cultivation of the vessel. Chapter 64. The breaking pill and distant smoke of war. The fleeting visit of the Raven organization was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Though it did not stir a tempest, it instilled an imperceptible yet palpable pressure upon all within the outpost. The pace of reconstruction quickened anew, and the soldiers trained with renewed fervor, enveloped in an atmosphere of pent-up energy, eager to engage with the unknown adversary. Within the command center, 3 items lay before Qin Lai. A droplet of ancient demon blood, diluted, which had absorbed less than 1/5 of its potential. The vast fragments of ancient knowledge residing in his mind, and a peculiar piece of metal obtained from the purifier. The absorption of the ancient demon blood was a slow and arduous process, fraught with immense pain and peril, yet the enhancements it offered were undeniably substantial. He felt a burgeoning potential. Should he fully absorb this droplet, it could elevate his undying divine radiance body to level 8 or even higher, resulting in a qualitative leap in physical strength. Yet time was of the essence. The Raven's probing had instigated a sense of vigilance within him, and the prolonged absence of Li He and his reconnaissance team left him with an unsettling apprehension. He required a more expeditious means of enhancement. His gaze fell upon the peculiar metal fragment. After multiple deep scans, the conclusion remained that its technological aspects far surpassed the current era, a creation not of this realm. However, the residual microenergy circuitry within it sparked an idea, combining the snippets of energy compression and alchemy from the ancient knowledge fragments. A bold notion took shape in his mind. System, simulate, utilize the star-shattering bone forging technique to vibrate this metal fragment, activating its internal residual energy circuitry, guided by the divine radiance body, and attempt to merge and purify it with the blood of a high-tier demon beast and the energy of black crystal, or to condense the possibility of a pseudo-breaking pill. Command received, simulation commencing, consuming 300 evolution points, estimated success rate, 21, risk of failure, energy backlash explosion. Optimization proposal. Inclusion of Dust Grass 3 to stabilize energy. 1 drop of Centennial Earth Essence to promote fusion will enhance success rate to 45. The success rate remained below 50%. Yet a resolute glimmer flashed in Qin Lai's eyes. 45, worth the risk. Wang Kuei, here. Gather men to search the storeroom and surrounding areas for dust grass and Centennial Earth Essence. Spare no effort. Procure them swiftly. Understood. Though Wang Kuei was unaware of the exact nature of the task, he unhesitatingly took his leave. Fortune smiled upon them. Merely 2 days later, Wang Kuei discovered a small cluster of dust grass nestled within a treacherous cliff crevice. While Lu the Lame reluctantly contributed a precious vial of Centennial Earth Essence from his meager stash, lamenting its origin, all materials were now in place. Qin Lai immediately entered seclusion, setting up a simple isolation formation within the command post. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. First, he enveloped the metal fragments in his vital energy, employing the star-shattering forging technique as an invisible hammer to cautiously vibrate the fragments. A faint humming sound emanated from the shards, and surprisingly, the dim circuits on their surface were ignited, glowing with a weak, erratic light. Now was the moment. He swiftly added dust grass, earth essence, a substantial amount of beast blood, and black crystal powder into the mixture. The power of the divine radiance body surged forth, functioning like the most exquisite furnace, forcefully merging these wildly disparate energies with the peculiar energy released by the fragments, compressing them. The entire process was fraught with peril, with violent energy clashes and several near-explosive moments. Qin Lai's forehead was lined with bulging veins, his mental focus heightened as he meticulously balanced each step. Finally, with a soft, resonant hum akin to the formation of a pill, all the energy was forcibly compressed into a dragon eye-sized pill, its surface adorned with irregular dark golden patterns, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. Refinement success. Obtained 1 pseudo-breakthrough pill, incomplete. Pill effect significantly enhances the probability of breaking through the blood condensation realm, optimal for the transition from the 4th to the 5th level. Containing a trace of peculiar energy which may yield unknown side effects. Consumption. 1 unique metal fragment, depleted. 3 dust grasses, 1 drop of earth essence. 10 portions of beast blood, 5 pounds of black crystal, 300 evolution points. Success. Though merely an incomplete version, the energy contained within vastly exceeded that of ordinary pills. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai promptly swallowed the still-warm pill. As it dissolved in his abdomen, it felt akin to consuming a miniature sun. A torrent of immense yet pure energy erupted, surging wildly through his limbs and bones. Additionally, a cold and peculiar energy, emanating from the metal fragments, attempted to invade his consciousness. Steady. Qin Lai was well prepared. The divine radiance body shone with brilliance, forcibly enveloping and refining that trace of strange energy. Simultaneously, he channeled the main energy surge, assaulting the formidable barrier between the 4th and 5th levels of the blood condensation realm. Boom, boom, boom. The energy crashed against the boundary like tumultuous waves battering the shore. Each impact brought intense agony, yet also loosened the barrier ever so slightly. After countless strikes, just as the energy was nearing depletion, a crackling sound reverberated within him, as if something had shattered. The barrier had broken. A more vast and surging power poured forth like a river breaching its dam, washing over, nourishing, and strengthening every corner of his body. Breakthrough successful. Current realm. 5th level of blood condensation, early stage. Integration of the indestructible divine radiance body increased to 73. A powerful sensation coursed through his entire being. His senses sharpened, the range of his consciousness expanded, and his perception of the energies of heaven and earth became clearer. Although he had merely broken through a small realm, the growth and strength far exceeded his expectations. However, before he could fully savor this newfound power, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly rang out from the watchtower. It was more piercing than ever before. Enemy attack. From the northwest. Signal fire. It is the signal for assistance from the 3rd watchtower. Qin Lai's countenance shifted dramatically as he dashed out of the command post, leaping to the pinnacle of the highest lookout tower. Peering into the distance, he beheld a thick column of black smoke rising straight into the heavens from the northwestern horizon. This was the 3rd watchtower, situated 100 miles away. According to their agreement, the highest level of distress signal would only be ignited in the face of an insurmountable crisis. Almost simultaneously, on the southeastern horizon, a cloud of dust billowed forth as a rider on a swift steed raced towards the outpost with frenzied urgency. The knight, drenched in blood, was barely clinging to the horse, on the verge of collapsing. It was a scout dispatched by Li He. Open the gates. Qin Lai commanded sharply, his form like a bolt of lightning as he leapt down from the tower, swiftly making his way to the gates. The horse burst into the outpost, and the scout could no longer maintain his grip, tumbling from the saddle, where he was caught by Wang Kuei. A gruesome wound on his chest bled profusely, his breath faint, yet he grasped Qin Lai's arm with a desperate strength, rasping out his final words, "The crows. They have discovered a massive underground altar in the Black Wind Valley. They are using living sacrifices to summon something. Li He and the others. They have been discovered, suffering heavy casualties, trapped." Before he could finish, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. An underground altar? Living sacrifices? Summoning? Qin Lai's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. The Crow organization was plotting a grand conspiracy, and Li He and his men. His gaze shot upwards to the still-burning signal fire in the northwest, then towards the location of the Black Wind Valley in the southeast. Both fronts were in grave peril. Damn it, had they calculated the timing perfectly? Crisis event triggered. Dual fronts in distress. Choice. Prioritize rescuing the third watchtower, potentially missing the chance to thwart the Crow's conspiracy. Choice. Prioritize heading to Black Wind Valley. The third watchtower may fall, and deep infiltration poses great risk. Choice. Split forces. Insufficient troops may lead to defeat on both fronts. A severe test had suddenly descended. Chapter 65. Decision and division of forces. The news brought by the Blood Rider struck like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the flicker of joy that Qin Lai had just experienced from his breakthrough. The signal fire blazed in the northwest, while the Blood Riders sought aid in the southeast. Both situations were urgent and life-threatening. What should we do? Wang Kuei's eyes reddened with anxiety. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. On one side were the ironclad military regulations. When a fort or watchtower was attacked, the signal must be answered. On the other side, his brothers were in dire straits, ensnared in deadly peril. The atmosphere in the command post plummeted to a freezing point. All eyes fixated on Qin Lai, awaiting his decisive command. The air felt as though it could solidify under the weight of tension. Qin Lai's gaze flickered with intensity as it swiftly scanned the 2 points on the rudimentary map, his mind's tactical simulations whirring into unprecedented speed, calculating the potential consequences of each choice. Option A. The survival probability of the main force rescue team number 3 at Li He Tower is less than 5. The Crow organization's ritual completion probability is 85. The risk of summoning unknown entities is extremely high. Option B. The main force hastens to the Black Wind Gorge. The collapse probability of number 3 tower is 90. A breach has emerged in the border defense, allowing monsters to potentially surge through. Option C. Split the forces. Calculating the splitting strategy, at least 30 personnel, including crossbows, are required at the tower to delay the enemy and buy time. An elite team must swiftly advance towards the gorge to execute sabotage and rescue. Post-split combat power assessment. Tower defense strength 43, gorge team success rate 21. Overall risk, extremely high. Each option is accompanied by shocking probabilities and harrowing costs. The system's cold data signifies an almost intractable predicament. Yet, Qin Lai remained silent for less than 3 breaths. Wang Kuei, he suddenly raised his head, his voice resolute and irrefutable. You will take 30 men, equipped with all crossbows and heavy crossbows, and immediately rush to support number 3 tower. Remember, your task is to hold the position based on the tower's terrain. Delay for reinforcements, not to annihilate the enemy. If you cannot hold it, destroy the crossbows and retreat to number 2 tower with your brothers, and continue to thwart the enemy. This is a military order. Wang Kuei trembled all over, fiercely clasping his fists. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Take care, Commander. He cast a deep glance at Qin Lai, then turned and bellowed to assemble his men, charging out of the watchtower like a whirlwind, heading straight for the northwest flames of war. Lu Xiaozi, I'm here. Coordinate the remaining personnel, reinforce the watchtower defenses, and attend to the wounded. If the enemy comes, hold the position as planned. Yes, yes. Qin Lai's gaze finally rested on the 5 lightly wounded veterans beside him, their eyes sharp and alert. They were all skilled night owls and the last core combat strength of the watchtower. You 5, prepare the heavy crossbows, oil, and explosives with me. We depart for Black Wind Gorge in 1 incense sticks time. Commander, just the 6 of us? One veteran could not help but inquire, not out of fear of death, but believing that such a small force against the Crow organization's altar would be tantamount to a suicide mission. Not 6, Qin Lai replied, his eyes cold yet imbued with a reassuring confidence. We are to create chaos, not to engage in a head-on confrontation. Li He and the others are still alive. They are the best internal support. The main force of the Crow organization will surely concentrate on the ritual, leaving vulnerabilities in their perimeter defenses. Our task is to identify that gap and break through. He swiftly outlined a simple combat plan, encapsulating it in 2 words: quick and chaotic. 1 instant tick later. 6 swift horses burst forth from the watchtower, not heading directly to the southeast Black Wind Gorge, but first looping northward to evade any potential surveillance, before sharply veering southeast. On horseback, Qinlai activated the deep scan to maximum power, continuously consuming evolution points, akin to an invisible radar scanning everything ahead. Simultaneously, he swallowed several pills to restore his vital energy, fully adapting to the recently achieved 5th level of blood coagulation strength. 3 miles ahead, a faint energy shielding field has been detected, suspected to be a rudimentary illusionary formation. 2 hidden sentinels detected on the flank, at the 8th level of Mortal Realm. Recommended route: circumvent through the right side depression to avoid detection. The system's prompts echoed incessantly in their minds, guiding them towards their objective with utmost efficiency and stealth. The entrance to the Black Wind Canyon was now in sight, the terrain growing perilous and rugged. A faint, nauseating scent of blood, mingled with an unusual fragrance of sandalwood, began to permeate the air. Qinlai abruptly raised his hand, and the team came to an immediate halt, blending into the shadows cast by the rocks. His gaze pierced deep into the canyon, where a low, eerie chant resonated, accompanied by a disquieting energy fluctuation. Dismount. Stealthily enter the canyon. 6 shadowy figures glided away from their mounts, silently advancing towards the canyon entrance. The true battle was only just commencing, while in the distant northwest, Wang Kuei was about to face an arduous defensive struggle. Chapter 66, Black Wind Canyon. Shadows and stealth. The wind blowing from the depths of Black Wind Canyon carried with it a heavy stench, reminiscent of decaying corpses wrapped in damp hides. The air weighed heavily upon their shoulders, cold and clammy, seeping through their garments and penetrating to the marrow of their bones. The almost imperceptible low chant seemed not of human origin, but rather the very rocks themselves groaning in anguish, resonating with the hard layers beneath their feet in a peculiar symphony. Qinlai's right hand subtly descended, signaling a crouch. The 5 seasoned veterans behind him, seamlessly merging with the shadows of the rocks, froze in their movements, their breaths nearly imperceptible. In their eyes, there was no fear, only a cold resolve. Having emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, focused and prepared to embrace death, the vision of deep scan unfurled clearly in his mind. A stream of azure data enveloping the reality before him. Source of energy fluctuation, 170 steps ahead. Energy level, extremely strong. Nature, violent, decayed summoning. Environmental scan, blood concentration, 927. Residual grievance index, high. Risk of mental contamination, medium. Biological activity, 3 detection points around the core cave. Energy response, weak. Lurking. Levels 7 to 9 of Mortal Realm. Action mode, fixed point sentinel. Safe path. Proceed along the left side of the dried riverbed shadow along the right front rock wall to reduce risk by 37. Silently, Qinlai moved. He flowed like viscous ink in the shadows, his steps as light as a feather brushing over stone. Each twist, crouch. An angle of his body adhered to the optimal solutions provided by tactical simulation, perfectly aligning with the jagged edges of the rocks, the subtle ripples of the air, and the fleeting gaps in the sentinel's line of sight. The 5 seasoned soldiers followed silently, each footfall precisely landing on the remnant shadows of the preceding member. This was an unspoken accord forged through numerous brushes with death. Navigating around a cluster of massive weathered stone pillars, the heart of the canyon abruptly unfolded before their eyes. In the dim light, it was not the imagined bloody purgatory, but rather a deathly stillness that chilled them to the bone. The ground was not soil, but a thick layer of shattered, twisted, pallid bones. Human bones, beast bones, contorted and intertwined, pressed together in layers uncounted. With each step, a disconcerting crunch reverberated beneath foot. The fragments of bone had long lost their luster, now exuding a pallid lifelessness, steeped in the passage of time and some chilling force. The air grew thick with a metallic odor, viscous as if it were a tangible entity, entwined with an elusive scent of decay. It was the miasma born from the prolonged fermentation of putrid flesh and blood. A haunting chant became discernible, its source seemingly not far ahead. The sound, though not strident, carried an ineffable enchantment, akin to countless icy claws simultaneously scratching at the human skull, stirring a tumult within the bloodstream. Qinlai's gaze sharpened, and with an imperceptible motion, he channeled his energy, the faint golden patterns of the undying divine radiance flickering beneath his skin, instantaneously dispelling his discomfort. Advancing along the narrow path of bones for merely 100 steps, A vast hollow carved into the mountainside emerged before him. At its center lay an immense pool of deep crimson. It was not water, but a viscous, roiling pool of blood. The dark red, almost black liquid churned slowly, bubbling without emitting a trace of warmth, instead exuding a bone-chilling aura of malice. The surface of the blood pool continuously erupted with large, sticky bubbles, which burst forth, splattering dark crimson droplets. The nauseating, rust-like scent assailed the senses. Even more bizarre was the intricate dark pattern faintly etched along the edges and bottom of the pool. As the water swirled and the chant resonated, a subtle, disquieting violet glow pulsed through the lines of the pattern. The viscous surface of the blood pool distorted the flickering light of scattered torches above, casting shadows that seemed to depict countless tormented souls writhing at the bottom. Several figures draped in tattered black robes moved like soulless marionettes, stiffly circling the pool, casting down a mixture of bone ash and herbal powder with each step. With every scattering, the deep violet pattern appeared to grow clearer. Circumnavigating the blood pool, he delved deeper into the hollow. At the base of the mountainside, an immense natural cave gaped ominously. The entrance towered 3 zhang, its shape irregular, as if torn apart by a colossal force. One heavy, decayed wooden door remained, leaning askew at the mouth of the cave, cloaked in a slick layer of dark red moss. The other lay in charred remnants on the ground. Countless twisted, bizarre runes adorned the cave walls, some eroded by time, while others still flickered ominously in the dim light. From the depths of the cave, a deeper, more rhythmic chant resonated, akin to the simultaneous rumble of numerous throats, each thrum reverberating against the heartbeat. This was the heart of the ritual. This was the source of the sacrificial offering. Warning: high-energy shielding field covers the cave entrance. Intensity: intermediate, passive energy deflection. Forceful intrusion will be immediately detected. Warning: cave wall runes activated. Combination type: function, energy binding amplification, mental intimidation effective against the unprotected. Biological activity: cave interior 3 guards, high threat, positioned at both sides of the entrance and behind the central column, with steady heartbeats and no signs of patrol. Biological activity: core area numerous low-energy responses, bound moving entities, a high-intensity energy source, singular, core location, and an unknown high-level psychic conglomerate exhibiting a rapid increase in density. Qin Lai's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, disregarding the terrifying sights around him. His consciousness, akin to the most sophisticated instrument, conducted a deep scan, penetrating the barriers of the cave entrance layer by layer, capturing the internal layout and the flow of energy. His sight pierced through the dark, profound passage, locking onto a vast circular sacrificial site deep within the cavern. At the center of the circular platform, a blood-red crystal of the size of a basketball hovered ominously. However, in this moment, it was no longer an inanimate object. Within the crystal, a dense, blood-like mass, pulsating wildly like a living heart, throbbed with fervor. With each pulse, violent energy ripples surged across the surface of the blood crystal, spreading circles of deep, enchanting red light. This red glow seemed alive, greedily siphoning some mysterious connection from the boiling pool of blood and from the multitude of desperate sacrifices bound to stone pillars below the platform. Dozens of dazed, vacant-eyed individuals, both strong men and women, and children. As the red light swept over them, the essence of life visibly drained from the sacrifices, leaving their pale faces devoid of fear, merely blank like soulless husks. The core of the gathered red light was that pulsating blood crystal. At this moment, its crimson radiance reached its zenith, akin to a blood-colored sun on the verge of explosion. Beneath the stone platform, an emaciated old man, draped in a black feathered cloak adorned with eerie tattoos, knelt directly below the crystal. His withered arms were raised high, desperately grasping at the radiating red light, emitting a spine-chilling non-human shriek. This wail intertwined with the pulsations of the crystal, forming a powerful, twisted force field. At the center of this force field, the space above the crystal morphed into a foul canvas, being violently kneaded by invisible hands. The air distorted and collapsed dramatically, exuding a nameless terror composed purely of brutal chaos, seeping through the distortions like the tongue of a cold serpent, tasting the present world. The ritual was at a critical juncture. Captain, the old scout, codenamed Old Cat, was the most astute among the 5. He hunched over, his voice lower than a whisper. With a discreet gesture, he pointed to the mechanism of the specially crafted heavy crossbow in his hands and subtly nodded toward an inconspicuous location above the cave's ceiling. There, a cyclone was unusually active. Qin Lai suddenly looked up. The deep scan focused instantly, piercing through the chaotic visual obstructions. A section of the dome rock layer, several tens of feet high, became vividly apparent. The internal structure of the heavy rock wall unfolded like a three-dimensional model. Stress distribution, intricate crack networks, and stratification patterns were discovered. Deep within the seemingly impervious layers, a massive natural fissure, extremely concealed, yet nearly traversing the entire dome structure, emerged like an ugly scar. The fissure was not devoid of life. Deep within it flowed a faint yet unceasing stream of energy, gradually dissipating into the surroundings. This essence of energy was subtly intertwined with the ley line tributary that sustained the colossal array at the bottom of the blood pool. The scanning beam instantaneously pinpointed a location at the heart of the fissure. It was the most vulnerable juncture where the ley line tributary met the rock strata, and the site where the frenzied pulsation of the sacrificial core extracted ley energy and the essence of life, releasing a tremendous beam of blood marrow energy upwards, a critical node of convergence. It resembled a decaying valve column, swollen and distorted from relentless torrents of water. Key structural weakness confirmed. Calculating the saturation impact of the crossbow, breaching this point will trigger a chain collapse of the rock strata. Height. Directly below lies the core's sacrificial platform. Precision error, 0.7 meters. All this information collided in Qin Lai's mind. The calculations complete. He abruptly turned, his gaze colder than ancient ice. Crossbow. Breaching head. His voice, as frigid as iron scraping against stone, carried an undeniable resolve. Crack, crack, crack. The almost inaudible sound of 5 metallic mechanisms engaging resonated simultaneously. The 5 seasoned soldiers completed the loading action of their dark crossbows. 6 heavy crossbows, equipped with frosty bolts forged entirely from steel, each tip embedded with glimmering runes of sharp gold, were raised. The arrowheads glinted with a cold sheen under the flickering light of the weak torches, all adjusted carefully to lock onto the somber, thick dome of rock above. Qin Lai lifted his right hand, firmly grasping the last crossbow with one arm, the cold, heavy metallic sensation transmitting to his fingertips. His right arm's muscles bulged. The peak power of the 4th level of crushing mountains surged through his limbs, infusing the crossbow. His keen gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixated on the most lethal point of the concealed crack within the dome, distinctly marked by the system with a ghostly blue light, the explosive point. Below that point floated the blood marrow crystal and the frenzied elder priest adorned with tattoos. Prepare. Qin Lai's lips silently moved. Every muscle in his body tensed like a drawn bowstring. A chilling aura of impending slaughter silently rippled among the 6 of them. The sharp golden runes at the tips of the breaching arrows glowed faintly, ready to tear through the firmament and end it all. The arrows were on the string. A moment of utmost tension. Chapter 67. Thunder of the Dome. Collapse of the blood pool release. The single word that erupted from Qin Lai's mouth was brief and icy, akin to an icicle striking rock. In that very instant, the 6 breaching arrows let out a nearly synchronized, piercing wail, reminiscent of fabric being torn apart. They did not shoot straight, but instead followed a meticulously calculated arc, like 6 kisses of death from the netherworld, precisely drilling into the seemingly unremarkable thick rock layer of the dome. The moment the arrows penetrated the stone, time seemed to freeze. Then came the thunderous roar. A deep, terrifying sound, as if it emerged from the very bowels of the earth, erupted violently. It was not merely an explosion. It resembled countless massive stones being instantaneously split, crushed by an overwhelmingly ferocious force, and then cascading down in a cacophony of destruction. The fissure in the rock, struck with pinpoint accuracy by the piercing arrow, was a fragile node repeatedly battered by the energies of the earth's veins and the essence of blood marrow. It shattered instantaneously, akin to glass struck by a heavy hammer. A chain reaction spread with a velocity far surpassing that predicted by tactical simulations. The entire cavern's dome emitted a disquieting, overwhelming groan, as if burdened beyond its limits. Countless massive cracks erupted across the rocky ceiling like bolts of black lightning. Debris and dust fell like a torrential downpour. On the sacrificial altar, the shrill scream of the tattooed elder priest was abruptly silenced. He looked up suddenly, his murky eyes reflecting an incomprehensible terror for the first time. The pulsating light of the suspended blood marrow crystal flickered violently, as if it had encountered some colossal disturbance. Its deep crimson glow dimmed and became chaotic. In midair, the torn and distorted space abruptly stilled, as an even more frenzied, wrathful, invisible wail erupted from the terrifying aura seeping forth, reminiscent of a primordial beast disturbed during its feast. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, true annihilation descended. Massive boulders, heavy enough to crush steel, mixed with the violently unleashed energy of the earth, cascaded down like a celestial river, crashing thunderously. Their target was the exposed sacrificial altar below. Boom! The earth trembled. Clouds of dust surged skyward, mingling with the scent of blood and powdered rock, instantly engulfing the entire altar area. The anguished cries, barely resembling human sounds, were utterly drowned by the terrifying roar of the falling stones. The solid black stone altar shattered like clay under the relentless impact, flattened completely. The floating blood marrow crystal emitted a mournful shattering sound as a colossal rock struck it fiercely, extinguishing its brilliance, leaving its fate unknown beneath the rubble. The tattooed elder priest, along with several core followers of the Crow cult surrounding him, was instantly buried beneath tons of rock, leaving not a trace behind. Chaos. Utter chaos. The thunderous crash of the falling boulders reverberated within the enclosed cavern, threatening to rupture eardrums and cloud minds. The surviving Crow followers awoke from their stupor. Emitting terrified shrieks and senseless howls, they darted about like headless flies. Some were struck down by falling debris, others collided with one another, while some attempted to flee towards the cave's entrance. The once melodic chants were completely replaced by the horrific clamor and chaotic cries. The bizarre force binding the sacrifices dissipated instantaneously with the destruction of the altar and the death of the elder priest. The previously dazed sacrifices were jolted awake by this sudden upheaval. Their instinct for survival overrode their fear, and they began to struggle frantically, attempting to escape their bindings. Save them. Create chaos. Qin Lai's voice rang clear amidst the deafening roar and turmoil, imbued with a chilling resolve. He did not spare a glance at the devastation of the buried altar. Instead, he was the first to launch forth like an arrow released from its bow. His target was the nearest stone pillars binding the sacrifices. The azure abyss halberd had somehow found its way into his hand, its blade carving a cold arc as it precisely severed several coarse ropes. Two ragged, emaciated sacrifices stumbled and fell, their eyes wide with the bewilderment and terror of having survived a calamity. Follow us. If you wish to survive, refrain from shouting. Qin Lai admonished sharply, not even glancing at them as he darted towards the next location. The 5 seasoned veterans sprang into action like tigers unleashed, instinctively dividing into 2 groups. 3 followed closely behind Qin Lai, their blades glinting as they swiftly severed the ropes, liberating the dazed sacrifices from their stone pillars and roughly pushing them towards the exit. Meanwhile, the other 2 moved like phantoms along the periphery of the chaotic crowd, their poisoned daggers flashing with lethal precision, each gleam inevitably resulting in a spray of crimson as they expertly harvested the lives of those attempting to regroup or those resembling leaders among the Raven cultists. The cacophony of anguished cries, wails, roars, the clash of weapons, and the occasional rumble of collapsing rocks melded into a symphony of chaos, transforming the cavern into a boiling cauldron of death. Stop them. Kill them. We must not allow them to disrupt the sacrifice. Finally, a Raven cultist, regaining his wits amidst the turmoil, shouted hoarsely in a futile attempt to orchestrate a coherent resistance. Several black-clad cultists, their eyes ablaze with rage, charged at Qin Lai. Curved blades aimed directly at his unguarded back. Without a backward glance, Qin Lai executed the wind chaser step, subtly shifting half a foot to evade the incoming blade. His left elbow shot back with explosive force, channeling the terrifying power of Mountain Shatter directly into the chest of the foremost cultist. A chilling crack reverberated through the air. The cultist's chest caved in instantly, eyes bulging as he spewed forth blood and internal fragments, crashing against the stone wall before sliding lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand continued its relentless motion, severing several more ropes and freeing 3 or 4 additional sacrifices. The 2 cultists, momentarily paralyzed by the brutal scene, hesitated just long enough for an old soldier to dart past like a shadow, his short blade striking with the precision of a venomous serpent, swiftly cutting through the throats of both adversaries. Blood sprayed forth as they clutched their necks, gasping for breath before collapsing. Amidst the ongoing chaos, Qin Lai and his companions stood resolute like a rock, steadily advancing through the tumultuous tide, rescuing individuals while efficiently eliminating any threats that sought to impede their progress. More and more sacrifices were liberated, stumbling and crying toward the remembered entrance of the cave, further escalating the disorder. Scan. Core threat eliminated. High Priest. Summoning ritual energy source disrupted. Blood crystal destroyed. Spatial distortion halted. Connections to higher entities severed are dissipating. Warning. Remaining number of Raven cultists in the cave, 27, including 3 leaders, attempting to regroup at the cave entrance with the intent to block egress. Warning. Some rescued sacrifices exhibit extreme psychological instability, fleeing blindly, potentially disrupting our formation. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened. Old Cat. Iron Head. Clear the path ahead and open the exit. Mountain Dog. Guard the flanks and block those who seek to encircle us. The rest, follow me forward. Ensure these scoundrels are trapped within. The commands were succinct and cold, yet they instantly provided the 5 seasoned soldiers with a focal point amidst the chaos. The efficiency of their slaughter surged dramatically. The cave transformed into a hunting ground, and the hunters had just revealed their fangs. Chapter 68. Defending the Isolated Tower. The will of Wang Kuei, the northwestern winds whipped up grit, striking against their faces with the coarse, frigid touch unique to the frontier. However, unlike the nauseating stench of blood from the Black Wind Gorge, the air here was infused with a more primal scent of rust and the essence of smoke from battle. Wang Kuei lay behind a section of the half-collapsed chest wall, breathing heavily. Warm blood seeped from a gash at his temple, trickling over his brow and blurring his vision in the left eye. He carelessly wiped it with his bloodied and sooty arm, leaving an even dirtier streak. The cracked abyss halberd was embedded in the scorched earth beside him, its blade marred by chips and dark, congealed blood. His heavy armor bore the marks of numerous battles. A profound gash nearly rent his left shoulder plate, exposing the raw flesh and faint hints of bone beneath. Behind him lay the remnants of the third watchtower. Once a towering black stone structure, it now sagged under the weight of destruction, nearly half collapsed, its remaining portions riddled with cracks and charred scars, teetering precariously. The battle standard, emblematic of the Demon Suppression Army, had long since been torn asunder, leaving only a charred fragment of the flagpole defiantly pointing towards the overcast sky. Below the tower, within a radius of 50 paces, lay a veritable hellscape. Corpses were piled high, primarily those clad in black. Yet many were also brothers wearing the armor of the Demon Suppression Army. Broken weapons, shattered shields, spent crossbow bolts, and even wrecked crossbow components were strewn about. Several stubborn flames flickered amidst the rubble, belching forth thick, black smoke. Wang Kuei spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the front. Approximately 30 paces away, the remaining 20 or so black-clad foes were regrouping. They too had suffered grievous losses. Their assault was no longer as frenzied as before. Yet they maintained their encirclement, akin to ravenous wolves stalking their prey, seeking the next opportunity to pounce. Less than an hour prior, Wang Kuei, accompanied by 30 comrades, had charged towards the third watchtower, bearing the last intact crossbow and all the available arrows and oil, fighting for their lives. What they encountered was this scene of hell. The watchtower still burned, and the cries of battle had grown faint. Fewer than 10 bloody defenders, barely able to stand, were cornered by dozens of black-clad assailants within a small area of shattered walls, making their final stand. Scum! Wang Kuei's eyes reddened at the sight, leaving no time for tactical deliberation as he bellowed and led the charge forward. Form a circle, crossbow, blast them to oblivion. This was the only command he could muster at that moment. The crossbow had played a pivotal role in the initial assault, launching 3 incendiary projectiles into the enemy ranks, temporarily pushing back the attackers and carving a bloody path for Wang Kuei and his men. However, it soon succumbed to the strain of overuse, its bowstring snapping under the pressure. The enemy surged forth like a tide once more. What follows is the most brutal and primitive form of strangulation. There are no intricate tactics, nor any room for maneuver. It is merely a relentless assault around the precarious watchtower, employing knives to slash, guns to stab, fists to pummel, and teeth to bite. Wang Kuei cannot recall how many times he wielded his halberd. Each sweeping strike of the rending abyss halberd conjures a torrential downpour of blood and shredded flesh. He resembles a frenzied giant bear, steadfastly defending the front lines. His cultivation at the 9th level of the mortal realm has been pushed to its utmost limits, with each breath bringing searing pain, a harbinger of his dwindling vital energy. A black-clad leader attempted to launch a sneak attack on an injured young soldier who had collapsed. Wang Kuei, with no time to redirect his halberd, charged directly at him. The sheer force of his assault sent both man and weapon flying, the sound of shattered ribs echoing clearly. Meanwhile, Wang Kuei's left shoulder guard was irrevocably deformed, and a piercing pain radiated from his scapula. Their arrows had long since been exhausted, and stones were nearly all thrown. One comrade, pierced in the lower abdomen by a spear, lay on the ground but clung desperately to the enemy's leg, allowing a nearby companion to sever the foe's head with a single stroke. Another brother, with a severed arm, wielded his remaining hand, swinging a broken blade until he was simultaneously pierced by several knives. Wang Kuei witnessed a mere 17-year-old recruit have half his face cleaved away. Yet he still howled as he lunged at an enemy, expending his last ounce of strength to bite through the adversary's throat. Out of the 30 brothers he brought, along with the 7 or 8 who had initially survived at the base of the tower, fewer than 15 now stood, all wounded and drenched in blood. The enemy fared no better, yet their numbers still prevailed. An aged veteran, gasping against a crumbling wall, barely audible, questioned whether they could hold the line. Wang Kuei licked his cracked and bleeding lips, grinning a grimace more grotesque than a cry, his voice rasping like a torn windbag. Hold? Even if we cannot, we must. This place is entrusted to me. Even if I die, I shall be nailed to this spot. He forcefully withdrew the heavy halberd from the ground, disregarding the agonizing rending of his shoulder, and stood tall once more. His vast, battered form, framed by smoke and ruins, resembled a weathered rock, scarred yet unyielding. Brothers, he bellowed, his voice overpowering the winds and the distant stirrings of the enemy. Those who are still alive, give me a sound. Let these scoundrels hear how resilient the bones of our demon-subduing army are. The remaining dozen soldiers, struggling and supporting one another, leaned against broken walls or clutched at shattered blades, rising to their feet. In their eyes, there was no fear, only a profound weariness and a near-numb madness. A faint yet resolute growl escaped from somewhere, and soon, more low growls arose, coalescing into a fragile yet tenacious wave of sound that echoed across the desolate battlefield. The black-clad foes seemed momentarily daunted by this sudden surge of spirit, their steps faltering. Wang Kuei gripped his halberd tightly. The tip aimed defiantly at the enemy as he roared a challenge. Come on, you bastards. Your Wang Kuei has not yet had his fill of killing. His will stood firm, like a flagpole resolutely anchored in this scorched earth. He was expending his last ounce of strength, striving for the faint glimmer of time for the squad far to the southeast. Chapter 69. Reunion in Despair. The blade returns to its sheath. The chaos within the cavern had reached its zenith. Smoke, blood, shattered stones, flames, and the lamentations of the dying interwove into a symphony of destruction. Among this cacophony, Qin Lai and his 5 companions emerged as the most ruthless and efficient notes. They no longer sought to amplify the chaos. Their target was clear, the cave's entrance. Lead the way. I shall go first. Old Cat and Iron Head, guard the left. Mountain Dog and Stoned On, protect the right. Scarface and Backman, stay in the center. Qin Lai's commands were terse as blades, unmistakably discernible amidst the din of battle and cries of slaughter. The 6 instantly reformed their ranks. With the Tsangming halberd clearing a path, it sliced through the chaos like a searing iron penetrating solidified grease, leaving behind a trail of either dead or maimed black-clad cultists. The veteran guards on either side expertly blocked and executed, extinguishing all threats from the flanks. The veteran known as Scarface unhesitatingly hoisted a slightly sluggish sacrificial victim onto his shoulder, following closely in Qin Lai's wake. They advanced like a tempered steel spike, relentlessly piercing through the panicked throngs and the sporadic resistance that was gradually awakening, driving toward the cave's exit. As they neared the entrance, the resistance grew increasingly feeble. Most of the Crow cultists had either perished from the earlier boulders and internal strife or had long lost their courage, fleeing deeper into the cavern. Near the mouth of the cave, only 3 or 5 cultists, seemingly tasked with guarding the exit, remained. Upon witnessing Qin Lai and his companions charge toward them like vengeful deities, they uttered a cry and hastily abandoned their weapons to flee. Qin Lai swept aside the last cultist obstructing their path with a single thrust of his halberd, leading the charge out of the stifling cave entrance. The crisp, cool air flooded his lungs, tinged with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the faint decay characteristic of the distant demonic realms. The scene outside the cave was equally harrowing. The sentries that should have been posted had long been eliminated by Li He's squad or had incited internal conflict. 7 or 8 corpses lay strewn across the ground, some belonging to the Crow cultists and others clad in the night owl attire of the demon suppression army. Qin Lai's gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto a subtle movement behind a pile of rubble not far away. Over there, the 6 dashed forward. Behind the stones, a sight that tightened their hearts awaited them. 3 Night Owl scouts sat back to back against the stone heap, each wounded, their blood staining their garments. Among them lay Li He. Li He's condition was dire. A massive claw mark marred his chest, nearly tearing apart half of it. The flesh was torn and rolled back, exposing bone, with a continual flow of blood frothing forth. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, with only the sporadic, violent convulsions of his body proving that he still clung to life. In one hand, he grasped a broken dagger tightly, while the other hung limply at his side, fingertips smeared with blood, as if tracing something on the ground. The 3 Night Owl scouts, upon seeing Qin Lai and the others, suddenly brightened with a flicker of hope in their dull eyes, struggling to rise to offer their respects. Team leader. Their voices were hoarse and weak. Do not move. Qin Lai admonished sharply, stepping swiftly to Li He's side and crouching down. Deep scan enveloped Li He in an instant. Injury assessment, penetrating chest wound, ruptured lung, multiple comminuted rib fractures, excessive blood loss, vital signs extremely weak. Emergency treatment effect, negligible. Qin Lai's face darkened ominously as he swiftly retrieved the finest healing ointment from his pocket, liberally applying it to the horrific wound without concern for cost. Simultaneously, he pressed his palm firmly against Li He's chest, infusing pure vital energy mingled with a trace of the indomitable essence of life, carefully channeling it to sustain the last flicker of Li He's existence. As if sensing the familiar vitality, Li He's tightly shut eyelids quivered slightly, and with great effort, he managed to open them a fraction. His gaze, once sharp and composed, now reflected a haze of pain and an acute sense of urgency. His lips moved, producing barely audible sounds. Qin Lai leaned in, almost pressing his ear to Li He's lips. Li He's voice was intermittent, faint as gossamer, urging urgency. Qin Lai nodded firmly. I understand. We shall leave at once. The desperation in Li He's eyes intensified, and with what seemed like the last of his strength, he gestured weakly toward the ground beneath his dangling hand. Following his gaze, Qin Lai observed a crude map sketched in blood and dirt, highlighting critical arrows and junctions, part of the terrain of the Black Wind Canyon. The altar was merely a segment. Li He's voice grew fainter yet bore an ominous gravity, deeper within the Black Wind mountain range. Crow's Nest, sacred blood. The final words were nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. His gaze dimming swiftly as he slipped back into a deep unconsciousness, with only a faint pulse attesting to his survival. The altar was just the beginning. Deeper within the Black Wind Mountains, Crow's Nest, sacred blood. Each term struck Qin Lai like a hammer, revealing that this conspiracy was far more profound and expansive than he had fathomed. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Qin Lai raised his head abruptly, his gaze icy enough to freeze the very air. He cautiously enveloped Li He's heart meridian with vital energy and instructed Scarface in a low voice, support him. He is our living map. Scarface, wordlessly, lifted Li He with utmost care, securing him with torn cloth strips. Qin Lai stood tall, his eyes scanning the 3 remaining Night Owl scouts and the few trembling sacrifices trailing behind. Those who can still move, follow. We are going home. Without grandiose rhetoric, just the simplest 3 words, home. Yet this declaration ignited a flicker of resolute hope in the eyes of all survivors. Once more, Qin Lai glanced at the blood-soaked map on the ground. Tactical simulation, instantly imprinting the route into his mind. This way, the abandoned mine. He pointed decisively, not towards the path they had come, but to a concealed crevice on the canyon's flank, obscured by vines and debris. This was the critical information that Li He had sacrificed for, a route through the ancient, long-abandoned mine, which the Crow organization might not fully comprehend. Capable of bypassing most potential interceptions and leading directly to the canyon's outskirts. Roar. 6 seasoned veterans emitted a low, resonant response, shielding the scarred figure of Li He and several staggering offerings as they surged like a torrent into the dark, narrow wasteland. Almost simultaneously with their silhouettes vanishing into the desolate path, an enraged roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. The reinforcements from the Crow organization, or rather the remnants of its hierarchy, had finally reacted, giving chase. But it was too late. The gloomy, damp passage was rugged and treacherous, yet for Qin Lai and his comrades, battle-hardened soldiers accustomed to the perils of the borderlands, it represented a lifeline. Qin Lai led the charge, wielding his Tsangming halberd to clear the obstructing dead vines and falling stones. With the deep scan set to maximum, he deftly avoided potential traps and landslide zones. Behind him, the sound of labored breathing, unsteady footsteps, and occasional stifled groans reverberated through the constricted corridor. Uncertain of how long they had traversed the darkness, a faint glimmer finally appeared ahead. An exit. The group felt a surge of renewed vigor, quickening their pace. As they burst forth into the light, the brilliance momentarily blinded them. Before them lay a relatively open expanse of rocky slope, far removed from the oppressive sacrificial grounds at the canyon's heart. In the distance, the outlines of mountains could be vaguely discerned towards the Black Wind Pass. They had emerged. The old cat gasped for breath, a flicker of relief crossing his face after the harrowing ordeal. Yet Qin Lai remained resolute, activating the deep scan to rapidly assess their surroundings. Pursuers behind, approximately 40. 1.5 miles distant, closing in swiftly. No ambush detected on the flanks. Safety confirmed. There was no time to pause. Keep moving. Back to the pass. Qin Lai urged, suppressing the exhaustion and elation of his comrades. He cast one last glance toward the canyon, which gaped like the maw of a colossal beast, where the futile, furious roars of the Crow organization's members could still be heard. This time, they had triumphed. Yet the cost paid for the information retrieved from Li He signified that this conflict had merely begun. Move out. The team set forth once more, resolutely and laboriously making their way homeward. Each individual bore what felt like a heavier shadow upon their backs. Chapter 70. The Blood Song of Return, the Pass in Sight. The brief respite outside the exit of the wasteland felt surreal, as the relentless shouts of pursuers clawed at their heels, urging them onward. Bearing the near-lifeless Li He, alongside their battered brethren and a few shaken offerings, this small contingent trudged through the rugged wilderness. Each heavy breath tugged at their chests, while each step felt as though it treaded upon a precarious balance between cotton and razor blades. The saved offerings had long since exhausted their strength, driven only by a primal instinct for survival and the occasional rough nudges from the seasoned veterans beside them. The ethereal blue vision of Deep Scan remained ever vigilant, like the most alert of eagles, continuously consuming evolution points while scanning the front and flanks. Qin Lai's complexion bore a subtle pallor, not solely from the depletion of his vital energy, but also from the mental strain of heightened alertness. Nevertheless, his grip on the halberd remained steadfast, his gaze as sharp as ever. To the left, 300 paces, stone forest, 7 individuals, archers. The old cat's voice, hoarse and dry, provided an immediate warning. He crouched low, his ears almost touching the ground, a skill unique to seasoned scouts. Almost instantaneously after the old cat's words fell, Qin Lai sprang into action. The wind chaser's step reached its zenith, his figure leaving a series of afterimages as he surged forward, akin to a raptor pouncing on its prey, boldly advancing into the treacherous area of jagged rocks. Deep within the stone forest, several black-clad cultists, who had just knocked their arrows, barely had time to aim before they were met with a blinding flash. A cold spear-like gleam had swept towards them like a tempest of death. The Tsangming spear employed no flamboyant techniques. It delivered the swiftest, most brutal, and effective strikes, slashes, sweeps, and thrusts. The immense force of the mountain crumble, fueled by the 5th stage of the blood-condensing realm's aura, was unstoppable. Crack, splutter. The sounds of bowstrings snapping, bones shattering, and blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. One cultist was cleaved in half, bow and all. Another, who had just raised his curved blade, found his head soaring into the air. A third, attempting to retreat, had the spear's tip pierce his throat like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The remaining 4 cultists, terror-stricken, turned to flee. Yet Qin Lai was swifter. The spear's shaft whirled and struck one man's back, shattering his spine. In the same breath, his left foot lashed out, sending a fist-sized rock hurtling like a cannonball, striking another's skull with deadly precision, splattering red and white. The last 2 barely took a few steps before they were silently dispatched by the old cat and mountain dog, who encircled them with their short blades. From the moment of discovery to the conclusion, nearly 10 breaths had passed. Qin Lai stood, spear in hand, his breath scarcely disturbed. Without a glance at the chaotic scene of corpses strewn about, he activated his deep scan to confirm the surroundings were secure. Let us proceed. The team resumed their silent march, the only sounds being the crunch of footsteps over sand and pools of blood. The rescued sacrifices gazed at Qin Lai's figure, reminiscent of a demonic deity, their eyes filled with awe and dread. Such ambushes occurred more than once on their return journey. Sometimes it was a few wandering sentinels. Other times it was squads attempting to flank from the sides. The Crow organization evidently had not entirely abandoned their efforts, still striving to mend the situation or vent their fury. Yet each time, they met an unyielding wall of cold steel forged from death. Qin Lai appeared tireless. He was always the first to strike, the Tsangming spear transforming into the scythe of the Grim Reaper, efficiently and mercilessly reaping lives. His combat style became increasingly succinct and direct, often determining life and death in a single move, melding the explosive power of Mountain Crumble with the ultimate speed of Wind Chaser's step in ever more perfect harmony. His evolution points grew slowly, yet he had no time to contemplate them at this moment. The veteran soldiers instinctively safeguarded the flanks and rear, dealing with any remnants that escaped, communicating with the most concise gestures and glances. They too were weary and wounded, yet their eyes shone ever brighter. The squad's formidable presence served as the best tonic for their spirits. The journey, fraught with bloodshed and hardship, seemed to stretch endlessly. Li He slumped on his back, still breathed faintly, his life hanging by the thread of Qin Lai's intermittent divine vitality. The sacrifices, nearly in a state of semi-consciousness, were dragged forward until they reached the narrow pass. "We see the pass," roared the rear guard, Sherdan, suppressing his excitement and fatigue. Everyone suddenly looked up. At the horizon's edge, against a backdrop of desolate mountains, the crumbling silhouette of the Black Wind Pass watchtower stood like a wounded yet defiant giant, vividly etched in their vision. The watchtower, the flagpole, reduced to a mere stub, Though still in ruins, and the walls appeared to bear new scars, it remained intact. It had not been breached. A surge of indescribable emotion washed over each individual, a mix of relief at surviving calamity, a yearning for home, and the steadfast belief that had sustained them to this point. Hurry, faster, Qinlai shouted, quickening his pace. Above, a hunched figure anxiously scanned the distance. It was Lu Qiaozi. When his blurred vision finally discerned the small, staggering yet familiar squad on the horizon, particularly the tall figure at the forefront wielding a dark golden halberd, he froze, his entire being trembling as if struck by lightning. His withered hands gripped the parapet tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching, nearly broken cry, tinged with sobs, erupted from his emaciated chest, resonating throughout the silent outpost. It's the commander. The commander has returned. He is back. Open the gate. Quickly. This shout, akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil, instantly ignited the dormant outpost into a frenzy. On the walls, the remaining guards, struggling to the parapet, gazed incredulously into the distance. Behind the gate, the injured and auxiliary soldiers, busy or resting, lifted their heads, their eyes bursting with disbelief. The commander has returned? Is it true? Whereas Wang Tuer? Hurry. Open the door. Creak, creak. The heavy, scarred wooden gate, riddled with axe and knife marks, was pushed with all their might by several soldiers, emitting a groan of strain as it slowly and laboriously opened inward. Beyond the gap, faces pressed together, smeared with dirt and blood, emerged. Each visage bore the marks of exhaustion and pain, yet in that moment, they burned with a nearly fervent hope and excitement. Their gazes pierced through the gradually widening crack, fixated on the approaching, weary yet resolute squad, particularly on the leading figure, weary yet standing tall like a spear. The commander has returned. Their steadfast anchor has returned. The Black Wind Pass still stands. Chapter 71. The Elegy of Ruins. Dawn approaches the heavy gate slowly closed behind Qinlai, ultimately emitting a muffled thud that severed the connection to the winds and dangers of the barren expanse outside. The sound of the bolt falling seemed to siphon away the last breath of resolve held by everyone within the outpost. A brief, suffocating silence enveloped the shattered courtyard. Then, this stillness was abruptly shattered. It was not a cheer, but a stifled and uncontrollable sob that broke free, a wave of suppressed emotion finally unleashed. A young auxiliary soldier, leaning against the wall with a severed arm, was the first to weep, his voice hoarse and discordant, yet it seemed to open a floodgate. Soon after, anguished cries erupted, mingling with the pained groans of the wounded and the bewildered wails of those who had narrowly escaped death. This was not a display of weakness, but rather a profound outpouring of emotion. The relief of surviving, the sorrow of lost comrades, and the exhaustion from prolonged tension all erupted at this moment. Qinlai stood in the center of the courtyard, drenched in blood, his battle garb tattered, yet he remained erect, like a steadfast pillar. He did not intervene. Instead, his gaze swiftly traversed the familiar and unfamiliar faces, counting the numbers and assessing the situation. His heart sank sharply after surveying the crowd. The familiar tall figure was absent, along with that booming voice. Where was Wang Kuei? His voice pierced through the cries, low yet imbued with a chilling, tightening strength. The cries subsided instantly, as everyone instinctively avoided his gaze. Lu the Lame stumbled and crawled to Qinlai's feet, his gaunt body trembling violently with emotion and sorrow. He suddenly knelt, his forehead striking the cold, muddy ground, releasing a wailing cry. Captain, Captain, Wang and the others are still at Tower 3. They are holding the line. Half an hour ago, the last flare went out. There has been no further sign. They are gone. The last few words erupted from him in a howl, murky tears mingling with dust, carving channels down his face. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap detonated in Qinlai's mind. The flare had extinguished. Half an hour. In the almost entirely devastated and numerically disadvantaged situation at Tower 3, the extinguishing of the flare was a dire omen, unmistakably grave. Qinlai's pupils constricted to a dangerously sharp point, and he abruptly turned his gaze towards the darkened horizon in the northwest. There, only a profound, eerie silence enveloped the darkness. No signal fires, no flares, nothing at all. It was as if the land and its people had been wholly consumed by an endless night. A bone-chilling coldness, mingled with seething rage and an indescribable sting, instantaneously swept through every nerve in his body. His fingers, gripping the Tsangming halberd, turned white from the exertion, emitting a faint cracking sound. The image of Li He, on the brink of death, lingered in his mind, and the news of Wang Kuei and 30 brothers potentially meeting their demise struck him like a heavy hammer. Yet, the muscles on his face merely twitched slightly. As all emotions were forcibly suppressed into the unfathomable depths of his eyes, transforming into a chilling ice that penetrated to the bone. Without a moment's hesitation, and with no time to digest the piercing pain, he commanded, scarred face, "Old cat, attend to the wounded, account for supplies, and reinforce the defenses. Lou the lame. Organize the personnel, care for those we have rescued." His voice, suddenly rising, was hoarse yet sharp like a drawn blade, imbued with an unyielding, iron-willed resolve. "Follow me." The courtyard fell utterly silent, as everyone was taken aback by his words. Go again. The captain had just returned from the brink of death, battered and breathless. Now, he intended to assault Tower 3, which was likely besieged by heavy forces. "Captain, this cannot be." Lucchese abruptly raised his head, tears still glistening on his cheeks, and exclaimed in horror, "Your injuries. The brothers can hardly hold on any longer. That place is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. We cannot go there. Captain, think twice." Several lightly wounded veterans could not restrain themselves from speaking out. It was not fear of death that gripped them, but the stark realization that this was nearly a death sentence. Qinlai seemed oblivious to their entreaties. His gaze had already traversed the crowd, landing on the corner where several warhorses, freshly relieved of their saddles, were nervously pawing at the ground. Among them was the black stallion, the very one that Wang Kuei favored for his rides. He strode over decisively, grasping a heavy crossbow that had just been brought out, inspecting the limbs and string with meticulous care. Then, from a nearby weapon rack, he retrieved a specially crafted armor-piercing bolt, slinging it over his shoulder. His movements were swift and precise, devoid of hesitation, as though the wounds adorning his body were non-existent. "Captain," Lucchese's voice, tinged with anguish, called out as he watched Qinlai's silent, yet resolute figure. Qinlai finally paused, though he did not turn back. His profile, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, appeared as unyielding as stone. Wang Kuei and 30 brothers remained there. His voice was low, yet it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present, alive. "We must see our comrades. Dead, we must bring back their remains. At the Black Wind Pass, we do not abandon our brothers." With that, he uttered no more words, but rather strode directly toward the stables, preparing to resaddle the black stallion. Silence enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the crackling of the burning torches and the soft clink of metal as Qinlai arranged the gear. Moments later, an old veteran with a severed left arm, hastily bandaged with strips of cloth, silently picked up a dulled waste knife from the ground, gripping it tightly in his right hand as he limped toward Qinlai's side. Then came a second, a third, those who still managed to stand. Their injuries not immediately fatal, whether seasoned warriors or fresh recruits, silently began to gather whatever weapons they could find, making their way to the stables, drawn toward that steadfast figure like moths to a flame. No one spoke further. A solemn and tragic atmosphere pervaded the shattered outpost, a silent testament to their resolve. The deepest darkness before dawn seemed poised to be torn asunder by the blood and fire of these battered soldiers. Chapter 72. The Dawn's Iron Cavalry, a desperate charge. "Captain, think twice." Lucchese's anguished cries were brutally cast aside, mingling with the steamy exhalations of the warhorses and the rapid clatter of hooves, swiftly dissipating in the biting morning breeze. Qinlai led the charge, his black stallion surging forth like an arrow released from its bow, its mane billowing in the wind. Behind him rode over a dozen fellow warriors, equally battered yet resolute in their gazes. This was the last vestige of strength at the Black Wind Pass, where those able to mount horses and wield weapons stood ready. Each face bore the marks of fatigue and suffering, yet in this moment, they were driven by a more formidable will to reclaim their comrades, regardless of the cost. The hooves thundered against the cold, hard earth, resonating with a sound as heavy as war drums, shattering the profound stillness that enveloped the dawn. This small band of cavalry, like a searing blade, charged unflinchingly into the darkness that had consumed Wang Kuei and 30 brothers. Qinlai lowered his stance, minimizing wind resistance, as the power of the deep scan expanded outward with unprecedented intensity. The ethereal blue streams of data surged through his consciousness like a tidal wave, rapidly consuming evolution points at an extraordinary pace. The terrain, energy fluctuations, and even the faintest sounds within a radius of several miles were forcibly captured and analyzed. 2 miles ahead, the terrain is open, no ambush energy signatures detected. On the flanks, stone forest, residual energy, weak, suspected site of a brief skirmish. No signs of life remaining. Avoid main path, recommended route along the left gravel beach, risk reduced by 15. He continually adjusted his forward trajectory, leading the team across the dimly lit wasteland in a meandering yet efficient path, maximizing avoidance of any potential enemy forces. Now was not the time for lingering. Speed was of the essence. As they drew closer to the vicinity of Watchtower Number 3, the scent of blood and charred flesh thickened in the air. impervious even to the furious winds generated by their swift passage. The sights along the way grew increasingly harrowing. Fallen bodies multiplied, predominantly clad in the dark garb of the Crow cult. They lay twisted upon the barren land, some crushed by heavy weaponry, others pinned to the ground by crossbow bolts, and some entwined in death, clearly having endured a brutal struggle. Broken weapons, shattered shields, and even torn fragments of limbs lay scattered everywhere. Qinlai's gaze, cold and piercing, swiftly swept over the remnants of the battlefield. Beside a corpse in black, a massive shield lay, nearly cleaved in two, its surface marred by familiar, terrifying gashes inflicted by Wang Kuei's rift halberd. In another location, several black-clad individuals were skewered together by a crude barricade spear, a method commonly employed by the seasoned veterans of his squad. On a patch of scorched earth, numerous remnants of crossbow bolts lay scattered, the design unmistakably those taken from the pass. The ferocity of the battle far exceeded expectations. Wang Kuei and his comrades, outnumbered, fought bravely in retreat, each step soaked in blood. Yet, Qinlai's heart sank deeper into despair, for throughout their journey, he had scarcely glimpsed a single corpse dressed in the enchanted army's armor. A terrifying notion uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Wang Kuei and the others had not been routed, nor had they scattered in flight. They were stalling with their lives, valiantly resisting. They might truly have fought to the last man, even their bodies dragged away by the enemy. Wang Kuei, you reckless fool. Qinlai's teeth clenched tightly, his jawline taut as a blade. A tumultuous blend of fury, pain, and icy resolve surged within his chest. You brought the brothers out here, not leaving a single path for yourself. He cracked the whip with a sharp snap. Go. The black warhorse, stung with pain, let out a long cry. Accelerating once more, a streak of black lightning darting across the ravaged battlefield. The cavalry behind him, their eyes similarly ablaze, urged their steeds onward, desperately keeping pace. They all witnessed the grim sights along the route and understood their implications. A silent fury and murderous intent filled this small band. As the sky gradually lightened to a fishbelly white, dawn approached, yet the illumination remained dim, casting a dismal gray veil over the desolate expanse. At last, after breaching a low-lying hillock, the silhouette of the third watchtower emerged faintly through the enveloping morning mist. There were no battle cries, no sounds of clashing weapons, no resounding incantations, nor even a trace of the living. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. The half-collapsed tower stood like the silent remains of a colossal giant, forlornly erect amidst the wasteland. The original fortifications surrounding the tower had long crumbled into ruins, a chaotic amalgamation of charred timber and shattered stone. Tattered banners lay trampled in the mire, unrecognizable in their degradation. The morning fog flowed through the debris like a specter, occasionally revealing patches of congealed, darkened blood and an abundance of black-clad corpses. It was evident that the battle here had reached a most brutal conclusion. Qinlai abruptly raised his hand, causing the entire company to decelerate instantaneously, ultimately coming to a gradual halt 100 paces from the ruins. The warhorses fidgeted, scraping their hooves and exhaling heavy clouds of vapor. All the cavalry held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the lifeless ruins, their hands instinctively tightening around their weapons. It was too quiet, so quiet that it sent shivers down their spines. Qinlai's pupils constricted, and he initiated a deep scan, as if invisible tendrils cautiously extended towards the ruins. Energy response, exceedingly weak, lingering resentment and death aura. Life signs, undetected, within range. Structural scan, tower base severely damaged. Internal passages obstructed, surrounding ruins provide limited cover. Warning, multiple untriggered simple traps detected, tripwires and ground spikes. Suspected deployment by retreating forces, no living souls. Even the enemy's cleanup crew has withdrawn. The heart of Wang Kuei and the others truly. Qinlai's spirit sank to the depths of an icy abyss. Slowly, he raised his hand, gesturing towards the sides of the ruins. Spread out. Maintain vigilance and search. Living to see the living, dead to see the dead. His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper grating, betraying a subtle tremor that he himself had not fully perceived. A dozen cavalrymen silently acknowledged the command, dividing into two groups, cautiously guiding their steeds from both sides, like pockets gradually closing in on the lifeless ruins that had consumed dozens of their brethren. In the faint light of dawn, the ruins resembled a gaping black maw, awaiting their entrance. Chapter 73. The Ashes of the Dead Land. The final elegy silence enveloped the charred ruins like a heavy shroud. The wind whistled through the fractured stone columns and charred wooden beams, emitting a mournful wail that heightened the sense of foreboding. The dozen cavalrymen brought by Qinlai dispersed, cautiously weaving through the remnants of walls, their hooves crunching over solidified pools of blood and broken flesh, producing a disquieting, viscous sound. Their faces grew paler, breaths increasingly labored. Nothing. There was nothing to be found. Apart from the layers upon layers of corpses belonging to the Crow cult, nearly carpeting every inch of the ground. They could not locate a single body clad in familiar armor. Without Wang Kuei, without those 30 brothers who shared life and death, and indeed, not even a fragment of armor or a familiar weapon remained. It was as if the 30 soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army had evaporated into thin air upon this brutal battlefield. This eerie emptiness sent a chill deeper than the sight of severed limbs and shattered bodies. Search. Continue searching. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. But find me a clue. Qin Lai's voice emerged from clenched teeth, devoid of any human emotion, as frigid as the eternal ice of the polar regions. He stood resolute, his gaze sharp as a surgical blade, meticulously scanning the desolate ruins. The power of deep scan surged to its utmost limit, leaving no trace of energy or structural anomaly unexamined. Evolution points were rapidly depleting, yet he remained unfazed. The cavalrymen gritted their teeth, employing their short knives, and even their hands, to unearth the charred earth and the piled corpses. Each individual harbored a fervor fueled by a blend of despair, defiance, and the faintest glimmer of hope. Time trickled away in the oppressive silence of their search, the dawn light gradually clarifying, yet failing to dispel the pervasive chill and despair that enveloped the ruins. Here, suddenly, a hoarse, trembling voice emerged from behind a relatively intact wall. Everyone jolted, immediately converging toward the source. It was near the base of the watchtower, at a spot that once might have served as a storage area, now largely buried beneath the half-collapsed wall and large chunks of charred debris. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the piled ruins seemed unnatural. Several massive stone slabs had not merely collapsed randomly, but were positioned at a near-vertical angle, effectively sealing off the edge of a dark, downward extending opening. It resembled the entrance to a cellar or storage room. Even more startling was the sight surrounding this blocked entrance, a semicircle of no less than 20 corpses clad in black, layered atop one another. Most of these bodies faced the cellar entrance, frozen in the act of lunging forward, their forms riddled with ghastly wounds, clearly slaughtered in an instant while attempting to breach the threshold. The height of the corpse pile nearly surpassed that of the massive stones barricading the entrance. This silent tableau spoke volumes of the ferocity and determination of the last stand that transpired here. It seems Wang and the others retreated into this place and then sealed the entrance. The old soldier, who discovered the entrance, choked on his words, pointing at the black-clad bodies. These bastards tried to rush in. He could not continue. Everyone understood. At the final moment, Wang Kuei and his men likely chose to retreat into this relatively secure cellar, making a final stand. They had sealed the entrance from within, using their last strength to slay the enemies attempting to force their way inside. But now were they still inside? Alive or dead? An indescribable weight constricted every throat. Qin Lai stepped forward, the crunch of bones and rubble underfoot producing a faint crackling sound. He disregarded the mountain of black-clad corpses, proceeding directly toward the entrance, firmly sealed by the massive stones. He slowly extended his right hand, allowing his palm to rest against the cold, rough surface of the massive stone, still stained with dark brown blood. Closing his eyes, he concentrated deeply. A thread of pure yet remarkably gentle energy, intertwined with a hint of indomitable perception, delicately and cautiously seeped through the crevices of the stone, reaching into the profound darkness of the cellar. Deep scan synchronized focus. In the obscurity, the structure of the cellar began to take shape within his perception. It was not large, approximately 10 feet square, cluttered with some broken objects. And the air was thick with a foul stench, saturated with the scent of blood and decay. His energy tendrils acted like sensitive detectors, capturing every subtle fluctuation within. The silence remained unbroken. However, just as his awareness was about to extend to the deepest corners of the cellar, a faint yet strikingly familiar surge of energy resonated, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, captured by his senses. It was the Rift Spear, the residual energy of Wang Kuei's replica Rift Spear, unleashed with all its might. Although feeble to the point of near extinction, the distinctive weight and overwhelming presence could not be mistaken by Qin Lai. Then, alongside the lingering vibrations of the Rift Spear, he detected a soft, thumping sound, an exceedingly weak heartbeat, with intervals so prolonged they were agonizing, yet undeniably present. It was a heartbeat, one that was nearly exhausted, yet still stubbornly pulsing with life. Not just one, at least 2 or 3. Qin Lai's tightly shut eyelids quivered violently, his palm pressed against the stone, trembling slightly from the sudden surge of emotion. He abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance igniting within them. a near-manic exhilaration as he glimpsed the faintest glimmer of hope in despair. They were alive. There were still people alive inside. His voice, tinged with overwhelming emotion, reverberated like thunder across the desolate ruins. "Break it open. Quickly. Move the stone aside." He nearly roared the command, being the first to summon the power of crushing mountain. His palms striking down fiercely upon the massive stone. Boom. The stone trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. "Quick! Help!" All the cavalrymen, their eyes ablaze with fervor, unleashed in astonishing force, hacking, digging, and pushing with all their might, frantically clearing the debris blocking the entrance. Hope. It lay just beyond this stone. Chapter 74. The last stand of the cellar under the combined efforts of the crowd's relentless prying and striking. The stone finally emitted a groan of unbearable strain, partially collapsing inward to reveal a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Instantly, an indescribable stench erupted from the opening, a noxious blend of blood, decayed flesh, excrement, and a charred odor, surging forth like a tangible poison. The nearest soldiers, caught off guard by the foul aroma, turned pale, their stomachs churning violently, unable to suppress their retching. Yet Qin Lai seemed oblivious, the first to crouch down, plunging into the darkness without hesitation. Inside the cellar was engulfed in pitch blackness, with only the dim morning light filtering through the gap, barely illuminating a small area near the entrance. Where the light reached, the ground lay in disarray, scattered with shattered pottery, dried bloodstains, and some unidentifiable debris. Deep scanning instantly adapted to the darkness, vividly relaying the scene within the cellar to Qin Lai's mind. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the deepest corner of the cellar. In the next moment, his breath caught sharply. He stood frozen, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. In the corner, a massive yet exceedingly frail figure leaned against the cold stone wall, slumped within a pool of blood. It was Wang Kuei. He was still alive. Yet, his appearance evoked a chilling dread and a heart-wrenching pang even in Qin Lai, who was accustomed to the sight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Wang Kuei's heavy armor lay in tatters, stained in a deep crimson by both dried and fresh blood. His rugged face was devoid of color, lips cracked and pale, eyes tightly shut, and his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Most shocking was the sight of his right arm, severed at the shoulder. The wound was not a clean cut, but rather a horrific, charred, and carbonized remnant, violently torn and then seared by fierce flames. Clearly, he had resorted to the most brutal means to staunch the bleeding and prevent infection. His remaining left hand, however, still clutched tenaciously, with a near-stubborn strength. His massive replica of the Rift Spear, now marred with spiderweb-like cracks and missing several large chunks. The spear's shaft pressed deeply into the ground, propping him up from collapsing entirely. Beside him lay two other similarly ailing veterans. They appeared to have undergone rudimentary bandaging, yet their injuries were grave, motionless on the ground, with only the faintest rise and fall of their chests indicating they still clung to life. Beneath them lay a vast pool of coagulated, darkened blood. However, what truly sent shivers through Qin Lai and the soldiers who followed him into the cellar was the sight at the center. There, no debris, no corpses, only 27 sets of standard-issue armor of the Demon Suppression Army. They had been meticulously cleaned of bloodstains, though still severely damaged, arranged in impeccable order, stacked neatly. Each breastplate, shoulder guard, and arm binding was laid out with precision, as if their owners had merely stepped away, ready to don them once more at a moment's notice. 27 sets. Aside from Wang Kuei in the corner and the two dying veterans, the armors of the 30 brothers who had accompanied them were all present. They had refused to let their battle gear fall into enemy hands, nor allowed it to be sullied. They had, in their final act, safeguarded the dignity of the Demon Suppression Army. Just then, Wang Kuei in the corner seemed disturbed by the light and movement filtering through the gap, emitting an extremely faint, rasping sound like air escaping from a broken bellows. His heavy eyelids trembled, struggling to open a narrow slit. His vacant gaze, lacking vitality, strained to focus in the dim light, ultimately settling upon the tall and familiar figure at the gap. His lips began to tremble violently, as if attempting to speak. Yet only a more frantic rasping sound emerged. Qin Lai dashed forward, dropping to one knee before him, carefully avoiding his injuries as he infused a trace of pure vital energy into his nearly exhausted meridians. "Do not speak. Hold on. I will take you home." His voice trembled under the weight of overwhelming emotion, hoarse and low. With this faint surge of life, Wang Kuei's eyes seemed to regain a flicker of the slightest vitality. He laboriously shook his head, his gaze straining towards the neatly stacked armor in the center of the cellar. His lips continued to move, exerting the last remnants of his strength as he forced out a few broken but weighty words from the depths of his throat. "The brothers' armor. Take it home. As the final word escaped his lips, the flicker of light in his eyes extinguished like a candle in the wind. His head suddenly lolling to the side as he lost consciousness entirely. Only his left hand, still tightly gripping the lanyard, remained white-knuckled from exertion, refusing to let go. Inside the cellar, a deathly silence enveloped the space. The only sounds were the faint breaths of the two dying old soldiers and the mournful wind sweeping through the ruins outside. All the soldiers who had followed and witnessed this scene and heard those words. No one spoke. An indescribable emotion, a tumultuous blend of profound sorrow, boundless rage, and deep reverence, surged like a violent tide, crashing against the hearts and eyes of everyone present. Teeth clenched audibly, fists gripped until the knuckles turned white. Yet no sound emerged. Qin Lai slowly rose, his gaze shifting from Wang Kuei's tragic form to the 27 silent suits of armor, before finally resting again on Wang Kuei's face, now devoid of consciousness, yet still bearing a hint of stubbornness. He inhaled the foul, tainted air of the cellar, as if to engrave this heaviness into his very lungs. Then, he turned to face all the standing soldiers within the cellar, his voice unervingly calm, yet imbued with a flame fierce enough to incinerate all. Count the armor, not a single piece missing. Take all the living brothers with us. We are going home. Chapter 75. Take them home. Within the cellar, Qin Lai's serene, yet monumental command fell like a heavy stone, and all the soldiers seemed to be struck by an invisible whip, jolted from their immense grief. There was no hesitation, no doubt. The few who could still move immediately sprang into action, their eyes reddened. Their movements, however, were unexpectedly gentle and cautious. Two of them quickly assessed Wang Kuei and the conditions of the other two unconscious old soldiers. Using the cleanest strips of cloth they could find to perform the most basic bandaging, particularly on Wang Kuei's horrific severed arm. Their hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a near-reverent caution. Meanwhile, several others advanced towards the center of the cellar. They extended their blood-stained and muddy hands, yet instinctively wiped them on their clothes before touching the neatly arranged armor, as if fearing that their filth might tarnish this final dignity. One by one, they solemnly lifted the suits of armor, each piece weighing heavily not only due to its physical heft, but also because of the profound meaning it embodied. Not a single piece missing, 27 sets, an old soldier reported hoarsely, each word seeming to be forcibly extracted from his throat. Qin Lai silently nodded, bending down to carefully hoist the large yet feeble form of Wang Kuei onto his back. His touch met the cold, damaged armor and the still damp bloodstains. Wang Kuei's remaining left hand clutched the splintering abyss spear tightly. Qin Lai made no attempt to pry it loose, merely adjusting his posture to ensure the spear's blade would not harm anyone. Let us proceed, he commanded softly, leading the way towards the exit of the cellar while bearing Wang Kuei. The soldiers behind him either supported their injured comrades or carried heavy sets of armor, following in solemn silence. This small contingent, laden with the weight of life and the glory of death, struggled to emerge from the dim cellar, re-entering the light of dawn. Outside, cavalrymen had already brought horses and fashioned crude sleds from branches and ropes. They carefully secured the 3 severely injured individuals onto the horses' backs and meticulously arranged the 27 sets of armor onto the sleds, binding them tightly with ropes. Qin Lai mounted his horse, fastening Wang Kuei securely in front of him with cloth straps. He cast a final glance at the desolate ruins and the multitude of fallen black-clad figures, his eyes devoid of any triumphant joy, reflecting only a chilling abyss of sorrow. Returned to the encampment, the party set forth once more, their pace significantly slowed. Whereas they had arrived like arrows, they now departed burdened and weary. The sound of hooves and the scraping sleds resonated heavily across the wasteland. The deep scan continued to monitor for potential threats. Yet perhaps due to the thorough defeat of the enemy at Tower 3, or perhaps because the attention of the Crow organization had been wholly absorbed by the upheaval in the Black Wind Canyon, the return journey unfolded unexpectedly peacefully. Only the wind persisted, carrying the lingering sense of blood and charred remains. Only the 27 silent suits of armor on the sled occasionally emitted faint metallic clinks, akin to a somber dirge. As the light of day fully illuminated the landscape, the warm rays of the rising sun bathed the earth, revealing the shattered silhouette of the Black Wind Pass once more at the horizon. The soldiers stationed atop the watchtower immediately spotted them and signaled the alarm. This time, the gate swung open with remarkable speed. Lu Chiezi, accompanied by all those capable of movement, awaited anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing the 3 bloodied and unconscious injured men, particularly Wang Kuei, who had lost an arm and was shielded by Qin Lai, and noticing the neatly arranged yet vacant 27 suits of armor, a solemn understanding washed over everyone. There were no cheers, no raucous celebrations. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Choked sobs and suppressed cries arose anew, heavier than before. Qin Lai reined in his horse, his gaze sweeping across the sorrowful faces at the gate. Assist the wounded. Provide all necessary care. His voice shattered the silence, maintaining its calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Clean these armors meticulously and store them properly. They are the valiant souls of Black Wind Pass. People, as if awakening from a dream, surged forward with caution, swiftly lifting Wang Kuei and the others from the horses' backs and hurrying them to the hastily erected medical tent. Lu the Lame personally led the men, cradling the 27 sets of armor as though they were sacred relics, making their way toward the storeroom. Qin Lai dismounted, his steps faltering slightly. The relentless battles, the drain of energy, and the emotional upheaval had finally rendered even this formidable body somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied himself. Once Lu the Lame completed the handling of the armor, he hurried back, tears streaming down his weathered face, for Wang and the others were still alive. Qin Lai interrupted him, his voice low, suggesting that their survival depended not only on fate, but also on their own capabilities. Lu the Lame nodded gravely, declaring that he would fight to the last breath. His words were abruptly cut short by the sound of hurried footsteps. A soldier responsible for tending to Li He rushed in, panting and bearing an expression of alarm mixed with a peculiar excitement. Captain, Li He just regained consciousness for a moment. Then he fainted again, but he seemed to be repeating two words. Qin Lai's pupils constricted. What words? The soldier gasped for air. Straining to recall, it seemed to be, holy blood. Holy blood. Qin Lai's heart sank heavily. The very word Li He had desperately uttered before his unconsciousness had resurfaced. He immediately turned on his heel and strode toward the barracks where the injured were housed. Inside, the pungent smell of medicine and the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Li He lay on a rudimentary bed, his face still pallid, his breath faint. Yet his brow was furrowed, his lips moving unconsciously, weakly repeating those two indistinct syllables, holy blood. Qin Lai stood at the bedside, gazing intently at Li He, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The altar of the Black Wind Gorge, the carnage of Tower 3, Wang Kuei's severed arm, the 27 sets of empty armor, the crow's nest and holy blood that Li He had risked his life to bring back. All these threads seemed to intertwine in that moment, forming an invisible connection. The flames of war at the border may have temporarily dimmed, but a deeper, darker storm was brewing in the depths of the Black Wind Mountains. And the holy blood was the key. Qin Lai slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He turned and exited the barracks, gazing toward the direction of the imperial capital, his expression deep as night. There lay the source of all these conspiracies, or perhaps the solution to them all. Regardless of what it was, the Black Wind Pass could no longer contain him. Bringing his brothers home was merely the first step. Next, he would ensure that those lurking in the shadows would pay the price they rightly deserved. End of the Border Volume. Chapter 76. Departing from the pass for the capital. Winds rise like green reeds among the ruins of the Black Wind Pass. An air of exhaustion and profound sorrow lingered, reminiscent of survival after a catastrophe. The medical tent was filled with the strong scent of herbs, with the groans of the wounded and the occasional outbursts of weeping echoing as the dominant melody. Wang Kuei and two other veteran soldiers continued to wrestle with the brink of death, while Lu the Lame, accompanied by a few aides with some medical knowledge, tirelessly kept vigil day and night, exhausting every herb they could find and the precious pills left by Qin Lai. The 27 sets of armor, meticulously cleaned and neatly stacked, were separately housed in a designated quiet room where someone stood guard daily. Each time someone passed by that quiet room, the atmosphere in the outpost grew increasingly somber and silent. The wounds on Qin Lai's body had largely healed, thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the indestructible divine body and his cultivation at the 5th level of the blood-condensing realm. However, the heaviness in his brow and the icy demeanor in his eyes were more pronounced than ever before. Each day, aside from inspecting defenses and visiting the injured, he spent most of his time alone in the command post. On the table lay a rudimentary map, hastily sketched by Li He using blood soil, alongside an unusual metallic fragment obtained from the purifier, and a small jade vial containing the last precious drops of ancient demon blood diluted. The deep scan and tactical simulation systems operated almost continuously, with evolution points accumulating slowly, yet being incessantly consumed for deductions and analyses. Qin Lai's fingers tapped on the map, tracing the depths of the Black Wind mountain range, which revealed a disconcerting void. The two words Li He had fought to bring back could not possibly be insignificant. His gaze shifted once more to the metallic fragment and the ancient demon blood. Scan analysis. The energy circuits of the metallic fragment show a 178 similarity with the residual energies of certain artifacts from the Crow organization and a less than 5 commonality with the energies of the corroded realm's demonic species. Ancient demon blood analysis. There is a high degree of homology, 89, with the energies of the blood pool and blood marrow crystals, with an estimated correlation of 71 to the holy blood entries. The clues were fragmented and vague, yet they subtly pointed towards a deeper, darker core. The disputes at the border appeared to be conflicts with the Lin family, the Vulture Camp, and even the Crow organization. But their roots seemed entwined with the enigmatic existence of the Holy Blood. This was far beyond a simple border patrol envoy could handle alone. Its tendrils surely extended to the imperial capital, reaching into the heart of power and intrigue. The thought of needing to go to the imperial capital became increasingly clear and resolute in Qin Lai's mind. It was not merely to address potential inquiries, but to uncover the truth, to honor his fallen brothers, and to ensure his own survival. A few days later, a swift horse adorned with the unmistakable insignia of the Demon Suppression Pass galloped into the Black Wind Pass. The messenger brought with him an official order from the Demon Suppression Pass. The first half of the document commended Qin Lai for taking command in a time of crisis, stabilizing the pass, and eradicating the bandit threat, Vulture Camp, with a tone that was both formal and detached. The latter half, however, was of greater import. It ordered Patrol Envoy Qin Lai to immediately hand over the defense of the Black Wind Pass, along with all relevant personnel and evidence, to the Ministry of War to report on the matters concerning the Black Wind Gorge and the Third Observation Tower. As expected, the report was a ruse. The true aim was to investigate the tumultuous changes at the border and assess the variable that was Qin Lai himself. Behind this, the Lin family must have been pulling strings, perhaps with other forces lurking in the shadows. Qin Lai expressionlessly folded the document. The handover of defense was straightforward. At present, the Black Wind Pass could only boast a few patched-up low walls and fewer than 20 standing soldiers, all of whom were injured. He entrusted the temporary command to the seasoned old cat, who had sustained only minor injuries, and strictly ordered that no one approach the ancient well area at the back of the mountain. As for the evidence and witnesses, that was manageable. The Shadow Guard token, recording stone, and some confiscated items from the Crow organization had long been prepared. Qin Lai made his way to the medical tent. Wang Kuei remained in a deep, unyielding coma, yet his breath seemed to stabilize slightly, and the horrific severed limb wound showed no further signs of deterioration. Li He would occasionally awaken for brief moments, but his consciousness was clouded, repetitively murmuring words like crow's nest and sacred blood, rendering normal communication impossible. To take them on the journey would be tantamount to murder. Qin Lai stood before the 2 hospital beds, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Eventually, he turned to Lu the Lame and spoke in a low voice. While I am away, I entrust you with their care, as well as the outpost. Guard this place and await our return. Lu the Lame fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, Captain, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow the outpost to fall. I will ensure that neither Wang nor Li suffer any further misfortune. Qin Lai firmly patted his shoulder, choosing not to say more. Before departing, he entered the quiet chamber where the armor was stored. 27 suits of armor stood silently arranged, glimmering with a cold, hard light in the dimness. Their owners had forever remained on the desolate frontier. Qin Lai slowly walked past each suit of armor, his gaze lingering on the familiar scars, as if he could see every once vibrant face. He paused in the center, where Wang Kuei's nearly shattered and blood-soaked black armor lay. Brothers, his voice resonated in the silent room, deep and tranquil. Rest assured here. Your blood shall not be shed in vain. This debt I shall reclaim. After speaking, he cast a final, profound glance at these silent comrades before resolutely turning away. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in gray. Qin Lai took with him 5 lightly wounded, unimpeded veterans as companions. They donned somewhat tidy military attire, leading their steeds laden with simple bundles and a few boxes containing sealed evidence. At the outpost's gate, all who could move gathered to bid farewell. No words were exchanged. They simply watched in silence. Lu the Lame pressed a heavy pouch of coins into Qin Lai's hands. Captain, there rests little of value on the road. Take this. Qin Lai did not decline, accepting it and tucking it into his breast. He understood that this might be the last of the outpost's savings. He mounted his horse, casting a final glance over the land soaked in blood and loyalty, sweeping over every face marked by hope and worry. Keep our home safe. He uttered just 3 words before pulling the reins. Go. The warhorse neighed, raising its hooves, and with 6 riders, surged forth from the Black Wind Pass, embarking on the official road to the imperial capital, Longyuan. The wind howled in his ears, leaving the outpost far behind. Qin Lai sat upright on his steed, his back straight, his gaze sharply fixed on the distant horizon. The beacon fires of the frontier had temporarily dimmed, yet a greater storm awaited ahead. The imperial capital, Longyuan, was a vortex of power, a den of intrigue, and the new battleground where he sought the truth and prepared to wield his sword against the enemy. New chapter. The Scroll of Longyuan begins. Chapter 77. Longyuan in sight. Initial trials encountered having departed from the Black Wind Pass. The official road widened, yet the dust thickened. The traffic of carts and horses noticeably increased, laden with goods, adorned with splendid carriages, and bustling travelers, creating a scene starkly contrasting the desolate stillness of the frontier. The air, no longer crisp, is tainted with dust, the stench of livestock excrement, and a certain clamor characteristic of bustling urban areas. Amidst the throng, Qin Lai and his 6 riders remain inconspicuous, yet they exude an aura that deters any approach. The steeds are vigorous, and although the soldiers bear injuries, their gazes remain sharp, especially that of Qin Lai, whose restrained presence still radiates the ferocity forged through years of bloodshed, imposing an intangible pressure that instinctively causes some perceptive caravan guards to tighten their reins and yield a little space. In a low-power state, the deep scan operates like an invisible web, silently capturing the flow of information around them. The accumulation of evolution points is slow yet steadfast. But Qin Lai is acutely aware that this modest accumulation is far from sufficient to support the next transformative leap. He requires more resources and opportunities, all of which likely reside within the grand city known as Longyuan. The relentless travel, enduring wind and rain, is of little consequence to Qin Lai, yet it poses a significant burden to the 5 battle-worn veterans. He deliberately moderates their pace, occasionally channeling a subtle stream of energy to assist them in regulating their meridians and suppressing their old wounds. The journey is not without peril. On the 3rd evening after departing the border territory, in a desolate stretch of road devoid of any village or inn, the deep scan detects an unnatural gathering of energy in the woods adjacent to the official road. Slowing down and on high alert, Qin Lai's voice is calm as he slightly raises his right hand. The 5 veterans instantly tense, silently resting their hands on their sword hilts, their formation shifting to shield the mule carrying the evidence box. As they approach the edge of the woods, a dozen shadowy figures leap forth like famished wolves, the glint of drawn blades slicing through the twilight. The leader, bearing a scarred face and a fierce gaze, unabashedly emanates the aura of an 8th-level mortal realm cultivator. Halt! This road belongs to me. Leave your horses and valuables, and I might spare you. Before the threat can fully escape his lips, Qin Lai does not even need to fully draw that Songming halberd. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy shaft, imbued with an invisible force, strikes the scarred man's head with pinpoint precision, akin to a viper striking from its lair. With a muffled thud, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon bursting, red and white matter splatters everywhere. The scarred man is left bewildered, his head severed. Yet his body stumbles forward for a couple of steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Silence. A deathly silence. The remaining bandit sneers freeze instantly, transforming into disbelief and terror. They glance from their fallen leader to the impassive Qin Lai seated upon his steed, a chill racing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Leave. Qin Lai utters a single word, his voice not loud, yet it pierces each bandit's heart like an icicle. The bandits let out a cry, discarding their weapons and scrambling back into the depths of the woods, wishing they had been endowed with 2 more legs. The veterans silently sheath their blades, their expressions unchanged, as if they had merely swatted a few flies. The strength of their commander surpasses their wildest imaginations. Such rabble hold no merit to warrant their leader's serious attention. Without a glance at the corpse on the ground, Qin Lai urges his horse onward. A fleeting notification of evolution points 85 flashes through his mind. Insignificant in the grand scheme. The closer one approaches the imperial capital, the more frequent such unfortunate incidents become. At times, they manifest as clumsily disguised bandits, at others, as thieves attempting to infiltrate under the cover of night, and occasionally, as careless collisions on the official roads. Though their methods are crude, they are irksome, akin to the incessant buzzing of bothersome flies. Qin Lai, unyielding and resolute, dispenses with them using the most ruthless and efficient means, dismissing any need to discern whether these intrusions are mere tests sent by the Lin family or the foolish blunders of the ignorant. In the face of his overwhelming strength, there is no distinction to be made, merely an accumulation of nameless corpses beneath the dust of the path. 10 days later, the majestic and grandiose walls of Longyuan City finally rose into view on the horizon. The towering ramparts stretched endlessly, seemingly merging with the distant mountains. The bricks glistened with an ancient dark green hue under the sun, while numerous arrow towers and watchtowers stood like the spines of a colossal beast, ominously erect. The enormous city gates inhaled and exhaled a throng of people and carriages, akin to a swarm of ants, with the cacophony of voices faintly audible even from several miles away. An overwhelming, chaotic aura, imbued with insatiable desires and power, surged forth. This was the very heart of the great Xia dynasty, Longyuan. As the procession drew closer to the gaping maw of the city gates, it immediately attracted the heightened attention of the guards stationed there. The air of grim determination surrounding the group starkly contrasted with the ostentatious demeanor of the merchants and travelers nearby. "Halt! Present your travel documents," commanded a city gate officer. His hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle, revealing no hint of his scrutiny or vigilance. The hands of several soldiers behind him rested on their crossbows. Qin Lai gestured, and an elderly soldier stepped forward immediately, presenting the demon suppression pass and the border patrol token. The officer scrutinized the documents meticulously, repeatedly comparing the descriptions on the papers with Qin Lai himself, his gaze lingering momentarily on Qin Lai's calm, yet sharp visage. "Wait here." The officer briskly retreated toward the guardhouse beneath the city tower. The crowd around them cast curious, reverent, and even slightly hostile glances, murmuring words such as border troops, grim aura, and trouble. The wait was not overly long, but when the officer returned, his expression bore a subtle shift, less of the cold, bureaucratic demeanor and more of an imperceptible caution. "It turns out you are the Qin patrol envoy," he stated, returning the documents with a tone that, while still polite, carried an undeniable authority. "According to regulations, border troops entering the capital may not exceed 10 in number and must be stationed in designated barracks, with no unauthorized entry into the inner city. As the Qin patrol envoy, you may bring 2 companions, while the others must accompany me to report to the western suburbs main camp for registration." Qin Lai nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Such were the rules, and as a newcomer, it would be unwise to complicate matters. "Scarface, Stone Dagger, you shall enter the city with me. Old Cat, you will lead the others to settle under this officer's guidance." "Understood," the 3 replied in unison. Observing this, the officer ceased to impose further difficulty, assigning a junior soldier to guide Old Cat and his group. "Patrol Envoy Qin, you may proceed to report to the Ministry of War and submit your documents. Here is your entry token," the officer said, handing over a metal token. Qin Lai accepted the token, expressed his gratitude, and, accompanied by Scarface and Stone Dagger, led his steed through the vast, shadowy entrance of Longyuan City. The sounds, scents, and lights transformed in an instant. The cacophony of the bustling marketplace surged forth like a tsunami, with the broad streets flanked by an array of shops, showcasing an abundance of goods and a vibrant tapestry of people. However, the moment Qin Lai and his companions, leading their horses, emerged from the shadow of the city gate and stepped onto the thoroughfare of the imperial capital, chaos ensued. "Make way. Stand aside. Can you commoners bear the consequences of startling my horse?" A voice, brimming with arrogance, rang out from the front, accompanied by the clattering of hooves and the startled gasps of the crowd as they scrambled to avoid the impending disaster. A lavishly adorned carriage, drawn by 4 pristine white steeds, charged through the throngs of people without the slightest deceleration. The driver wielded his whip mercilessly, striking those caught off guard, his face a mask of brutishness. Ahead, several hapless street vendors were knocked over, their fruits and wares scattered across the ground. The carriage was barreling directly towards Qin Lai and his companions, who had only just entered the city and found themselves directly in its path. As the carriage sped closer, the faces of his companions, Scarface and Stone Dagger, shifted with alarm, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Qin Lai's expression turned icy. Deep scan activated instantaneously. The structure of the carriage, the muscle exertion of the horses, the flickering eyes of the driver, and even the seemingly frantic yet composed figures in the crowd were all meticulously assessed in an instant. This was no accident. They were deliberately targeting them, a show of force. In a flash, instead of retreating, Qin Lai advanced. He took a powerful step forward with his left foot, firmly planting it on the ground, channeling the technique of crushing mountain through the subtle tremors beneath him. Simultaneously, his right hand, appearing casual, was raised not to block, but to strike with lightning speed at the neck of the leading horse. A concentrated surge of internal energy penetrated the steed. With a piercing cry of pain and fear, the majestic white horse reared up, abruptly halting its charge. The opulent carriage came to a jarring stop, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. The driver, nearly thrown off balance by the sudden turn of events, wore an expression of shock that twisted his features. In that very moment, Qin Lai executed wind chaser step, gliding aside like a phantom just in time to evade a panicked porter rushing towards him. The porter's burden crashed to the ground, mere inches from Qin Lai's ankle. The scene froze instantaneously. The carriage had halted, the white horse restlessly pawing the ground, and the driver still in a state of shock. The surrounding crowd gaped, spellbound by the abrupt stillness. Qin Lai slowly withdrew his hand, casting a cold gaze through the luxurious curtains of the carriage, obscuring the occupant within. He stole a glance at the retreating figures in the crowd, those seemingly ordinary men who had discreetly edged away. The etiquette of hospitality in the imperial capital was indeed peculiar. He uttered a quiet remark, his voice clear and resonant, reaching the ears of every onlooker. Having spoken, he disregarded the carriage and the myriad of curious eyes, leading his warhorse forward, accompanied by Scarface and Stone Dagger, seamlessly merging into the throng of the marketplace. Within the opulent carriage, a hand adorned with a jade ring gradually lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing a pair of cold, piercing eyes that gazed with a hint of surprise at Qin Lai's receding figure. How intriguing! A light, ethereal voice echoed within the carriage. The coachman, regaining his senses, muttered irritably as he urged the startled horses onward, and the carriage soon vanished around the street corner, seemingly just a trivial interlude. Yet, Qin Lai understood that this was merely the beginning. The depths of Longyuan City were far more profound and murky than he had anticipated. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze sharp as a blade. No matter what malevolent entities lurked in the waters, he would unearth them one by one. Chapter 78. The resurgence of turmoil at the Ministry of War. The bustling splendor of Longyuan City surged like an unceasing tide, washing over the senses of newcomers. Qin Lai and his companions led their horses along a broad street capable of accommodating 10 carriages side by side, flanked by towering pavilions, an array of shops, and a throng of people. The air was a medley of spices, food, cosmetics, and the scents of livestock, a stark contrast to the windswept desolation and bloodshed of the borderlands. Scarred faces and stone Dant instinctively trailed closely behind Qin Lai, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings. Hands poised on their weapon hilts, betraying an incongruous tension. The city's opulence made them uneasy, as if each step could trigger an unseen trap. Qin Lai, however, remained calm, maintaining a state of low-power scanning akin to an invisible radar, absorbing the environment, the throngs of people, and even subtle energy fluctuations. The consumption of evolution points was negligible, yet it provided him with a preliminary three-dimensional perception of the vast metropolis. Energy fluctuation concentration. Ahead to the right, the treasure pavilion, housing multiple cultivators, the highest at the 3rd level of blood condensation realm. Suspicious observation point. 2nd floor window of the tea house on the left, gaze lingering for over 10 breaths. No malice detected, seemingly assessing. Route planning. Optimal path to the Ministry of War, requiring traversal through 3 major intersections. Avoiding the gambling house of fortune, a complex area of human traffic. He guided his companions, weaving through the crowd with apparent ease, skillfully circumventing the most congested areas and potential trouble spots. The Ministry of War was not difficult to locate. It was situated at the edge of the inner city, encompassing a vast, imposing complex. Towering black walls loomed above, and at the entrance stood 2 fearsome stone statues of the mythical Siege, while armored guards wielding long halberds flanked either side, their sharp gazes scrutinizing every approaching individual. In stark contrast to the external city's vibrancy, an oppressive solemnity and official authority permeated this place. After presenting their city entry tokens and documents, enduring layers of notification and verification, they waited nearly half an hour before a stoic young official in blue emerged, leading them through the heavy vermilion gate. Inside lay an entirely different realm. A spacious plaza, paved with blue stone slabs, was so immaculate that it could nearly reflect one's silhouette. To either side stretched a series of official buildings, adorned with sweeping eaves and imposing architecture. The officials passing through were mostly hurried, their expressions grave, engaged in hushed conversations, as if the air itself was infused with the scent of official documents and the machinations of power. The minor official led them not into the main hall, but rather through several corridors, arriving at a modest side chamber. "Wait here. The esteemed physician will summon you when he is finished," he said coldly before departing. The furnishings in the chamber were sparse, consisting only of a few hard wooden chairs and a tea table, devoid of even a cup of tea. A musty scent of ancient dust permeated the air. Through the window, a few half-dead pine trees could be seen in the courtyard outside. They waited for an entire afternoon. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the light within the side chamber dimmed. Scarface and Stone stood rigidly, their faces betraying signs of agitation and indignation. They were fierce soldiers who had clawed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unaccustomed to such cold treatment. Meanwhile, Qin Lai remained seated with his eyes closed, resembling a meditating monk, seemingly unaffected. Only the occasional subtle fluctuations indicated that he was attuned to the intricate energies and information flowing through this vast government office. At last, when darkness nearly enveloped the sky, the young official in blue reappeared, his expression as lifeless as before. Qin Xuanshi, the esteemed physician requests your presence. Following the official through several, even darker corridors, they arrived at a brightly lit study. Inside, a middle-aged official clad in a fifth-rank robe, gaunt of face and sporting 3 wisps of long beard, was bent over his desk, scribbling furiously without raising his head. Beside him stood an assistant holding documents, while 2 clerks stood with their hands down at the bottom. The atmosphere heavy and oppressive. After the young official made a low announcement, the physician seemed to have just noticed their entrance, slowly lifting his head. His gaze fell upon Qin Lai, imbued with an air of condescension and undisguised indifference. I am Qin Lai, here under the military orders of the Demon Suppression Pass to report to the Ministry of War, Qin Lai declared, clasping his fists respectfully yet firmly. The physician, surnamed Zhou, did not respond immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a soft, rhythmic sound, his eyes scanning Qin Lai as if appraising an object. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly, his tone flat yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Young and accomplished, are you not, Qin Xuanshi? Although your position as a border patrol officer at Black Wind Pass is modest, the responsibilities it entails are considerable. I have heard that shortly after assuming your post, you have achieved remarkable feats, subduing bandits and restoring order, creating quite a stir. He deliberately emphasized the words remarkable feats and stir, his tone laden with insinuation. Matters within my jurisdiction are my duty, Qin Lai replied, his words precise and unwavering. Your duties, you say? Zhou chuckled lightly, picking up a document from the desk. Yet this document seems to contradict your assertions. An unusual disturbance at Black Wind Gorge, an attack on Watchtower 3, resulting in heavy casualties among the soldiers. Are these not also matters within your responsibilities? His words fluttered lightly, yet each was as sharp as a blade, directly attributing the tragic sacrifices at the border to Qin Lai's negligence or incompetence. Scarface and Stonedong, listening nearby, felt their blood surge with anger, their fists clenched, but were stilled by a single glance from Qin Lai. Unfazed, Qin Lai maintained his composure. The border is perilous, with demonic creatures and banditry ever rampant. During my tenure, I have vanquished the Vulture Camp and uncovered the dark cult's sacrificial activities in Black Wind Gorge, foiling their schemes and securing the pass, all actions substantiated by evidence. The battle at Watchtower 3, in which Lieutenant Wang Kuei and 30 soldiers fought valiantly to the death for their country, stands as a testament to our military's heroism and cannot be erased. His tone was steady, yet imbued with an undeniable force that resolutely countered the opponent's soft resistance. Explicitly highlighting the term Crow cult, Dr. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly taken aback by Qin Lai's assertiveness. He set down the documents, leaned back slightly in his chair, and continued tapping his fingers on the table. The Crow cult? This matter is of great significance. How can you present it without substantiation? Where are the witnesses and material evidence you speak of? The witnesses are severely injured and currently being treated at Black Wind Pass. The material evidence is here, Qin Lai replied, gesturing for the scarred face to present the heavy evidence box. A scribe stepped forward to take the box and placed it before Dr. Zhou, opening it. Inside lay the Shadow Guard token, the record stone, various peculiar items confiscated from the Crow cultists, and a document meticulously pinned by Qin Lai, detailing the events that transpired. Dr. Zhou casually picked up the token, glanced at the record stone, but did not delve further, a hint of disdainful amusement flickering across his face. Is this all? An enigmatic token and a record stone? Qin Xuanshi, the frontier is harsh and cold. Soldiers yearn for home, and sometimes exaggerate, even conjuring unimaginable tales. However, the laws of the court and the regulations of the Ministry of War are not to be trifled with. He lightly tossed the token back into the box, producing a crisp sound of impact. You mentioned the Crow cult, human sacrifices, and evidence of summoning otherworldly beings. Where's the tangible proof? I cannot mobilize the Ministry of War, let alone the court, on mere hearsay. His tone elongated, laced with a hint of mockery. Young man, it is commendable to be eager for achievements, but one must remain grounded and avoid overreaching or seeking to attract attention. These words were a blatant challenge and humiliation. They directly belittled Qin Lai's blood-soaked struggle and the sacrifices of his comrades, labeling them as exaggerations, fabrications, or even attempts to draw attention. The scarred face and Sure Dan trembled with rage, their teeth grinding audibly, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the depths of Qin Lai's eyes, yet his expression remained composed. He had anticipated this would not be smooth sailing. Just as he was about to speak, a faint but steady sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the study, accompanied by a subtle yet potent surge of energy that could only belong to a Yuan Dan realm cultivator. The footsteps paused briefly outside the study door. A thought flickered through Qin Lai's mind. The words he was about to utter morphed suddenly, his voice rising several notches, imbued with a resolute finality. Lord Zhou, the blood pool at Black Wind Canyon is ominous, littered with bones. The 30 loyal souls at Watchtower 3 have yet to find peace. This is the absolute truth. I am willing to stake my life as a guarantee. If you deem the evidence insufficient, I respectfully request that you immediately dispatch capable personnel to accompany me back to Black Wind Canyon for an on-site investigation. Should there be even a word of falsehood, I shall willingly accept military punishment. His voice resonated powerfully within the study, carrying a unique desolation of the battlefield and an undeniable momentum that momentarily overshadowed Zhou's official authority. Dr. Zhou was evidently unprepared for Qin Lai's sudden firmness, his complexion darkening as he was about to erupt when a soft cough emerged from outside the study door. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, his demeanor refined, yet his gaze as profound as an abyss. He entered with measured steps, not acknowledging Qin Lai, but instead offering a slight smile to Dr. Zhou. Lord Zhou, what brings about such commotion? Upon seeing this man, Dr. Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly rose from behind the desk, hastening to greet him with a respectful smile. Lord Wei, what brings you here? I was merely attending to a minor matter of border military affairs, and I did not mean to disturb you. Lord Wei, Qin Lai felt a stir within. The man in the purple robes seemed to have only just noticed Qin Lai, his gaze lingering for a moment, particularly on the patrol officer's token at his waist, a flicker of subtle light passing through his eyes. Matters of border military affairs are never trivial, the middle-aged man remarked, his tone gentle yet authoritative. And who may this be? Reporting to you, my lord, this is Qin Lai, the patrol officer of Hafeng Pass, here to report for duty. Dr. Zhou hurriedly introduced him, his tone imbued with utmost respect. The man in purple nodded, turning his gaze toward Qin Lai, speaking with calmness. Patrol Officer Qin? I am Wei Qianren, temporarily holding the position of Left Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War. I have heard some whispers concerning your earlier statements. Is there indeed something peculiar about the events in Hafeng Gorge? A jolt coursed through Qin Lai as he realized that Wei Qianren was none other than the superior officer who had issued commands to him, and furthermore, he held the esteemed title of Left Deputy Minister. He immediately clasped his fists in respect, concisely reiterating the situation, emphasizing the sinister nature of the Crow cult and the bizarre practice of living sacrifices. Wei Qianren listened attentively, not interrupting. After Qin Lai concluded, he pondered for a moment before addressing Dr. Zhou. Though Patrol Officer Qin's words may seem fantastical, in matters concerning the border, it is better to believe in their possibility than to dismiss them outright. Given the material evidence present, it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. One cannot hastily negate what appears absurd, lest we chill the hearts of our soldiers at the border. A sheen of sweat appeared on Dr. Zhou's forehead, and he repeatedly acknowledged, Your Excellency is correct. I have not considered this thoroughly. Wei Qianren then turned his penetrating gaze toward Qin Lai. Patrol Officer Qin, I shall assign someone to meticulously verify the evidence you have brought. As for returning to the gorge for further investigation, the timing is not yet right. You have traveled a long way. Please take residence at the relay station and await the results of our inquiry. During this time, unless absolutely necessary, do not wander about freely. His words, though seemingly fair, affirmed Qin Lai while simultaneously placating Dr. Zhou. However, the final instruction regarding avoiding unnecessary movements carried an implicit tone of surveillance and confinement. I shall obey, Qin Lai replied, bowing his head in compliance. Very well. Wei Qianren nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave with a measured pace. After seeing off Wei Qianren, Dr. Zhou's expression softened considerably as he turned back to Qin Lai, though the underlying coldness in his gaze remained. Since Lord Wei has given orders, Patrol Officer Qin should proceed to the relay station and wait. The investigation will yield its own conclusions. Come, take Patrol Officer Qin to the relay station. As Qin Lai departed from the oppressive atmosphere of the Ministry of War, the night wind of Longyuan City seemed to carry a sense of relief. He glanced back at the imposing structures, shrouded in darkness like a slumbering beast. He understood that the true contest had only just begun, and the appearance of Deputy Minister Wei was far from coincidental. Indeed, this Longyuan City was fraught with trepidation. Chapter 79, Undercurrents at the Relay Station. A glimpse of the path ahead. Having left the stifling ambience of the Ministry of War, the night breeze in Longyuan City felt refreshingly liberating. However, the tension within Qin Lai remained unrelaxed. The appearance of Wei Qianren seemed to provide a solution, yet in reality, it thrust him into a more subtle and controlled predicament within the post station. The guiding clerk remained taciturn, bearing a lantern as he led the way through several streets where the lights gradually thinned. In stark contrast to the bustling inner city, this area appeared considerably quieter, predominantly consisting of back alleys of government offices and residences of lower-ranking officials. The so-called post station was not an opulent lodge for dignitaries traveling from afar, but rather an official and designated for border troops and low-ranking military officers from distant provinces who temporarily resided in the capital. The establishment was modest, with gray walls and black tiles, its entrance adorned with 2 flickering lanterns, their dim light casting shadows upon the slightly worn characters inscribed above that red military post. Upon entering, one was immediately enveloped by a pungent amalgamation of inferior tobacco, sweat, old bedding, and a faint hint of mildew. The hall was small, furnished with a few greasy square tables around which several military officers, clad in uniforms from various regions, sat engaged in raucous revelry, their expressions ranging from haughty to weary. As they noticed the arrival of Qin Lai and his companions, particularly sensing the inescapable aura of border warriors surrounding them, the clamor subsided somewhat, and a few curious or scrutinizing glances were cast their way. The postmaster, an elderly official with graying hair and murky eyes, was dozing behind the counter. The guiding clerk approached and rapped lightly on the counter, prompting the postmaster to lazily lift his head, glance at the documents handed over, and then, with a languid gaze, appraise Qin Lai before fishing out 2 rusted keys from beneath the counter. Room A7, Room C3. You understand the rules, I presume? The doors close at the hour of the rooster, and the lights extinguish at the hour of the pig. No noise, no outsiders allowed to stay. The postmaster's voice was hoarse, imbued with a perfunctory bureaucratic tone. Meals can be fetched from the back kitchen, but do not expect them to wait if you arrive late. Scarred Face furrowed his brow, seemingly about to speak, but was halted by a glance from Qin Lai. Thank you, Qin Lai replied, his tone flat as he accepted the keys. Room A was slightly better, a cramped single room containing a bed, a table, and a chair, the bedding damp, and the musty odor more pronounced. Room C, on the other hand, was a large communal space with even more rudimentary conditions. Clearly, this was the treatment meted out to them, mere border warriors, by the Ministry of War. After placing their belongings in Room A, Qin Lai addressed Scarred Face and Stone Dull. You will stay in Room C. Remain vigilant. Captain, this place. Stone Dull could not help but murmur, only to be tugged back by Scarred Face. Do not worry, Captain, Scarred Face replied in a low voice, his sharp eyes scanning the hall at the officers who appeared to be drinking but were, in fact, intermittently glancing in their direction. Qin Lai nodded, choosing to say no more. He returned to his small room, isolating himself from the surrounding clamor. Yet, he was acutely aware that the invisible eyes and prying gazes would not be thwarted by a mere wooden door. Deep scan, initiating silently, centered within the room, expanding gradually outward. Adjacent room A6, vacant. Downstairs hall, 7 military officers, the most formidable at the 7th level of the mortal realm, energy fluctuation stable, no abnormalities detected. Opposite area C, chaotic energy fluctuations, no targeted threats. Perimeter of the post station, energy responses detected at both street corners, hidden, 9th level of the mortal realm. Exhibiting excellent control of heart rate and respiration, suspected professionals keeping watch. Northern rooftop, slight energy fluctuations, highly concealed, initial stage of blood condensation. Indeed, it appeared that while openly allowing them to settle in, they were being monitored without respite in the shadows. Especially the individual on the northern rooftop, whose prowess is remarkable, appears to be a professional. Qin Lai sat cross-legged on the hard bed, refraining from practicing his techniques, merely engaging in quiet meditation. He utilized a deep scan, akin to the most patient of hunters, continuously attuned to the subtle changes in his surroundings. The evolution points were slowly depleting, yet the information gleaned became progressively clearer. The figure on the rooftop exuded a long, lingering aura, almost merging with the night. However, at intervals, their energy fluctuations exhibited exceedingly subtle, rhythmic undulations, seemingly conducting some form of periodic report or receiving directives. The watchers stationed at the corners of the streets, both east and west, appeared increasingly restless, occasionally shifting positions and exchanging places. Time flowed silently, the raucous sounds from the hall outside gradually subsiding until complete silence enveloped the space, leaving only the distant sound of the watchman's gavel echoing through the stillness. At the hour of the pig, the inn extinguished its lights, plunging into darkness. Just as the world fell into a profound hush, a warning rang out. Warning. Extremely weak energy penetration detected, mental detection type. Source, underground. Target, this room. Intensity, low, probing. Qin Lai's closed eyelids quivered slightly, yet he remained unmoved, his breathing and heartbeat unchanged, as if he were in a deep slumber. The faint mental energy, akin to invisible tendrils, slowly swept through the room, lingering momentarily over his belongings and his person, seemingly verifying something. Approximately 10 breaths later, the mental force receded quietly like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Mental detection from underground? What secrets lie beneath this inn? Is it the monitoring of the Ministry of War, or the prying of other forces? Thoughts raced through Qin Lai's mind, yet his countenance remained impassive. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as dawn broke, the inn resumed its activity. The kitchen provided a simple porridge and pickled vegetables, coarse and difficult to swallow. Scarface and Stone ate with furrowed brows, while Qin Lai remained unperturbed, finishing his meal. Throughout the day, he adhered to the instructions, refraining from wandering, and instead remained in his room to recuperate or meander slowly in the inn's small, overgrown backyard, appearing aimless. The deep scan, however, never ceased. He witnessed the innkeeper surreptitiously slipping a small note to the vegetable vendor. He observed a seemingly simple-minded military official in the adjacent room sketching symbols in the corner using some form of coded message. He noted the rotation of watchers on the rooftop and the street corners. He also perceived the faint mental energy appearing twice from the underground. Once at noon and once at dusk, each instance a brief probe. This modest inn resembled a miniature microcosm of Longyuan City, seeming tranquil yet rife with undercurrents. The tendrils of various factions intertwining silently. On the third evening, the young official in blue who had initially led them reappeared at the inn, expressionless as he conveyed the instructions from Dr. Zhou Lang. Verification would take time, allowing Qin Lai to wait at ease, with nothing to prevent him from exploring the city, but requiring him to return to the inn daily to report. This appeared to relax restrictions, yet in truth, it was another form of probing. Seeking to discover whom he might engage with granted the freedom to roam. Qin Lai accepted the order, a cold smile flickering in his heart. On the fourth day, he indeed departed the inn accompanied by Scarface and Stone. He refrained from visiting any sensitive locations or interacting with any seemingly exceptional individuals. Like a genuine military commander newly arrived in the imperial capital, imbued with a hint of rustic charm and curiosity, he wandered through the weapon shops of the West Market, observed the external aspects of the martial arts arena at the South Gate, and even enjoyed a bowl of coarse tea at a street-side tea stall, listening to the idle chatter of passers-by discussing the capital's intriguing gossip. With a deep scan activated throughout, an invisible net ensnared every detail along his path for analysis. The West Market's 100 Refinements Pavilion concealed a secret chamber behind its third-tier counter, with energy shielding, where a cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm was stationed. The Southgate martial arts arena was heavily guarded, with residual fluctuations from a large formation still present within. The tea stall's conversations frequently mentioned the recovery of the son of Minister Lin, the arrival of an elder from the Liang sect in the capital, and the recent intensification of patrols by the city guards. He meticulously noted these fragmented pieces of information. Throughout the day, he sensed at least 3 distinct forces of surveillance shadowing him. In addition to those from the Ministry of War, it appeared that another faction took an interest in him. Only at sunset did he return to the armory post with 2 companions. As 2 days passed, he ventured out daily, his routes devoid of any discernible pattern, and his behavior utterly unremarkable, as if he were merely acclimatizing to the environment of the imperial city. The vigilance of his watchers seemed to have relaxed somewhat. On the 6th night, after the lanterns were extinguished at the hour of the boar, Qin Lai remained seated cross-legged on his bed. The deep scan captured the energy fluctuations of a watcher at the blood condensation realm on the roof, which had returned to a rhythmic, subtle oscillation, as if engaged in a focused transmission or reception state. This was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Lai's eyes, and like a wraith, he vanished from the bed, reappearing at the window in the blink of an eye. Silently, he cracked the window open, and with the combination of wind-chasing step and peak-crushing, he mastered his strength to glide out like a feather, seamlessly merging into the thick night without a sound. With the deep scan pinpointing the location of the rooftop watcher, Qin Lai moved like a shadow in the night, skirting the outer walls of the post at astonishing speed towards the backyard, opposite the roof. His target lay beneath, where there had been repeated signs of mental probing. In the corner of the backyard stood an abandoned dry well, its mouth partially covered by stone slabs. The deep scan indicated that faint mental fluctuations emanated from a certain position below the well. Without hesitation, he removed the stone slab and slipped into the well. The bottom was not entirely blocked. The side walls concealed a cleverly disguised fissure just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A cold, damp air, bearing a musty scent, surged forth from the crack. Qin Lai continued undeterred, squeezing through the fissure into a narrow, ancient passage that descended further into the depths. The stone walls were slick with moss. He discovered a hidden passage leading to an unknown subterranean area, with the source of the energy fluctuations located 30 feet directly below. Intensifying. Qin Lai held his breath, retracting his presence to the utmost, stealthily advancing downward like a gecko. He was determined to uncover the secrets concealed beneath the armory post and to discover who had been watching him all along. Chapter 80. The Earth Veins Dark Channel. Surprising secrets unveiled. The underground passage proved far deeper and more ancient than he had anticipated. The traces of the stone wall were rough and covered with a thick layer of slick, dark moss. The air was damp and chilly, imbued with a rich, earthy scent and a certain indescribable mustiness, as though no one had set foot here for centuries. Qin Lai executed the wind-chasing steps to perfection, his form akin to a weightless shadow, gliding down the slick surface of the wall while striving to make no sound. The deep skin functioned like eyes in the darkness, vividly relaying the convoluted and narrow path ahead along with the sources of energy fluctuations. A faint yet persistent mental wave emerged, resembling a lighthouse in the dark, guiding the way. As he delved deeper, the fluctuations became clearer, seemingly intertwined with another extremely subtle yet intensely warm energy that resonated faintly with his undying divine radiance. Descending approximately 30 zhong, the passage grew more level, revealing signs of human alteration. The ground became relatively smooth, and the stone walls on either side displayed vague relief carvings, ancient and rugged in style, depicting not human tales but rather twisted, incomprehensible symbols and patterns reminiscent of geological veins. Energy fluctuation source, 50 steps ahead, intensity, low medium. Nature, spiritual perception, fire attribute, weak, unknown, environmental scan, space ahead expands, faint light source detected, signs of biological activity, singular, stationary. Qin Lai's movements became increasingly cautious, his breath nearly imperceptible, as if he had melded with the shadows themselves, slowly advancing forward. At the end of the passage lay a modest natural cavern that had been artificially modified. The ceiling was adorned with several night pearls that had long lost their luster, yet still emitted a faint glow, providing meager illumination. In the center of the cavern was a circular pool, approximately 1 zhong in diameter, with water that was not clear but rather a bizarre, dark red hue reminiscent of molten metal. As it rippled slightly, it emanated that faintly warm energy that resonated with his divine radiance. Beside the pool sat a figure, cross-legged, clad in a voluminous, uniquely textured dark red cloak. The hood was drawn low, completely obscuring the face. The figure appeared emaciated and motionless, as if having long since settled into a state of eternal meditation. Yet, the continuous mental waves emanated from this being, like invisible ripples gradually spreading upward, enveloping the entire armory station. Qin Lai's pupils constricted. This person's aura was extraordinarily restrained. Had it not been for the deep scan locking onto him, one might have scarcely perceived his presence. His strength was unfathomable. The moment Qin Lai stepped into the cavern, the seated figure suddenly trembled, and from beneath the hood, 2 points of ghostly red light flared to life, akin to a slumbering beast abruptly awakening. Who? A voice, ancient and hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable authority and searing intensity, erupted within the confined space of the cavern, causing the moss on the walls to tremble and fall. A formidable mental pressure descended upon Qin Lai like a tangible mountain. He felt a slight heaviness in his mind, but the fragment of the otherworldly rule within his sea of consciousness pulsed gently, and a cold, indifferent will instantaneously dispelled all discomfort. He advanced rather than retreated, stepping into the heart of the stone cavern. Though the Songming halberd remained sheathed, an aura of fierce battle, forged in the crucible of war, mingled with the oppressive energy of the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm, pushing back fiercely. 2 invisible forces collided in the air, producing a faint hum. The figure in the red robe let out a soft sound of surprise, seemingly astonished that Qin Lai could easily withstand his mental pressure. Slowly raising his head, from beneath the shadow of his hood, 2 flickering crimson sparks fixated intently on Qin Lai. You are not one of them. Such heavy malevolence. Are you from the border? How could you find this place? Qin Lai's gaze was icy as he swept over the dark red pool before returning to the figure in the red robe. Who are you? What do you intend by spying here? Spying? The red-robed man chuckled in a low, gravelly voice, as if he had heard something amusing. I am here guarding the earth fire spirit eye, sifting through the remnants of the dragon veins to maintain peace in this region. What need is there for spying? Rather, you, young one, have trespassed into a forbidden area. What punishment do you deserve? The earth fire spirit eye? The remnants of the dragon veins? Qin Lai's heart stirred. He activated a deep scan, focusing on the pool. The dark red energy within, though faint, was remarkably pure and ancient, imbued with the heat and density from the depths of the earth, indeed unlike any energy he had encountered before. The man's assertion of sifting through the dragon veins was rather grandiose. Guarding? Qin Lai maintained his tone, enveloping the station with his mental force to probe the visiting generals. Is this part of your duty as a guardian? The red-robed man's crimson gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his tone less indifferent and tinged with curiosity. It seems your perception is extraordinary. Since you can find this place and withstand my mental presence, you are no ordinary individual. Tell me your name, your affiliation, and your purpose for coming to the capital. Qin Lai pondered for a moment, not entirely concealing his identity. I am Qin Lai, the Border Patrol envoy from the Black Wind Pass, here on orders from the Ministry of War to report. The Black Wind Pass? The red-robed man's eyes seemed to brighten slightly beneath his hood. That desolate place? I believe the Ministry of War's documents mentioned some commotion from your area recently. Involving heretical sacrifices? A chill ran through Qin Lai's heart. The fact that this person could freely access the ministry's records raised questions about his identity. Indeed, Qin Lai admitted openly. The Crow cult, human sacrifices, attempting to summon beings from another realm. The red-robed man repeated this phrase softly, his crimson gaze momentarily drifting. Imbued with a complex sentiment. Those persistent wretches attempting to summon beings from another realm? Humph, a foolish delusion. The barriers of this realm are not so easily breached. Unless, he suddenly paused, his gaze sharpening as it returned to Qin Lai. Apart from the malevolence, there is something else about you, an odious yet forcibly purified ancient aura of death. Have you encountered it? Qin Lai's heart jolted. This person could sense the remnants of the ancient demon blood he had absorbed. Though it had been purified by the divine radiance body, a trace still lingered. I encountered it at the sacrificial site, Qin Lai said vaguely, refraining from mentioning the ancient demon blood itself. The red-robed man fixed his gaze intently on him, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of his words. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. To return alive from such a place, and still find your way here, is indeed your fortune. The little one, the depths of the imperial capital are profound. The fools in the Ministry of War are solely preoccupied with power struggles, their perceptions woefully shallow. Most of what you report will likely be shelved, or worse, lead to dire consequences. Qin Lai remained silent, having anticipated this. What do you know about the crows? The figure in the crimson robe inquired suddenly. My knowledge is limited. I am aware that they worship a certain malevolent deity and engage in human sacrifices. Seemingly in search of something called sacred blood, Qin Lai relayed the information he had traded his life for, gauging the other's reaction. Sacred blood. The voice of the crimson-robed figure rose sharply, a ripple of suppressed energy emanating from him, causing the dark red waters beneath to stir. They are indeed still in pursuit of that. Such folly, after countless ages, through the shifting tides of time, that has long become mere legend. His emotions seemed to swell, yet he swiftly reined them in, his ghostly red gaze becoming profoundly deep. Little one, considering your origins from the border and your encounters with those sinister beings, I offer you this warning. You may investigate the crows, but do not do so through the Ministry of War. Their influence in the court surpasses your imagination. He paused, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Even beneath Longyuan City, the hidden channels they have excavated are not limited to this one. Qin Lai's pupils constricted in shock. Beneath Longyuan City, there are other hidden channels of the Crow organization? This crimson-robed figure seems to possess immense knowledge. Who exactly are you, Elder? Qin Lai asked again. The figure in crimson slowly shook his head. Who I am is of no consequence. You need only understand that I am not aligned with them. What transpires today is known to both of us. Once you leave, forget this entrance and forget that you have seen me. If you truly wish to pursue this further suddenly, he raised his hand and flicked his fingers, a faint red light embedding itself into Qin Lai's palm, transforming into a warm, jade talisman engraved with flame motifs. In the face of life-threatening peril, shatter it, and it may save your life. Yet it could also hasten your demise. Choose wisely. Having spoken, the crimson-robed figure ceased his words, his hood falling forward, extinguishing the two glimmers of ghostly red light. His aura once more blending seamlessly with the stillness of the stone chamber, as if he had never awakened. Clutching the still-warm flame talisman, Qin Lai's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. The revelations of this night were overwhelming, far beyond expectations. This enigmatic figure, guarding the fiery spiritual eye, seemingly abhorred the Crow organization while possessing intricate knowledge of it, must surely hold a position of great import. Was his warning and the talisman offered in goodwill? Or was there a deeper scheme at play? Regardless, a new and concealed thread, hidden beneath the imperial capital, had now emerged. Qin Lai cast a lingering glance at the motionless crimson figure in the eerie waters, made no further delay, and turned to depart quietly. Retracing his steps, he left the desolate well and returned to the inn, the entire process conducted in utter silence. The watchers above continued their rhythmic oscillations, oblivious to the unfolding events below. Seated on the edge of his bed, Qin Lai caressed the flame talisman, his gaze profound. Indeed, Longyuan City is intriguing. Chapter 81. The Dark Channel's Indication. Shadows of the black market, the flame jade talisman lingered at his fingertips, exuding a gentle warmth, as if imbued with the energy of the earth's core. Intertwining seamlessly with the profound words of the figure in crimson robes echoing in his mind. Beneath Longyuan City, the dark channels they unearthed were far from singular. This revelation stirred ripples in Qin Lai's heart, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. The earth-fire spiritual eye beneath the military post was merely one among many. The Crow organization's reach extending into the subterranean veins of the imperial capital was a chilling testament to their deep-seated schemes and extensive influence. The identity of the figure in crimson remained shrouded in mystery, their demeanor ambiguous. However, their palpable disdain for the Crow organization felt genuine, and the warnings they offered were far from baseless. The path to the Ministry of War was obstructed, potentially fraught with traps, necessitating an alternative route to uncover the truth behind the sacred blood and the Crow. This dark channel might serve as the breakthrough. Qin Lai focused his mind and once more plunged his consciousness into deep scan. This time, he did not aimlessly perceive the surrounding environment. Instead, he concentrated all computational power and the expenditure of evolution points toward a singular direction, beneath the earth. Command confirmed. Overclocked scanning mode activated. Scanning range, subterranean structures, and anomalous energy flow. Scanning depth, maximum. Evolution point consumption rate, 300 hours. The ethereal azure vision in his mind instantly transformed into a deep and intricate tapestry. Countless previously indistinct subterranean structures, soil layers, rock strata, abandoned pipeline foundations, and even ancient tomb remnants emerged with clarity, as if forcibly revealed. A torrent of vast information surged in, causing even Qin Lai, with his formidable spiritual strength, to experience a slight dizziness and prickling sensation. The evolution points plummeted at an unprecedented rate. Yet he remained undeterred, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he fixated on the complex network of numerous underground structures. He was in search of traces, unique remnants of energy imbued with the chilling and sinister aura of the Crow organization that bore resemblance to the dark channel beneath the military post. As time elapsed, the depletion of evolution points was painfully evident. Just as the points were on the verge of breaching a critical threshold, target discovered. Suspected energy residue trajectory. Direction, northwest, approximately 2 miles away, depth about 15 zhong. Trajectory points to the underground of Jinxiaofang in the West Market. He had found it. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Qin Lai's eyes as he promptly ceased the overclocked scan. The dizziness in his mind gradually subsided, and the consumption rate of evolution points stabilized. However, in that brief moment, his accumulated points had significantly diminished. Jinxiaofang in the West Market was one of the largest bazaars in the western district of Longyuan City, a melting pot of diverse characters and trades. The Crow organization's other dark channel led there? Without a moment's hesitation, he rose. It was already the latter part of the night, the perfect time to act. Silently, he slipped out of the window, maintaining deep scan in low power mode, carefully avoiding the gaze of watchers on rooftops and street corners. The technique of chasing wind steps was executed to perfection, his form darting between the shadows of the undulating rooftops like a specter, racing toward the northwest. As he drew closer to the West Market, even in the dead of night, the residual clamor in the air grew increasingly palpable. The area of Jinxiaofang was vast, with streets crisscrossing in a labyrinthine fashion. Even with a general direction, locating the precise entrance would prove to be no simple task. Under the shadow of a towering archway, Qin Lai once again closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, and engaged in a meticulous, deep scan to sense the subtle energy flows beneath the ground. Energy trajectory analysis. Residual faint energy, directed towards the southwestern corner of Jinxiaofang, specifically the well in the backyard of Baichuan General Store. Baichuan General Store? A name that appeared utterly ordinary. Qin Lai shifted his form, and with a few agile movements, arrived near the already shuttered shop. The store was modest, its door tightly closed, and it seemed utterly unremarkable. He circled to the back alley and indeed discovered a narrow courtyard, within which stood an old well that appeared neglected. Scan confirmation. An hidden door is located on the side wall at the bottom of the well. Energy residue vanishes beyond the concealed passage. with a similarity in energy properties to the underground channels of Wu-Bei Post, at a compatibility rate of 92. This is the place. Just as Qin Lai was about to infiltrate and investigate, he suddenly, deep scan, detected faint yet hurried footsteps approaching from the distant street corner, accompanied by low murmurs. Heading in this direction. Simultaneously, a shadow on the roof adjacent to the store stirred slightly, nearly blending into the environment. An ambush? Or mere coincidence? Qin Lai immediately retracted all of his presence, pressing against the deepest shadows of the courtyard wall like a gecko, merging completely with the darkness. The footsteps drew closer. They belonged to two porters passing by the alley, clattering their wooden clappers, yet they did not linger and gradually moved away. The shadow on the roof also returned to stillness, as if it were merely an illusion. However, Qin Lai's vigilance heightened to its utmost. This place was certainly not simple. He patiently waited, akin to the most seasoned of hunters. Only after confirming that there were no further disturbances around him did he glide into the courtyard like smoke, silently descending to the bottom of the well. At the bottom of the well, there was indeed a movable stone slab on the side wall. Pushing it aside revealed a narrow staircase leading downward, just wide enough for a single person, from which a cold and damp air surged forth, carrying a more potent, sinister aura reminiscent of the underground channels of Wu-Bei Post. Qin Lai took a deep breath and quietly descended. The staircase extended downward for over 10 zhang, merging into a broader passageway. This passageway had evidently been meticulously refurbished. The stone walls were smooth, and at intervals, stones emitting a faint, ghostly light were embedded, illuminating the path ahead. The sinister aura in the air grew increasingly dense, subtly intertwined with a hint of blood and an unusual herbal scent. The passage did not proceed in a straight line, but branched off in different directions. Deep scan indicated that the energy fluctuations deep within the main passage were chaotic, seemingly leading to a gathering point, while a side branch emitted a distinct and fresh scent of blood. After a brief contemplation, Qin Lai chose the side branch. At the end of the branch passage, there was a slightly ajar stone door. A strong stench of blood and a nauseating sweetness, as if something had been forcibly catalyzed to grow, rushed towards him from the crack of the door. Qin Lai held his breath and peered through the gap into the interior. Inside was a modest stone chamber. Yet the scene was utterly chilling. In the center of the chamber was a pool reminiscent of the one beneath the Wu-Bei Post, but the substance within was entirely different. It was not the dark red essence of ground fire, but a viscous, bubbling substance that writhed like a living creature, an ominous dark green slime. Within the viscous substance, several indistinct forms, seemingly humanoid yet grotesquely distorted, are submerged. Their bodies are visibly corroded and decomposed by the slime, while an eerie green light is drawn from within them, converging into a complex array of runes at the bottom of the pool. At the edge of the pool, two figures clad in the distinctive black robes of the Crow organization converse in hushed, excited tones. This batch of medicinal refuse is of commendable quality. The extraction of vitality proceeds smoothly. Yes, it is sufficient to sustain the next phase of the Holy Blood Project. I've heard that they have acquired a new batch of excellent materials from the border, imbued with potent vitality. It's unfortunate that the altar in the Blackwind Gorge was destroyed. Otherwise, no matter, the elders have long had contingency plans. The roots beneath Longyuan City run far deeper than they anticipate. The names Blackwind Gorge, border materials, and the Holy Blood Project stirred a tempest within Qin Lai's heart. These Crow cultists were employing the living for some nefarious extraction of vitality to support their so-called Holy Blood Project. Moreover, it seemed they were already aware of the disturbances at the border, and perhaps even the sacrifices made by Wang Kuei and his companions were linked to these materials. A surge of murderous intent flooded his mind, that Songming halberd nearly leaping from its sheath. Yet reason compelled him to suppress his impulse. This was the enemy's lair, and any rash action could alert them, leading to dire consequences. He forcibly committed the features and dialogue of the two figures to memory, preparing to retreat stealthily. Warning: a rapid energy reaction is approaching from the main passage. Quantity 3. Intensity, initial stage of blood condensation. Discovered. A chill coursed through Qin Lai's heart, and without hesitation, he retreated like a specter. Almost simultaneously as he exited the stone door, 3 cloaked cultists appeared at the branch corridor, catching sight of his vanishing figure around the corner. Who goes there? Stop! Enemy attack! The shouts and piercing alarm echoed violently through the corridor. Qin Lai pushed his chasing wind steps to the limit, sprinting recklessly back the way he came. The sounds of hurried footsteps and slicing wind pursued him relentlessly. As he burst out of the well, landing in the courtyard, a deep scan detected a shadow on the adjacent rooftop springing into action. A poisoned crossbow bolt shrieking through the air, aimed directly at his back. Simultaneously, Two figures in black appeared at the alley's entrance, blocking his path. A trap. This was evidently a deliberately left exit, swarming with hidden sentinels. With an obstruction ahead, pursuers behind, and snipers above, Qin Lai's gaze turned as cold as iron. Faced with this dire predicament, he became utterly calm. The Songming halberd finally emerged from its sheath, carving a frigid arc beneath the pale moonlight. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chapter 82. Breaking through the encirclement. Black market credentials. The chilling intent to kill swept through the narrow alley like an icy tide. Above, poisoned crossbow bolts screamed to ensnare him. In front, dual blades sought to sever his path. Behind, the footsteps of pursuers fell like a torrential downpour. In this lethal scenario, there was no trace of panic in Qin Lai's eyes, only an icy calm interwoven with a boiling murderous intent. Faced with the incoming poisoned bolts, he did not even glance up. Chasing wind steps displayed an uncanny finesse within the confines of a moment. His form twisted like a willowy wisp, executing a minuscule sidestep with astonishing precision. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt, imbued with a chilling azure glow, whizzed perilously close to his ear, embedding itself deeply into the muddy ground behind him, the fletching quivering violently in its aftermath. Simultaneously, his momentum surged forward with unabated speed. Confronted by two black-clad cultists brandishing knives at the alley's entrance, the Songming halberd emitted a deep, oppressive dragon's roar. The terrifying power of the fourth pinnacle of Benjiu, combined with the overwhelming aura of the fifth layer of blood condensation, surged unreservedly into the halberd. He eschewed any flamboyant techniques, opting instead for the simplest yet most formidable sweeping strike. The blade sliced through the air, creating a visible distortion in the atmosphere, relentlessly advancing like an unstoppable tide. The two cultists, evidently skilled, sensed the ferocity of the halberd's assault and simultaneously shouted, crossing their knives in a desperate attempt to block. A deafening explosion reverberated, followed by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The cultists felt an unimaginable and insurmountable force, akin to a raging flood, surging through their blades. The aura they infused into their weapons was torn apart as if it were mere paper. The finely crafted curved blades were twisted and shattered by the weighty halberd. The unyielding power crashed into their chests without any hindrance. With a sickening thud, the two were struck as if by a rampaging beast, blood and internal fragments erupting forth. Their bodies soaring backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against the alley wall and sliding down, lifeless. Eliminated a 9th-tier crow cultist. Evolution points. 180. Such was the might of a single strike. However, at the very moment Qin Lai cleared the obstacles before him with his halberd, 3 cultists emerged from the well behind him, closing in swiftly. 3 fierce gusts of blade wind targeted his back and sides. Above, the hidden crossbowman once again pulled the trigger, launching the second and third poison bolts in a triangular formation, sealing off all avenues of escape. Their coordination was impeccable. A deadly chain of attacks. In a moment of instinctive reflex, as Qin Lai felt his previous momentum wane and a new surge had yet to manifest, he pivoted on his left foot, his body spinning like a tempest. The Songming halberd harnessed this rotational force, tracing a perfect arc as it transformed from a sweeping motion into a slashing whirlwind. Clang! Sparks flew. The blade precisely deflected the 3 incoming strikes. The cultists felt their arms go numb, their grips faltering, momentarily stalling their assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment of defense, he was slightly delayed in evading the bolts descending from above. 2 poisoned arrows grazed his shoulder and rib, leaving behind 2 crimson streaks. Though merely superficial wounds, the immediate sensation of numbness and sharp pain caused Qin Lai to furrow his brow. Poison. Warning. Neurotoxin invasion detected. Composite. Analyzing components. Activating divine radiance body resistance. Toxin decomposition in progress. Estimated complete clearance time. 17 seconds. 17 seconds. Sufficient to hinder his actions. A swift resolution was imperative. The cold light in Qin Lai's eyes surged, completely abandoning any thoughts of evasion. He disregarded the numbness and tingling in his shoulders, his body spinning with relentless momentum. The Songming spear harnessed this rotational force, accelerating once more, transforming into a devastating storm that tore through the darkness, sweeping back towards the 3 pursuers who had just been repelled. Die! A low growl erupted like thunder. The 3 acolytes turned pale with terror, confronted by a chilling array of spear shadows, utterly defenseless. Thud! 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 The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh echoed in succession. A head soared into the air. A body was cleaved in 2 at the waist. The last one attempted to raise his weapon in defense, only to be split in half along with his blade. Blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour. splattering against the narrow alleyway walls. Eliminated a First Realm Blood Condensation Crow leader, 2 Ninth Realm mortals of the Crow sect, gained 350 evolution points. In the blink of an eye, all 5 interceptors lay slain. However, the crossbowman above, witnessing the instant demise of his comrades, turned to flee without hesitation in sheer terror. Thinking of escaping, Qin Lai abruptly raised his head, locking onto the shadow hastily fleeing across the rooftop. With a swift motion of his left hand, he drew a diamond-shaped dart, previously acquired from the Crow acolytes, and readied it between his fingers. Crushing mountain infused with dark energy. Whoosh! The dart transformed into an almost invisible black line, hurtling through the air at a speed surpassing that of a crossbow bolt. The crossbowman had barely taken 2 steps when a sharp pain struck him in the back. Looking down, he saw the bloody diamond tip protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth, releasing a desperate gasp, and collapsed from the rooftop, landing in a heap of refuse at the alley's corner, lifeless. Eliminated an 8th Realm Mortal Crow scout, gained 80 evolution points. In mere moments, the tide of battle had completely shifted. 6 corpses now lay on the ground. The acrid scent of blood pervading the air, sickeningly overwhelming. Qin Lai gasped for breath, the numbness in his shoulders rapidly dissipating. He dared not linger. After employing a deep scan to ensure no new foes were nearby, he hastily searched the bodies of the crossbowman and the blood condensation leader. Indeed, within the leader's inner pocket, he unearthed a chillingly cool, non-metallic, non-wooden black token. The token's front was engraved with a crow entwined in thorns, while the back displayed a complex, ever-shifting numerical rune. Acquired item, Crow Secret Order, one-time use. Effect, this order grants access to a specific area within the Ghost Cry Workshop in the West Market, with the token's energy lasting for the duration of an incense stick. Information analysis, Ghost Cry Workshop, one of the largest black market entrances in the western district of Lonyuan City. The Ghost Cry Workshop Black Market. Indeed, it was here. The moment Qin Lai grasped the token, distant urgent whistles and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. The commotion had finally drawn the attention of the city guards or other factions. He had to leave immediately, without hesitation. Qin Lai tucked the token into his bosom and leaped once more, forsaking the ground to soar across the rooftops, racing in the opposite direction of the armory post. Deep scan fully activated, evading all possible patrols and watchpoints. He traversed several large circles through the city until he was certain he had completely evaded any potential pursuers. Only when the sky began to hint at dawn did he silently slip back into the armory station, entering his room through the window like a wisp of smoke. The entire process was executed with utmost stealth, unnoticed by the vigilant observer from the Ministry of War stationed atop the roof, who remained dutifully focused on monitoring the seemingly tranquil room below. Qin Lai changed out of his bloodied and tattered night attire, erasing all traces of his nocturnal escapades. The wound on his side had already healed under the influence of the divine radiance body, leaving behind only faint white scars. He sat at the edge of his bed, his fingers caressing the cold raven's order token. This important stronghold of the Crow organization in the Ghost Cry Workshop Black Market might even serve as a contact point or a materials transfer station. There, perhaps, lay clues regarding the sacred blood. The path through the Ministry of War was blocked, and the warning of the red robe lingered in his ears. This unexpectedly acquired black market credential might be his sole avenue of breakthrough. Outside the window, the day began to brighten, and the colossal machinery of the imperial capital was poised to commence its operations for a new day. Yet Qin Lai understood that his true battle was only just beginning. He needed to swiftly regain his strength and then venture into the perilous depths of the Ghost Cry Workshop to uncover the truth. Evolution points, 1125, condition, light injury, rapid recovery. Acquired key item, Raven's Order, Chapter 83, attribute refinement. The black market awakens morning light filtered through the gaps in the window frame, casting ethereal beams through the dust-laden air. Qin Lai sat cross-legged on the hard bed, his aura dense and unwavering, akin to a tranquil ancient well. The night's bloodshed, frantic escape, and the harrowing exploration of the underground passages had not inflicted grave harm. Yet the toll on his spirit and vital energy was considerable. More critically, the hyper-operation of the depth scan had nearly depleted his recently accumulated evolution points. He needed to recover swiftly and clarify his current state. His consciousness delved into the system, and the familiar data panel quietly materialized. The cool blue text, precise and unyielding, delineated the current quadrant of his power. Host, Qin Lai Realm, Blood Condensation Stage, 5th level, Early Stage, Total Vital Energy Increased, 37, Meridian Resilience Enhanced. Spiritual Awareness expanded to 150 zhang. Techniques, Indestructible Divine Radiance Body, Fusion Degree, 73, significant enhancement in physical strength, power, and recovery. Increased resistance to malevolent and lifeless energies. After absorbing ancient demon blood, diluted, fusion degree increased by 0.5, slightly improving sensitivity to high-level life energies. War tactics, 7th layer, fundamental vital energy operation method. Solid and reliable. Mountain shatter, 4th level peak. Power application techniques have reached their zenith at the current realm, with instantaneous explosive power comparable to mid-stage 5th level. Star shatter bone forging technique, great accomplishment. Bone density and strength have reached the limits of mortal form, capable of contending with ordinary soldiers. Wind chase step, great accomplishment. Excellent short-distance evasion capabilities, though endurance for long-distance pursuits is somewhat lacking. Skills. Depth scan, LV2, range and precision enhanced. Capable of hyper mode, high consumption. Tactical simulation, LV2, increased speed of deduction and ability to handle complex situations. Anomalous touch, rule-level interference, LV1, cooling down, 87. Status. Minor injury, rapidly healing. Expected full recovery time, 1 hour. Slight residual neurotoxin, 97 purified. Evolution points, 625, consumption. Overclocked scanning, combat usage, acquired. Killed 6 crow cultists. Items. Songming halberd, border patrol token, crow's decree, one-time use. Flame jade symbol, unknown. Cleanser metal fragment, research value. Blood of the ancient demon, diluted trace. Qin Lai's gaze swept across the panel, and his heart settled slightly. His realm stabilized at the initial stage of the 5th level, after numerous battles. His vital energy became increasingly condensed and surging, with the threshold of the mid-stage now within reach. The growth of the indestructible divine radiance body was most gratifying, as the enhancement and integration brought about comprehensive improvements, particularly in the perception of high-level energies such as sacred blood, which may prove crucial in the future. In terms of skills, both deep scan and tactical simulation were immensely resource-intensive, yet irreplaceable in their function. Anomalous touch was still on cooldown, serving as a crucial trump card in critical moments. The evolution points had once again dwindled to a mere 625, necessitating careful budgeting. Fortunately, the defeat of 6 crow cultists replenished some, yet it was but a drop in the bucket compared to the consumption of advanced abilities. The most significant gain was undoubtedly the crow's decree and the information regarding the Ghost Cry Workshop's black market. Qin Lai mulled over the name Ghost Cry Workshop. One of the largest black markets in the western district of Lonyuan City, it was a chaotic mingling of individuals harboring filth and vice, yet inevitably serving as a hub for the circulation of information and contraband. The Crow organization had established a secret channel leading there, a move not made without purpose. The materials for the Sacred Blood Plan, sourced from the blood energy materials at the border and potentially existing connections to the organization's higher-ups, were likely buried within that shadowy realm. The path through the military department had been obstructed by individuals like Zhou Longzhong, possibly laden with traps. Although the red-robed figures had issued warnings, their stance remained ambiguous and their intentions unclear. This unexpected black market voucher had, paradoxically, become the most direct and promising avenue for breakthroughs. The risks were considerable. The black market was inherently a lawless territory, and the Crow organization had been operating within it for a long time, akin to a den of tigers and dragons. Should his identity be exposed, he would undoubtedly face a siege. Yet, Qin Lai remained undaunted. He needed to prepare. His condition must be adjusted to its peak, and intelligence must be gathered as extensively as possible. He retrieved the crow dart obtained from the crossbowman and the peculiar metal fragment from the cleanser, placing them side by side, and activated Deep Scan once more to conduct an in-depth comparative analysis. Scan comparison, dart material, refined blue steel mixed with shadow essence powder, commonly found in wicked artifacts, weak energy conductivity. Cleanser fragment, unknown alloy, exhibiting extremely high structural stability. Energy inertness, internal microenergy circuit, damaged, technologically superior. Conclusion, products of different technological systems. Correlation between the Crow organization and the cleanser, low, based on current samples. This result slightly surprised Qin Lai. He had always believed that the Crow organization and the cleanser, along with the Shadow Guards, might belong to a single vast power. Yet, it now appeared to be more complicated. Was the Crow organization an independent entity, or did it belong to another faction? The information remained incomplete, but any new insight was of paramount importance. He gathered his belongings and began to focus his mind and breath. The vital energy within him surged like a river, nourishing his meridians and flushing away the last remnants of toxins. The faint golden glow of the undying divine radiance flickered beneath his skin. slowly yet resolutely mending minute damages and enhancing the essence of his physical form. Time flowed in silence. By midday, Qinlai opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and invigorated, fatigue entirely dispelled, and his state restored to over 90%. He pushed open the door, and the scarred face and stone dantian immediately emerged from the adjacent room. Concern evident in their eyes. "Captain, is everything all right?" "Nothing of concern." Qinlai waved his hand dismissively. "I shall venture out alone today. You two remain at the inn. Stay vigilant, particularly regarding the movements of the Ministry of War's personnel." "But Captain," the scarred face expressed unease, "you returned from your late-night excursion only this morning. Surely, we cannot ignore the unusual nature of these occurrences. Follow the orders." Qinlai's tone was calm, yet left no room for dissent. Understood. The two could only acquiesce. Instead of heading directly to the Western Market, Qinlai, as he had done in the past 2 days, meandered about the city, casually visiting a tea house to eavesdrop on snippets of gossip. Tea patrons chatter. It has been mentioned that the Ghost Cry Workshop has recently acquired a new batch of hard-to-find medicinal herbs from the southern borders, and the city guard has intensified their patrols in the Western Market. Fragmented information was captured by Deep Scan, integrated into tactical simulation for filtering and analysis. It was not until the afternoon that he leisurely made his way towards the direction of Jinkei Lane in the Western Market. As he approached the Western Market, the crowd became increasingly dense and boisterous. The cacophony of vendors calling out, bargaining, and the bleating of livestock intertwined, while the air was saturated with a complex melange of spices, leather, medicinal herbs, and sweat. Various figures traversed the area, well-dressed merchants, fierce-looking mercenaries, shifty-eyed thieves, and cloaked cultivators whose presence felt enigmatic. Qinlai concealed his own malevolent aura, blending in seamlessly with the throng like an ordinary treasure seeker. Yet, his deep scan had reached an efficient state, functioning as an invisible radar, scanning the surrounding environment and the energy fluctuations of the crowd, particularly in search of sources resonating with the energy frequency of the Raven's secret decree. Based on prior reconnaissance and information gathered, the entrance to the Ghost Cry Workshop was concealed within the depths of this bustling and chaotic marketplace. His gaze swept over seemingly ordinary stalls and shops, finally resting upon a nondescript establishment that specialized in selling various antiquities and folk artifacts. A tattered banner hung at the entrance, bearing the indistinct characters of Baigu Zhai. The interior was dimly lit, cluttered with dust-covered clay figurines, rusted weapons, and tattered scrolls. Behind the counter sat a frail old man, wearing reading glasses, drowsily peering at Qinlai. "Feel free to look around," he mumbled weakly, "but don't touch unless you intend to buy." Qinlai took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the Raven's secret decree concealed within his sleeve, and stepped into the seemingly decrepit antique shop. The air inside was thick with decay. Qinlai did not linger over the goods, but instead proceeded directly to the counter, gently placing the cold Raven token on the dust-laden surface. The old man's gaze fell upon the token, and the drowsy demeanor that had enveloped him vanished in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of keen intelligence in his murky eyes. He extended a hand, dry and claw-like, to grasp the token, scrutinizing the shifting runes on its reverse side. The timing was impeccable. In a hoarse voice, he gestured towards a low door at the side of the counter, instructing, "Enter through there. Someone will guide you. You understand the rules, do you not? Once inside, fate shall determine life and death." Qinlai, without a moment's hesitation, pocketed the token and pushed open the diminutive door, which seemed to lead into another realm, bending low to pass through. Beyond the door lay a staircase, narrow and descending, barely wide enough for a single person. Shrouded in dim light and permeated by a damp chill, mingled with an enigmatic incense. After traversing approximately 20 steps, the path opened up before him, revealing a vast, brilliantly lit underground world that yawned like a slumbering behemoth, beckoning him with its menacing allure. He had arrived at the Ghost Cry Workshop's black market. Chapter 84. Shadows in the Ghost Cry Workshop. Upon stepping inside, the cacophony, aromas, and shifting lights transformed in an instant. The narrow staircase and decrepit antique shop behind him felt like a mere illusion. Before him lay an unimaginable subterranean realm. A colossal dome, supported by unknown materials, loomed overhead, adorned with countless peculiar gemstones and runes that emitted a kaleidoscope of ethereal glows, casting an otherworldly ambience that was neither bright nor dark, but rather ensnared in an eternal, bizarre twilight. The air was warm and humid, infused with potent spices, herbs, oils, blood, and an indescribable essence, as if the whispers of countless souls coalesced into a background murmur that invaded the mind. The streets, if they could be called such, were narrow and winding, flanked by an array of stalls and cave-like shops. Most stalls were constructed of rough stone tables, decaying wooden surfaces, or even a filthy blanket spread upon the ground. The wares on display were astonishingly bizarre, including skulls radiating an ominous green glow, unknown organs languidly writhing in transparent jars, ancient scrolls adorned with blasphemous designs, peculiar plants exuding vibrant life energy yet rooted in blood-stained soil, and even several iron cages containing slaves with vacant expressions and inhuman traits. The throngs of people were a chaotic mix, with an abundance of eccentrically dressed individuals. There were hooded practitioners whose faces were obscured in shadow, tribal shamans adorned with bone ornaments and painted faces, alluring women clad in revealing attire with captivating gazes, and mercenaries clad in blood-stained armor, exuding an air of menace, alongside nefarious brigands. Each individual seemed to harbor ulterior motives, their gazes interwoven with greed, vigilance, madness, and indifference. Transactions were mostly conducted in hushed tones, with occasional disputes swiftly quelled by nearby guards clad in uniform black leather armor and wearing fearsome masks, who employed forceful means to restore order. Here lies the Crying Workshop, a den of iniquity shrouded in the shadows of Lonyuan City, a haven for outlaws. Qin Lai's entrance did not attract much attention. He concealed his aura. Donned in a plain dark outfit, his countenance stern, resembling an ordinary border warrior or mercenary who frequented this place in search of opportunities or to dispose of stolen goods. In this locale, his demeanor appeared rather inconspicuous. The deep scan maintained a relatively energy-efficient yet sufficiently acute state, akin to invisible tendrils quietly gathering a plethora of information from the surroundings. Energy fluctuation analysis revealed a chaotic environment, predominantly negative. High levels of lingering resentment were detected at numerous stalls, with suspicious materials or items. A faint living energy from a bug nest was noted at the stall to the left, while the apothecary ahead had a moderate energy barrier, guarded by a practitioner at the coagulation stage. Personnel scanning indicated the highest energy response emanating from the northwest corner, near the blood-fighting arena, where the early stage of the Yuandan realm was noted as unstable. The majority were mortals, with about 10% at the coagulation stage. 3 individuals adorned with concealed insignias, linked to the Crow sect, were detected 50 paces ahead at the Bone Artifact Pavilion. A flicker of recognition surged within Qin Lai. However, his expression remained composed as he blended in with the throngs of customers, moving forward at a leisurely pace. His gaze seemingly casual, yet firmly fixed on the establishment known as the Bone Artifact Pavilion. The shopfront was somewhat larger, adorned with ghastly white beast bones, and 2 lanterns fashioned from human skin hung at the entrance, casting an eerie green glow. Inside, an array of bone-crafted artifacts and ornaments emanated an unsettling aura. 3 men, dressed inconspicuously yet radiating a chilling presence, with short blades subtly displaying crow motifs at their waists, stood at the entrance, appearing to engage in idle chatter while their sharp eyes scrutinized the passers-by. Qin Lai refrained from approaching directly, instead pausing at a stall diagonally opposite the Bone Artifact Pavilion, which sold various dried herbs, many of which exuded a metallic scent of blood. Feigning interest in the goods, he focused intently on the 3 individuals in the interior of the Bone Artifact Pavilion. The internal scan of the Bone Artifact Pavilion revealed a high energy barrier, effectively shielding it from detection. Residual energy traces in the back alley were sourced from the dark channels. The internal energy response indicated 1 mid-stage coagulation practitioner, the shopkeeper, and 5 mortals, assistants. Indeed, this was a stronghold of the Crow sect, and its status appeared significant. Customer, what catches your eye? This blood-withering vine is truly a fine product. Ground into powder and consumed, it enhances one's vitality with formidable effects, the stall owner, a gaunt man with a weasel-like appearance, eagerly, albeit insincerely, promoted, brandishing a dark red vine seemingly soaked in blood. Qin Lai cast a glance at the so-called blood-withering vine, and instant feedback was provided. Item, blood-withering vine, counterfeit, composition, common iron vine soaked in inferior beast blood and stimulants. Prolonged use damages the meridian's value. Extremely low, no need, Qin Lai replied coldly, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the Bone Artifact Pavilion. The stall owner, realizing he could not easily deceive him and sensing no lucrative aura, pouted and ceased his attempts at persuasion. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from within the Bone Artifact Pavilion. In front of him stood a pallid, middle-aged man with a sinister gaze, clad in a satin long robe. Upon his finger rested a conspicuous bone ring, intricately carved with a raven's skull, exuding an aura of strength indicative of a mid-stage blood condensation expert, likely the shopkeeper. Trailing behind him was a subservient assistant, bowing and nodding. The shopkeeper emerged and engaged in hushed conversation with 3 acolytes at the entrance, his eyes seemingly scanning the street with casual indifference. Qin Lai promptly lowered his head, feigning fascination with a nearby stall selling illusory sound shells, a type of shell capable of producing enchanting sounds. Goods have arrived. Send someone to fetch them. This is for the major client. There must be no mistakes. The shopkeeper's low voice could be faintly heard. One acolyte nodded, swiftly turning and making his way deeper into the black market. Major client? Goods? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Qin Lai, prompting him to stealthily follow the departing acolyte. The bone artificer's establishment was currently inaccessible, but perhaps this delivery line could unveil further secrets. The acolyte appeared intimately familiar with the Ghost Cry block, deftly navigating the crowded and winding streets, soon veering into a darker, less populated alleyway. At the alley's end loomed a heavy door crafted from an unknown black metal, flanked by two formidable guards donning menacing demon masks. Upon the acolyte presenting a token, the guards silently swung the door open. Behind the door erupted a cacophony of noise, accompanied by a pungent mix of sweat, the metallic scent of blood, and frenzied shouts. Qin Lai refrained from approaching the door recklessly. Instead, he scanned the area and noticed a row of low openings beside the alley, resembling ventilation shafts or abandoned pipe entrances. Seizing the moment when the guard's attention wavered, he darted silently into one of the openings. The interior was narrow and filthy, yet it led deeper inside. After climbing several yards, he encountered a grid ventilation shaft, from which the raucous sounds emanated. Peering through, Qin Lai's pupils contracted slightly. Below lay a vast circular arena, at the center of which stood a blood-soaked and dirt-strewn platform encased in iron bars. At that moment, two burly men clad only in leather pants, their bodies adorned with scars and tattoos, engaged in a savage struggle. There were no rules, only the primal and brutal instinct to tear and rend. Each punch landed with a sickening thud, sending blood splattering into the air. Surrounding the arena were towering, tiered stands filled with frenzied spectators who roared, jeered, and waved their tickets like deranged gamblers. This was indeed the underground fighting arena of the Ghost Cry block. The raven-clad acolyte did not linger in the stands, but headed straight toward a passageway behind the platform. Qin Lai immediately maneuvered through the ventilation shaft in that direction. Beyond the passage lay an even grimmer sight. Rows of iron cages resembled beast pens, housing not wild animals, but humans. There were burly men, women with vacant expressions, and even some with fierce gazes and distinct features from foreign lands, all confined like livestock, awaiting their turn to fight for their lives or to fulfill some other grim fate. The Raven acolyte once again verified his identity before a metal door marked with a cargo label and stepped inside. Qin Lai could no longer pursue his investigation. Through a deep scan, he penetrated the iron door, barely grasping the situation within. The space inside was considerable, filled with black wooden boxes plastered with talismans. A cultist was engaged in conversation with a man resembling a warehouse manager, seemingly counting items. Scan of the boxes: energy shielding, strong; internal life response, faint, near death; energy nature, mixed; residual blood, resentment, and medicinal remnants. Were these boxes filled with the so-called goods? Were they containing living beings?